A holy angel descended to the human world. Everyone was overwhelmed by her beauty. But this man stepped through the crowd and coldly gave her a strong slap. Then he cruelly broke the angel's wings in half, because only he knew that. The angel before him was nothing but a sick killer. In fact, the man had gone through 98 cycles of reincarnation. In the 99th reincarnation, with just a black scythe, he became the strongest, and also the last survivor. But when Ryu Min was about to enter the final trial to end everything, the system announced that the leader's room required at least 5 players to open. Unable to meet the requirement, he could only watch his body gradually dissolve. But his eyes showed no regret whatsoever, because Ryu Min knew well that after he died, that familiar sound would ring out again. Congratulations on successfully activating the return rune. But he could never have expected that this system announcement would be different from all the others. His number of regressions had now reached the usage limit, which meant if this 100th attempt failed, he would truly die. Do you think Ryu Min will complete the mission to escape this world? Or will he lose his life here? Let's follow the journey of our protagonist. The beginning opens with the image of a temple lit by twinkling lights. Countless people are gathering below the street. Finally, the moment has come. Everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down with us. Amidst the bustling crowd, the young man with his hood pulled low radiated a strong, mysterious aura, standing in the midst of the surrounding voices counting down. 5. Ryu Min looked up with no expectation of what would happen next. Beside him, the crowd continued diligently counting. 4. Seeing this, he couldn't help but anxiously curse, damn it. He looked at his hand and realized one thing: he had returned. They were trembling due to his fearful emotions. I have come back just before being dragged into this damned game. He clenched his fists tightly. Although he had reached the final round, the counting did not stop. 3. Only Ryu Min was not joyful among those celebrating the new year. If possible, he wished time would freeze right now. 2. His system interface appeared and notified that he had used 100 out of 100 of the runes to reverse time. The moment finally arrived when he had to make a firm decision. 1. After all, this was the final attempt. There was no need to hide himself anymore, so he pulled back his hood. I will finish this game once again. Ryu Min looked around the crowd searching. To succeed, he needed 4 more people to reach the final round together. Who would be the most suitable to form a team with? Going back a few minutes earlier, Yongmin listened with frustration as his friends cheered. Finally, we've become adults. The 2 guys in front of him were happily chatting with each other. No need to pretend anymore, right? Of course. They kept being lively like a bunch of kids while the young man who was poking his head just sighed. After graduation, what should I do? Should I try delivering food? Hey, that girl looks just like Seo Aaron. Seo Aaron the actress? No way. The 2 in front were still loudly arguing. How is it Aaron of all people? Are your eyes blind? The young man who was poking his head turned to ask his friend. Yongmin, what are you planning to do? He suddenly said. Me. He responded very calmly to the question. Haven't I told you I'm going to become part of the Black Scythe? His friends looked concerned. Are you crazy? If you do that, one mistake and you could die. So you're not joking? Yongmin shrugged. Hey, I said just let it be. You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I want. On the surface, they only smiled silently, but inside they shared the same thought. That crazy son of a devil. Honestly, once I graduate, I'm cutting ties with this guy. Then Yongmin's friend asked again, so after graduation, what are you going to do about that errand runner? He blanked for a moment before remembering who that was. You mean that miserable, gloomy bastard? Then he laughed and said, I can't let him off just because I graduated. His friends pointed at him and murmured, poor guy, it's awful for him. He probably thinks that everything will end once he graduates. This bastard is really evil. Yongmin added delightfully, he has no right to decide when this ends. I have to tease him as much as I can. While talking, suddenly his friend spotted someone. Wait, is that your errand boy? Ryu Min's figure weaved through the crowd along with the voice coming from the speaker. Finally, the moment has come. Everyone, when you still have 5 seconds, please count down with us. He curled his lip as the countdown began. That's my errand boy 5. But when he suddenly saw the aura surrounding Ryu Min, 4-3. His eyes narrowed slightly because the sight was peculiar and strange. 2. That damn dog 1. And at that very moment, Ryu Min took off his hood. He simultaneously turned and locked eyes with Yongmin. That made him start feeling uneasy. Today, something feels different about him. Yongmin's hot temper flared up again. Happy New Year. Is he crazy? Why is he staring at me like that? His friends had to rush in and hold him back. It's New Year's Eve, Yongman, let him go, you still have plenty of time to bully him. Because they were in a crowded place, he didn't dare to make a fuss but grumbled, you bastard, I'm letting you off today. The chubby guy in the group covered his face and whimpered, finally, I've become an adult. The people around whispered to each other, Happy New Year, may everything go as you wish. But suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Humans are truly ridiculous, they celebrate the new year without realizing how dire their situation is. Yongmin was stirred by that voice. What did you just say? The young man quickly denied it. I didn't say anything. Then the guy in the middle looked up at the sky and said, What, did I just hear something? High above, an angel was slowly flapping its wings, looking at them with shock as if they knew nothing. Although her face was beautiful, she spoke words that were extremely scathing, as if watching monkeys trapped in a cage. The people looked up at that radiance, feeling confused. Damn, is that an angel? Is the TV station hosting a New Year's event? If they say it's real, I would believe it. The woman is too beautiful. Ryu Min also looked up but was not very surprised. She's appeared. Even after 99 times, it still feels unpleasant. The woman gently concealed her slight smile, then uttered words full of contempt. You filthy humans, it seems you've all succumbed to my beauty, haven't you? But don't get any strange ideas, I have no intention of mingling with you vermin. The angel looked on with amusement, observing them, and judging by their reactions, they must have heard my voice already. Suddenly, an uncle pointed his finger up and shouted, Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you dressing up as an angel or what? And what do you mean by calling us a bunch of pests? Ryu Min heard those shouts, What do you mean, you bastard? And he silently thought to himself, how humiliating. The angel's smile immediately vanished. Instead, her eyes flared red with anger. This was truly infuriating. The bold man exploded right before the countless onlookers. The young man standing nearby, seeing blood splattered all over, began to tremble. He cried out in fear, causing the crowd to become affected as well. Yongmin was also taken aback. Damn it, what the hell was that? The angelic woman pointed at them and scolded the punished man. How dare a lowly human speak to a superior species like me with that attitude? Now everyone's face showed extreme fear. You humans have no right to question me, don't pretend to be on the same level as I am. What was that sound? Unless you want your brains to explode like that guy just now. She stopped joking and got down to business. Surely you are all confused by the current situation. How could you lowly humans possibly know what is going on? The game has started with the first rule. I will explain it simply and clearly, so listen carefully. Ryu Min sighed. Once again he had to listen to the explanation. The body of that angel shimmered brightly along with her echoing voice. Now we will start a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls will be sent into a new dimension to play a game. The smile on the angel's lips was very warm because she had returned to that comfortable state. Humans only need to do one thing correctly. The people were forced to listen to what she said without daring to speak. That was considered completing the mission. If you complete the mission, you will be able to return to reality with a reward. The fat guy whispered, What is she saying? His friend replied, It seems like she will let us live if we complete a few missions. Sensing what the humans were thinking, the angel added a reminder. You might think she will let us live if we complete some missions, but not everyone will survive just because they finish the mission. That was the key point she would say next. Only half of the participants would be spared. The faint hope that the people had just kindled was immediately extinguished. No way, how can this be? Her smile hadn't faded, meaning what needed to be said was not over. But don't worry too much, I won't take everyone away. The chaotic and disorderly crowd made Ryu Min sigh with disappointment. What do you mean, you just be quiet over there? He looked at her again, lost in his thoughts. Only those aged 15 to 29 have to participate. When I got caught up in this thing last New Year, I never imagined I'd encounter it hundreds of times like this. A middle-aged man beside him clenched his hands joyfully. So I'm alive, I will live. The young man next to him clicked his tongue, damn it. He excitedly grabbed the uncle's shirt. Are you happy to be alive, then why mock us? He panicked, not yet able to explain. What? Yongman, being clearer-headed, loudly warned his friend. Stay there, haven't you realized the situation? Can't you see the person whose head just exploded a moment ago? After explaining the rules, the angelic figure proceeded to tally the numbers. It seems the total number of participants will be 1,801,029,290. She stretched out her hand and emitted a dazzling light. Now that the explanation is over, let's begin the game. Ryu Min was transported to a space that was entirely white. His face remained unchanged as the angel's voice echoed in his mind. Now all of you are in a space where you cannot see each other. Then the space created a mirror in front of him. Before transferring your souls, you need to create a body. Ryu Min slowly touched the glass. You may customize as you wish, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. He himself didn't want to waste time and finished quickly, just doing as he normally would. The shape reflected on the mirror side of him gradually changed, and his nickname would be. His hair silently fluttering as he chose that familiar nickname again, Black Side. The space for the first game was created. A vast, empty green prairie appeared. Ryu Min's new body slowly entered that space. With a more mature face, he bore the name Black Scythe atop his head and silently thought this would be his 100th regression. He also tried flexing his arm muscles to test his abilities beforehand. I've used the same appearance. Since this is the 12th trial, I feel as if this is truly my own body. Immediately after, the players were one by one released onto the empty land. What is this place? A plain hut. My body really does change. I tried using the face of a celebrity. How about that? Damn, it actually works. Ryu Min glanced at a few who deliberately had flashy appearances. Everyone was trying hard to look their best this time, but if you had brains and thought logically, you shouldn't do that. That girl was very happy with her dazzling face, even though it was dangerous. This world is for those with the strongest survival abilities. The more attractive you are, the easier it is to become a target. If you die in this world, you will also die in the real world. Ryu Min temporarily stopped caring about others and searched for a name. It was almost time. The name Yangmin stepped out with an incredibly strong presence. Here he is, Hwang Yangmin. He wasn't too surprised by his choice this time either. This time he chose a muscular body. The angel didn't take long to return. Looking at you all like this, you must really like your new interface. I enjoy seeing the fear on your faces. Let's see, there are a total of 1,802,910 people. That's the total population in Seoul. That group looked around and wondered. 1.8 million doesn't really seem that many. The woman held her head mockingly, truly a bunch of lowly humans. Suddenly she grew angry and shouted, "Do you think this space is the only one? Humans will be divided across different planes with other angels and will proceed through various rounds. Focus on yourselves. Before we really begin, I will explain simply." While she was still instructing, Ryu Min quickly figured out how it worked. First, think of the status window in your mind, the status window. It immediately appeared with information. Status window: name Ryu Min. Nickname Har, apprentice level 1, class 0, title 0, strength +3, intelligence +3, agility +3, luck +3, stat point 0, normal skills none, special skills none, runes none, additional mysterious skills unlocking at level 10. Mysteries unlocking at level 20, mysteries unlocking at level 40, mysteries unlocking at level 60, mysteries unlocking at level 99. He sighed in frustration. Just looking at it made him want to sigh. The angel above called down, "Now have you all checked your status windows? You will understand how worthless you are if you have ever played a game before." Yangmin was also watching her as she spoke a few encouraging words. Become stronger if you can survive until the end and conquer level 20. The angel's face darkened behind the blindfold. Not only will you be freed, but you will also be granted a wish. And it was that hinting way that moved countless people. A real wish? No way. The angel continued, however, you must be the first to obtain it. She smiled slightly again. Finally, let me show you the inventory. Look inside, I have prepared a gift. Yangmin tried to think of the keyword she pointed to and was startled as the system board also changed accordingly. Inventory. He touched the screen and read the information displayed. Any ancient rune shard. A red ruby was placed in the inventory as a starter gift. You see, any ancient rune shard can only be used once. You can only use it when you are level 1, and that is the only item you receive at the start. You can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking, use. Yangmin held out his palm and followed the instruction, use. The real power appeared, causing him to open his eyes wide in surprise. Because she had finished her own task, the angel quickly concluded, "Judging by those expressions, you all are not happy. Regardless of the outcome, you have to accept it, for that is your luck." She raised her hand. The rune was sealed, so now let's begin, shall we? The sound of a snap echoed to set that nightmare in motion. The first mission was immediately distributed to the players. Round 1, each person must defeat 100 goblins in the safe zone. Participant 1,801,029,290 has eliminated 0900514645 in area ESKS 455. Participant 10,286 has eliminated 05143. The goblins were also generated and equipped with some crude weapons. Only one goblin had appeared, so the group was still complacent and asked each other, "Is that a goblin?" It felt just like playing a game. Are we really inside a virtual world game? Were we kidnapped without knowing it for some experiment? The angel gently created countless more lights. It's still too early to get excited. I haven't even released all the goblins yet. At this moment, the players grimaced anxiously. Wait a minute, are there this many of them? She announced an utterly unfair number. 10,000 people fighting against 50,000 goblins battling to the death. As soon as she finished speaking, those low-level goblins opened their mouths and charged forward. The rookies were utterly bewildered and could only scream, "They're running at us, don't come near here." Amid the chaos, the slow footsteps of a person approached. Ryu Min pushed past those still fearful to approach the monster. They desperately warned him, "What's wrong with that guy? He's heading straight for the monster." Wait a moment, it's very dangerous to get too close." Ignoring the meaningless words, his eyes blazed red and he twisted his body. Ryu Min swung his leg and landed a direct kick to the goblin's head. The ordinary players watched in stunned astonishment. Whether in a group or an organization, the first impression was significant. What he did actually had a purpose, always critically important: to engrave his own impression into their minds. The goblin was kicked squarely in the face and flung backward. It dropped heavily to the ground, also losing its small knife weapon. Ryu Min immediately picked up the knife and continued with his planned strategy. To keep the annoying flies from bothering him, he needed to show his power. He didn't attack immediately but paused briefly to look upward, and most importantly, the angelic woman let out a delighted gasp. He needed to attract her attention. Right after the goblin lay on the ground, two others charged recklessly like moths to a flame. So it seemed this performance required a bit more effort. Ryu Min swiftly passed by them and delivered 2 strikes to each of their backs. The others watched and murmured in awe. "So cool, did everyone see that? Who is that guy anyway? Is he a special forces soldier or something?" Black Scythe, the nickname sounds cool too. And thanks to his performance, they gradually regained their confidence. These goblins are usually the weakest monsters in games, aren't they? The young men hesitated and talked among themselves. "We might be able to kill it, right? Although it probably isn't as easy as the Black Scythe, if we fight seriously, it shouldn't be too hard." However, the speed of those goblins was no joke when they leapt directly at the players. With a cunning smile on his lips, he drove his hand into the young man with a stab. The person beside him turned pale and groaned. They had just been boasting loudly, but now all their courage was gone as they fled elsewhere. Help me." Behind Ryu Min, chaos began to erupt again. Here they come again. The scene of slaughter unfolded, but the advantage was with the goblins. In this situation, no one would mistake it for just a game anymore. The woman stared in fear as the goblin stabbed its sword into the restrained person. Now, the only thing on their minds was one thing. Just as he predicted, she panted heavily, losing all reason due to the word survival. Ryu Min was so familiar with predicting players' actions. Their survival instincts surged fiercely, taking over their minds, and then they all fled in desperation. He swung his hand and sliced off one. I had also chosen that method the first time. His gaze still fixed on that girl as if reminiscing about himself. Only after the second time did he realize that running away in this desolate, empty place was impossible. She suddenly crashed into a yellow boundary line. When she regained her senses, she realized she couldn't pass through. What is this thing? Nearby, a person was trembling as he raised a knife, and to those living in modern times who have never harmed any animal, he still hesitated, unable to finish off the creature even though the monster was lying on the ground. They would probably find it very hard to kill a goblin, but to survive in this game. The goblin looked at him with its fiery red eyes. It suddenly sat up and swung its weapon, causing him to panic. Then one must overcome that fear. That angel was watching the bloody scene as if it were entertainment. Help me. The battle between humanity and goblins is truly fascinating. She fully understood the players' abilities. Although they were only child-sized, if there was no resistance at all, they could defeat them barehanded, let alone with daggers. That smile became even clearer as her golden eyes glanced over. However, Ryu Min was calmly slashing at goblins, making her curious about what kind of human he actually was. She tried opening his system menu to check. Black Scythe Quest Progress Defeat Goblins 7100, Black Scythe. Although she is the manager here, her authority is still limited, which makes her uncomfortable. Besides the mission progress, this damn system hides all player information completely. But since the angel is in a pretty good mood, she continues her pastime. A star is fine, having to guide these pathetic humans really hurts my dignity. However, it seems there are still a few quite interesting ones, so I will stay a little longer to enjoy. The goblin was hit squarely in the face by Ryu Min's blade. The system continuously reports your progress. You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%, gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Goblin defeat mission progress 75-100. Activities needed to complete the Goblin Defeat Mission 25-100. He leaned to dodge a thrown dagger from a group of low-level goblins. 3 or 4 goblins ran up beside him, very skillful and light. His agility allowed Ryu Min to slay all 5 with the same move in a moment. He spun his blade with his hands stained in blue blood. That goblin, sensing the approaching danger, tried to back away. But it couldn't avoid the critical strike from Ryu Min when this time he used both hands to stab down on its head. His voice was about to engrave itself into the fear of those goblins. Is there anyone else? The whole pack of goblins let out a weak cry and didn't dare to rush in anymore. He sat down and wiped the blue blood off his face. Looks like I get a little break now. Thanks to his diligence, his stats have leveled up many times. The status window reads, Name Ryu Min, Nickname Han, Apprentice, Level 4, Profession 0, Title 0, Power Stat plus 3, Intelligence plus 3, Agility plus 3, Luck plus 3. Statistic points 6, Normal Skills 0, Special Skills none, Runes none, Bonus Skills, Mystery unlocked at level 10, Mystery unlocked at level 20, Mystery unlocked at level 40, Mystery unlocked at level 60, Mystery unlocked at level 99. In the blink of an eye, he has gained 4 levels already. His hand holding the small knife touched the screen to level up skills. Each time he levels up, he gains 2 additional stat points. Put all the stat points into agility. With his rich experience, Ryu Min was very careful when upgrading himself. Besides increasing dodge rate, agility also boosts attack speed and movement speed. During the early stages of the game, agility is the most important stat. He was also satisfied as he flicked the knife to let some of the green blood drip off. With such a fast pace, he probably has already attracted the attention of the angel. Now it's time to finish everything. Suddenly, the knife spun multiple times in the air and then stabbed straight into the head of a goblin in the back row. Its piercing scream echoed alongside Ryu Min's intensely focused face. Come here. The more he provoked, the more the monsters retreated backward. At that moment he let out a sigh, don't dare to. Then the strongest player at that moment suddenly burst out from the bushes. His agility stat surged sharply, allowing him to move through them without leaving the slightest gap. Then let me take care of them. The goblin grew angry and turned back. Before they could attack, they were caught by a spinning strike from Ryu Min and turned into wooden corpses. The system announced, experience 4%, gold 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Hunting Quest 100-100. First round quest completed. A ring of aura appeared around Ryu Min's body to mark the player. He waited inside very calmly. That completes the first round. After defeating these goblins, I'm sure I've already caught the angel's attention. A notification praising him by name popped up on the system. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in this area. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in all of the areas. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. I've achieved first place. The higher the completion rank, the better the rewards. The top 3 ranks receive the best rewards. Just as he anticipated, the system gave him a choice. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in this area. You will receive a weapon of your choice, a special reward for this area and for all areas. A small chest was added to his inventory and the reward for all areas was, congratulations on completing the first round quest in all areas. You will receive a treasure chest. The reward I got is probably the highest among everyone. Ryu Min pressed on the sword-shaped ticket first. He decided to select a weapon from the area rewards first. The screen proposed 3 types of weapons, each with different names. You could choose one of the following weapons. He clenched his fist with a bit of surprise. Although it wasn't anything major, it was lucky that he got this so early. Then the young man lightly tapped the screen to select a weapon. The item was updated immediately. He received a short sword, classified as a weapon, rare grade, attack 15, agility effect +1, durability 150-150. Equip level was limited to novice and above, described as the best dagger type that a novice could use. He threw the small goblin knife to the ground after receiving the better item. It was time to get rid of that trash. With his hand still stained blue with blood, he tapped on the icon with the cross mark. Now he would temporarily keep the choice chest he obtained through the special reward. While Ryu Min leisurely prepared himself, those outside were still straining themselves in battle. Glancing once over his personal information, there was one thing that caught his attention. Thinking back now, in his description there was a line stating that the traveler's last journey made him curious. It was the title he had obtained before. This was something he had never seen in his 99 cycles of returning. He extended his hand again and whispered, "Use." The stone shattered to activate the system's function. "You have used a random rune shard. Congratulations, you have received the rune of time reversal." Ryu Min clenched his hand tightly and continued to listen. The runes received would automatically be engraved onto the player's body. The subsequent notifications matched exactly what he was thinking. The trace of this rune had already appeared within the player's soul. Due to the special property of the rune, any attempt to engrave another had failed. The obvious result was, if he could engrave one more time, it would mean he could rewind countless times. However, this time he also received new information based on the rune trace within the soul. "You have been recorded as a traveler with 100 journeys." Ryu Min's face showed clear surprise when he heard what came next. He received the title Final Journey Traveler. What? In this game, titles are something even superior to runes. The title Final Journey Traveler unlock condition: obtain 100 runes of time reversal. Effect: after death, the soul's state is maintained at that position for 1 minute. If you wish, you will be resurrected and fully recover health and one-time abilities. This title disappears after resurrection. They are much stronger than runes and also harder to obtain. What troubled him now was related to the skill he received. Moreover, resurrection is an exclusive skill of the priest, and even that skill only restores 30% of maximum health after resurrection. But that, on the contrary, was not a worry but rather increased his interest. "And this title allows me to revive with full vitality. It seems I have just acquired a powerful title." Ryu Min stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement, thinking to himself that he had just gained something wonderful. Looking at the system panel appearing in front of him, he thought quietly, then reached out to select. Having this card in hand is always a good thing. The time traveler title: last time traveled, public or private stats. He chose private mode. The title will not be displayed under the ID when private mode is selected. The effect still applies. He chose private mode. Ryu Min half closed one eye, stretched his shoulders and pondered. Surely the others have completed their tasks. He wondered how Yangmin was doing. Yangmin was holding a knife, standing behind the two people who were fighting. There he was. Ryu Min smiled. He thought it seemed that he had survived. Brilliant streams of golden light flowed down from the sky. The angel Brielle appeared. She curled her lips into a smile. No wonder it was getting more and more boring. Her light shone directly onto a few people. Her voice echoed, causing the others to pause. "Pitiful humans, you will gradually be eliminated to match the remaining number of goblins. Sorry about that, it's my fault." Angel Brielle clasped her hands together, her wings spread wide, stirring everything back to life. The blonde girl embraced her loved one, tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes stirred up. She stared in shock as the boy in her heart gradually vanished. Others looked confused, watching the cold bodies on the ground dissolve slowly. They spoke in bewilderment. "The corpses are disappearing. What is going on?" They glanced at Brielle the angel, who was hovering in the air. The ferocious monsters, drooling, furiously charged forward. They exclaimed in shock, "Damn it." Her eyes gleamed as she looked down, a sinister smile spreading on her lips before she casually spoke. "I've given you all an extra 50,000 lives, so you definitely have more than enough power to slaughter now." The monsters armed with weapons charged forward to kill. A boy stabbed into one's belly, blood spraying everywhere. The monster wielding a knife chased after the other person. They grappled back and forth. The system board appeared, indicating the completion of the task 10-21-5143. Yangmin looked at the monster in front of him and then pulled the other's shirt down behind his back. He tightened his grip around the monster's neck. The system notification sounded, confirming the completion of task 21-29-5143. Ryu Min sat down on the grass. A person trapped inside a beam of light reached out to help but could not escape. He could only helplessly watch his teammate being attacked by the monsters. The system appeared again, confirming the completion of task 3532-5143. Brielle the angel smiled delightfully at the bloody scene. Ryu Min glanced sideways at her. Light beams shone down on each person in waves, the machinery of the system roaring loudly, having fulfilled the requirements of Mission 5143-5143. The monsters vanished immediately, leaving the people confused. The goblins disappeared. Where could they have gone? She glanced at the system board and then spoke. Only half the mission was completed. The requirements of Mission 5143-5143 have been met. The task is now finished. Angel Brielle looked down at those below. She spoke coldly. The others will have to die. After all, that's the rule of the game. Everyone was stunned, their faces full of helplessness. Dead. Wait, Angel, I only killed one more, please, no. Wave after wave of light from the sky shone down, causing many to panic. Angel Brielle lightly clapped her hands, speaking mockingly. Why the long faces? Shouldn't you be happy to still be alive? It's all right, you've survived and may now return. She raised her hand to cover a smirk, her voice filled with disdain. Congratulations on passing the first stage, hope you'll try harder next time. Now let's announce the rankings before you leave. The leaderboard appeared, results of round 1 across the region. 1. H level 5 no title 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2. The Fools level 5 no title 16 minutes 15 seconds. 3. Heavenly Maver level 5 no title 17 minutes 7 seconds. Current area ESC 45-5. 1. Black Scythe level 5 no title 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2 Lives is a film role level 5 no title 23 minutes 55 seconds. 3 Black Dragon in Hand level 5 no title 24 minutes 43 seconds. Another leaderboard appeared. Ryu Min focused intently on each board. He ranked first in the entire area and current zone. Ranking rewards: low-level rare weapon vouchers, special optional reward chests, 1,000 gold coins for mission completion. You will receive your mission completion rewards shortly. You have received 1,000 gold for completing the mission. Congratulations. You can use the gold earned to purchase items in the shop. The equipment purchase feature unlocks at level 10. Countless people looked at him in surprise. He gave a slight smile and thought to himself, surely everyone knows I'm ranked first already. Angel Brielle propped her chin on her hand. She was delighted, speaking loudly. I didn't expect the number 1 spot in the entire area to be in my territory. Unbelievable. Black Scythe, right? Answer me. He looked at her and replied, please speak. She raised one hand and smiled, asking, how are you so strong? Do you possess a special rune or something? She smiled outwardly, but inside her heart was stormy. Damn it. Ryu Min did not answer directly. Just look at my status window and you'll know. Angel Brielle stammered, ah well. She awkwardly raised both hands. Of course you do. An angel like me can't miss that info. I was just testing you. He suppressed a laugh, thinking to himself, stop making me laugh. Ryu Min suddenly called this angel. She wondered what's wrong. She looked up at his proposal. May I make a request? His face full of confidence puzzled her. Angel Brielle muttered a request. Ryu Min crossed his arms seriously. His voice raised. Yes, it seems the reward for the first place winner is a bit meager. Yangmin and everyone else looked at him in astonishment. All of them looked at Ryu Min incredulously. Angel Brielle's face was full of anger. She shouted, what did you just say? He stood within the beam of light, speaking arrogantly. I hope you could grant something more decent. She growled threateningly, say that again. Ryu Min was not afraid at all and repeated, I don't like my reward, so I want you to grant me something better. The space suddenly fell silent, all attention focused on him. Angel Brielle's eyes lit up. She smiled wickedly. A mere human dares to make demands of me? I had my eye on him because at first he was very energetic, but after killing just a few goblins he already looks down on me. She extended her hand. I'll blow your head apart. Remembering that power had already been used, she angrily withdrew her hand and clenched it tightly. Damn it, I have already killed someone once with a one-time use ability. Arrogant human, do you think I can't kill you? Angel Brielle saw something. Wait. She spoke mysteriously. Right, I know what to grant him now. Angel Brielle looked down at Ryu Min and asked back, do you want a better reward? She descended, her feet touching the grass. I usually refuse such requests immediately, but... Angel Brielle slowly approached Ryu Min. I've reconsidered, let's talk privately, everyone else can wait a moment. Everyone heard her say that and began to stir. Is she really going to accommodate him? I never thought someone could barter with an angel. Should I give it a try? I want a different reward too, probably because he came in first. Whispers rose up. Yangmin glanced at Ryu Min. Drive me away, what kind of precious reward would that be? I'm really envious. He cast a cold look at him. He was puzzled by that gaze. Without explaining, Ryu Min walked away, leaving Yangmin stunned. He followed after Angel Brielle. She turned her head to look at him, annoyed, and asked, "Why don't you come closer? Are you planning to make me keep turning my head? Walk beside me." He immediately replied, "Yes." Her eyes narrowed, lips full of hatred as she thought, "Stupid humans, they only obey when ordered and are a species that doesn't know obedience but is overly greedy." Angel Brielle turned and continued walking. Why should I exchange the system's gift to him, even if it's possible he's not the only exception? She glanced at Ryu Min with a sinister look, her lips curving into a cunning smile as she thought, he should accept what he's been given. I will show him the consequences of greed. Seeing a boulder ahead, Brielle Angel thought to herself, I will kill him the moment I step past that rock. The two of them kept walking, countless thoughts swirling in her mind. Of course, the likelihood of trouble was high. If I kill a player out of personal grudge without using a one-time supernatural ability, what if later the player complains about injustice and starts a rebellion? If that happens, those in power will hold me responsible because of my actions, claiming I broke the rules of the game. Brielle Angel's foot gradually approached the rock, so I need a place where no one is around. She smiled wickedly without a hint of goodwill, thinking, damn fool, if you just kept your mouth shut, no one would have known what happened. Brielle Angel turned around, her expression strangely cheerful as she looked at Ryu Min, her voice full of seduction. You want a reward, right? Tell me, what do you want? A fist from him moved close to her face, leaving her stunned before she could finish her sentence. Ryu Min's strike came down mercilessly directly onto Brielle Angel's face. Her face swelled up before she could even regain her senses. Brielle Angel's eyes showed sheer astonishment. She fell to the ground, her heart filled with hatred. A trail of yellow liquid dripped down Brielle Angel's face. She raised her hand to check, surprised. What is this? Did that damn human just hit me? She jumped up, her face twisted fearfully as she looked at Ryu Min. Damn human. He suddenly vanished without a trace. Angel Brielle was stunned, unaware that he had appeared behind her, then vanished. Ryu Min grabbed her wings. Angel Brielle looked back in alarm. With his other hand, he raised it to squeeze her neck. She screamed in fear, wait, what do you intend to do? Stop. His movements were extremely decisive. Angel Brielle's piercing screams rang out. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes lifeless, mouth wide open. Ryu Min seemed to feel some emotion. He used his hand to break off one side of Angel Brielle's wing. He looked at her coldly and said, don't be such a crybaby. Ryu Min grabbed the other wing, causing her to scream out in pain. The broken wing bled streams of yellow liquid. He spoke indifferently, now you can't run anymore. Angel Brielle gritted her teeth at him. Ryu Min asked casually, so does it hurt? She shouted, it hurts, doesn't it? A smile appeared on his lips, then he spoke calmly. If I had waited another 5 minutes, you would be the one asking that obvious question and laughing that contemptible laugh. Angel Brielle sat up abruptly, glaring at him as she shouted, are you crazy, human? What are you talking about? Ryu Min lifted both wings, revealing a hidden knife in one. He asked coldly, were you planning to use the knife concealed in your wing to kill me? Knowing he was right, he discarded the wings and replied casually, I knew it all along. Angel Brielle was in pain, touching her shoulder with one hand, shouting, what do you mean by killing? She stubbornly retorted, I never intended to do that. Ryu Min frowned, his bloodshot eyes piercingly cold as they stared at her. There's no use lying, just by looking at your face I know everything, Brielle. Her face gradually filled with fear as she stammered, how does a person even know my name? He pulled the knife from the system, his voice turning icy, it doesn't matter whether you know or not. Brielle the angel stepped back fearfully. What are you doing? Why suddenly draw a weapon? Ryu Min examined the knife and questioned again, still not understanding why. She pointed her index finger at his face and threatened in a mocking tone, are you crazy enough to want your head to explode? I only need to snap my fingers and you will. He gripped her weakness and said, you no longer have the capability to kill anyone. Brielle the angel pursed her lips and fell silent. She continued to shout, do you think you can escape punishment? My companions surely won't sit idly by. Ryu Min grew bored of her words. Companions, my foot. Angels are all selfish, they don't care about others' problems. Whether you live or die, they won't give it a second thought. She didn't believe it, stammering, babbling nonsense. He stepped closer to her and then raised the knife. Enough already, let me see you off properly. Brielle the angel just stood up. She quickly stepped back, waving her hand. Wait a moment, you won't gain anything from this. He replied, yes I will, but anyway you can't know that. She threatened, if you kill me you'll regret it, you won't be able to return. Ryu Min, as if knowing everything, said calmly, this system will automatically return me after finishing everything. She was shocked and helpless. How could you know this? Brielle the angel made a request, right? I will give you any information you want, just give me a chance. He bluntly refused, no need. Ryu Min added, if I needed information I would have tortured you until I extracted everything I wanted. In this game environment you have to be loyal to your own kind. Besides, the truth is you are just a pawn playing the role of a guide. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Pawn. Brielle the angel raised her hand. She was astonished since when. Ryu Min lunged decisively and stabbed her. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. He glanced at Brielle the angel lying cold on the ground. She was completely gone. The system's machinery sound rang out. You have defeated an angel. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title of the first to kill an angel. The system voice sounded again. You have been rewarded the blood angel and the first angel kill. A glass vial and a gem appeared in Ryu Min's hand. Indeed, this time I am the first. The system announced you have been awarded the rune of slaughter for the first angel kill. The item in his hand glowed, a golden light enveloping his entire body. That mechanical voice rang out again. The newly acquired rune was automatically imprinted onto the player's body. The system panel displayed the current rewards granted to the player who killed the first angel, the title First Angel Killer. The condition to obtain it is to be the first to kill an angel. Its effect: when fighting divine creatures, all stats double. First time I knew about this reward was when I took revenge on an angel the 13th time, probably because this reward is limited to only one player. The Rune of Slaughter effect: each time a target is killed, all stats increase by 1% up to a maximum of 100%. It lasts until the related game round ends. Each reward can be compared to a unique item. Ryu Min smiled as he looked at the system panel before him, silently thinking that if the angels found out he had obtained a rune, they would be very surprised. His eyes glowed red, and with that, he raised the glass vial in his hand, his mind full of calculations. The main reason why I killed the angel. Its use is shown in the system table. Blood Angel type, unique consumable item effect, can change your profession to Death God, usage limited to level 10 and above. Explanation: item rewarded to the player who first kills the angel. Only the player who first kills the angel has the right to change their profession to the angel's nemesis, the Death God. Each badge appears starting from level 10. All players can possess a profession. There are a total of 30 different professions, and changing professions is also very easy. The bright blue shield lies on the ground, emitting a source of spiritual energy. You need to obtain an item that changes profession. Usually this item is acquired through hunting or completing some simple conditions. The glass vial shines along with the glowing red profession above, but there are exceptions. That is when changing to a special profession which is only given to players under special circumstances. The red profession stands above all other professions. And of course, those who have this special profession are on a completely different level compared to normal professions. Added stats, runes, leveling, skill system, and many other aspects, everything is so good it's almost perfect. Ryu Min opened his inventory in the system. He thought to himself and said out loud that he hadn't even completed the first round before already returning. He thought further, then decided to use the rewards earned by ranking first in all areas. The system displayed the selectable rewards. You can choose one of the rewards below. Please tap the reward you want. 1. Triple experience effect lasting for round 2. 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round 2. Ryu Min set a goal and thought to himself, the important thing now is to quickly reach level 10 and change his class. He raised his hand to select a reward. The system immediately notified, you have chosen the triple experience effect. Round 2 has started and the effect has been automatically applied. Ryu Min glanced toward where Angel Brielle lay and pondered. This is the last time, so I have no other choice. I must get stronger at any cost. He approached her. The notification board appeared. Round 1 has ended. Across all areas, the number of survivors is 900,514,645. The current area ESX45-5 has 5,143 survivors. Souls will be transferred into bodies in the current dimensional space. February 1st, round 2 is starting. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Yangmin shouted angrily. He looked at the tall buildings in front of him, then suddenly paused. This is the sound of the New Year's bell. Yangmin frowned in confusion. He wondered what was happening here. He wondered if everyone else had collapsed like he did. People started to wake up, whispering spread quickly. Did I just faint? I just had an incredibly vivid dream. My head hurts as if it might split open. His mind was filled with confusion. His earlier dream had been very strange. Yangmin picked up his phone, suspicion stirring inside him. It was 5:20. Was time here passing just as it did in his dream? One by one, people across the city woke up, groaning, "Oh, my head, my limbs ache all over." He looked at the brown-haired guy and asked, "Have you guys woken up yet?" The guy replied, questioning back, "Yangmin, did I just faint?" Yangmin answered, "Yeah, it's not just you, everyone here did." The brown-haired guy was surprised. "Did we just sleep through a moment?" The annoying one said, "What's going on? I was about to say I just had a really weird dream." The other said, "Yeah, me too. Yangmin, did you dream too?" He responded, "I did, but..." Yangmin glanced at everyone, then said, "I don't think so." Everyone clutched their heads in pounding pain, wondering, have we returned from that hell? I'm alive, am I really alive? But surely it was a devil already. His voice dropped, it was just a dream. Everyone spoke confusedly, so all those things were real, the devils and the rune of slaughter, all of it? The brown-haired guy suddenly asked, "So are we going to be transported back there again early next month?" The annoying guy growled, "Damn it." Looking at the guy across who hadn't woken up yet, Yangmin was puzzled. "Hey, why hasn't this guy woken up?" The prick with the messy hair also wondered aloud. "Hey Kim Taesik, wake up." That guy reached out and touched the one lying silently there. "Hey, wake up, look." As Taesik was turned over, his face had already turned pale. The brown-haired guy panicked and put his hand on his nose. No way. The hand of that guy began trembling more and more. The brown-haired guy was frantic. "Damn it, he's not breathing anymore, and I can't even feel his pulse." Yangmin was stunned, Taesik was dead. The brown-haired guy went pale. No way could it be that he died because he couldn't survive the game. The prick with messy hair looked equally pale. No way that's possible. He looked at those still lying motionless, so everyone who didn't wake up here. Yangmin glanced at the chaotic scene before him and wondered if they were all nothing but corpses. The prick with messy hair forced himself to stand up and spoke incredulously, "It's unbelievable, only half survived. Is the next round going to be like this as well?" Yangmin's face was filled with gloom, his hands trembling as he thought to himself, "This is truly insane." Witnessing this string of events, Yangmin began to think frantically. Doesn't this mean that even if they were all born at the starting line, everyone must live equally? His eyes were wild as he broke into a delighted smile. Now there was no need to cry out that life was so unfair anymore. Then he turned to his comrades and spoke in a reassuring tone. "Calm down, you bastards, all we need to do now is survive, so why get all twisted up?" His two brothers were so frightened that their entire worldview shattered, leaving them no mind to consider his words. One of them sat on the ground, clutching his head and trembling uncontrollably. It was so unfair to have to die without even a chance to try. He nonchalantly replied as if nothing had happened. "It's not just us, everyone else has been caught up in this situation too. What's there to complain about regarding such injustice?" Hearing this, the two were deeply shocked and cursed him silently, calling him a crazy bastard. The one with the short hair sighed and frowned, saying, "Damn it, you've simply lived your whole life like a thug until now. So naturally you won't feel like you've lost anything even if you die here." Yangmin ignored his words and glanced around. "I'm different, I still have many things I want to do." Seeing this, he asked, "Are you looking for something?" He casually answered, "I can't see that bastard anywhere." Upon hearing this, the one with the short hair asked again, "Who, the guy running errands for you?" Yangmin silently wondered why he couldn't see his brother's figure. Where was that despicable bastard? He was pretty sure he saw him in that direction before losing consciousness. Could it be that he didn't even make it past the first round and died somewhere in some corner? Thinking so, he curled his lips into a smirk, confidently assuming, surely that's how it is. How could a weak little guy like him possibly survive? Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something. He glanced at a man who was wearing a set of armor from who knows where. He wondered what's wrong with that guy and where on earth did he get that armor and equipment? Then he considered an impossible possibility. He tensed up and hesitated for a moment, then called out in his mind, "Status window." Immediately, a transparent system window displaying status information appeared before him. He was utterly shocked. A real status window had appeared. His comrades, hearing this, spoke up. A status bar, the man in the fur-collared jacket said. No way such things could really happen. Then, stunned by the sudden appearance of the status window, he froze. It really is real. Yangmin, unable to see his comrade's status windows, asked suspiciously, "What the hell, why are you staring into empty space?" The other replied, "Aren't you doing the same? Maybe it only appears for each individual." Everyone present suddenly saw their own status windows and were extremely surprised, continuously exclaiming, "Isn't this something that can be used in reality too? Damn, so we can also use stats and items now." Yangmin now picked up a stone from the ground. Without many words, he directly crushed the stone with force. He silently watched the fine dust in the palm of his hand, then happily broke into a smile. "This is absolutely perfect." The news reported on the recent events. Today at dawn, something truly unbelievable happened. The female news editor with short hair seriously narrated everything. At the square right in front of the New Year bell area in Du, just before the New Year, over 10,000 residents suddenly lost consciousness. I will now take you to the scene of the incident. The footage switched to the moment Brielle the angel appeared. An unidentified woman dressed as an angel appeared before the New Year bell. She then spoke to the people below. The scene on the screen suddenly became chaotic. Shortly after, a mysterious explosion occurred after a citizen pointed at the woman and said something. The person who spoke was immediately killed. The female news editor continued, then the woman spread her arms wide toward the people. Those on screen kept collapsing, causing over 10,000 people to suddenly lose consciousness. Switching to another news report video, according to the police report, most of the citizens who fell were aged between 15 and 29. The serious reporter in the video stated that we have confirmed this phenomenon has not only occurred in the country but is happening on a global scale. Netizens immediately erupted into chaos, continuously commenting, "What the hell, are the reporters all crazy or what? Why would they suddenly broadcast such nonsense early in the morning?" Many people refused to believe this was true and pushed back. Is today April Fool's Day or what? More than 1.8 billion souls have been kidnapped. It's truly unbelievable how much the scale of fake news has grown. Some even criticized the reporters, saying the reporters are cooperating too well. Yet there were also people who agreed, leaving comments saying, the reporters must have nothing to do during the new year to create such fake news. The video already looks suspicious. Over in the comments, people are fighting. Some don't believe it, and while they were writing, they suddenly collapsed and died. Ryu Min calmly scrolls through social media. It has already started, huh? He thought silently, and this is only the beginning. The news continues to report on the incident that happened around 5:20 a.m. today. About half of the unconscious have regained consciousness, while the other half remain in a vegetative state at the site of the phenomenon. All of them have been diagnosed as clinically dead. Famous person A was found deceased in the square area. This is the first time that more than 11% of the population has died during the crisis. Deaths are continuously being discovered while news of fatalities keeps increasing. He remained completely indifferent. The real issue lay in another aspect. Then he looked at the screen showing the news broadcast ahead. All survivors are now referred to as players, and the reasons behind this incident are still under investigation by authorities. His thoughts mingled with the anchor's voice. The problem is that the abilities players have acquired have been brought into the real world. He continued thinking, no player so far has achieved truly high stats, so for now it hasn't had a significant impact. His expression was extremely cold, but as players' levels rise, they will gradually ascend to become powerful entities. A figure like a black scythe knight appeared clad in mighty iron armor with a fierce aura of energy flickering around. No matter what modern weapons were used or even if an entire army was sent, these players could not be suppressed. They themselves would become weapons that could not be controlled. He lifted his foot to step forward, but I had no intention of just watching the world plunge into a series of chaotic events. The coat hood pulled over his head gave him a very mysterious aura. If I let things remain as they were, the world would probably perish before even reaching the 20th round. There was only one solution. Then his gaze sharpened. I needed to control all the players and with absolute certainty think with a power above all else. As he thought, he recalled the times he had undergone regression himself. Of course, I would have to use methods different from previous regressions. A system notification appeared before him. To open the door and enter the boss room, you need at least 5 players. His complexion, hidden in shadows, gradually grew somber. I already had a few potential candidates in mind, and I also had several ways to recruit them. Then he immediately ended his thoughts on that matter and continued walking. But now was not the time to act hastily, there were more important tasks to attend to. By this time he had traveled from the square back to the front door of his house. He gently opened the door and slowly stepped inside, his gaze fixed on something. It turned out to be a cup of noodles left behind by someone who had eaten it. That brat, he was eating instant cup noodles for dinner again. At that moment he slowly opened the bedroom door. He saw a young man who looked almost like a younger version of himself, sleeping soundly. Seeing him sleep so peacefully, he couldn't help but smile gently. He could still sleep soundly even though his older brother hadn't come home yet. It turned out the young man who was sleeping was named Ryu-1 and was his younger brother. This person is my younger brother, and next year he will be a third-year high school student. He began to talk about his family. My family was nothing special. On the wall hung a photo frame of a family of 4 smiling joyfully and happily. However, my parents passed away in a traffic accident. Just like that, many things changed overnight. Under the table was a photo frame of 2 close brothers playing together. One of the most notable changes was that I became the sole guardian of Ryu-1. My younger brother's body showed many wounds that looked very serious. He slowly reached out and reapplied the personal tape on his brother. His eyes were very complex as he gazed for a long time. Suddenly, the whole room lit up, waking the deeply sleeping person and causing him to blink several times. After turning on the light, he sat beside the mattress and said to his younger brother, "It's time to get up." Seeing his older brother, Ryu-1 immediately spoke, "Brother." He reminded him, "It's morning." Hearing that, Ryu-1 looked at his phone and replied, "It's only 6 a.m., brother." Not letting his younger brother continue to drowse any longer, he pulled back the blanket, startling him awake. He was tidying up the blankets while saying, "We no longer have time to continue sleeping." His younger brother, hearing this, asked skeptically, "Why, what's wrong?" He simply replied, "I'll explain later, so change your clothes first, then we'll set off." Ryu-1 was still sleepy from being woken up too early, yawning repeatedly. "Where are we going? If you're going to say to watch the sunrise, I'd rather just sleep in." At this moment, he seriously reminded him, "Listen to your older brother." He said calmly, "Now is not the time to relax or doze off." Holding the clothes, he spoke frankly to his younger brother, "The world has fallen into chaos." Ryu-1, surprised, asked, "Didn't you say we were going to watch the New Year's celebration? What happened?" He didn't answer his brother's question but directly left. "Just come with me first, I'll explain on the way." The two left the house and quickly walked along the deserted street. Ryu-1 glanced at his older brother with some tension and suspicion. He thought silently that whatever made him so serious, he wondered what had happened. Seeing his younger brother's gaze, he finally spoke. "Ryu-1, you don't know the global situation right now, do you?" He heard his older brother ask that and felt a bit panicked, quickly asking back, "Why would you say that? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep?" Hearing his brother ask that, he calmly reminded him to check the top search results. Ryu-1, full of curiosity, immediately picked up his phone to take a look. He scrolled through with disbelief and exclaimed, "What does this mean? Did an angel suddenly appear and kidnap people to another world?" He gently clarified the doubt, saying more precisely that their souls had been taken away. Hearing his brother say that, Ryu-1 asked in panic, "No way, even you?" He calmly confirmed, "That's right." Then he continued to explain that only after he hunted down 100 monsters called goblins could he survive and return. Hearing his brother say this, Ryu-1 worriedly asked, "What? Is that true? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ryu-Min calmly reassured him not to worry about him. Ryu-1's face was filled with worry as he loudly exclaimed, "How could I not be concerned?" The scene shifted to the memory of when their parents passed away, so this is family. Only he and his older brother attended the funeral of the two of them. "You are the only one I have left." Ryu-1, tears streaming down his face, looked up at his older brother. "Of course I know." His brother's figure was incredibly lonely yet steadfast and trustworthy enough to fill the void their parents had left. Just like now, his silhouette is still as reliable and as lonely as ever. He needs to have an incredibly strong mindset for himself. No matter what he thinks, Ryu-1 feels deeply worried about his older brother. But having a strong mindset and killing 100 monsters are two completely different things, and the heartbreak of watching his brother surely must reveal a weakness. At that moment, Ryu-Min broke into a smile tinged with helplessness and said, "He knows what she is thinking about." Finishing his words, he turned to look at his younger brother and carefully explained, "There is a system there called stats, just like in a game, so his physical skills aren't really that important." Then he added, "So you don't need to worry. Hearing this, Ryu-1 still hesitated a little. If that's the case then. But he patiently continued, if you see me in the future you probably won't think like this anymore. Hearing his brother say that, Ryu-1 asked confusedly, what do you mean? He didn't answer her question right away but smiled and said, if you want to know, just follow me first. At this point, wanting to clearly understand everything, Ryu-1 stubbornly refused to compromise. I don't want to. Until he tells me where we're going, I won't take another step. Hearing this, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Perhaps because he was too worried about his older brother, Ryu-1's gaze was firm as he said, so please tell me. Looking at the wound on the back of Ryu-1's hand, he immediately fell into contemplation. Then finally he spoke, Bang Tiju. Ryu-1 was surprised to hear that. He calmly and slowly said to his younger brother, we will go to the stronghold of Bang Tiju, the place of the thug who bullies you. After saying that, he pretended not to know and asked, is Bang Tiju threatening you? Ryu-1 was startled by his brother's question and stammered in reply. Brother, how could you know? Ryu-1 asked in a low voice, you already know everything. Hearing his younger brother ask, he calmly answered, why would you think I don't know? Not expecting his older brother to have known all along, Ryu-1 pressed his lips and thought silently, but I don't want him to see it. His face was extremely troubled, he must have had a difficult time. Seeing his younger brother seemed uncomfortable, Ryu-Min felt even heavier-hearted. Ryu-1, I'm sorry. He carried much worry inside, honestly he hadn't known. I only learned the truth a few hours after returning from round 1. When the light shone through the window frame in the small room of the two brothers, Ryu-1 had already woken and said to his still sleeping brother, Brother, I'm going out for a bit. He seemed deeply haunted by that day where my sibling went on that day. At that moment he was suddenly woken by a call, it's good. Ryu-Min, eyes half open, said hello. As soon as he answered the phone, the voice on the other end spoke, hello, is this the guardian number of student Ryu-1? The voice on the other end was a little urgent, you need to come to the hospital immediately. After just one sentence, he immediately hurriedly put on his coat and rushed to the hospital. The outcome of that dark day was that she had gone blind after Bang Tiju beat her. Ryu-1's body was covered in wounds and painfully sat leaning against the wall because of his own stupidity and weakness. He both blamed himself and tightly clutched his own hand. He couldn't protect his sister, he was deeply regretful and continuously apologized inwardly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. When Ryu-Min ended the painful memory, he now stood before his younger brother and resolved that no one would bully him anymore, no one. The scene switched to another place that looked shabby. An unknown foot suddenly appeared and kicked a man in the chest, causing him to cry out in pain. The blonde guy who seemed to be the boss there shouted loudly, do you want to die? He pointed at 3 men who were painfully on the opposite side. Didn't I say each of you must bring 200,000 won here? Not hearing the answer he wanted, he continued yelling, no response, you dare ignore me. Without finishing, his face looked fierce and merciless as he repeatedly stomped on his subordinate with his foot. The 3 men over here had been standing to the side watching and then enjoying the conversation by speaking and chiming in, that's just Bang Tiju. Yeah, he's ruthless even with his subordinates. The mushroom-headed guy said fearfully and boredly, even seniors from other schools don't want to get involved with him. Hearing that, the spike-headed guy added, no matter what happens, I don't want to go against him. After dealing with my subordinates, he was finally annoyed, constantly cursing, crazy, I plan to buy a car today, but these useless guys are ruining my business. His eyes glaring as he asked the 3, hey, do you guys know where to make some money? The head dummy was surprised and hesitated a little. Where to make money? Tiju replied, yeah, think quickly. His subordinates tensed under his urging to think hard. Finally, the dummy came up with an idea. He was tense but tried to remain calm, smiling. There's a guy, the one who runs errands for you, Tiju. He carefully described the tall, short-haired guy. Why don't you call him? He smiled sinisterly upon hearing that. Ryu-1, huh? I was about to call him today, his eyes turning fierce as he continued, I plan to beat him up to celebrate the new year. The 2 subordinates looked at each other and eagerly joined Tiju. Then we can take some money from him. Yeah, sounds good. Suddenly he spoke up, hey, that guy actually doesn't have a home. Tiju's unexpected remark puzzled his subordinates. What? He continued contemptuously, he can't bring out any money even if I kill him. What does he have at home? This made the 3 guys look stunned, really. Tiju went on, and that guy has no family anymore. As he spoke, he glanced at his comrades. He lives with his older brother. Suddenly, his face froze and he stopped speaking, leaving the leader puzzled. What's wrong? Tiju, also known as the other name, looked in the direction of his gaze suspiciously. What is going on? At that moment, two familiar figures appeared from outside. Tiju clearly saw who had arrived and sneered contemptuously. Isn't that Ryu-1? Why should I be scared? His sinister face slowly approached, and speaking as if cursing the devil with harsh words about Ryu-1, "No, you're no devil, you're just a bastard." Then he suddenly shouted Ryu-1's name loudly, cursing, "You bastard." Ryu-1 was extremely frightened of him and could only tremble in response. "What's wrong?" His hand unconsciously clutched Ryu-Min's shirt. Only now did he realize the somewhat unwelcoming presence of Ryu-Min. "What? Who is that guy? His face irritates me so much." He was completely rude and arrogantly asked, "Hey, who's that dog by your side? Did you bring some errand boy because you're lonely?" Hearing this, Ryu-1 hesitated a bit. Without waiting for his younger brother to introduce him, he directly laughed provocatively and said, "I'm Ryu-1's older brother." He doubted and asked again, "Brother?" Not only that, he threatened Ryu-1 fearlessly. "Look at this guy here. Haven't I told you to keep your mouth shut? And now you disobey me?" He laughed coldly and confidently said, "Today you're definitely going to die, and so is your older brother." Then he glanced at his subordinates and gave a signal. The subordinate at the front scratched his head, rolled up his sleeves, and spoke like a gangster. "The sun rises in the west now, and even a runner dares to go against Tiju." The subordinate leading the way looked smug and asked, "Hey Ryu-1, is your brother good at fighting?" He raised his hand back and forth as if mocking his height and twisted his mouth into a crooked smile. "Are you trying to escape, bastard?" Without many words, he directly swung a punch straight at his face. He took the punch and immediately fell rolling onto the ground, which even scared the subordinates behind him to freeze. He learned nothing from his predecessor and angrily threw a punch straight at him. "You damn bastard." The punch was so fast, but he easily dodged it. Immediately after, he delivered a knockout punch to the second guy. This punch directly sent him flying far away. The remaining men all charged at once. He then threw two extremely fast punches into their faces. "You dog, you dare." Witnessing his subordinates being handled so easily, Tiju's whole body trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth and smiled cruelly, but inwardly he cursed harshly. He arrogantly presumed that he was right and speculated, "Looks like he learned boxing somewhere and he's extremely confident about his fighting skills, but you think you can fight me with just those few techniques?" He was a head taller than him, looking down slyly, "But haven't you learned that physical fitness is very important in boxing?" He didn't pay attention to what he said but retorted, "Haven't you seen the news?" He frowned in confusion at him. "What news?" Tiju asked, knowing full well that he hadn't seen the news, and sighed in disappointment. He was provoked to outright anger by this and swung a punch straight at him. "What news, bastard?" He calmly dodged his punch as usual. Several times in a row, he used all his strength to attack, but he still dodged easily as if turning his hand inside out. After a while throwing punches into the air until Tiju was breathing heavily from exhaustion, he finally noticed something was wrong, something was off. Why? His face twisted wildly in madness. Why couldn't he hit him? Only then did he slowly gather power into his fist and slowly speak. "If you had seen the news, then you would never dare to fight a player like me." He punched him once in the face. Ryu-Min's face went black as he raised his fist forcefully towards Bang Tiju. He took a very painful blow and collapsed motionless. Only after a few seconds did he recover enough to react. Bang Tiju angrily raised his fist and lunged forward. "You bastard." But there was no one in front of him, not a single figure in sight. "Where did you run off to?" He turned around in panic. "Impossible." Bang Tiju was punched again in the face. He held his face angrily and yelled, You dare hit me." He froze, seeing one of his teeth fall out. Bang Tiju yelled loudly, filled with extreme anger and resentment, "I will kill you." He mustered all his strength and threw a punch toward Ryu-Min. "Die." But Ryu-Min easily dodged and countered. Ryu-Min launched a series of punches to the man's face, making him stagger and struggle to stand. The people sitting farther away witnessing this were sweating nervously. His face swelling into a gruesome lump, he kept aiming his punches at his own face. Bang Tiju panted, turned around and stared intently at Ryu-Min, thinking, "That bastard, if I land just one hit." He charged forward with fierce determination, aiming for just one punch. Before he could finish, Ryu-Min raised his leg to block the clenched fist. "Please." Just as expected, the blonde man was hit by the counterattack. This time it was far from gentle. He was thrown far away and slammed hard against the wall. Bang Tiju struggled to defend himself and sat up. Ryu-Min looked at him darkly. Bang Taeju glared in pain, you bastard. Ryu Min recalled himself covered in wounds and bruises, hiding in a dark room. No matter how many times he was resurrected, he could never forget that feeling. He slowly approached him so as not to repeat that hell. Bang Taeju struggled to stand up, his face dark with fear. Don't come any closer. He held his neck and stepped back, stopping. Ryu Min sat down in front of Bang Taeju, holding his hand and smiling. He shut his eyes tightly, full of doubt. He glared at him fiercely and darkly. That's why you shouldn't ever lay a hand on my little brother. Bang Taeju was momentarily stunned. Seconds later he screamed in pain, clutching the hand that held his. Bang Taeju screamed pitifully, and Ryu Min continued to hold that hand. He was terrified. No, it hurt too much. Bang Taeju's screams grew louder and more miserable. The more he screamed, the more pathetic it sounded. The companions following saw this scene and fled in fear immediately. Ryu Won stood far away, hearing the shouting, turned his head and didn't dare to look. Ryu Min glared threateningly and warned, Bang Taeju, if you dare touch my sister again, do you know what will happen? Yes, Bang Taeju trembled, kneeling on the ground. Yes, I know, I won't do it anymore. He turned his face back to a friendly smile. That's right, but Ryu Min's actions contradicted that angelic face. He then broke the other hand. I'll teach you a proper lesson just in case you repeat it again, he yelled, begging and pleading. No, please don't. In the abandoned factory, the sound of breaking bones echoed alongside anguished screams. Ryu Won followed behind Ryu Min, calling him back brother. He was kind and gentle. How could he do that? Since when did he learn martial arts? Ryu Min smiled and told him, haven't you noticed? Players can also use skills in real life. Ryu Won was puzzled how. He used his power. A golden light radiated from Ryu Min's hand. Boom, a small knife appeared. Ryu Won was amazed. He excitedly shouted loudly. A knife appeared out of thin air. Ryu Min showed off to his younger brother. Cool, right? You can also summon weapons like this after receiving them. Ryu Won asked curiously, so earlier when you moved extremely fast, was it like that too? That guy couldn't land a single punch on you. Ryu Min answered, yes, my agility stat is 11. Ryu Won was still vague and asked, do you mean the stat in the game? Ryu Min explained clearly, yep, an ordinary person has 3 points, a gymnast can go up to 10 points in agility. Ryu Won had countless questions, wondering what would happen if he leveled up. Ryu Min was at a loss, not knowing how he would know that. He wasn't at that level yet. He thought to himself in a low voice that he had to lie. Ryu Min recalled the past, remembering his younger brother being locked in a dark room. He didn't intend to reveal he was a regression player when he did so on his 11th regression. Ryu Won was kidnapped by another player. He thought quietly, even though he had avenged himself, he didn't want his brother to be humiliated like that because of him. Ryu Min turned around to look at Ryu Won, silently determined that he had to prepare to protect him in the upcoming battles. He must, then suddenly his brother's stomach growled. Ryu Won felt a bit embarrassed and Ryu Min thoughtfully invited him to eat. Want to eat? You're hungry, right? He agreed immediately, saying yes. The scene shifted to in front of a convenience store. Inside, the two brothers invited each other to eat. Ryu Won called out to him, where are you going? The instant noodles are here. Ryu Min vaguely said he was going to the ATM. Yeah, wait for me a moment. He inserted his card into the machine. Ryu Min looked at the screen that displayed the amount of money he had saved up until now. The ATM screen displayed an account balance of 133,202 won. Ryu Min took out the withdrawn money to show his younger brother. Ryu Won stared at the amount in astonishment. You withdrew that much? Ryu Min held the money and said, I need to buy a few things. He pointed to the instant noodles and sausage stall. From now on, we'll eat this, okay? Ryu Won asked again, why these things? He looked at the prices of the items on the counter and started sweating a bit. Bro, everything here is at least 5,000 won. Ryu Min didn't care. It's okay, you can have whatever you want. He smiled and turned to look. It's New Year and you plan to eat only ramen. Ryu Won hesitated, not wanting to spend the money. I know, but eating like this costs a lot, bro. Ryu Min urged his younger brother. It's fine, just pick quickly. Ryu Won happily chose a dish. Then let's eat this spicy beef dip, bro. He excitedly looked with sparkling eyes, craving it. I want to eat that too, it looks so delicious. Ryu Min pointed, sometimes we'll go to a restaurant to eat like Hanwoo beef. Ryu Won felt it was enough, not wanting to waste money. No need for that, bro, this is already too much for me. Ryu Min gently looked at his younger brother and thought, Wait just a few more days, I'll make you eat so much meat you'll get sick of it. Hot steam rose from the meat box. Ryu-1 put a spoonful of rice and a piece of meat into his mouth. His eyes sparkled in amazement as he clasped his mouth, enchanted by the sensation. This is so delicious. Ryu-Min beside him happily looked at his brother. Really? Eat more. Ryu-1 looked at him questioningly. Bro, thank you so much. Where are you going? Ryu-Min stood up. Wait for me a moment. He left and Ryu-1 watched him go. Suddenly, Ryu-Min turned back, bringing a black pen and slammed it hard on the table. Ryu-1 was dumbfounded as he looked at the pile of lottery tickets on the table, speechless. Wait a minute, you withdrew all your money just to... Are you planning to play the lottery with all of it? Ryu-Min confidently replied, exactly. Ryu-1 next to him grew anxious. Wait, how many tickets did you buy? But Ryu-Min remained calm and cheerful as he looked at his stack of lottery tickets. 20 tickets. Ryu-1 panicked and shouted, What? Why spend 100,000 on lottery tickets? You don't even know what you might get. Ryu-Min put on a mysterious look. Just wait and see. Ryu-1 broke out in a sweat looking at his brother. What are you doing? He looked at the pile of tickets in even greater alarm. Why do you keep choosing the same numbers again and again? Ryu-Min, why? Ryu-Min confidently and surely looked at his younger brother. These are the winning numbers. The two of them went back home and turned on their phones to listen as the winning numbers were announced. Lottery draw number 1049 is about to begin today. Ryu-1 turned pale and sweat dripped down his face. We're done for, we've wasted 100,000. The program began the draw, the call to start rolling out. The more he grew disappointed and regretted the money wasted. We could have bought better food with that much money. Ryu-Min didn't care and reminded him, could you stop biting your nails? The sound of lotto numbers being drawn rang continuously. The first lucky number is 3 and the second lucky number is 18. Ryu-1 froze. He suddenly heard the program announcing that the third lucky number was 9, the fourth lucky number was 38 and the fifth lucky number was 21. At the end, the winning number sequence appeared on the phone screen, matching the lottery ticket number below. We will announce the numbers of the 1049th lottery once more. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21 with the additional number being 5. Ryu-1 screamed in surprise, this is crazy, we've won the first prize. He was moved, his eyes sparkling brightly as he looked at his older brother. Hey, pinch my cheek, go on, do it yourself. Ryu-1 couldn't believe it and asked again to be sure. This isn't a dream, right, brother? Ryu-Min smiled teasingly, do you prefer it to be a dream? Ryu-1 shook his head, no, not at all. Ryu-Min laughed happily and said, don't worry, it's not a dream. Ryu-1 asked once more, it's not a dream, right? Ryu-Min affirmed firmly, I'm telling you it's not. Ryu-1 held the lottery ticket in his hand, cheering joyfully. We won the lottery. Ryu-Min made a shushing gesture and lowered his voice. The neighbors might hear. Ryu-1 paused. He smiled at his younger brother. Do you like it that much? Ryu-1 nodded affirmatively. Of course, aren't you happy too? Ryu-Min nodded. Of course I am. He recalled to himself, thinking that he had been just the same the first time and even shouted out loud. In Ryu-Min's memory, both brothers were shocked and smiling brightly. We won the lottery, this isn't a dream. But after repeating it many times, it became normal. He needed to quickly earn money after each time he reset. But the joy did not last long because over 900 million people had died and the economy had become depressed. The times changed with mounting difficulties, items exchanged between players, things that would become valuable in the future, all had to be bought with money. Ryu-1 looked at his older brother's lottery tickets. He never expected to win and didn't know how much the prize was worth. Ryu-Min rested his chin on his hand and said, who knows? He estimated that winning this amount could be enough to shake the world. The scene shifted to a bright, clear sunny day in front of the Nanhyok Bank. Ryu-Min slowly walked inside. He no longer had any worries after winning the lottery countless times. He went to the counter and called a staff member over, saying, I'm here to cash in a winning ticket. The clerk smiled and congratulated him. Yes sir, congratulations. He looked at Ryu-Min and thought silently, he won the lottery, looks like a student. He began the procedure, can you tell me where you bought the ticket? He replied, the QS24 store Yeonwi branch. The clerk was startled, what? He fell silent, thinking to himself, the QS24 Yeonwi branch is. He recalled some words his colleagues said, did you hear? This time there are 115 winning tickets, what 115 that many? Another colleague added, crazy right? But the craziest thing is that hundreds of those tickets all belong to one place. The clerk marveled and said, "Don't tell me one person bought all those tickets." He remembered his colleague's advice, forget it. If anyone says they bought tickets from the Yeonwi branch, call the president immediately, that's a VIP customer. Snapping back to reality, he was a little absent-minded. Ryu Min spoke up, apologizing. The staff member nervously said, "I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment?" Ryu Min replied, "Sure." After some time passed, an older gentleman appeared and thanked him for waiting. He greeted him with a handshake and introduced himself. "I am Kwon Jun-ho, chairman of Non-Hyop Bank." Ryu Min also introduced himself, shaking hands. "I am Ryu Min." Kwon Jun-ho congratulated him. "So you are the lottery winner, congratulations." Ryu Min smiled and replied, "Thank you." He smiled, implying he wanted to chat. "How about we go somewhere quieter? Please follow me." Kwon Jun-ho led him to the lottery sales business office. The two entered, and an employee stood to greet them. "Welcome, sir." She looked up curiously, wondering who was beside the chairman, his son perhaps. Kwon Jun-ho pointed and introduced, "He is a VIP guest here to claim a prize. Please ensure he is as comfortable as possible." The blonde, ponytailed woman stared at Ryu Min in amazement. "So he's the one who won 100 tickets?" The man then said, "Feel free to look around." He smiled and responded, "Yes, thank you, sir." She tried to calm herself, telling herself to stay composed. She smiled and got to work. "Welcome, sir. Please have a seat here." The blonde ponytail looked down with concern and asked, "Would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, fruit juice." Ryu Min just wanted to quickly receive the prize and leave. "I'm fine. What matters most is receiving the prize." She sat down and asked, "I see. Well, first I want to verify the winning tickets, sir." Ryu Min pulled out a stack of winning tickets. "Here." The blonde, ponytailed woman widened her eyes in astonishment as she looked at the pile of winning tickets, thinking she couldn't believe he had bought them all with the same number. Did he see the future or something? She finished checking and looked up, saying, "I have completed the verification, sir. All of them are first prize winning tickets." Ryu Min got straight to the point. "So how much will I receive?" She broke into a sweat. He listened emotionlessly to the amount he would get. "Yes, sir, the prize is about 22.5 billion won." Ryu Min sat thinking and calculating. After taxes, he would have about 15 billion left. Everything happened quickly after he received the prize. Once he got the money, he started executing his plan. The first thing was to find a new place to live. After buying the house, he would invest a portion of the money in stocks, and that night he opened a stock trading account. Bitcoin would increase by about 500% in the next month. If he planned to invest in stocks after increasing his funds thanks to Bitcoin, and today, the two brothers had already moved into the new house. Ryu Min asked Ryu Won, "How do you like the new house? Do you like it?" Ryu Won was delighted. "Of course, it's beautiful. I've never seen such a big and nice house before. I probably have to take a picture to remember it." Ryu Min still felt it was a bit lacking. He wanted it to be more spacious and grand. This was the best place we could move into immediately, and security was good too. Ryu Won turned to ask in puzzlement, "But why are you paying rent? With that much money, we should buy it outright." Ryu Min said the shocking sentence. He didn't have much money left while Ryu Won stood still. Ryu Min proudly said he had already invested over 14 billion won in Bitcoin. Ryu Won looked dazed, unable to process quickly, looking at him in disbelief. "What did you say?" The two showed contrasting expressions. Ryu Won's face went pale and frozen, while the stubborn Ryu Min calmly comforted his brother. "I know what you're about to say, but I haven't done anything reckless, okay?" Ryu Min put his arm around his younger brother confidently. "I can always make more money from the lottery. I've already seen the 4 numbers in a dream." Hearing this, Ryu Won's eyes sparkled brightly, thinking he had only heard rumors before about people dreaming the winning numbers. He grabbed his older brother, shaking him back and forth, reminding him, "Hey, you remember everything, right? Don't forget it, okay? Remember it." "I won't forget," Ryu Min said, dizzy from the shaking. "I'm feeling lightheaded here." He felt a bit annoyed, thinking there was no way he could forget after doing it countless times. Ryu Won got a little flustered. Sorry. Ryu Min turned towards the door and said, "Let's go have dinner, get ready to head out." Ryu Won asked curiously, "Where are we going out to eat, brother?" Ryu Min smiled brightly at his brother. "Haven't I told you, we're moving today?" The scene changed to a fist punching hard into a wall, shattering bricks and stones. A young man wearing a blue jacket looked very angry as he vented his rage on the nearby wall. Youngmin smiled slyly, thinking to himself that he was right to boost all his strength stats. He raised his fist and continued to strike. Moreover, Youngmin punched the wall repeatedly with a delighted expression. I even have runes that can double the power. I was lucky with a random rune already. He laughed loudly while looking at the dents, thinking that even Tyson would be jealous seeing this punch. Youngman's face darkened as he clenched his hands so tightly the veins stood out and trembled. Testing enough is done, why not try actual combat? Youngman banged on the door while shouting crazily, Ryu Min. He showed great anger when he couldn't hear any reply. That bastard probably isn't dead yet, but he didn't even pick up the phone. His face grew more and more ferocious, his eyes filled with red bloodshot veins. Just imagining that face and those eyes of his made him feel like erupting in flames, as if there were an eternal grudge involved. That arrogant devil, do you think I'll spare you? He swore that after you look at me like that, I will kill you. The thoughts in his head only made him angrier. The movements of his arm accelerated continuously. Although we are both players, a loser is still a loser. I have to teach you a lesson. But no matter how much he raged, the only response was a terrifying silence. Obviously, that bastard was hiding inside the house. Why won't he come out? Realizing this wasn't a good approach, Youngmin immediately changed tactics. Well then, a sinister smile spread across his face as he pressed his ear to the edge of the door, trying to listen to what was happening inside. Surely that bastard isn't home anymore. There's no choice, I'll go back. He seemed to be just waiting inside, ready to act immediately at the slightest sound. Try breathing once and I'll smash this door. And right at that moment, suddenly someone called out, Hey, student. Turning around, he saw some uncle standing there, apparently there for a while already. Judging by the uncle's expression, he seemed quite annoyed to be disturbed so early in the morning. What are you doing in front of someone else's house? Youngmin replied very rudely to the elder. Why do you care? Are you the owner or something? He's right, I am the homeowner. The direct answer made Youngmin jump and feel startled. Returning to the main point, so what are you doing here? Came to see a friend. The definition of friend made him pause a bit. The word friend immediately triggered an idea in his mind, and he wanted to use this to get information about Ryu Min. I'm a friend. Could you open the door for me? I lost contact with my friend. If you could open the door. The uncle cut in sharply, oh dear. Then calmly added, it looks like your friend has left you behind. He tried to explain that the room was now empty. The student who used to live there had moved elsewhere. Only at this moment, Youngmin was stunned, quickly asked again, what, since when, where did he go? The uncle himself was helpless. He just moved out today, I don't know where he went. As soon as he learned this information, his hand unconsciously curled tightly into a fist because the fire inside him kept rising. That bastard, he ran away without saying a word. Looking at the building outside, which was entirely covered in glass, Ryu-Won couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was so tall. It was his first time here. Everything seemed extremely unfamiliar. Since arriving, he hadn't been able to keep his mouth shut, especially with the revolving door at the entrance. Seeing Ryu Min being handed a room card by the receptionist was even more surprising. They even had access cards. Then they even had guards checking identities strictly. His identity had been verified and there was security as well. His eyes were full of delight toward this building. This place was really amazing. The elevator quickly opened and Ryu Min called to him, let's go. Yes. Entering the apartment he had rented, Ryu-Won felt even more overwhelmed. Just how big was this place? Ryu Min, on the other hand, seemed very casual, softly replying, about 330 square meters, a number that truly startled him. That was really spacious. Just the two of us, isn't that a bit too large? Ryu Min simply thought, we have plenty of money anyway, at least it should be this big. So how much is the contract money? Let me think a moment. The deposit is 500 million and the monthly rent is 22 million. The more he heard, the more dizzy Ryu-Won felt. 22 million in monthly rent. Just a few days ago he was worrying whether spending 5,000 at the convenience store was too wasteful. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, I think this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better if we moved to a cheaper house? He didn't know that for Ryu Min, price was not the issue. No, at the very least you have to spend this much. The more expensive, the higher the security level. The reason he had to rent an apartment with high security was because on the first day of every month, all the players would fall into a deep sleep. And this was the most vulnerable time for players, susceptible to disasters like fires or earthquakes, and dangers were always looming nearby, assassins hired by other players. Therefore, players had to prepare to enter the other world from the safest possible place. This was something Ryu Min understood better than anyone. No matter how skilled you were in that world, everything would end if you died in the real world. But nevertheless, he still respected Ryu Won's opinion very much and asked, "Don't you like this house?" Of course, he didn't mean it that way, he loved it, but he asked anyway. He replied, "Nothing, it's just good that you like it." For some reason, when he said that, Ryu Won's expression suddenly darkened. Suddenly she spoke politely, "I'm sorry." It turned out that he felt guilty for not being able to help him. Next month, he would be dragged into another world to fight again while she sat there enjoying everything as if nothing was wrong. "I'm useless, I'm sorry." If he kept worrying so much, he really deserved to be scolded. Ryu Min smiled encouragingly at him, trying to help him dispel that feeling. "Why do you look so down? Didn't you think you'd win the next round?" Well, to change the atmosphere, he proactively suggested not to think about it anymore and go eat something. "I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is really good." "All right." Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated in his hand because someone was calling, and Ryu Min immediately understood at a glance. He knew he had already moved away, so he ignored the call. "I don't intend to meet him in real life anymore either." Though he couldn't be completely sure himself, but who knows, maybe we'll meet in another world. Time passed quickly. A day after moving, Ryu Min, still sleepy-faced, slowly walked out to the living room, and before long saw Ryu Won standing there neatly dressed. Curiously, he asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Hearing his voice, Ryu Won looked up and greeted, "You're up already," then smiled and replied, "Yes, I ordered some tteokbokki, so I'm going to pick it up." Still a bit groggy from just waking up, he repeated tteokbokki, and only seconds later realized that this probably never happened before. Of course, going back to the past didn't guarantee everything would be the same, but it seemed this was the first time she went out to buy tteokbokki herself, right? This thought made him unable to hold back his curiosity and ask, "Why are you buying tteokbokki?" Ryu Won cheerfully explained, "We just moved to this house, so I want to bring some to the neighbors." "Isn't that polite?" "This idea of yours made Ryu Min praise you highly. Becoming a good neighbor isn't bad at all, that's a great idea, truly like my own brother." You proactively greeted Ryu Min and went ahead, "I'll go check on the neighbors so you just rest," but then you suddenly suggested we should go greet them together. "Let me change clothes first, wait a moment." The doorbell was gently pressed, signaling to the homeowner that someone had arrived. The homeowner heard the bell and immediately called out from inside, "Is someone there?" It was the Ryu brothers. Ryu Won smiled warmly and replied, "Hello, we just moved into the next room. We're here to introduce ourselves." The lady of the house politely responded, "Hello." At first glance, she immediately felt they looked very alike and asked, "Are you two brothers?" "Yes, ma'am." He carefully handed the lady a gift to introduce themselves, thoughtfully adding, "We've brought some rice cakes for you. They taste best when eaten warm." The elegant attitude of the two made her feel very comfortable. She gladly replied, "Oh my, thank you both, I will enjoy them very much." "Thank you, ma'am, see you later," they said. Then the two continued to visit other rooms. "We just moved into room 4302 today." Smiling continuously, "Here are some rice cakes." They modestly said, "Please kindly support us." The atmosphere among these strangers was not at all distant, on the contrary, it was very close. "Enjoy your meal," they said. "Say thank you, dear." "Thank you, brother." Before long, the two of them had reached the top floor. "I only have one more apartment left, let's finish this, don't get tired, greet the residents quickly, then go home to rest." Ryu Min introduced as he walked, "Did you know, this floor is a penthouse?" Hearing this, Ryu Won was even more amazed. They had bought the entire 44th and 45th floors. That means they're super rich, right? Ryu Min simply guessed that he didn't know the details, but it was probably someone wealthy or a celebrity. He rang the doorbell, but after waiting for a long time, no one answered. Maybe they weren't home. Ryu Min tried ringing again. Nothing changed, it seemed like they really weren't home. Yeah. The moment he turned to the right, his gaze froze in amazement. Noticing his expression, Ryu Won turned curiously to see who it was. Ryu Won quickly recognized the beautiful girl before them as the actress Seo Arin. Meeting her here was truly an unexpected honor. While Ryu Min still didn't know who she was, Ryu Won next to him kept exclaiming, "She's so beautiful, like an angel." Suddenly, a large arm blocked their view between them. Seo Arin's assistant stepped forward with a very serious expression and asked, "Who are you guys? Fans, maybe?" His somewhat unfriendly attitude surprised him briefly, but he quickly explained, We live on the lower floors. Seeing his confusion, Ryu one-handed back the rice cake plate toward him, saying, people who live downstairs. Now Seo Arin's assistant finally understood their meaning. I thought it could be anyone, but Ryu one smiled warmly and said, do you want to try some rice cakes? He replied with a cold refusal, no need, and besides, she doesn't usually eat those things. After speaking, he directly stepped forward and opened the door. He called Seo Arin inside, saying, come in. She responded, okay. But she still seemed reluctant to let go of the plate of rice cakes in his hand, her gaze lingering on it. Once the two of them had gone inside, Ryu Min spoke out irritably, I don't know who he is, but he's so rude. Anyway, don't pay attention to that bastard. Of course, because you're busy thinking about someone else, it's okay, what's more important is that. A moment later, his eyes shining brightly as he turned to say, did you see? She's really beautiful. Ryu Min remained expressionless, puzzled by his words. Why? Did it ruin Ryu One's enthusiasm? What did you mean by that? You just saw her too, but he patiently explained again who Seo Arin was, only for him to ask who Seo Arin was. Currently, the media is flooded with negative news about the entertainment world. Actor Gong Jisuk suffered cardiac arrest. Fans are weeping after this shocking announcement. Gong Seojin, Sim Hwaeun and others, the tragic deaths of these prominent actors have shaken the film industry. Korean actor Cha Il-woo has passed away forever, and surveys show that only 58% of stars are still alive. Due to actor Kwang Min-yu's panic disorder and anxiety disorder, filming for Urban Crime had to be suspended. Seo Arin couldn't help but let out a sigh when she read these lines. Her expression grew increasingly worried as she wondered how the world was functioning. Suddenly, a message came from Hong Seon. Have you heard the news yet? He messaged her to inform that Gung Seojin had passed away. They continued talking back and forth about it. Are you going to the funeral tomorrow? Of course, he took care of us so much. Then let's go together. The more she scrolled through her phone, the heavier her mood became. She couldn't believe someone more successful than herself died so early in their career. Thinking this, Seo Arin felt that she was extremely fortunate. If she hadn't obtained a good rune, her name would have been on the newspapers already. Everything until now had been too fast and too unexpected for her. She had grown a lot. She even thought there would be an article written about her. Truly unbelievable. That said, if it weren't for the company's sponsorship, could I have grown this much? This penthouse was also purchased for me by the company. Seo Arin was so caught up in those thoughts that she didn't notice when her assistant arrived. What are you thinking about? He suddenly spoke, making her startle slightly. No, it's nothing. Seeing her expression, he knew what she was thinking and tried to encourage her. It's okay, like I said, you can tell me everything, I won't mind. Arin exhaled deeply and continued, I'm just wondering why the world has ended up like this. How am I supposed to survive the next round? That's what I'm thinking about. But don't you still have me? Don't worry about the next round, I'm here. What is there to worry about? Arin's assistant sensed she was overly anxious. Trust me and get some rest. At that moment, the beautiful smile returned to her face. Of course, who else can I trust but you? Her assistant reflected inwardly. When the company assigned me to be her assistant and bodyguard, I was very wary because it felt like they just wanted someone to watch over her. This thought completely changed when the two of us fought together in the game. Without him, I would have died in the first round already. Arin's assistant kept repeating to himself, I will protect her at all costs, so please don't give up. That gave her much greater peace of mind. Thank you so much. Ignoring this gloomy atmosphere, she immediately changed the subject to mention that earlier they brought rice cakes for me, so they probably just moved here. They looked delicious too. He always had that cold expression. If you eat that, you'll gain weight again. Arin, being friendly, felt that they must have had a hard time coming to greet us. They must be really sad. Arin's assistant directly brushed it aside, telling her to ignore it, saying it was just a greeting, reminding her not to forget that they only want to take advantage of her. If she agrees, they will just keep bothering her. Even so, she still felt that they didn't seem like bad people. Recalling the appearance of the two people at that time, she guessed that our neighbors looked to be over 15 years old and they must have killed at least 100 goblins to survive, right? Probably. If that was true, it was truly fascinating how those who had gone through such dangerous situations could act as if nothing had happened. Arin's assistant, however, was not as dreamy as she was. He bluntly added that did she think killing 100 goblins was difficult for them? Only fools would lose. Arin understood why he said that in such a calm tone. It was because his skills from another world were extremely exceptional. Even so, when mentioning the word exceptional, Aaron couldn't help but remember Ryu Min. He wasn't as good as that person, Black Scythe. He even almost felt sorry for the goblins. A curiosity sparked within. Surely in real life he must have some kind of job. I wonder what he does. I might be able to survive the second round if I cooperate with someone's skill. Then I turned to worry about my own fate again. Last time I survived because of luck, but will I be able to survive next time? The vacuum cleaner's roar echoed through the house, breaking its silence. It was Tuesday, January 31st at 11 in the morning. Ryu-1 was cleaning the house and quickly turned toward the door when he heard it open. He immediately saw Ryu-Min come in. "You're home, you're back." As soon as he saw him, he anxiously asked, "Did you earn anything this time?" Ryu-Min calmly replied, "This time I didn't make that much, probably about 1.5 billion, last time it was 1.7 billion. And you still think that's too little? Are you joking? The bank hasn't said a word. This is the fourth time you've won about that." "I recall that at the bank, you amazed Kwon Junho, who exclaimed, 'You're back again, lucky customer.' He asked curiously, 'What's your secret?' I didn't try to hide it and directly told him, 'I already told you last time I received a prophetic dream.' My answer made him envious. 'That's impressive. I wish I could have a prophetic dream too.' Don't tell me even Ryu-1 himself doesn't understand how I managed to do it. Anyway, I want to ask, so this time are you planning to invest all your money in Bitcoin again? Surely it has already risen to 15 billion. Such a large amount made him worry. Hey, shouldn't we cash out now? I'm afraid we might lose everything. But Ryu-Min felt this was not the right time yet, not at all. This matter was already within his calculations, so Ryu-1 shouldn't worry too much. He would handle everything. Let's just go eat something. The two of them quickly went to a nearby restaurant, and judging by his delighted expression, the food here must be really good. After eating, they went shopping a bit more. The life of the wealthy really is wonderful. Waiting until night fell, whatever was going to happen would happen. Tuesday, January 31st, 11:55 p.m. Ryu-1 tightly held Ryu-Min's hand and whispered to him, his eyes full of concern as he prepared to enter the game once again. "You have to survive and come back, okay?" Contrary to his brother's worries, Ryu-Min replied with great confidence, "Don't worry, you saw me beat Bang Tiju, right?" "Indeed." Ryu-Min gently stroked his head and said, "Don't worry, just go to sleep." After sending these words, he himself also fell asleep. "When you open your eyes, I will be awake with you. I'm off now." The moment he fainted, he was immediately transported to another space. Upon arrival, he saw quite a number of players already there. Looking around, everyone appeared very surprised. "We're back already, just like that. Really, back here again? Where are we?" This place was not like the first round. The presence of Ryu-Min caused quite a stir among them. As the #1 contender from the last round, the Black Scythe, he could feel many eyes fixed on him. Judging by how no one dared to approach, it seemed most had recognized him. He was the one who slaughtered the goblins, right? #1, huh? And among the crowd was also Yongman, who was shouting and searching for him. It seemed everyone had gathered completely. When would he appear? As he stepped into the game, Ryu-Min's gaze shifted automatically. His emerald eyes now turned to a sharp, cold red. At the same time, an angel descended from above and spoke. "Is everyone here already?" The players' faces immediately grimaced upon seeing another angel. "That's right, what happened?" The new angel gently explained. "The angel in charge of the first round met with an accident and will no longer appear." She smiled at them and continued, "Do not panic, humans." A moment later, that holy smile vanished and was replaced by a series of sinister expressions. "From now on, I will guide you thoroughly." Enough with the greetings, the game officially begins now. Since you are all here, I'll announce the mission for the second round. A series of boards suddenly appeared right before everyone's eyes. Suddenly, lines of text appeared on the board, announcing to everyone. Round 2, main mission. Select a regional representative within 3 hours for the entire area. Number of participants 900,514,645. Number of completions no more than 900,514,645. Current area ESC45-5 has 5,143 participants, with 05143 completed. Suddenly, voices rang out, choosing a regional representative. Huh? What is this? I guess they're going to ask us to kill a few more monsters. Wait, look at the completed numbers. Does this mean everyone can survive this time? The angel seemed to notice everyone's confusion and immediately explained, You all look puzzled, so I will explain. The angel then pointed gently to the sky and explained to everyone, as you see, this round's challenge has nothing to do with fighting or infighting. You only need to choose a representative and that's it. Now, before you is a magic circle and a person holding a sword, the angel added. The regional representative can use their authority to command others. If they tell someone to give up, that person must comply. If they order someone's death, that person will lose their life. After hearing the angel's explanation, everyone seemed anxious and worried. Wasn't this power supposed to be amazing? The angel appeared again and continued, after 3 hours, everyone will receive their ballot. On it, simply write the name of the person you wish to elect as the regional representative. Suddenly a voice rang out, that's all, no other rules. The angel continued to answer the questions, just hold the election and you will complete the mission and be able to go home. Just think of it as a break. Someone said excitedly, just voting and it's done, alive and well, no more fighting for me. Compared to the last round, it's too easy. The angel immediately declared, then for the next 3 hours you all discuss who will become the regional representative. Time remaining for discussion, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. After hearing the angel, everyone seemed genuinely excited. Really just doing that will let you survive, as easy as pie, and if you become the regional representative you also get power in your hands. Youngman gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it, all that effort preparing to fight. That guy immediately stopped Youngman. Youngman walked away, surviving by a vote is okay too. I put all my stats into strength but never got to show it off, that's what frustrates me. Ryu Min started thinking if he focused on strength like that, then this time the runes of strength might appear too. He turned his head and recalled the details again. Both Youngman's runes and this situation unfolded exactly like his memories. While everyone was debating, Ryu Min thought, they will argue to select the chosen one within 3 hours, but that doesn't matter. When there's a main mission, there will be side missions. He held the long sword pondering for a while. The side missions and hidden missions of level 2 upgrading come with a profession. Ryu Min gripped the sword tightly to do so. He told himself that goblins were getting closer, and he needed to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. A goblin appeared before him, and Ryu Min lured it here. In an instant he leapt forward, striking the goblin with slashing knife blows. After defeating the goblin, the system notification appeared. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills 100. Use triple experience buff. Experience increased by 9%, gold increased by 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the Rune of Slaughter effect. With the goblin dead, he continued to consider his path. Delving deeper into the forest to hunt was the right decision, and again, his hand still gripping the sword tightly, he decided to keep moving. Wherever a goblin appeared, there had to be more of them. The goblins continued charging, their eyes filled with murderous intent. In that moment, Ryu Min smirked. As the goblins approached, he stood before them, ready to fight. The goblins appeared one after another. Ryu Min swung his sword, slashing each one. After the goblins were all defeated by Ryu Min, the system notified again. You have defeated a hobgoblin, current kills 5100. Notifications appeared one after another. All stats increased by 50% due to the Rune of Slaughter effect. You have leveled up. The system further notified. Remaining discussion time 2 hours 29 minutes 24 seconds, only 30 minutes have passed, status window. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before Ryu Min's eyes. The status window named Ryu Min, nickname Ha, rank novice level 9, profession none, title last time traveler, hidden title first to kill an angel. He thought as he touched the system panel at the start of the game, just choose agility quickly. If I want to imprint runes like Youngman, increasing strength would be more effective, but putting all points into strength would make survival very difficult. Ryu Min believed that no matter how strong you are, if you cannot dodge a critical hit, you're doomed. The system continued to display information. Players have 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence enhances magic damage, willpower, and sensitivity. Agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and dodge rate. Luck boosts critical hit chance, item drops, and gold rewards. He turned around and thought that none of the stats could be neglected. He deliberated and analyzed, especially for the devil, since they use both physical and magical damage. Evenly increasing all stats is the ideal. He noticed some strange movement and immediately became suspicious. Look, is someone following me? I wasn't paying attention because I was hunting, but it seems I've been tailed. I didn't wrong anyone to be followed. Ryu Min spoke up to threaten the strange figure. I don't know who you are, but reveal yourself. If you don't state your intentions. He continued to intimidate, you will lose your life. Suddenly a girl raised her hand and said, it has to be me. He saw Seo Arin and thought the other person was the actress Seo Arin. Were you following me? Sorry for trailing you. Suddenly a voice rang out, please forgive us. He continued, we have no ill intentions, please don't be angry. Ryu Min suddenly thought of An Sangcheol. He kept thinking, if that's An Sangcheol, isn't he Jeonrok's right-hand man? The system displayed information. Ma Jeonrok is the eldest son of the country's largest company, a player nicknamed the Black Scythe and one of my targets. Winning over Ma Jeonrok would be a great help to me, but my real goal is to recruit the Rune of Slaughter linked to him within 20. Ryu Min was a bit surprised, didn't expect to meet Ma Jeonrok's right-hand man so soon, but why is An Sangcheol with Seo Arin? Wait, maybe he is Seo Arin's bodyguard. Seo Arin's face showed a bit of embarrassment, recalling rumors that Ma Jeonrok was sponsoring a star for more important work reasons. Ryu Min quickly asked them, since when have you two been following me? The future keeps changing in unexpected ways. Seo Arin immediately replied, from the start when you set out, I saw you enter the forest and followed, sorry if it bothered you. Seo Arin looked a bit embarrassed at Ryu Min's question, why were you following me? It's not ill intention, we just want to propose something. Ryu Min asked back, propose what? Seo Arin continued, he has to be ranked first in round 1, right? She said earnestly, wondering if we could cooperate. Ryu Min then gave a faint smile and replied, cooperation? Isn't that word only used when both sides need each other? He waved his hand to deny them. That's right, but what do I need from you? I can fight alone, don't waste my time anymore, go back. Ryu Min turned abruptly and said bluntly, I have no intention of forming a team with you two. An Sangcheol was a bit angry. What's wrong with that bastard? How arrogant can he be? An Sangcheol asked Seo Arin, Miss Arin. Seo Arin was a little worried. She explained to An Sangcheol that it's not that he suddenly became stubborn, the pressure on him is very intense. What pressure? He glares while pointing his sword, so it's normal to be afraid. Seo Arin was somewhat fearful. I want to form a team with a top-ranked player, but things didn't go as I expected. An Sangcheol responded to Seo Arin, what did I tell you? Someone like him is too arrogant and doesn't need allies, it's a bit of a pity. In front of Seo Arin and An Sangcheol, goblins having slain all the bodyguards spoke to Seo Arin, asking, it's a waste of time following someone like that, but I didn't know there were monsters like these in the forest. For the remaining time, let's go hunting, shall we? Seo Arin smiled and replied to An Sangcheol, not bad, let's go bodyguard. Suddenly a white smoke appeared in the forest. The goblins were peering around, alert for any dangerous things. From behind, Ryu Min appeared, swinging his knife straight at the goblin. He thought to himself, already overwhelmed with busyness and now being asked to cooperate, no way. He pondered for a moment. The top priority now was to level up, and going solo meant faster experience gains. The system continued to display information. You have defeated the Hobgoblin, current kills 6100, all stats increased by 60% due to the Rune of Slaughter effect. Suddenly, a giant gnoll appeared before Ryu Min's eyes. He smirked, 5 gnolls at once, I must be lucky. The gnolls charged straight at Ryu Min one after another, howling fiercely. The gnolls wielding weapons jumped and lunged right in front of Ryu Min. He immediately used a slashing attack to knock them away. The gnolls then collapsed onto the ground. The system announced again, you have defeated the gnolls, current kills 65-100, all stats increased by 60% due to the Rune of Slaughter effect. You have leveled up, you have reached level 10. He looked decisively at the announcement board, you have met the requirements to level up. You can now use the store feature and have a hidden quest. Finally a level up. He then looked at the game rules on the bulletin board. Round 2, side quest, level up before the voting time ends, obtain the level up item and receive the profession. If successful, receive a 50% discount coupon for daily items, many seeing the side quest for the first time. Some people cried out in confusion, the level up item isn't leveling up enough, where am I? It doesn't even tell me my profession. The notification kept popping up rapidly. Everyone knew that obtaining a profession was a good thing, but the issue was that no one knew how to acquire the upgrade item. The upgrade item was usually only obtained by completing special conditions. Information displaying the game rules appeared. warriors needed to raise their strength attribute to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within that time. A notification appeared, indicating that the upgrade item had just been received. The game rules reminded that even the berserker had to go out and hunt bloodily within the specified time. Additional notes of the game rules appeared. Assassins needed to successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. In other words, each person had to complete activities related to their profession to receive the upgrade item. Ryu Min sat thinking under the tree. At first, he had also continuously hunted monsters and then hidden in the forest, which was how he obtained the hunter profession. He gripped the strange glowing object in his hand firmly, but after learning about the death god profession, he decided to choose it right away. The mysterious glowing object in his hand, the system displayed, "You have used an upgrade item." A notification continued to appear. "Your profession cannot be changed, so please choose carefully. Do you want to upgrade to the death god profession, yes or no?" After hesitating for a moment, he decided to press the yes button. "I don't even need to think about it." The strange glowing object on his hand continued to shine even more brightly. The notification appeared again. "You have leveled up to the Reaper profession." Notifications about the play cycle appeared, noting that your upgrade reward is the Rune of the Reaper. The Rune of the Reaper has effects. When used during the day, the weapon's attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. The rune received automatically imprinted itself onto the player's body, and the diamond in his hand turned into a bright red light that enveloped the space. The system displayed information on the notice board. Ryu Min thought to himself, "My upgrade reward is the black scythe. I now have both the rune and the weapon." Further notifications appeared one after another. "You have received a 50% discount voucher for daily items due to completing a side quest. Your rank has advanced from novice to apprentice, and your rank has thus increased." The status window showed the name Ryu Min, nickname Hao, rank apprentice, level 10, Reaper profession, title last time traveler, hidden title first angel slayer, hidden attribute strength 4, intelligence 4, agility 31, luck 4, attribute points 6, and bonus rune skills. Players are divided into 6 ranks: Grandmaster level 99, Master level 60, Proficient level 40, Normal level 20, Apprentice level 10, Novice level 1. Like other games, when you level up, the rewards increase and you gain new skills. You have learned the skills of the Devil profession, the Rune of Slaughter. The skill of the profession, the Rune of Slaughter, creates a rune effect visible only to the target and the caster. The target's remaining stamina will be displayed. The target takes 100% bonus damage each time the caster attacks. At any given time, the effect applies to only one target. You can also equip even higher level items, such as the Black Scythe, a rare class weapon with 25 attack power which adds 1 attack each swing up to a maximum of 5. Durability is 225/225 and it requires at least an apprentice rank. Description: the giant scythe is said to be wielded by the devil. Novices find it difficult to handle. Ryu Min pondered the rules that had been set forth. Without leveling up, he would forever remain a novice, so it was better to level up quickly. You have been recognized as the first player to level up. Your reward is a random gold pouch and the title first to level up. You have learned the neutral skill, tracking. He reasoned further and anticipated learning this skill. They acquired a neutral skill, tracking, which reveals the desired target's location. However, the target's face and nickname must match to be considered valid. The skill costs 20,000 gold. Ryu Min smiled as he looked at the system panel and made his decision. With a skill priced at 20,000 gold, he had to try it, tracking. Suddenly, the image of a person appeared on the system board, the name and face matched, and they were tracking the target's location. A guiding notification appeared indicating the player Yongman's location had been identified. He was still 190 meters from the target. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. Rays of light surrounded Ryu Min as he examined ahead. 190 meters, huh? So that means he has entered the forest as well. He leaned on his hands, pondering everything. From the time he was 2 kilometers away until now, he's only 190 meters from the target should he secretly follow him. Meanwhile, Seo Arin and An Sangchial were running away from this forest. Seo Arin could no longer stand and suddenly collapsed to the ground. She breathed heavily and said to An Sangchial, "I can't run anymore, my legs just won't hold." We have to keep moving if they catch us. An Sangcheol worriedly helped Seo Arin and comforted her. Even if your leg hurts, you have to bear it. I'm sorry, the spot where the arrow hit really hurts. An Sangcheol, slightly angry, still explained to Seo Arin, it's just a theory, but they say that even if you get injured in this world, your body outside will be fine. If we can find a way to survive and escape here, you can return home. Seo Arin said firmly, I understand, I'll try to endure the pain. How could I run anywhere with that wound, right? Suddenly, Yongmin appeared and spoke up, guess it's not painful enough yet, huh? An Sangcheol cursed, damn it. He gritted his teeth thinking, this girl moves too slowly, now the whole group is caught. Now the only way is to fight right. Yongmin smiled provocatively, does the big brother want to fight us? Yongmin's comrades standing behind him continued to point provocatively, open your eyes wide and see how many of us are here before deciding to fight. An Sangcheol shouted, why are you doing this? What have we done to you? Yongmin laughed, of course we didn't do anything. Then why did you suddenly attack us? Yongmin replied, it's just that we want something. Something like what? He said with a provoking face which made Seo Arin a little stunned, the girl with the big brother. We're all men here, there's no reason for me to care about your big brother, we want Seo Arin. One of them wondered, is that girl really Seo Arin? Can't you tell just by looking, her face clearly shows she is Seo Arin. Or maybe someone is mimicking her appearance. Seo Arin's face darkened, the other continued, so what? Looking alike is enough, am I right? Yongmin compromised, if your big brother lets Seo Arin stay, I will let him go. What do you think? An Sangcheol angrily thought, if the target was Seo Arin, they should have said so from the start. Otherwise, I would have left her behind without hesitation. He turned to look at Seo Arin and kept thinking, I don't intend to die for that girl, but there's one problem. If we can't protect Seo Arin, Ma Jeonrak will be very disappointed in us. Suddenly, An Sangcheol stood ready to attack Yongmin. Yongmin sneered in surprise, what does that stance mean? You wanna fight, brother? An Sangcheol shouted angrily, do you guys realize that what you're doing now is a crime? A crime. A burst of laughter suddenly echoed. Yongmin replied, you're funny, brother. What law is there here to talk about? Are you planning to call the police when we return to the real world? He challenged, go ahead and try if you're brave enough, but what proof do you have? This face might not even be my real face in the real world. An Sangcheol cursed angrily under his breath, he's right, this is so frustrating. He immediately thought of a way to appease Yongmin, just talking won't make him back down. He has to drag his battered body and fight them. Suddenly, at the base of the tree, Ryu Min stood with arms crossed, watching everything. Suddenly, An Sangcheol was startled and turned around to ask, are you the Black Scythe? What's Yongmin thinking, since when has this guy? Ryu Min stepped forward and asked Seo Arin and An Sangcheol, what are you two doing here? Yongmin, still unaware of what's happening, warned Ryu Min, buddy, why don't you mind your own business? I ask, you answer. What's going on here? An Sangcheol shouted out bluntly, their target is Seo Arin, so they ambushed us. If you help us, I will never forget this favor, Black Scythe. Ryu Min asked coldly. Is what he said true? Yongmin replied, what's the difference if it's true or not? Yongmin added, this is none of your business. Suddenly, a stream of red runes appeared around Ryu Min. What's this? I know these people. Yongmin asked a little fearfully, what do you want to do? The red runes still surrounded Ryu Min, who said coldly, I won't let them get hurt. Yongmin gritted his teeth in anger and stared at him. Seo Arin called out happily, Black Scythe, while An Sangcheol quickly thanked him, thank you. Ryu Min stepped forward to protect the two of them, thinking to himself that doing so would also benefit him. He turned to look at An Sangcheol, quietly thinking that if he helped, Ma Jeonrak would have a good impression of him. He calculated that if a corporation like that owed him a favor, the reward would increase significantly and he would be repaid generously. After that, Ryu Min looked over at Yongmin's group, and anyway, he didn't like those bastards. Seeing him like that, he cautiously threatened, what are you doing? I'll kill you if you come any closer. Ryu Min just looked coldly without saying anything. Then he sneered and asked, what's the matter? Don't want to fight me anymore. At that moment, Yongmin felt a bit scared. Damn it, what are you saying? He recalled what Ryu Min had done. You tore apart those goblins in the blink of an eye. Last time you even ranked number 1. If it were me, would you want to fight a monster like that? Suddenly a sound startled him, snapping him out of his thought. It was Ryu Min swinging his black scythe down to the ground along with the words, if you don't want to fight, just say it straight. Min asked him, if I tell the truth, will you let me go? He crossed his arms and frankly replied, I'll consider it if you kneel down and beg for your life. In his mind, he understood Ryu Min's meaning. so you're asking me to humiliate myself. He hesitated amid the bewilderment of those around, as my friends were standing and watching, and right in front of Corin, then looked at Ryu Min and sighed silently. If I could, I'd rather not fight you, but you've really made me angry, damn it. Suddenly Yangmin remembered something. Wait. He recalled that he was strong enough to punch through a wall with his bare hands and thought that if lucky, he might even be able to take it down with a single punch. Then he smirked. Then Yangmin warmed up his limbs and said, "You've crossed the line, bastard," while his men just stood there dumbfounded. He rotated his shoulders and started stepping toward Ryu Min. "What do you want me to do? Kneel and beg? Do you want to die?" But in his mind he was still calculating, right? I'll get this close and then punch him straight in the face. And thought that even it couldn't survive that blow. He wondered uncertainly, how could an ordinary person withstand a punch that could break a wall? At this moment, Ryu Min no longer stood still but actively withdrew his weapon. Yangmin, seeing this, hesitated and stammered, What are you doing? Are you throwing your weapon aside?" He confidently responded, "If you fight me empty-handed while I have a weapon, isn't that a little unfair? Winning so easily would be boring." By now Yangmin was provoked and mocked Ryu Min. You really are a ridiculous bastard." While he was speaking, Ryu Min quickly moved, which surprised him greatly. He swiftly ran to Yangmin. Yangmin also raised his fist with a victorious face, inwardly disdainful. "Ryu Min, you stupid dog, you threw your weapon aside and exposed your head like that." He swung his fist straight at Ryu Min's head. Die. But Ryu Min's speed and reflexes were much faster, so he dodged the punch. Not only dodging, Yangmin was also hit back in the face by him. And in the blink of an eye, he kicked him in the stomach. The kick sent him flying far backward, while Ryu Min casually retracted his leg as if he hadn't used any effort at all. Yangmin knelt on the ground, supporting himself with trembling hands, cursing the bastard. He looked up and Ryu Min's voice rang right in front of him, "Don't curse like that anymore." As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked the man, sending him flying backwards. It sounded foul to the ears, causing the man pain as he cried out. Seeing Yangmin struggling to rise and holding his face, he stopped and stood still, then immediately grabbed him by the collar. He punched repeatedly at various spots on his face. Yangmin couldn't do anything. He could only endure the blows in pain and realized this wasn't just punching, it felt like being struck in the face with a hammer. Looking up at Ryu Min, who was attacking frantically and frighteningly, he wondered, was this bastard as strong as him? He didn't have runes like he did. Watching those fists continue to fly, Yangmin was still immersed in thought. Why was he so strong? What he saw was Ryu Min's expressionless face and blazing red eye. At this moment, his comrades could no longer stand by. They took up their weapons and bows, calling to Yangmin. One of them shouted to shoot that bastard, which caught Ryu Min's attention and made him pause. That arrow flew toward him. Corin shouted in alarm, "Black Scythe, dodge." He quickly dodged the arrow. The archer panicked and kept shooting arrows, yelling for Ryu Min to die. But he continued to evade the arrows shot at him. He moved deftly, dodging the attacks as he approached him. In an instant, he appeared beside him and asked, "Surely you only managed to hunt monsters and get a bow through luck, right?" Causing him to recoil in horror. Ryu Min raised his hand to reveal his scythe with a smile. "Bad luck for you, because now you've met me." That was also the moment he swung his scythe. The hand holding the bow was slashed and cut. The incident happened too fast for him to react. The pain surged, causing him to fall down screaming, "My hand." Nevertheless, he still cursed Ryu Min as a bastard. The two others behind, though fearful, still held weapons in their hands and spoke boldly, "You think you can just pick a fight with us and walk away?" Then one man wielding a dagger charged at him. "Die, you dog." Ryu Min calmly asked, "Is that what you think?" Then he used the rune of slaughter. A black skull symbol emitting red light appeared above the head of the man holding the dagger. Ryu Min swung his black scythe backward, then decisively slashed forward. The scythe's force just now swept across the man's leg. Immediately it was severed, causing him to scream and fall down. The remaining guy saw this and nervously trembled in his leg. While still looking at the just attacked man, Ryu Min quickly rushed over. Before he could react, Ryu Min was right beside him saying, "Daring to attack me with a weapon, you must have some skill." The scythe was swung again. Even though he was wearing armor, his arm was still severed. He looked at his bloodied arm, crying in pain. The same skull symbol appeared above his head. Ryu Min looked back. As expected of the rune of slaughter, it doubles damage, so one slash can cut through armor. Looking at the groups, none were intact anymore, all groaning in pain on the ground. He thought this was too easy. He fell silent thinking, but I can't end everything like this. The hand holding the black scythe moved, causing the young man sitting on the ground to cry out in shock. Ryu Min had decided he must engrave this fear deeper to make sure they no longer dared to come near him. The guy holding the bow, his thighs deeply slashed, lay trembling, unable to stand. The dagger wielder attacked weakly, pleading, begging him to please stop. The other one, pale-faced, earnestly begged, "I am about to die, please spare me." Ryu Min swung the blood-stained black scythe indifferently and said, "Enough talking, just coughing up a little blood won't kill you yet." He sighed in relief. That's the end of these guys. Next is. Then he glanced away. Looking towards the tree trunk where Yangmin was hiding, he spoke, "Hiding is useless." The black scythe was swung again, no exceptions. The black scythe aimed at Yangmin's hand. His fate was the same as the other three, accompanied by a shrill scream. Ryu Min coldly said, "Stop crying like a child, I know this is nothing yet." Remembering the time in the past when he and his friends had bullied him brutally, he knew that was nothing compared to what he had endured and the pain you inflicted on me. Ryu Min then swung the black scythe mercilessly, cutting off Yangmin's other arm. Seo Arin and An Sangcheol silently watched the horrifying scene and Yangmin's cries. An Sangcheol grimaced in panic, ruthlessly cutting off both of his opponent's arms even though they had lost all will to fight. He watched Ryu Min chopping off one part after another of Yangmin, thinking that while some might find it cruel, he admired someone with such a cold head. An Sangcheol was sweating. "That was the black scythe, you dare oppose the whole guild master." He stood up and asked, "Are you two all right?" Looking at the man before him, An Sangcheol replied, "Yes, thanks to you." Ryu Min pointed toward Yangmin's group and declared, "You don't need to worry about them anymore. As you see, they're all disabled, so it's best we start voting gradually." Seo Arin and An Sangcheol immediately bowed their heads. "Thank you very much for helping us, we truly appreciate it." Seo Arin looked up hesitantly and asked, "Still, won't they die soon?" He turned to look at them with contempt. "So what, they aren't even worth as much as animals." When he turned back, he saw her bowing her head hesitantly. She was too soft-hearted. Ryu Min wondered why bother caring about these bastards' lives, as if she were some kind of saint, probably because she has to maintain her image as a celebrity. Suddenly An Sangcheol spoke, "You black scythe." He politely extended his hand and asked, "May I ask? I hope you don't mind." He put his hands in his pockets. "What's going on?" Seeing Yangmin's gang gasping for breath, he was curious why you spared them. "In this world, it's not a big deal if you killed them." Yangmin, looking pitiful, flinched sharply upon hearing those words. He smiled. The reason? He admired him inwardly, truly the right hand of Ma Jionra. Looking at this pitiful group, he answered simply, "Killing them wouldn't bring any benefit." An Sangcheol asked, "No benefit?" He gave his reason. "After all, if they are left alive like that, they could cause trouble in the future." Ryu Min looked at the now immobilized group and asked, "Trouble?" He chuckled coldly. Could they really do that? He turned back to explain, "Moreover, reducing the population isn't good either because the number of successful participants would also decrease." Hearing this, An Sangcheol suddenly understood. He bowed in agreement. As he said, if the number of successful participants drops, the number of dwellings for those who clear levels would also diminish. He looked at Ryu Min with high regard. He even considered these aspects. His understanding of the game is truly different. He is indeed impressive. An Sangcheol sighed in relief. "I see now. We will stop paying attention to this trash." Ryu Min immediately turned and left, saying, "Then I'm off." But An Sangcheol called him back. "Wait, you black scythe." He wanted to repay the life debt. "If you give me your account number, I will send a reward in the real world later." He didn't stop, replying curtly, "No need." Watching his back as he walked away, An Sangcheol was suspicious. He helped others without expecting anything in return. He thought to himself that he would report this to the guild leader immediately. Yangmin's groans caught his attention. Although he wanted to kill them, he had to hold back because, as Black Scythe said, killing them wouldn't bring any benefit. He spat on Yangmin's head, insulting those bastards, then called out, "Let's go." Seo Arin responded, "Understood." In the crowded place where everyone gathered to vote, it was noisy with arguments. "Please, give me all the votes. Please vote for me. If you elect me as the district representative, I will do my job well. No, instead of him, I'm confident I can do better." Two men argued and pushed each other. You fat pig," one angrily said. "What did you say? How dare you call me that?" the other replied. People seeing their conflict quickly turned to calm both of them down. "Don't fight. Even if we unite, we're still too weak. What good does fighting do?" "That's right." Taking the opportunity to intervene, he placed his hand on his chest and spoke, "Those easily provoked don't deserve to be representatives. Let me do it." A hand went up. Wait. That person confidently pointed to himself. My father is a member of parliament. Isn't that why I'm more suitable to be the representative? After that statement, he was questioned by others. Your father a member of parliament? How can we believe that? Then a voice rang out, everyone. Everyone silently turned to look. He is the one nicknamed Minchok Man who said, there are only 2 hours left before the voting ends. We shouldn't waste time like this. We need to vote quickly. People around immediately asked him, then how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any suggestions? He said yes, even better. Upon hearing that, everyone started to buzz. Really, who is it? He smiled, everyone be quiet. He smirked, thinking these people follow every word I say, then turned their backs and grinned slyly at the others, predicting they were caught again by his persuasive runes. When he got the persuasive runes from a random rune shard, he was quite disappointed. Recalling the moment he found the stone, he thought to himself, what is this? The system image appeared. Persuasive runes, an effect that enhances the ability to persuade the person you are talking to. The effect does not apply to beings higher ranked than the spellcaster. He was still disappointed. Persuasive runes, how could they possibly work on those monsters who couldn't communicate? Not long after, but he soon figured out how to use it properly. At the time when those men were killing goblins, one caught nicely, pinning them down to stop them from moving immediately. He shouted. Just then the persuasive runes were activated. Everyone, the woman over there is in danger. Leave those dwarven devils and go help her. Everyone seemed to lose their will and rushed forward. Okay, come on, let's help her first. He thought to himself that he repeated this method to snatch nearly dead black scythes and easily killed 100 of them. Back to reality, he smiled cunningly. If lucky, I could easily become the regional representative. Minchok Man used runes of persuasion to speak up. Everyone, we should first select a candidate. We should reduce the choices to about 5 people to make voting easier. Everyone seemed hypnotized, responding without resistance. Not a bad idea. Quite reasonable. We won't get anywhere if we keep calling on everyone to vote for themselves. He raised his hand to continue controlling the crowd. Then let's reduce the number of choices first. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point to that person. A fat guy, hearing that, quickly raised his hand to nominate himself. Minchok Man quickly stopped him. Of course, you can't nominate yourself. Otherwise everything will go back to how it was. The fat guy heard that and lost interest, snorting once. Everyone affected by the runes of persuasion was discussing. He was right, there's no other way. He smiled silently. It's really easy to convince this low-level mob. Everyone was pondering, but who to nominate now? I don't know anyone, and I don't want to see anyone but myself become the representative. He saw this and smiled silently, just as predicted. It's quiet. At this point, only those who stand out can be nominated. Suddenly, a man spoke up. I want to nominate Minchok Man as the representative. He felt proud the moment he was nominated. It was spot on. The man continued speaking. In the end, the representative should still be someone sensible and capable of leadership. He tried to appear surprised and turned around to ask me. The other man went on to persuade those around him. Yes, he is currently managing the situation very well. Right? You agree too, don't you? Minchok Man, seeing this effect, smiled to himself, thinking another fool. He kept smiling and used runes to convince as he spoke. Thank you for esteeming me so highly. Does anyone? Before he could finish, someone else interrupted. I want to nominate Black Scythe. He watched as another was nominated and exclaimed, that's reasonable. How could the one who ranked first last round not be nominated? Since others had been nominated, everyone started speaking up one after another. Then I want to nominate the one who ranked second last round. Life is a documentary. I want to nominate third place, Rune of Slaughter on the right hand. Minchok Man continued to orchestrate the crowd. So, we have 4 candidates. One more person. Is there anyone else? No one said anything. Seeing that, he clapped to get everyone's attention and said, then let's finalize the 4. Before voting, can each person give a speech? He continued using persuasive runes to speak. I'll go first. Minchok Man seemed very pleased with his ability. Convincing these pathetic ones was a piece of cake. He continued using runes to manipulate others. If given the chance to become the regional representative, I will. Suddenly a voice rang out, stop spouting nonsense already. Minchok Man suddenly turned around. He was the second-ranked regional documentary film. Josik scratched his ear as he stepped forward to speak. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Minchok Man tried using runes to persuade Josik. What are you doing? but it seemed he was immune. On the contrary, he asked, "Hey Minchok man." He laughed, exposing him. "Do you think the world is that simple, that everyone would completely follow a few words you spout?" Minchok man was startled, thinking, what did he discover my skill? No way, he must be talking nonsense. Josik scowled and shouted, "Who do you think you are to decide who becomes the regional representative, you cheap instigator?" Minchok man calmly responded, "You're crossing the line. There's a saying that words reflect one's face and character. Do you need to say such insulting things?" He thought to himself, yes, this must be enough. Josik shouted, "You damned bastard." He grimaced and yelled, "Do you dare lecture me? I'm fed up already." The chocolate boy was stunned. The skill had no effect on him. Don't say it's impossible. Then Josik pointed at the crowd and ordered, "Hey you idiots, forget that candidate nonsense and vote for me, or I'll kill all of you, okay?" Minchok man remained calm, sighed and said, "You're honestly beyond saving." He stepped forward while speaking. "Do you think people will listen if you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and step back." Josik fell silent upon hearing that. Suddenly he drew a knife, spun around and slashed at Minchok man's face, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Everyone immediately panicked. Minchok man clutched his neck to stop the bleeding, struggling to speak. Seeing this, Josik smirked arrogantly. "I told you, crossing me means death." Minchok man seemed to be in extreme agony, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to groan out words. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Josik pointed the knife at Minchok man, blood still splattering, threatening everyone, "If you don't vote for me, just prepare your graves." The crowd panicked wildly like headless snakes, screaming, "He's dead, that guy killed Minchok man, he's crazy murderer." Josik raised his knife, pointed at the crowd with a cold expression and said, "So what? Anyone got objections, bring them on." The person who had nominated Minchok man spoke up, "Crazy guy, you must be mentally ill." Seeing this, Josik sneered arrogantly and said, "If no one steps up, I'll come find you myself." He grabbed a blade and charged to kill all those who opposed him. Everyone screamed, "Help, help." He seemed to be having a manic outburst, exclaiming how perfect it was, no police, no informants, no cameras. He was like a butcher killing everyone present, thinking he could murder people without mercy. Josik brandished his knife threateningly, saying if they didn't vote for him, next time it would be their turn, understood? Everyone stepped back fearfully. His face smeared with blood. He thought that since they were afraid of being killed, they would vote for him, and if possible, he would become the regional representative. He thought of Ryu Min, the Black Scythe, planning to kill that annoying bastard first. By killing him, he would become top rank. The system sound rang out, "Null defeated, life count 265-100. The system displayed that all stats increased by 100% thanks to the Rune of Slaughter. Triple experience buff applied. You have leveled up. You are now level 16. I just reached level 16. Ryu Min stared intently at the strength board. He looked at the beasts he had slain, thinking silently that the higher the level, the slower the leveling speed. Although he had killed more than 200 monsters over 2 hours, he had only leveled up 6 times. He closed the system board and continued thinking that, on the bright side, monster hunting had become easier. Ryu Min thought about the 2 glowing red stones, realizing it was clearly because he possessed both the Rune of Death and the Rune of Slaughter. He sheathed his sword and quietly planned that the time had probably come. Then he stored his weapon into the space pocket. It was time to leave. The system continued to display. At the same time, the shifting circle appeared. The remaining voting time reached 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. It was time to vote, summoning the players in the area to the starting point. The injured players were also forced to call out to the open field. Some who were currently hunting were also surprised to be summoned back. An Sangchial and those who had just returned were startled by the scene here. What is this? Around that slaughterer were countless bodies still reeking of blood, the corpses of players. What the hell happened here? Seo Arin quickly covered her mouth in shock. Don't tell me that person killed them all. While Ryu Min quietly looked over there, it seemed Josik was leading this again. That madman turned to look at him with a bloodied face. Josik is the leader of the Josik gang and the second strongest warrior in his district. Actually, his personality is terribly trashy. Then he curled the corner of his mouth up, flashing a perverted grin that made him think even harder. It's best to defuse that bomb before it explodes. Ryu Min coldly glanced back as if to respond, but now was not the time. Hey Black Scythe, where have you been? I've been waiting for you a long time. Ryu Min, still leisurely with hands in pockets, asked, What do you want? He responded with a friendly look, nothing much, just want to ask one thing. Jacek seemed very confident, proposing to him, I'll get straight to the point, come under my command. His words made him raise an eyebrow and repeat, come under my command. The other brandished his dagger with a smile, I will spare your life if you do. But the sudden burst of laughter from Black Scythe startled him. Ryu Min spoke without hesitation, directly asking, do you want to start fighting right now? He even combined it with his provocative smile to goad him more, kneel down and beg me, then I will spare you. Jacek grimaced and then picked up the dagger. Damn it, look at this crazy bastard, it seems you still don't grasp the situation. But he continued to assert, if I become the regional representative. But Ryu Min didn't care and interrupted, is it that hard to understand what I'm saying? Deadly power coiled around his hand. The scythe appeared along with the powerful magic from Ryu Min. Or do you prefer to die here? Jacek's heart trembled in panic. What is that? Where did he get that weapon? Damn it, I picked the wrong person to mess with. The man opposite him still asked coldly, what's wrong? Did the cat take your tongue? He clenched his teeth in bitterness, sweat dripping down the dried blood on his face. Though scared, this guy stubbornly insisted, hey, I'm Jacek, the leader of the Jacek gang. Do you think I would kneel before someone like you? Jacek lowered himself and flicked his small knife, shouting, grab that weapon and come up here, you bastard. Ryu Min silently smiled with satisfaction. He was still as stubborn as always, enough joking around. Facing a cowardly guy like him, you have to think carefully. If I show my strength and get voted, things will get pretty complicated. He slightly curled the corner of his lips into a sly smile. I have to turn Jacek into the representative to be able to exploit him in round 3. Moreover, in Ryu Min's red eyes glancing upwards, it's also time for the angel to appear. As he finished speaking, a pair of white wings fluttered down where they were standing. You humans have gathered all together, haven't you? Everyone looked toward her, while Ryu Min silently warned Jacek as he fumbled in confusion, you're lucky. He also gently put away the scythe. Next time before challenging anyone, remember to check who they are if you don't want to die early. Jacek, his whole body dripping blood, was stunned and speechless. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn it, almost had a heart attack. This time I'll let it go, just wait and see. If I become the representative, I will make him pay for this insult 100 times over. Have you all chosen your representative yet? Then she noticed the corpses on the ground and realized something. I understand now. It seems that in the past 3 hours you weren't just talking nonsense. Of course, if you trash all die, I don't care. With interest, she raised her finger to command, shall we start the voting session? The system screen appeared before the players, making them confused. The voting session for the representative will officially begin. You only have one vote, and the player with the most votes will become the representative. Look at the person you want to vote for and think before voting. Ryu Min was also thoughtfully looking at the announcement line there. Players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round and disappear. And now the clock had started, with 4 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. The weaker players were all looking in one direction, looking at the person they wanted to vote for, right? So then, Jacek was very pleased to see countless eyes fearfully turning toward him. Just as he expected, everyone was looking at him. He glanced around and was surprised to notice something unusual. That rude guy pointed directly at a girl and shouted, hey, you chubby steamed bun girl. She panicked and replied, me. They had a very loud argument. Do you want to die? Why don't you look at me? No, I already voted for you. Ryu Min sighed on his side, bored and frustrated. He looked around the crowd and then warned them in a stern tone, if you don't look at me, consider your life over. Seconds passed along with the shouting of that guy, who just turned around. Finally it stopped at 0, no minutes remaining. That angel was eagerly waiting and then turned to say, time's up. Luckily you foolish humans all managed to vote in time. She clapped her hands twice to execute a system command. Let's tally the votes, shall we? The information board in their area instantly appeared very large in midair. Choosing the regional representative. Voting results: 1. Life is a documentary film with 2,412 votes. 2. Black Scythe with 2,077 votes. 3. Black Dragon in my right hand with 249 votes. 4. Chubby Steamed Bun with 6 votes. 5. Adorable Little Bird with 5 votes. Jacek was stunned looking up. He stood at number 1 but only with 2,412 votes. Black Scythe even ranked second. He was furious and turned to glare at the young men around him who hurriedly stepped aside. Those bastards, I told them to vote only for me, yet they voted for Black Scythe too. The angelic person glanced over and then began to announce, the results are in. Life is a documentary film is the regional representative. She giggled joyfully. We will grant you command authority so you can issue orders to everyone. An announcement immediately appeared. You have become the regional representative. As a representative, you will be granted command authority. Josik immediately thought of settling the score with Ryu Min. After receiving these rights, I will make you regret not killing me, Black Scythe, if I command everyone to kill him. But he suddenly paused when he saw something else. In front of him was an information board. What's this? Temporary skill command authority effects. You can issue orders to players and control them. Players cannot disobey your orders under any circumstances. Usage limit, 10 uses in total, 10 out of 10. You can only command one player at a time. This skill does not apply to a level players and can only be used 10 times. His face shifted from joy to astonishment in an instant, and it doesn't work on a level players. So that means all a level players can ignore his commands. The sharp eyes of that angel briefly appeared behind the curtain. Now the lover is hiding. Surely you all thought the voting part ended there, right? She then informed them of something else. Not quite, this round has another hidden mission. Those below immediately buzzed with questions. What does that mean, a hidden mission? Suddenly, another board appeared, surprising on Sanchial. Round 2, side mission to level up before voting. Level up to a level and find a leveling item. You will receive a 50% discount coupon for today's item if you succeed. What is this, a leveling item? Corin nervously read the line, level up to a level. The angel asked them with some disdain. The mission window was set up to appear like this at level 10, but you all didn't realize it, right? Someone scratched his head anxiously, wondering how we could level up without monsters. That remark unintentionally triggered her unhappy emotions. What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters. She immediately set up something in their world. Don't be too gloomy about it. In total, only 80,000 people can level up to A in this round. And she also smoothly mentioned something. By the way, someone in this area has already leveled up to A. This information puzzled the players a bit. Someone has already leveled up. Who is it? The angel snapped her fingers once very tamely. Let's check the results of the side quests and then find out who that person is. At that moment, the board immediately opened. Side quest results in round 2 for all areas. A Black Scythe, level 16 Reaper, 39 minutes 42 seconds. 2 Devil Dark Knights of the Night, level 10, 2 hours 36 minutes 15 seconds. 3 Foolish Mages, level 10, 2 hours 37 minutes 17 seconds. Area Esks 45-5, 1 level 16 Reaper, 39 minutes 42 seconds. And the earlier questions were also answered. The first to level up was the Black Scythe. Those people then began to focus their attention on the one standing calmly behind them. He is the first in this area to level up. Ryu Min was surrounded by countless exclamations of astonishment from the players. Furthermore, he was a Reaper. Now everyone just hesitates but surrounds Ryu Min to gossip. Death God, what kind of profession is that? It seems pretty domineering, right? Is that why he carries such a huge scythe everywhere? Josik was also frustrated, thinking, damn it, I was about to use my command right to make the Black Scythe fight back at him, but who would have thought the Black Scythe would change professions right at this moment? The angel approached the ranking board to continue. In round 2, rankings were awarded based on the order of completing side quests. She pondered as she looked at the information there and murmured, so the one who changed professions in our area is the Black Scythe player. The only thing that surprised her was Ryu Min. You're not only ranked first in the current area but also top of the entire global rankings. The angel turned to him with an admiring attitude, impressed. Black Scythe, your death god profession is very unique and your nickname even fits it. Answer me, how did you come up with that nickname? Her question was somewhat cryptic. Did you know in advance you would receive the death god profession? Ryu Min looked up and replied calmly, I also didn't know I would get a profession that matches my nickname. The angel exclaimed as if discovering something delightful, so perhaps becoming a death god is fate. He still answered very briefly, that's right. But in fact, in his mind, he already knew everything clearly. Even the angels did not know how to obtain the death profession, they only knew it was a special profession. She laughed happily as she repeated her own words, is this fate? It's truly fascinating. Her interest in the Black Scythe player grew even more. Yet in this area there was someone who changed their profession, so are you the only one who won't be affected by the command, right? The others immediately focused on her words, he won't be affected by the command, right? What does that mean, angel sir? The angel, being in a good mood, took the opportunity to explain to them. Since we're on this topic, I'll just explain. The command right does not apply to humans with professions, so the area's representative cannot order the Black Scythe to act according to their will. That's how it is. She exposed all the representative's weaknesses. Moreover, the command right can only be used 10 times. So just because someone is the area's representative doesn't mean they have unlimited power. The players had another chance to be amazed, only 10 uses, so that's how it is. Josik gritted his teeth in frustration but couldn't do anything. Damn it, that wretched angel, there's no way to tell them that. Having gossiped enough, she continued with her mission. So we should reward the Black Scythe since you got the profession earliest, right? That powerful snap of the fingers rang out once again. Congratulations, you have completed the mission ranked first in the current area. Congratulations on completing the mission ranked first in all areas. Ryu Min touched the screen to make a selection. You receive the reward for achieving first place in the current area, choosing a low-level rare armor. You receive the reward for achieving first place in all areas, choosing a special reward. The very familiar items appeared before his eyes once again. Please choose one of the following rare armors. Rewards: select the reward you desire. Medieval Warrior's Metal Armor, Professional Hunter's Leather Armor, Breathable Mage's Cloak. He quickly tapped on the middle equipment without hesitation. The first choice was too heavy, and the third choice barely offered any defense. The second Golden Yang was also unlocked. Please choose one of the following special rewards. Reward: select the reward you desire. Triple experience effect applied to Stage 3, 3,000 gold. Information about Stage 3. He paused to think for a moment. Since Stage 3 had many monsters, of course he needed triple experience. Then he directed his choice according to his own decision. Everything was completed, so a radiant aura enveloped Ryu Min's body. Alright, the rewards have now been distributed. An Sangcheol and Seo Arin both looked at the angel with worried eyes. Everyone can return now. The next round, round 3. Yangmin, whose face was bruised and battered, was also being forced to return. It's going to be very interesting. That angel couldn't hide her delighted smile, I guarantee. Summary of round 2 results. All regions survivors 873,500,205. Current region ESCs 45-5 survivors 4,988. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in the existing dimensional space on May 1, 2023. The next round will begin. We will see you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in the existing dimensional space. Yangmin sat up abruptly with extreme fear. First, he hurriedly moved his fingers. He was also relieved when he checked his body. His hands were still intact. Just as he guessed, as long as he didn't die, his body would remain intact when he returned. But then Yangmin's face darkened and he told himself he would never pick a fight with Black Scythe again, never. Damn it, I don't want to get involved with such a cold bastard anymore. An Sangcheol was in Seo Arin's room comforting her. You worked hard, Arin. The girl sat on the cushioned chair and replied, what did I do? You were the one who bore it all. Still innocent, she turned and said, thank you for protecting me. He hurriedly adjusted his tie and looked away. I'm your manager and bodyguard after all, so it's only natural. Seo Arin suddenly mentioned the person who saved them, and I also want to thank the Black Scythe once again. Is there any way to do that? An Sangcheol explained to her that we don't know his real appearance, so there's really no way to find him. It seems the Black Scythe also doesn't want his identity to be revealed. The girl still didn't understand his meaning. He didn't want to do that, right? Her manager clarified, did I ask him for his account number to compensate him? However, judging by how quickly he refused, he hesitated a little before speaking plainly. The Black Scythe knows that using his account number could reveal his real identity. Seo Arin immediately lowered her face, saddened. To ease her worries, he proposed another way. If she wants to thank him, why not look for him in the next round and then give him an item as a gift? Seo Arin quite agreed with that idea. That's a good idea. I have to think of a way to repay him properly. They paused their conversation as the room grew dark all around. Rest for today. We'll meet again tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. Afterward, An Sangcheol used the elevator to return. He suddenly noticed his phone vibrating in his jacket pocket. He raised the phone to his ear and carefully greeted, Chairman Ma Jeonrak. A cold voice came from the other end of the line, Director An Sangcheol. He asked with concern, you're not asleep yet? The other person responded cheerfully, I just got back and was drinking some whiskey. The elevator had already reached the 4th floor while they were still talking. I have already seen the summary of the results. Mr. Chairman, congratulations on having changed your profession to Dark Knight. The chairman responded modestly and then began to probe, saying, "There's nothing worth congratulating. Is something wrong on your side?" An Sangcheol carefully gave a brief report of everything. Seo Arin and I only managed to reach level 8 and meanwhile we were injured and could no longer go hunting. The person on the other end of the line was curious, injured. He went down to the parking basement and started looking for his car. "Actually, I was intending to report this matter to you, sir. Is now a good time?" The other person remained on the line but fell silent when he understood what An Sangcheol wanted to say. It was related to the black side. He stood looking at the city through the window and then ordered him, "Go to the hotel, I will listen directly." An Sangcheol responded very professionally, "Yes, I will be there within 20 minutes. Then he opened the car door to get inside, unaware of a shadowy figure hiding by the wall. The figure wore a hood covering their head and watched as the tail end of the car slowly left the basement. Ryu Min watched after them, thinking, as predicted, he was headed to Ma Jeonrok's place. Rewinding 10 minutes earlier while the younger brother was still dozing beside the bed, he had already woken up to check on some things. The system asked him, "Please think of the target you want to track and say their name." He immediately voiced the name in his mind, An Sangcheol. The system matched the name and the face and started tracking the target's location. The system function helped Ryu Min immediately locate An Sangcheol. The target An Sangcheol's position had been found. The position was 9 meters away. "He's quite close, isn't he? Is he still on the upper floor of the penthouse?" Suddenly the number below started to increase. It rose higher and higher, drawing his attention. Is the position changing? When it nearly reached 87, his curiosity grew even more. With the position changing so quickly, he must be using the elevator. Where is he going so early in the morning? A thought flashed through Ryu Min's mind. Could it be that he's heading to Ma Jeonrok's place? He quickly put on his jacket to leave the room immediately, wanting to confirm first. And now back to the present. Ryu Min was standing inside the parking garage. Luckily, as soon as he returned, he could investigate him right away. Tonight, the moon was almost entirely covered by dark clouds. The darkness was obscuring the moonlight. A mysterious figure calmly stood admiring the view from inside the building. Tonight was a perfect night to tail someone. He turned and silently thought to himself, "For now, I will endure and review the report first." Ma Jeonrok sat down in his expensive chair faced with countless questions. Black Scythe, which player wouldn't know him, he ranked first in both the first and second rounds after all. His fingers tapped repeatedly on the chair's surface. Something related to the first rank was troubling him, and this didn't give him a good feeling. Then he stopped tapping as another suspicion arose. Could it be that he had a conflict with his subordinates? His flawless yet very firm hand was raised. If that was the case, I couldn't just sit idly and accept it. Causing trouble for my right-hand man was no different from challenging me. Ma Jeonrok's face darkened at his own thoughts. He would not let stand anyone blocking his path, no matter who they were, even if they were top tier. After waiting for a while, the person he had been waiting for finally arrived and knocked on the door. A familiar voice came from outside the door. "Sir, are you in there? This is An Sangcheol." He replied, "Yes, please come in." Ma Jeonrok stood up to welcome his right-hand man. "Unit Leader An, it's a pleasure to see you again." He stepped inside and politely said, "Likewise, Mr. Chairman." An Sangcheol was very pleased with him. "All thanks to you, Mr. Chairman," and he was as familiar with him as a colleague. "I haven't done anything, we aren't even in the same area anymore." Nevertheless, An Sangcheol bowed to express his sincerity. "Just having you here fills me with enthusiasm." "Thank you." Ma Jeonrok gestured to him. "You're good at flattering words, Unit Leader An Sangcheol. Please have a seat." He looked up with a smile. "It's not flattery, it's the truth. Although it's a bit late, congratulations on surviving." The two sat down and began to talk. Survived what? The second round was like a child's candy-grabbing game. An Sangcheol kept praising, "And I also wanted to congratulate you on your upgrade." He took a sip of wine and replied, "Not at all, I was just lucky." Before his esteemed chairman, he did not hesitate to offer kind words to him. They say luck is also a kind of skill, and ranking second and third across all regions isn't easy. Ma Jeonrok smiled at him as he continued speaking. "It is my greatest honor to serve someone like you, Mr. Chairman." Then he gently put down his half-finished glass of wine and asked directly, hearing you praise me to the skis like that, I guess you're looking to gain something from me. Ma Jionrock lifted his face and slightly curled his lips, saying, let's hear it, you have a question for me, don't you? An Sangcheol then got straight to the point with some hesitation. If so, could you tell me where to find the upgrade items? He leaned back in his chair and answered, it's nothing special, they just dropped while I was hunting monsters. Though he said that, he actually had a secret hidden behind it. In truth, it was all thanks to the random Dark Knight's rune fragment he had obtained. Turning back a bit to when he was still inside that world and heard the angel's declaration. One last thing, look at the item chest inside, I have a gift for you all. Ma Jionrock silently thought the command in his mind to store the item, and an information panel immediately appeared. The Dark Knight's rune, which increases all stats, and a stream of dark light completely enveloped your weapon. This stream of light can deal damage to enemies and can automatically transform you into a Dark Knight. A special profession unlocked at level 10, the Dark Knight's rune. He held his rune in hand as powerful energy surged around him. One can become a Dark Knight upon reaching level 10 stars. Ma Jionrock kept these things to himself, knowing he was lucky in the first round because his random rune was an almost cheating item. But still, his eyes remained cold as he showed his stance. Even with trusted subordinates considered family, he could not reveal all information. Anyone could change in the blink of an eye, such is human nature. Then he spoke up again, addressing the person opposite him, unit leader On, let's return to the main topic. Who injured you? Ma Jionrock seriously brought up the name he always suspected. Was it Black Scythe? An Sangcheol hurriedly waved his hand. No, that's not it. Actually, he was the one who saved me. This information was beyond his imagination and made him curious. Saved you? Tell me the details. After a while of recounting everything, he finally understood. So it was because of those thugs targeting actress Seo Arin that you nearly died. An Sangcheol replied, yes. Then he repeated the described detail, saying if the Black Scythe hadn't appeared, both of us might have died. He added that Seo Arin might survive, but she would suffer psychological trauma and would no longer be able to continue working in the entertainment industry. Ma Jionrock fell into deep thought. He had not only almost lost a valuable subordinate but also nearly jeopardized his business. He took up his unfinished glass of wine and swirled it, then asked, what about those guys? Are they dead? His subordinate reported back, although the Black Scythe made them suffer pain worse than death, he actually did not kill them. That action really puzzled Ma Jionrock. Why was that? An Sangcheol then explained that killing them wouldn't bring any benefit. If the total number of people decreased, the number surviving the round would also drop accordingly. He still had doubts about Ryu Min's behavior. The latter wasn't wrong, but who could tell what tricks they might try in the future? Still, Ma Jionrock showed he was not a cold-blooded man. Thanks to the Black Scythe, his subordinates and his possessions remained intact. It seemed he owed him this time. He suggested I should compensate him. An Sangcheol quickly responded that he had mentioned this, but he said it wasn't necessary and left immediately. A sharp person like him immediately realized the intention behind that. He refused to accept compensation or thanks. Was he afraid of revealing his identity? He is quite cautious. Then the two stood up. If you meet him in the next round, please send my thanks. I sincerely appreciate that he saved both of us. An Sangcheol nodded at him, saying, I will definitely let him know, Chairman. He also carefully advised and keep an eye on him to see if there's anything we can do to help. You know I don't like owing favors to others. His right-hand man immediately understood. Of course I will do as you wish. But Ma Jionrock's words were not finished. I forgot to ask one more important thing. At that moment he seriously asked him, what are the nicknames of those thugs? Ryu Min was under a dry tree, looking up at the top-floor apartment whose lights were still on. He had been outside for a long time, monitoring their actions. Truly a loyal dog. It's so late, yet he still ran straight to Ma Jionrock as soon as he returned to reality. But then he also had to turn and leave. I should go back now. After all, the destination has been confirmed. Lingering here will only arouse suspicion. Ryu Min hailed a car by the road to return home. A famous person sponsored by Ma Jionrock living in the same neighborhood as me. I should thank my brother. This story reminds him of when the two of them just moved here. If the two of them hadn't gone to give rice cakes to get to know the neighbors. Ryu Min remembers the surprised look on Seo Arin's face when she saw them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Seo Arin and wouldn't have known about the relationship between An Sangcheol and Seo Arin. He opened the car door while carefully calculating. If he used the pretext of being neighbors as leverage, it would be easier to earn Ma Jeonrok's trust, but he still had to consider whether to bring Ma Jeonrok along at turn 22. Ryu Min himself also knew well the skills of that chairman. Ma Jeonrok's Dark Knight's rune is so perfect it feels like cheating. However, there are disadvantages such as having no rune for upgrade rewards and being forced to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest disadvantage is a venomous snake emerging from the magic flow to drain all the life energy from the other person. To use the Black Scythe, a kind of power of the Dark Knight, one must accumulate a special type of mana called Black Mana, and this Black Mana cannot be acquired through normal means. The silhouette of the Shadow Knight gleamed above the piling dead bodies. In a way, this skill is very fitting for someone with perverse tastes like Ma Jeonrok. He forced a smile. Being teammates with such a maniac is definitely dangerous. Ryu Min sat in the car thinking to himself, for now just treat him as a candidate, then he could use him however he wanted. He suddenly felt comfortable thinking about a female player. Besides him, there were many talented people. The car slid along the deserted road along with his plans. As soon as dawn breaks, I should get started right away. The next day began with a sigh from inside the convenience store. The man held his head and moaned at the checkout counter, wondering what he should do. While he was still troubled, a noise sounded nearby. At this rate, the revenue would be cut in half. Julie walked into the store with a bright smile. Oh dear. He looked up at her and said, "Hello, Julie." She replied very politely, "Hello, father. Why are you sighing so heavily?" He reluctantly shared his troubles. It's like this, the lottery tickets have been completely suspended. Julie was surprised, asking why so suddenly. Her father recounted a few main points. The government found a plausible excuse, but they said it was apparently because of the players. His words reminded the girl of some online articles. They don't know what skills the players will use. KMS News, a man won the lottery jackpot 4 times in a row, pocketing $62.7 million. The secret to winning 4 times, I dreamed of it. Lottery sales stopped due to consecutive wins. He sighed again in despair. Because of rent and labor costs, things are very difficult now. What should I do? The dutiful daughter exclaimed. Don't worry, father. She said cheerfully to him, I'm about to graduate and from now on I'll be able to help you. Then she asked herself, wait a minute, if I find a part-time job to increase the family income, would that be better? Her father immediately waved his hand, saying, Julie, leave the money to me, you focus on your studies. He suddenly recalled her dream. Your grades are very good. Aren't you planning to go to university? Your dream is to become a doctor after all. Julie replied calmly, Father, I have given up on that dream. In this situation, what's so important about school? Her father was startled, then his face darkened. You're right, money isn't important now. If something bad happens, you might lose your life in the next round. He held his face and exclaimed, lately, I've been overthinking all sorts of things. I'm sorry, Julie. She looked at his troubled emotions with concern. Father. She quickly entwined her fair hands with his rough ones. There's nothing for you to apologize for. This isn't your fault. He still felt very awkward, but the girl was very optimistic as she promised him, I'm fine, I promise. I'll survive the second round and even achieve a profession. Her father didn't quite understand those terms, profession. To distract him, she radiated a kind of light inside her palm. That's right, father, just wait a moment. A gentle power surged gently throughout his body. He hurriedly touched his head and exclaimed in amazement, what was that just now? Julie happily shared it with her father, saying that this skill called blessing comes from her support profession. It helps increase all stats slightly. They say it has the effect of boosting vitality in ordinary people. His mood also became very uplifted. This skill is wonderful. Father feels full of energy, which made her giggle. I'll use this skill for you often, Dad. Julie did not forget to encourage him, saying, so cheer up, Dad. He regained the smile on his lips and replied, all right, Dad will be happy then. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening made him greet out of habit, welcome. Ryu Min stepped in wearing simple attire. That visitor was. Julie whispered softly in his ear, Dad knows him, right? And the father stammered, he is the winner. He gently walked inside while they were still whispering among themselves that the winner had guessed the same numbers for 100 tickets. Ryu Min immediately approached and said, hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 1,000 lottery tickets. He replied, puzzled, I still remember, but why have you come here? Suddenly he bowed to the man, saying, "First of all, I want to apologize." That action startled the other man. "Why would you suddenly apologize?" He calmly explained his reason. "I have checked the news. Because I won first prize consecutively, the store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets." Julie stood nearby, silently sweating as he admitted his fault, saying, "I'm sorry for accidentally causing damage to the shop." The shop owner hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not being able to sell lottery tickets won't starve me." Ryu Min still didn't relax because of that, though he felt guilty for causing trouble to the uncle. So, he pulled out a white envelope and placed it in front of the man, saying, "I want to compensate, although the amount isn't very large." The man was surprised. "Wow, what is this?" In front of both of them, he calmly stated the amount he had just taken out was 10 million. The shop owner was very awkward and tried to persuade him, "You don't need to do that, please take it back." But he firmly insisted, "Please keep it, sir, because I really did cause the trouble." After finishing, he resolutely turned away to leave. "I'm heading off now." The shop owner wanted to call out to him but failed. "Hey, you there." Holding the envelope in his hand, the man was troubled. "How could I accept such a large sum?" His daughter nearby finally spoke up. "Dad." She quickly held up her bag and hurriedly took the money to return it after running alongside. Her father readily agreed and said, "Yes, return it to him." Julie hurriedly chased after him along the smooth sidewalk. It wasn't long before she caught up with Ryu Min and called out to him, "Wait for me a moment." He turned to look back with a very expressionless face. Because she had been running, her face was flushed pink. "Ryu Min, is that you?" she said. He responded in a strange tone, "And you are?" She immediately smiled brightly and then introduced herself. "You don't know me, do you? I'm Min Julie, we're in the same class." With his memory, he took a moment to think, same class. She then paused. "Don't tell me you don't know we are classmates, right?" On the surface, Ryu Min just smiled and took the blame, but inwardly he thought differently. "I'm sorry, I'm not good with faces," which was, of course, a lie. He actually knew her information very well. Min Julie was his classmate and the daughter of the convenience store owner. She also had a special profession as a buffer, specializing in buffing support effects for teammates. In his previous life, Ryu Min once wielded his scythe to help her during a monster hunt. Afterward, she had thanked him so effusively that he remembered it very clearly. "Back then, I just found out she was in the same class and I was truly surprised. This kind of fate really exists." The reason I used the excuse of casually meeting Min Julie was to bring her over to my side. Returning to the present, Julie boldly invited him, "Let's go somewhere to talk." He eagerly nodded in agreement, "Sure." After walking for a while, they finally sat down on a bench inside the park. Julie took out the money bag from earlier and handed it to him. "Here, take this." Ryu Min looked surprised. "Isn't this the money I just gave you?" She firmly explained to him, "We can't accept such a large amount, so you should keep it." Ryu Min also didn't force her. Accepting 10 million felt a bit heavy, and he knew they wouldn't take it anyway because she was the kind of person who, no matter how difficult things were, didn't like living in debt. She waited a moment, and when he still hadn't taken it back, she gently reminded him, "Please take it quickly, my hand hurts." But his answer was even more stubborn than Ryu Min's attitude. "No, I just told you that's the amount I want to compensate because I feel guilty. At least by doing this my conscience can be at peace." She tried to persuade him once more, saying the amount was too large. This time he actively cut her off. "No matter how big it is, I want you to take it. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty and keep thinking about it." Julie honestly shared with her friend that even so, the sum was still too much and she felt burdened by it. In his heart, he silently responded to her, "That's why I gave it to you." He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Tell the boss too, to me that money isn't much, just take it without hesitation." Julie felt even more awkward holding the money in her hands, thinking, "Are you always this stubborn? Why are you like this?" He just said that and then stood up. "We're done talking, right? I'm going now." The girl was startled and quickly shouted, "Wait, wait." She opened the envelope and pulled out a few bills. 10 million is really too much. I'll only take 1 million. That should be enough, right? Ryu Min replied, "You have the right to decide, huh? You should go ask the shop owner uncle then." Julie looked up at him nervously, but she was sure her father wouldn't be comfortable with that amount of money. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something. "The convenience store owner is your dad?" She nodded and Ryu Min exclaimed in admiration, "I often go there, that's really interesting." Julie awkwardly went along with his story. "I also find it interesting that the person who won the lottery first prize is actually a classmate." His eyes briefly flashed with a hint of sadness. Then she brought up the thing from earlier when she asked him if he really didn't know they were classmates. I recognized you right away when you just stepped into the convenience store. Ryu Min stuck firmly to his answer, sorry, but I really am not good at remembering faces. He smiled at her and asked, besides, this is the first time we've talked like this, right? The girl faced him and hesitantly said, yes. In the end, she looked so disappointed that she lowered her head shyly. So this is the first time you've heard my name? He continued, pretending very earnestly, sorry about that. Seeing the embarrassed face of the young woman in front of him, he thought to himself, although he felt a bit guilty for pretending not to know her. He still harbored no ill intent, so he looked at her affectionately. But he had to do this to make her interested in him. Her feet twirled slightly under the tiled floor out of embarrassment. I just told you, my name is Min Julie, I'm your classmate. Julie pointed to herself and then stood up straight, and this is my face, now do you remember? The person in front blushed all over, so he stopped teasing her and cheerfully promised, I will remember. At this moment the girl realized her own actions and felt even more awkward. Suddenly reality slapped her in the face. What the hell am I doing, introducing myself to a classmate just before graduation? Ryu Min directly hinted to her a few words, at least now I know after graduation we won't just lose contact, right? He also seized the opportunity to make a proposal. By the way, can I have your number? She froze for a moment because those words were a bit misunderstood. My number, huh? He already had his phone in hand. What's wrong? Asking a classmate for her number isn't strange at all. She quickly reached out her hand and handed it to me. Without daring to look up, she hurriedly typed the numbers into the device. After finishing, she quickly returned it to the person in front of her. Here. Ryu Min looked at his phone and exclaimed, meeting like this truly feels like fate, so from now on, let's keep in touch. Julie was caught off guard by his sudden approach and could only follow his words, all right, all right. They temporarily ended the meeting as he took the initiative to leave first. Well then, I'm off, I have urgent business to attend to. Only then did she realize she had forgotten something, but Ryu Min had already waved and walked away. Wait, the envelope it. And so the girl was left alone, adrift in her own thoughts, still unable to return what he had given her. Julie placed her hand over her chest and then ran back the other way. It was really strange for him to suddenly ask for her phone number. Oh no, my heart is pounding so hard. A warm ray of sunshine shone through the emotions of the young woman, making her realize that although she knew he only saw her as a friend, she liked Ryu Min. Things were not always as good as they are now. At first we met by chance. Ryu Min was bullied and beaten right behind the school and she witnessed it. You bastard, I told you to bring the money already, do you think we're joking? No. Julie quietly called for help on her phone, police please. After that, she still hid behind a utility pole to watch the lonely figure of that young man. Was it because she felt sorry for him, or was it because she was the one who reported to the police that she felt responsible? I followed him to make sure he got home safely. And thanks to that, she also witnessed the scene of him working inside the store. Seeing Ryu Min working part-time as if nothing had happened. They were separated by just a pane of glass, and I realized he was much stronger than he appeared. Even during class duty, Julie's eyes followed him. From then on, I began to take an interest in him. She quietly watched Ryu Min dozing off at the desk, but I didn't have the courage to talk to him. Even when he went to see his younger brother, she only dared to hide behind. After that, the feelings I had for him grew a lot, to the point that I didn't even dare to get close to him anymore. No one would have thought we would meet here. Julie stood still and closed her eyes in silent gratitude. Now I was brave, this was an opportunity granted by heaven. A gentle breeze blew through the short hair of the girl who had just fallen in love. I couldn't pretend not to know that after receiving 10 million. She gave a happy smile, then wondered if she should invite him out to eat. At this moment, Ryu Min was a bit free, sitting on the bed and looking at his phone. Messages appeared on his phone. Have you eaten? I have something to tell you. Can we meet in the cemetery area? I will treat you to a meal. Seeing the other person message that, he replied, all right, I'll pay. The person on the other side seemed very determined, insisting on treating him to a meal, saying, let me pay. When he saw the other sent such a cute sticker, he cheerfully replied, I have a lot of money. Apparently, the other was very determined and still wanted to pay for their meal, but I don't like to eat for free recklessly. What do you like to eat? Ryu Min looked at the messages they had exchanged and felt relaxed. Indeed, she seemed to feel indebted to him and even suddenly invited him to eat, which was a good sign. He even smiled softly without thinking. If he could naturally become close to her, it would be easier to turn her into an ally. After turning off his phone, he got out of bed and thought further. I will help Julie and bring her to round 20. Ryu-1 was sitting on the sofa when he suddenly noticed his brother dressed smartly, so he paid attention. He asked curiously where he was going. Hearing that, Ryu-min calmly replied, I'm going to meet that friend. Ryu-1 hesitated a little but still asked, friend, not a girlfriend, right? His younger brother's question made him laugh a little as he retorted, why can't I go meet some girls? After that, he reminded his younger brother, I'll be eating out, don't skip your meal, got it? Ryu-1 cooperated fully and replied, yes, sir. Once his brother left, he was left sitting in a daze on the sofa, silent and seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he caught an unexpected signal. Impossible, he immediately questioned his own life in doubt. Is he going on a date? Scene shifts to a fancy steakhouse where suddenly a voice probes, do you like steak? Julie was a bit surprised by his sudden question, so she quickly blushed and covered her mouth. What did you say? Seeing her flustered like that, he remained completely calm and repeated the question, do you like steak? Feeling shy, she stammered a little as she replied, I really like that dish. He acted as if nothing was wrong and casually picked up his fork, saying, then eat up. After responding to him, she thought to herself with some amazement, not expecting that she would get to have a private meal with Ryu-min. Truly a lucky day. The two ate in silence under soft music and the chatter of other customers, surrounded by an awkward atmosphere. Only then did she realize the atmosphere was not very comfortable and was becoming increasingly awkward. She thought, I have to say something. Come on, be brave. After a moment of thought, she came up with a topic to talk about and hurriedly asked him, how did you manage to win the lottery so many times in a row? 4 times consecutively, right? He was eating deliciously and hadn't noticed the awkwardness until she asked, at which point he looked at her. Then, without feeling shy, he made up a rather ridiculous excuse. It's thanks to my ancestors appearing in dreams to guide me. I'm really lucky. In Julie's imagination, the ancestors appeared with sparkling eyes and said, remember these numbers. She both imagined it and looked at him in surprise, asking, in dreams, so how much have you made from those dreams? His expression didn't change at all as he naturally continued speaking. It seemed I wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, although I would still have to worry about staying alive. At that moment, she suddenly remembered a question she had been wondering about. Now that it came to mind, I'm really curious. How was your first partner? Killing goblins must have been quite difficult, right? In response to her question, he didn't deny it but answered yes, it took quite a lot of time. She continued to ask for information about him. Which area are you from? He showed no discomfort and answered honestly, I don't remember anymore, only that the last digit was 5. She seemed a bit regretful, smiled awkwardly and said, mine ends with 7. What a pity, that means we won't get to meet. Hearing her say that, he gave a gentle smile and thought silently but didn't tell her. Don't be disappointed, my friend, we will meet after all because the areas will be merged as the number of survivors begins to decrease. Afterwards, the two continued exchanging usual small talk questions to learn about each other. What level are you? Level 10. I'm also level 10. Have you chosen a career yet? Not yet. How about you? It seemed that after chatting for a while they had become more comfortable with each other, so Julie naturally laughed and spoke, luckily I already have the career change item, it's called a buffer. He repeated curiously, buffer. He smiled very happily while analyzing her name, meaning that he could give his teammates buff effects like in a game. As he spoke, he silently marveled to himself. Fortunately this time she was also a buffer. She was very excited to show off her skills to him, so she immediately raised her hand to concentrate power. Do you want to see? She asked. There is a type of effect called blessing that boosts all stats. Hearing this, he was very interested and said, really, show me. Immediately after, she cast a skill that was elegant and colorful right on his forehead. Then, before his eyes, system notifications appeared. Blessing has increased all your stats by 50%. Blessing time limit 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Seeing his stats buffed so highly by her, he was very pleased and thought, as expected of a special profession, such a good effect. He did not hesitate to praise her skill, saying, impressive indeed. As he finished speaking, he continued, thinking that the skill's effect would double if she reached maximum level, so the stats would increase by 100%, but only if she achieved that maximum level. He looked at her very satisfied, and he was also glad she had buffed him. As he saw her friendly smile, he thought to himself that this had been his main goal from the beginning. At this moment, he thought again about the reward item he had received earlier. The reward he got from the first promotion side quest was a random gold pouch. As he thought about that reward item, he also pondered its function. Literally, it was a pouch that would give him a random amount of gold which could be influenced by his luck stat. So the higher the luck, the more gold he would receive. After stopping his train of thought, he smiled appreciatively at her. Really good effect, thank you, Julie. She didn't see it as a big deal, so she cheerfully told him to feel free to ask anytime. If you need truck fuck, just say the word. Using this skill doesn't tire me at all. Hearing her say that, he couldn't remain polite and replied, got it. Suddenly, he brought up the matter she wanted to talk about earlier. Wasn't it you who said you had something to say? At this, Julie suddenly remembered what she wanted to say and felt a little embarrassed. Ah, right, I actually intended to mention it earlier. Then she smiled gently, deeply touched, and expressed her thanks to him. Thank you so much for the 10 million. My father also asked me to pass on his gratitude. She seemed afraid he might misunderstand, so she quickly added, and I'll try to repay you soon, no matter what happens. Upon hearing this, he felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say, and awkwardly told her, is that all you wanted to say? I already told you not to worry about it. She was not upset at all when he refused her kindness, but still enthusiastically suggested to him, if you don't need money, then perhaps you want something else, right? I know. After finishing speaking, she immediately took out some item she wanted to give him and said, take this. He looked at what was in her hand and asked, what is this? She held the strange purple object in her hand and handed it to him, saying, I got this while hunting. If you don't need money, then at least I should give you this. Her expression was very sincere, wanting him to accept it. This is my token of goodwill, so don't refuse it anymore. After they finished eating, they parted ways and said goodbye to each other. The meal was wonderful. Well then, see you again later. He said goodbye while reminding her, be careful at the next gateway. Okay, she smiled happily upon hearing him say that and replied, we must live to meet again. After saying goodbye to her, Ryu Min slowly walked alone along the brick-paved road. Then he opened the window of the warehouse system. At that moment, he began reading the lines of information about the item Julie had just given him. Low-level death color demon essence, classification, property description. A beautiful purple stone from which he could feel the delicate mana inside. Simply put, it's a gem used to embed into items to enhance their attributes. He carefully read each line of information and then marveled at the fate behind this. Who would have thought he would receive something like this from her? He reached into the storage to take out that magic essence and carefully analyzed it. Just from this brief description, it was hard to know its use. Then he raised the magic essence high and pondered deeply, thinking that once it reaches level 20, we'll realize how rare this item truly is. It turns out that at level 20, players receive a fixed skill. The combination feature unlocks once the player reaches level 20. Its effect sounds quite similar to weapon forging but at a higher level. When used, it allows us to combine a weapon with a magic crystal. This skill can even be upgraded and we can choose the upgrade options. At this point, he introduced the types of magic essence. There are 7 colors of magic crystals in total: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. Each magic essence of a different color has different abilities. Red is damage, orange is strength, and yellow is luck. These magic essences are considered extremely rare because of their extraordinary skills. Green enhances agility, blue enhances intelligence. Teal helps reduce damage taken, and the rarest one is the purple essence, which is the one he currently holds. Finally, the Seal of Death magic essence is the rarest of all. It has a very low appearance rate and boosts all stats. He was extremely happy to have received this magic essence so early in such an unexpected way. He felt very lucky to have suddenly come across one. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his luck was quite exceptional. His current luck index was truly very high. Then he thought further and put the precious magic essence crystal into his inventory. He would use the magic crystal upon reaching level 20. And now he decided to make good use of Julie's skill to open the blessing reward item. The time limit was 30 minutes and 58 seconds. I should open the gold pouch before the buff ends. Suddenly, he remembered something slowly. After thinking, he reached into his bag and rummaged around. He needed to boost his stats with the butcher's rune first. Then he took out a small white bag containing mealworms, 100 mealworms. He looked at the bag and pondered. The The Butcher's rune would increase his stats by 1% for each target he killed, including insects. As long as the creature was alive, it counted. At this moment, he suddenly dropped the bag to the ground. Since there were no insects in the other world, he was forced to hunt monsters, but luckily, he was currently in the present world. He calmly lifted one foot and said sorry. Then he lowered his foot and stomped hard. Immediately, a system notification appeared. The kill count was 45 out of 100 and all stats would be increased by 45% due to the effect of the Butcher's rune. He kept stomping down and crushing those mealworms. The kill count reached 67 out of 100, and all stats would be increased by 67% thanks to the Butcher's rune effect. Every time he stepped down, the number kept increasing continuously until it reached the maximum of 100. The death count had reached 100, and all stats would be increased by 100% due to the effect of the rune of the Butcher. Then he immediately called up the status window. The status window showed the name Ryu Min, nickname Black Scythe. Apprentice rank level 16, occupation Reaper, titles, Last Hidden Traveler, First Hidden Death God. Stats, Strength plus 90, Intelligence plus 9, Agility plus 63, Luck plus 45, Stat points 0. Looking at the numbers appearing in the window, he finally noticed the change. His luck had increased from 15 points to 45. That meant he could expect a favorable outcome. Next, he called up his inventory, the storage space, and then took out the reward item, a bag of gold. Random gold bag, classification, consumable, rarity, rare, effect. Provides you with a random amount of gold ranging from 1 to 9,999. Usage requirements must be used before the next round begins and rank must be above rookie. A limited item gifted to the first person who changes rank. This item automatically disappears when the next stage starts and is affected by the luck stat. Now confident, he decided to use the reward item. The luck stat had already increased to the maximum possible level. Now, thinking so, he wasted no time and read the use command. Immediately after, the bag of gold in his hand began to float and rise in the air. He looked at it with a bit of anticipation, wondering how much he would earn. Even with the same stats, receiving different amounts of gold was normal. But it seemed he had calculated in advance, so he confidently guessed. Based on his luck so far, it would probably be between 3,000 and 6,000 gold. Suddenly, without knowing what he saw, his expression turned extremely surprised. A system message appeared, "You have used a random gold bag." This notification made Ryu Min curious. They continuously notified him, "You have used a random gold bag, you have earned 9,999 gold." He was somewhat surprised. 9,999 gold. Ryu Min was delighted to receive an amount of gold beyond expectations, quietly thinking to himself that he must have gotten the maximum gold after all. Receiving blessings is truly valuable. The system's summary notification displayed his total gold. So his total gold was 16,249. That should be enough to buy an epic raid item now. Just as he thought that, the system screen suddenly vanished. The item he wanted would only be available in 2 more weeks, so for now, he would hold on tightly to his gold. The bright morning sunlight shone into the building where the 2 brothers were staying. Ryu Min stepped into the house, took off his jacket and said, "I'm home." Seeing him come back, Ryu Won was pressing his phone with a delighted tone as he called out. Ryu Won's hand holding the phone covered half his face, but his delighted expression like a puppy was still visible now. "How was your date?" Ryu's question made Ryu Min curious. Date? Ryu Won saw that his older brother didn't understand and felt a bit disappointed, asking again, "Isn't it true that you went on a date with your girlfriend?" Ryu Min, sitting on the chair, avoided his younger brother's question, saying, "Stop talking nonsense, what are you eating for lunch today?" Seeing that, Ryu Won sat down next to his brother and answered with a happy expression, "I ordered black bean noodles." Ryu Won seemed unsatisfied and replied sulkily, "So what if it's black bean noodles? Do you know how much I've been wanting to eat that dish?" His words reminded his brother of the past. "That's right, just last month, the situation for the 2 of us was still very difficult." Ryu Min continued thinking that his Bitcoin investment had increased to $150 million, but like before, it might drop significantly 2 weeks later. When that time comes, it's best to let it go. Meanwhile, his younger brother Ryu Won sat beside him with sparkling eyes as he saw something. On the TV screen was an image of a car being shown, sparking an idea in Ryu Won. "Before that, I should get a driver's license." In the exam room, everyone was focused on their own work, including Ryu Min, who was taking the theoretical test for a driver's license. It seemed the repetition made Ryu Min somewhat bored, so he sighed and thought silently, how many times have I taken this test? Just do it for the sake of it and then leave. After speaking, he grabbed his jacket, stood up to leave, causing the supervisor to become curious. As Ryu Min's back slowly walked toward the door, it stirred even more thoughts in the supervisor's mind. What was wrong with him? When looking at Ryu Min's computer screen, the supervisor was startled. Your score is 95. You passed the theoretical exam to get your commercial driver's license. His mind was filled with questions. Just a little time and he got 95 points. Ryu Min knew his results better than anyone. The outcome was clear, yet he only took 4 days to get his license. He proudly handed the glowing license to his younger brother, Ryu 1. Too dazzling, I have more driving experience than anyone. Suddenly, Ryu Min pondered a bit about his own reality. Wait a moment, how many years have passed? How old am I? He immediately thought, after getting the license, I promptly bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador, the red Lambo, which I didn't take long to choose since I had driven this model several times before. Ryu Min asked, how long does direct import take? The attendant responded cheerfully, if you order today, you'll receive the car within a month. Holding the iPad, he said, that works, I'll sign right now. Hearing Ryu Min finalize the order, the attendant visibly delighted as if he was glowing all around. Excellent, sir, you are truly sophisticated. His exaggerated attitude left him speechless. Time passed. 2 weeks later, on this beautiful day, the time was very appropriate. The moment had come. Holding his phone with some satisfaction, he thought, it's time to say goodbye to my pile of Bitcoin. Ryu once spoke up with curiosity when he saw his brother's dangerous, calculating expression. Did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Ryu Min, seated on the chair, replied, little brother, I just sold all my Bitcoins. Ryu one sat down, surprised, and asked his brother, really, how much has the price increased? Ryu Min calmly answered, $300 million. Hearing such an enormous figure made him startled. $300 million. His younger brother was restless, raising his voice to ask, your entire lottery winnings were only $60 million, how did it increase to $300 million? Meanwhile, Ryu Min still calmly answered all of his brother's questions with a look of obviousness. Of course it did. Ryu 1 admired him while also recalling a month ago when he wanted to invest in Bitcoin but his brother tried to stop him. Yet now he had earned so much. Ryu Min smiled and replied, I didn't know it would surge this much. He thought silently, last time it was at most $280 million. At this moment, Ryu 1 had calmed down and asked his brother, so, are you planning to stop now? Ryu Min, still looking at his phone, answered, of course. Ryu 1 held the cup of water in his hand and smiled, replying, that's great. But before long, his brother spoke again, causing Ryu 1 to almost spit out the coffee in his cup. It's time to invest in stocks now. Ryu 1, partly worried for his older brother, asked, brother, you don't know anything about stocks. What are you planning to do now? Ryu Min calmly reassured him with a calm demeanor, a smile flashing across his lips, don't worry. Ryu Min casually fabricated a reason to soothe his younger brother's worries, saying, I dreamt about it. Startled and half-doubting, Ryu 1 asked back, you dreamed that prophetic dream again, so this time which stocks should I buy? Ryu Min replied confidently, yeah, in the dream I saw that if I buy now it will be very profitable later. Hearing this from his brother, Ryu 1 gave up and said, all right, then just do whatever you want. While looking at his younger brother, Ryu Min thought silently, Ryu 1 is so worried, I can't blame him, but I do know the future. Then he looked at the screen, thinking about the company he wanted to invest in. The company he intended to invest in was. The phone screen displayed a long list of stock names. A company ranked 85th on KOSDAQ, valued at about $900 million, the consulting company Thinma. Ryu Min thought Thinma Consulting is a company under the ownership of Ma Jionrock. Although it was not very well known yet, after the 4th round it would introduce a special system and develop rapidly. Finishing his recollection, Ryu Min silently approved of his decision. If he knew this company would become famous, there was no reason not to invest. As he thought this, holding the phone, he realized that if he could own more shares and gain operational control, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and make a considerable profit. Then, Ryu Min tapped on the order bar. First, I will invest $280 million and acquire 31% ownership. Now, suddenly a voice interrupted his train of thought, please. It turned out to be Ryu One silently clasping his hands in prayer for his older brother. Please make his dream come true once more. That was as good as done. While thinking that, he looked at the screen displaying the purchase confirmation number 5,684,241. The purchase had been successfully processed. Without hesitation, Ryu Min considered what to do next. Now I just need to buy the items. As night fell and all the building lights went off, only the house of the two brothers remained lit. The light came from the desk lamp at midnight that same day. Accompanied by the system sounds, the system screen displayed various items appearing in the store. Ryu Min lay on the bed, his hands supporting his head, thinking that the gold he had been saving was all for today. His hand tapped on the equipment bar, silently marveling at the benefits of having plenty of gold. As long as he had gold, he could buy normal items and skills. There really was nothing more convenient. The screen displays the item you selected. Although they are all of normal level, that does not mean you can't buy rare and epic materials. The notification bar shows today's items. Today's items? Ryu Min was still lost in his own thoughts. This is a function to buy a random item that changes daily. Usually it's hard to get exactly what you want, because you don't know which items the shop will sell. The random cards represent the items on sale because no one can predict which items will be sold. But for me, it's not a problem since I already know in advance what will be sold. Thinking that, Ryu Min clicked on today's items bar. And today is the day the epic item I need will be sold. The system panel displayed a series of information about the random items on sale. Bone necklace, necklace type, epic grade. Effect adds 3 strength, increases attack speed by 1% each time an enemy is killed up to a maximum of 25% until the round ends. Restriction, apprentice or above, durability 500-500, price 4,600 gold. Sale time 23:59:59, purchase. Ryu Min's tone was joyful because the item he wanted had appeared. Here it is, the bone necklace. A smile flickered across his face. The item increases strength and attack speed, and considering its effects, it's quite cheap too. Now that I have the item I want, I should use it, right? Ryu Min returned to the main page of the item inventory. The system screen popped up a discount coupon along with the usage rules for the 50% off item coupon obtained today after completing the leveling up quest. The 50% item discount coupon for today, a rare consumable type. Effect, you get 50% off when purchasing today's items. Restriction, valid only until the next round. Apprentice level or higher. Description, a limited reward item awarded to players who complete side quests in round 2. If not used by the next round, it will automatically expire. Ryu Min pondered for a moment, his hand already reaching for the purchase button. If I buy this ring after using the 50% discount coupon, the remaining gold after the purchase confused him. Gold, 13,949. Ryu Min jumped up. I still have a lot of gold left. He propped his chin, thinking while recalling the items he wanted to buy. Initially, I planned to buy a set of normal equipment with the remaining gold. Ryu Min recalculated a bit in his mind. Some desired support skills appeared. But if I save an extra 6,000 gold, I could buy another common skill. Common skills are still better than normal equipment. He propped his chin, a smile appearing on his face. I should hurry to earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, round 3 has plenty of monsters. And then time passed. On May 1, 2023, the gem in the middle of the town emitted a purple light. Surrounded by countless townsfolk, but among them some showed a golden glow. This day was bound to come. Players kept appearing continuously to clear debris in the area of the third round game, and at the center there was a large purple gem radiating a remarkably striking light. Damn it, I've been pulled into the other world again. After being forced to log into the game, players kept voicing their confusion. This isn't the forest this time, where am I? Some of them carefully observed their surroundings and commented. The houses were all destroyed, but it looked like a village. Upon hearing this remark, suddenly another voice interrupted to object. It's just a pile of rubble, what else could it be? They even noticed the tall city walls enclosing the area where they stood. Look, the village is surrounded by walls, it's real. At this moment, the players finally realized the eye-catching presence of the large gem at the center. What about this crystal? What is our third round going to do here? At this time, Ryu Min appeared in the distance, silently observing. This place is truly strange, everyone looks quite worried. Then his thoughts focused on a person who appeared calm on the opposite side. The only one indifferent was Josik. As Josik turned around indifferently, he suddenly heard someone behind him questioning, "Isn't he the local representative of our area?" Afterward, more and more people quietly whispered behind his back. "That's right, life is like a documentary film, it's him," they said, "the gang leader. He even used a sword to threaten me into voting for him." In their whispers, they also mentioned your name. Really, the Black Scythe should be the rightful representative, not that murderer. Suddenly, one guy raised his hand and quietly stopped his comrades. "Hey, he can hear you now and he holds power." But it seemed Josik couldn't pose any real threat, so the others remained calm as if nothing happened despite the warning from their teammate. "Whatever, he only has that power 10 times, nothing to be afraid of." The more Josik listened, the less he could stand it, so he spun around sharply to intimidate them. "You bastards, shut your mouths." The funny thing was, those people showed no fear at his threats and many even responded with sarcasm. "What the hell are you cursing about, like others don't know how to curse?" He refused to back down and directly raised his hand, pointing to call out. "Which one of you mumbled that?" Only then did those people realize it was hard to back off. They stopped gathering and whispering. His face twisted ugly with anger, cursing silently, "Damn it, I knew this would happen. If only that angel had kept her mouth shut." At that moment, a pair of polished leather shoes suddenly appeared. Yangmin immediately stood before him and bowed respectfully, greeting him. Many people recognized him and, full of curiosity, kept asking, "What is Yangmin doing?" He paid no attention to the questions around him but boldly lifted his head to look at Josik and sincerely said, "Sir, life is like a film reel. Big brother Josik, gang leader Josik, senior Josik, I come to pay my respects to you." He calmly looked at him and then asked, "Senior, are you my junior brother?" Yangmin immediately responded, "Not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old young man with a dream of becoming a gangster." Hearing this, Josik raised an eyebrow with a questioning look, thinking, he wants to become a gangster. Is this guy crazy? He put on an expression of deep admiration for him and said with a smile, "You are my role model, sir. I really want to join the Josik gang." Hearing that, before he could even finish asking, he was suddenly startled by the next action from him. "Why are you?" Yangmin then dropped to his knees and spoke with resolute words, "I will devote my whole life to following you, sir. Please accept me." Josik found this so amusing that he grinned broad and hearty. "I've met a lot of crazy guys in my life, but this is the first time I've met someone this extreme. I like his spirit already." Thinking so, he told him to stand up. "Get up." Yangmin immediately replied promptly, "Yes, sir." After that, he asked with great curiosity, "Are you blind? Don't you know my reputation has fallen, and yet you still want to follow me?" Yangmin shamelessly replied, "Whatever." He clenched his fist tightly, patted his chest, and continued, "You are someone I respect." He faced Josik and spoke words deeply touching to the heart, saying that as long as he accepted him, he didn't care what others thought. Being praised and regarded as an idol like that, he could not help but smile. "I like your answer. All right, I'll take responsibility and teach you." He was extremely grateful and kept bowing continuously to thank him. "Thank you, it's an honor for me." Those around were astonished by his crazy behavior. He just joined the team. Is life some kind of movie? Is he crazy? Some couldn't help but exclaim, like a tracks like they say. From afar, Ryu Min observed everything and was very satisfied. This time he also formed a team with Josik, which was indeed a good thing. At that moment, the angel suddenly appeared in the sky and asked aloud, "Is everyone gathered?" She slowly observed the players below, then smiled and said, "Let's see, we are short of 90 people today." A few players, not understanding her meaning, were puzzled by the shortage. Another person couldn't help but speak up and ask why. One after another, other players also received a notification with the same content. The main mission is to protect the sacred relic for 3 hours across the entire area. Total participants, 856,030,200, completed 0214007550. Current area, ESCS 45-5, total participants, 4,900, completed 01225. The other players, after reading the announcement about the third round, immediately started to panic. "Are we really short on people? Why is that?" The angel spoke extremely slowly as if nothing had happened. "There's no way someone died for no reason. It seems in the real world you have been killing each other. I was worried about how far your rivalry would go. At that moment, suddenly one player noticed something and anxiously called out to the others. Wait, everyone, look at the number of people who can pass this round. The other players paid attention to the overly limited number of people who could pass the third round and were very shocked. 1,225 people. What? So that's only a quarter left. Among them, one person boldly asked Angel, what's the fault? Hearing that question, she laughed heartily. Fault? What fault? Then she calmly spoke what the players were thinking. What do you want? There's no fault at all. It seems you're worried because the number of people who can complete the task has decreased. After finishing, she asked again, but have you forgotten? The players below, hearing her say that, each showed a stunned expression. Only half the people can survive each round. The angel did not stop smiling but instead smiled even cruelly as she explained, but since everyone survived the final round, it's reasonable that only a quarter of the players survive this round. The players became utterly shocked when faced with her words that matter. Her cruel, beautiful eyes observed the people below through the veil and spoke frankly. There is nothing unfair at all, you just need to work hard to get into the top 25%. Then she began to explain the rules for this round. Very well, I will explain the rules for round 3. The angel slowly outlined the rules of this round. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear at the castle gates and target the sacred artifact at the center of the village. Her figure remained present in the sky, looking down at the land below. There will be 4 waves of attacks in total and all must coordinate to protect the sacred artifact. She explained the importance of the purple gem. You will receive additional rewards if you protect the sacred artifact for 3 hours. If you fail, you will face severe penalties. She did not forget to mention player rankings. In the end, whether you successfully defend or not, rankings will be arranged according to the number of monsters you defeated. The players listened anxiously to her explanation of the rules, nervously watching the city gate. Due to the nature of this round, more monsters will appear than usual, but they only have strength left. It should be much easier, right? Josik heard the ranking rules from her and smiled confidently with a slight smirk. So all I have to do is kill a lot of monsters because I hold the power this round as easy as pie. Suddenly she clasped her hands together, almost forgetting, and then added something incredibly cruel. The representative selected from the previous round is like a documentary film, isn't it? She continued speaking as if nothing had happened, happily saying that from this round onward he can use the command right. But I bet everyone here is curious about what will happen next. After finishing, she emphasized, if the representative dies. An evil smile appeared on her face when mentioning this exciting matter. When the representative dies due to monsters or external circumstances, their position will be left vacant. However, what if they are killed by another player? Hearing this, Josik was stunned, his eyes wide open to the fullest. As her words became increasingly suggestive, the players around him also started to have impure thoughts. In that case, the killer will immediately become the new representative and will receive all 10 uses of the command right. After speaking, she clapped her hands happily and said, so be it, monsters will appear in 10 minutes. Coordinate with each other for the next 3 hours to survive. Finally, she added disdainfully and indifferently, although I'm not sure if you all can manage it. Then she turned into a point of light and disappeared, leaving only Josik with a mood as if he had swallowed something foul. He was extremely angry and shouted loudly towards the woman who had just disappeared. Then his eyes immediately focused on the murderous intent behind him. Instead of preparing to fight the monsters, the other players now raised their weapons against their own kind. Josik, seeing their actions, was thoroughly furious and loudly drew his weapon to threaten them. You bastards, come here, I'll take you all down one by one. These players were filled with murderous intent directed at him without any fear. You act strong, but you only have 10 times to use the command right. The angel said, whoever kills this bastard will become the representative. There was even a shameless one who ambitiously said, if I become the new representative, that would be even better. Suddenly, a figure appeared at that moment. Ryu Min calmly held the weapon in his hand and slowly stepped forward from behind. Josik was startled and panicked when he saw him approach, stammering, what are you doing, Black Side? He stood in line with him and spoke, don't be afraid, I just want to talk. But all Josik caught was that he said he was scared, so he hesitated to retort. Scared, what are you talking about? Just say what you want. Then he continued, let me say first if you intend to make me bow down, but before he could finish he was interrupted. I have a proposal. Seeing his hesitant expression, he did not beat around the bush but spoke directly. I guess you are facing difficulties. Then he directly made him an incredibly attractive offer. How about I protect you? Jacek was surprised and puzzled upon hearing this and asked again, what? He patiently repeated himself. I will protect you from other players, meaning I will be your personal bodyguard. The other players were also taken aback one after another. What? Black Scythe will protect the life is documentary run, so that means we have to face Black Scythe. At this moment they hesitated slightly in confronting him. It was a bit. So what should we do now? Hearing those around cautiously avoiding him, Jacek couldn't help but think inwardly. He didn't expect the name Black Scythe to carry such influence. Judging by their reactions, this offer truly seemed very appealing. But he immediately regained his composure, thinking that everything comes with a price. With that in mind, he frowned and asked him, so what do you want in return? He gently said as if it were nothing, not much. Then his gaze became extremely sharp as he stated his condition. You will have to obey all my orders, that is the condition. Jacek froze upon hearing that. What? He gritted his teeth, thinking silently that he was being asked to become his subordinate. He didn't immediately agree and instead probed, asking what reason I had to make this proposal. I replied sharply, I can't say. He didn't give up and kept asking. You say to follow orders, but what kind of orders are they? I patiently responded, that too I can't say, you just need to obey my orders unconditionally. Jacek felt bitter at my indifferent attitude and thought, so you want me to follow you for life, huh? Damn it, you think I'm that easy to fool. But then he paused for a few seconds, then thought further, wait, what would happen if I refuse? He wouldn't just attack me out of nowhere in broad daylight, right? While he was lost in thought, I decisively said, choose. Then I didn't forget to drop a hint, reminding him that others were also waiting on his decision. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made his choice. He would reject your offer. My eyes flashed coldly as I silently confirmed my suspicion. Surely no bastard would so easily lower his honor like that. The others couldn't help but smile happily when they saw his foolish choice. He refused. See, if he had agreed, he could already be out hunting. Probably his ego is too high to have to take orders. At this moment, the players also began to raise their weapons again, taking turns aiming at Jacek and speaking up. To him, honor is more important than life itself, or perhaps he simply doesn't regard us at all. He calmly observed everyone's reactions without saying a word. The situation was identical to his previous life. Then he made the next decision. The thing to do now was to draw a line. Thinking that, he faced Jacek as if nothing had happened and spoke to draw the boundary. Fine, if you refuse, then there's nothing more I can do. I won't interfere with what's going on here anymore. Then he decisively turned and walked away. Whether he lived or died was no longer any concern of his. At this point, the others who heard him spoke up, eagerly advanced, wanting to attack Jacek. Did you hear that? Black Scythe no longer cares about you, then let's deal with this gangster now. Jacek gritted his teeth in frustration but could do nothing except lift his weapon. Damn it, does that mean I have to accept that proposal? At this time, the system also announced the start of the game. The first round would begin soon. Prepare for the monsters' stealthy attacks and protect the sacred relic. Those who were about to gang up on Jacek were interrupted by this system announcement. It's starting. The system issued a brief announcement about the game rules. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters have been defeated, the second wave will still begin. At this point, other players started to panic and called on their teammates to cooperate in protecting that large purple gem. Everyone is guarding the sacred relic. Immediately afterward, the system also began counting down. The remaining time until the stage ends is 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. While others were focused on keeping watch towards the city gate, Jacek suddenly had the thought that he couldn't fight alongside those he had grudges with. Then he turned around, looking to find another place to act. After all, it was a personal mission, so he would have to act alone. Suddenly, he noticed Ryu Min calmly walking towards another place. Where was that guy going? Jacek then stealthily followed Ryu Min for quite a long distance. He hid behind a building and watched him from afar. Was he also planning to fight alone? He was heading toward the city gate. At that moment, a sound signaled the official start of the game. Wave 1. The city gate was also slowly opening. The system announced the current number of players, 4,900. Then it announced the number of monsters in the first attack wave, 9,800 weakened goblins. These vicious, bloodthirsty goblin monsters with disgusting green skin appeared in increasing numbers from outside the city gate. When Josik saw this number, he was directly stunned and showed visible panic. 9,800. The system kept popping up notifications. Due to the nature of the gate, the goblins only possessed 1/3 of their usual strength. Then they wished the players below good luck before disappearing, wishing you success. His pride completely vanished when he refused his offer. This was crazy. All he could think about was running away and cautiously leaving the city gate. For now, just hide and observe the situation. He ran into a house and immediately sprinted upstairs. But why wasn't the black scythe moving? Was he planning to fight the goblins at the city gate alone? He was extremely anxious but still took the time to analyze this dangerous problem clearly. Although the city gate was narrow, it was still wide enough for at least 10 people to pass through. Josik hurriedly flung open the door while streams of thoughts raced through his mind. He was confident he could kill 10 with one strike. Then he stood on the balcony and panicked as he watched from above. The madman was acting cocky just because his level was somewhat higher. Without even looking, he knew he would fight a bit and then cut tail and run. From Ryu Min's side, the goblins bared their teeth and swiftly charged at him wielding their weapons. Without hesitation or panic, he immediately raised his scythe high and took a stance ready to attack. Then he gently swung the weapon in his hand, instantly killing 3 or 4 goblins rushing at him. Then he calmly lifted his eyes to look up. Those goblins kept falling one group after another, starving and recklessly attacking without regard for their own lives. Suddenly he lifted his foot, the bright crescent immediately striking the sensitive points of their bodies. In one swift motion, he killed the entire group of goblins at a speed impossible to follow. Josik, who had been watching him fight from above, was utterly shocked. Was the black scythe really that powerful? Then he started imagining himself becoming as strong as him when reaching level 16. Would I really be that strong at level 16? This made him realize he was wasting too much time leveling up. Now was not the time to think about this. He needed to level up quickly and become stronger. Then he turned to look at other players struggling to complete their quests. At this point, the battle between the players and the goblins had become fierce. The center of the area had somehow become a chaotic scene filled with death and frantic screams. "Hey, stop them, the west gate has fallen, don't let them get near the shrine, die." At that moment, Josik stopped hiding and stepped out of the house ready to hunt monsters. "I have to go down there and kill those goblins too." He shouted loudly to attract a goblin, those mobile experience points. Immediately afterward, he slashed and killed it. Suddenly at that moment, he sensed a wave of danger. Then he decisively thrust his weapon straight into the head of the goblin approaching him. Just as he pulled out his weapon, he smiled silently with satisfaction and confidence. Thanks to the rune tracking, he could predict their movement path. It was really simple. Suddenly something flew swiftly towards him, brushing past his face, tearing a piece of flesh off his ear. Josik looked back at what had just attacked him and noticed something, an arrow. Strange, he had never seen a goblin shoot arrows before. Thinking that, he immediately confirmed that some player wanted to assassinate him. "Damn it, then who is it?" he cursed bitterly inside. "Even though he didn't know who it was, once I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces into 100 fragments." Suddenly, his lower abdomen was pierced by a spear wielded by someone. "I've got you now." Josik was extremely angry, tightly gripping the spear and shouting loudly, "You bastard." Then he exerted a strong force and pulled the other toward the dagger in his hand. He then thrust the dagger straight into the other's chest. As he withdrew the dagger, he cursed, intending to finish off the man. "Die, you bastard." Suddenly another arrow shot toward him, whizzing past his face. Then he looked towards the direction the arrow came from and discovered a man holding a bow. Without hesitation, Josik cruelly raised the spear in his hand and aimed at that man. The man, seeing this, panicked and drew his bow. In the end, before the man could shoot, Josik's spear pierced right through his head. After dealing with all the people around, he struggled to hold his stomach and think. Damn it, unexpectedly, what worried me was other players, not monsters. If I weren't the regional representative then, he would only regret now for being greedy for this position. Regional representative my ass, if I had the choice I would have thrown it to someone else already. Moreover, he started reconsidering Ryu Min's earlier offer. Could it be that I should accept the Black Scythe's help? But ultimately he was still extremely proud, unwilling to yield to anyone. No, a man must have the pride of a man, he couldn't become anyone's subordinate. Some method to hunt peacefully without being disturbed by other players. Suddenly, he noticed a player on the opposite side slashing goblins. That guy was. He recognized that man held a quite high rank in this area, third place currently, with a black dragon mounted on his right hand. Then he couldn't help but grin mischievously. That's right, it's him. He called out to the man from behind, "Hey." The man heard the voice and quickly turned around to ask, "What, who's there?" Without giving him time to react, he used his command right to control the other man. The black dragon on the right hand, he cunningly ordered him, "From now on, protect me." Ryu Min swung his sword to strike the monster. The system sound rang out, effect of the bone necklace activated, increasing attack speed by 25%. You have defeated the goblin. Current kill count 52-100. Has used the triple experience buff. All stats increased by 100% due to the effect of the rune butcher. Gold plus 3.3, bonus gold plus 1.66. He intently looked at the system panel, thinking about the status window. Ryu Min opened his inventory to check it out and exclaimed, "I've already earned nearly 2,000 gold." His face brightened, the corners of his lips slightly raised as he wondered, "At this rate, I'll easily gather 20,000 gold by the second attack wave." Monsters from afar began eyeing Ryu Min, but he remained calm and contemplative. "No, this round I must accumulate lots of gold and then buy 2 common skills. If I succeed, I'll obtain the Dark Knight's rune." He coldly cast a sharp red-eyed glance over them. Ryu Min swung his scythe, striking a critical blow against the monsters. The monsters behind growled cautiously and he sneered aloud, "Aren't you going to charge?" Ryu Min raised his scythe high and charged straight at them. "If not, I will strike first." A brilliant magical wave crashed down with a thunderous explosion, causing everyone to panic. "What's going on? What is that sound?" The monster suppressing the young man instantly vanished. The remaining ones also disappeared. The system screen showed, "You have successfully repelled the first attack wave." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." The system announced the number of surviving players is 3,933 and the number of players who died is 967. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. A young man sat down and said, "Before the second wave, we need to take a short break." Ryu Min stared thoughtfully at the people lying in the deep red pools of blood. 967 had died. Although they had weakened the goblins, they still couldn't be underestimated. He glanced around searching for someone, but where was he? Ryu Min looked at Josik, who was clenching his teeth tensely, then fell into deep thought. There he was, as expected, with Josik still alive. There's no way he could have survived this round. Panting heavily, he gripped his knife tightly, looked around and shouted loudly, "Damn it." Josik frowned in thought, unaware that the enemy was sneaking up on him. Those bastards weren't after the goblins, only targeting him. That guy yelled, lunging his knife straight at him, "Die." Before he could reach Josik, 2 others attacked him and he fell down in pain. The command emblem shining brightly above his head made him inwardly smug, but thankfully it was because of them that the command power was truly amazing. Thanks to them who acted as flesh and bone shields, he survived the initial attack. Youngman stood in front of Josik and asked, "Are you okay?" Josik looked at him with confusion, thinking this madman still followed him even though he never used that authority. The wound in his abdomen was bleeding, and he let out a painful cry. Blood dripped down Josik's hand and the worry inside him rose. He's losing too much blood. At this rate, will he survive this round? He clenched his teeth and cursed silently, "Damn it." Beads of sweat drenched his forehead, dripping down with each pang of pain. He gritted his teeth determinedly, thinking to himself that he would endure and survive this round. Suddenly, Josik and Yeoman glanced back. The monsters rushed in one after another. The system displayed, Wave 2, 3,933 players versus 7,866 goblins that had been weakened along with hobgoblins. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins only retained normal strength. The monsters wielding knives charged straight at Ryu Min. The system showed a message wishing, "We hope you win this battle." He moved lightly, swinging a sharp scythe blade. Gliding past the bodies of the monsters, Ryu Min took a running jump. He charged toward them with a decisive attack. His sharp crescent swung down to cut them down. The monsters lay in heaps on the ground. Ryu Min spun the scythe, making a slash that tore through the air. After a while, he looked up at the system board. "You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from apprentice to normal. You can now use the combination function. Ryu Min wiped the sweat from his face with his hand, satisfied, thinking he had done it, finally hitting level 20. Now he could use the combination function to create unique items unavailable in the store. The system displayed "Congratulations on your level up. The Seal of Death has been enhanced. Additional Seal of Death damage increased from 100% to 120%. Additionally, you have learned the unique skill of Knight of Death. The unique Knight of Death skill has an effect within a 500-meter radius. Using dark energy to create an artificial knight, the caster can discard skills at will. The next skill will be acquired at level 40. He read the system notification and reflected that the additional damage of the Seal of Death had already increased by 120%, plus he had learned a new skill. Moreover, Knight of Death suits the Dark Knight's rune very well because it grows stronger as night falls. The system displays the attributes of the Dark Knight's rune effect when used during the day. Weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed also increases by 50%, and while resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. A horde of monsters from outside poured in to attack Ryu Min. He curled his lips with delight. "Welcome, I just learned a new skill myself." Ryu Min's gloomy voice rose. "Knight of Death." The monsters froze in panic. A sharp slash aimed right at them. Another critical slash was unleashed straight into the monsters. Each monster was consecutively taken down by his side. The monster howled before Ryu Min's decisive strike. His feet gently touched down on the ground. Behind Ryu Min were monsters lying in heaps, piled up on the ground. The system displayed, "You have successfully prevented the second wave of attacks. Number of players alive, 3,343. Number of players deceased, 590. Surviving players receive a reward of 500 gold." He rested one hand on his hip, exhaling heavily as he wondered, "The second wave is dealt with. Should I buy some common skills during the break?" Ryu Min reached out to touch the system's store interface. The first skill he planned to buy would be. He touched to select a skill, which was detection. Ryu Min told himself as a faint magical aura enveloped him. With it, he could identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seemed that within 30 meters around here there were only hobgoblin corpses. So should I save an additional 20,000 gold? He charged to attack the monsters just as the system displayed the message. Third wave, 3,343 players and 6,686 hobgoblins weakened. Others also began rushing in, throwing punches at the monsters. The system notified that you successfully repelled the third attack wave. Youngmin gritted his teeth and launched powerful strikes at them. The system then announced the fourth wave, 3,001 players and 6,002 hobgoblins weakened. Everyone's faces showed exhaustion after defeating all the monsters. The system displayed that you successfully repelled the fourth attack wave. Josik's face turned pale, sweat drenching his forehead. He forced himself to think, "Only one more hour. If I can endure another hour, I might survive and escape from here." He glanced at those standing before him, but his mind was filled with scheming calculations. Even though he had exhausted his authority, as long as these bastards protect him, his life would not be in danger. The system board displayed the fifth wave. 2,700 players and 10,800 gnolls weakened. Josik was stunned looking at the 10,000 system. Why did the star hit so densely? The system explained that due to the nature of the round, the golf only retained ordinary power, wishing you victory until the very last minute. The giant monsters wielding weapons charged forward. Everyone roared and fought back with all their might. He calculated in his mind, "I don't need to worry. This is actually an opportunity to set a record." Josik grit his teeth with ambition, thinking he would become even stronger to tear apart those who once looked down on him. The scream echoed, startling him to spin around. The group of people collaborated to attack each of Josik's bodyguards. One of them pointed directly at him. "Here he is, that damn gangster. The title of representative belongs to me. This time I have to kill him." He grabbed the two men standing close to him, using them as shields to block attacks, then shouted loudly, "You brutes, it's the end of the match and you're still blocking." Those guards quickly stopped them. Those two men were quickly taken down by the collaborative attackers before they could react. Josik's eyes were filled with panic. His foot lightly lifted, stepping back with a look of confusion. "Damn it, it's over for me." Josik hastily turned around and ran. In his mind he thought, now is not the time to hunt. The men behind shouted, chasing after him, run after and catch him. His legs moved ceaselessly as he thought, damn it, just get through this assault, only this round remained. Josik halted when he saw Ryu Min standing firm before the Black Scythe monsters. He hurriedly ran over to him, speaking anxiously, Black Scythe, I agree with you, I'll do whatever you say, please protect me. Ryu Min stared thoughtfully at Josik, then urgently said, I'm telling you I accept the offer. Black Scythe, protect me. His eyes suddenly flashed a cold red light as he glared at him, then decisively spoke, I refuse. Josik was stunned when he heard Ryu Min say indifferently, I told you already I don't care at all. Whether you live or die is your own problem. He anxiously shouted loudly, wait, but you're the one who offered me this. I said I would become your subordinate, didn't I? What are you refusing? He turned and walked away, calling back, I don't need a subordinate who has no authority in hand. Josik's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking, does that brat mean I'm useless? If I had known, I would have agreed earlier. He was surprised when he heard a voice call out from afar. Everyone see that, he's already refused. The collaborators surrounding Josik sneered. Lucky, I was just wondering what we'd do if the Black Scythe helped him. Life really is a documentary. The wound in his belly started bleeding painfully again. One of them said, now we can kill him whenever we want. Josik clenched the knife tightly in his hand and growled, even if I die, I'll kill at least one of you. Youngman stepped forward and pushed one of the collaborators away. Senior, you must be tired, I'm here to help you. He looked at him in confusion, Youngman. He looked at him joyfully. Right, I have you after all. If I survive and get out of here, I will take good care of you. Josik hadn't finished speaking before Youngman punched him painfully in the face. He fell flat to the ground. Josik clutched his face in pain, crying out. He spoke, calling out Senior. Youngman gave a dangerous smile as he spoke. I'll kill you right now so you can leave in peace. Josik's collar was grabbed by him. He yelled out in rage, you bastard. He threw a powerful punch into his face. Youngman kept punching Josik's face relentlessly, making him scream miserably. His face was beaten until it was swollen and bleeding. Josik lay motionless, eyes wide with confusion and chaos. Damn it, choked Josik. He glanced at the man standing in front of him, smirking. Filled with rage, he thought, once again betrayed by this bastard. Youngman raised his leg, gathering all his strength to deliver a fatal kick to Josik's body. The system announced that the regional representative was a documentary film that had been killed. The power of the representative was transferred to the one who delivered the blow. Player Hwang Youngman is the new regional representative of ESC's 45-5. He clenched his fists tightly, shouting joyfully, now I'm the regional representative, I am the king here. The system displayed, you have become the regional representative, you have received the commander's exclusive rights of the representative. Youngman's mind was full of calculations. Now if I focus, I might be able to control Corin as I wish. His eyes narrowed. Youngman glanced at Josik, who had fainted, and thought quietly, I'll really use my command power well. Don't be too angry, isn't this because Josik, the gang leader, kept running away all the time? He turned his back and left with a mind full of sarcasm. So embarrassing. Youngman turned to look at the cooperating group and pointed at Josik, saying, hey, do you guys see this? I beat him up badly. Didn't I say I had the upper hand? They all said at once, huh, yeah, that's right, good. That whole group panicked as they looked at his bloodied hand and thought, this bastard killing with bare hands, causing goosebumps all over. Truly crazy, who would have thought he actually died? The crowd's barrage of questions stirred up the whole area. What's going on? Isn't this bastard always following and flattering that thug? Was he planning to betray all along? One was scared and frightened, while the guy next to him was unconvinced, wondering how someone like that could become the district representative. Whispers and lewd rumors spread everywhere. Everyone, we've changed representatives, that's right. Youngman silently turned and dashed off, quickly calculating in his head. So now they're targeting me, but too bad, I know something that can help me get out of this situation. He ran over to Ryu Min and shouted loudly, Black Scythe. He asked aloud, what's going on? Youngman spoke anxiously, you've seen the announcement already, right? I'm the district representative now, I have the right to command. He asked in confusion, so what? He placed his hand on his chest, exchanging with a radiant smile. The offer you made to life is like a documentary film, I will accept. In other words, I will obey you. In return, protect me. Youngman contemplated in his mind. The reason Dung Zich was abandoned is because he has no command authority, so certainly he will accept my offer, right? Ryu Min spoke decisively, I don't like your attitude. He was startled. What? He coldly proposed, if you kneel and beg me then I might consider. Yangmin slumped down, pointing both hands at himself. Didn't you hear what I said? I do have the right to command. He looked at him indifferently. So what? What do you want me to do? It seems you misunderstand something, but the one at a disadvantage here is you, not me. He fell silent in thought. Ryu Min smirked. You want me to protect you, then kneel and beg. Yangmin grit his teeth, glancing at the group behind him. He suddenly spun around, locking his gaze onto him. Yangmin knelt on the ground, bowing his head respectfully before Ryu Min and pleaded, I will do whatever you say, so please let me become your subordinate. His reddened eyes narrowed as he said, please, Black Side. Ryu Min looked at him quietly and judged, I've seen this scene so many times that I'm sick of it. However, unlike with Josik, Hwang Yangmin is still useful, at least for now. His voice rang out, all right, I agree to your proposal. Yangmin bowed repeatedly in gratitude, saying, thank you, ha. Ryu Min glared at him, come on, I don't want to see that miserable face of yours. The other man looked embarrassed. What? He casually brushed past Yangmin without even looking back. The murmurs of everyone around rose again. How did things end up like this? Black Scythe will protect Yangmin, that's crazy, or maybe we should all attack him at once. One man holding a spear nervously objected. Haven't you seen Black Scythe fight? He can take on multiple people at once. We don't stand a chance against that kind of monster. Ryu Min spoke coldly, surprising everyone there. Let me help you decide. His sharp eyes scanned each person before he said, you have two choices. You can give up your title as regional representatives and return as is to hunt some monsters. Ryu Min brandished his scythe in front of them threateningly, or you can die at my hands. His face turned terrifying, his voice low and cold with darkness. If possible, I advise you to choose the first option, but the second is fine too, because those who dare to raise a sword against me are no longer human in my eyes. One man fearfully hid a dagger behind his back and looked at Ryu Min. The others, equally terrified, hurriedly turned and fled. I am leaving now, me too. Yangmin dug his feet into the ground, his eyes fixed on a terrifying scene before him, thinking to himself that it was truly impressive. He did not expect that just a few words from the Black Scythe could make them falter. He stood up and looked pensively at Ryu Min's back. As an opponent, he was formidable, but as an ally, there was no one more reliable. His face remained calm as he silently guessed that, with this atmosphere, everything was about to end. Ryu Min glanced at those still struggling to fend off the monsters and thought to himself that they had safely cleared the fifth wave. But he slightly curled his lips with malice, thinking that if things ended just like this, it would be quite unsatisfying. He called out to Yangmin. He stepped closer, responding, yes, Black Scythe. He coldly issued an order, do as I say, as you promised. He asked, what should I do? Just give the orders. Ryu Min turned around, his blood-red eyes sharply scanning him as he commanded to use the command skill 10 times and to destroy the relic. He asked confusedly, what, the relic? In his bewilderment, he thought that if the relic was destroyed. Yangmin suddenly recalled the angel's warning. If you fail to protect it, you will suffer severe punishment. He clenched his teeth with inner turmoil, wondering why using the command skill 10 times could not turn Corin into his slave. Yangmin was confused. Can I ask why not? Ryu Min didn't explain but ordered him to shut up and do as he said. He suggested that instead of 10 times, could I use 9 times? He answered indifferently, I won't repeat it. If you don't want to die, make your choice. He spoke hesitantly, I understand, I will follow your orders. The authoritative man spoke up, adding that he would designate someone for him to use the right of command. Ryu Min said thoughtfully, Sim Sungjiu, little chili pepper, don't bother me. Spring, summer, autumn, command these 10 people to destroy the relic. Yangmin was stunned. What did you say? He suddenly looked at the group facing him, wondering inwardly. My friend is among them too, did you do this on purpose? The one at the front glared at Yangmin. No way, he said helplessly, sorry guys, it's the order of the Black Scythe, I hope you understand me. His eyes brightened as he murmured under his breath, don't bother me, Sim Sungjiu. Each character appeared above that group, leaving them stunned. Yangmin whispered again, little chili pepper, spring, summer, autumn. He ordered them to destroy the relic. The system alerted with a warning, the relic is under attack. Someone was confused, what is this? A loud explosion sounded. A group of people surrounded the area, raising weapons high to destroy the relic. Everyone standing at a distance immediately shouted to stop them. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop immediately." They froze, staring at that group of people, then shouted loudly, "What are those guys doing? Do they want to be punished? Someone stop them quickly or it's going to break." One of them rushed forward and tightly grabbed the person attacking the relic. "Stop smashing it, stop right now. Is there anyone who can stop them?" Another one without hesitation swung his knife and attacked that group. The relic started to develop cracks along its surface. Soon the relic shattered into pieces. The system announced the relic had broken, the main mission had failed. The system displayed a punishment notice for the failure. The agent of divine punishment will be summoned within 30 minutes. Why is the whole crowd in panic? What is this agent of divine punishment? The system appeared, survive under the agent of divine punishment. The round will not end until time runs out. Someone anxiously asked if this was a boss. Ryu Min smirked with interest, looking at the words on the hidden side quest system board. Round 3 side quest. Resist the agent of divine punishment and survive. Completion reward 3,000 gold coins. Time left 0 hours 29 minutes 29 seconds. The crowd excitedly chatted. The system said if we survive we get 3,000 gold. I told you guarding the relic only gave 2,000 gold. This way is much more profitable. I agree with that too. Ryu Min, deep in thought, observed everyone celebrating. The mission completion was more rewarding than the prize after clearing the 5th wave, which is why I was so intoxicated that Yongmin broke the relic. But the reason I didn't personally smash the relic was because the crowd gasped when the system suddenly announced that it had detected players attacking the relic. 10 players attacking the relic would be punished. The system displayed that all stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. Those attacking the relic turned pale and hastily objected. "What? Stats reduced? We were only following orders. Damn it." The brown-haired archer angrily pointed at Yongmin's face and shouted, "Yongmin, you bastard!" He was flustered, apologizing. "I'm sorry, who knew there be such a punishment?" He was stunned when the system continued to announce that the regional representative would also be punished for failing to protect the relic. Yongmin was filled with confusion upon receiving the message from the system. All stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. He angrily kicked the wall hard, swearing under his breath. Ryu Min, standing at a distance, observed the chaotic scene ahead, thinking to himself that the permanent stat reduction was directly related to survival and therefore a lethal blow. Now it was time to prepare to summon the agent of divine punishment. He shouted once and immediately the system interface appeared. Shop. Ryu Min reached out to select items, reminding himself to use the leftover gold to buy common items. The system displays attributes: the assassin's hood, a common tier armor helmet, defense 20, agility +3, durability 250, restriction, use from common tier or above. The assassin's hood always smells like blood as if it were never washed. The cunning long boots, common tier thick type, defense 15, agility effect plus action speed plus 5%, durability 250, restriction, use from common tier or above. The long black boots are tight and seem cramped but surprisingly comfortable to wear. He thinks that even a slight stat increase helps catch it easier. He moves into the item combination area. Next is the combination. Ryu Min reaches out to select an item and inserts an item. He begins combining this item with another piece and then combines it with a mana stone. The system announces a successful combination. The option to add +1 to all stats has been added to the bone necklace. Ryu Min gazes intently at the combination panel, thinking that since he can embed 1 mana stone per equipment, he will apply the same method to the remaining items. The system chimes, successful combination. The option to add +1 damage reduction has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. He selects another item. The system displays a successful combination. The option to add +2 strength has been added to the black scythe of death. Ryu Min closes the system panel and contemplates that the lowest rank mana stone doesn't help much, but it's better than nothing. The crowd below stirs, so it has started after all. A confused girl clutching her black scythe tightly, full of worry. "I was a little nervous then." The man nearby clapped and encouraged, "Just try to hold on for 30 minutes. Yongmin gritted his teeth and looked around. The people nearby whispered in agreement. He was right, we just need to keep running. Ryu Min raised his head, deep in thought. Well, running away from the agent of divine punishment isn't easy. In my previous life, out of 2,700 people, about 500 survive. Each person collapsed on the ground, losing their combat state. Just trying to survive was already very difficult. At first, the agent of divine punishment was such a formidable monster that it took 5 level 40 players to stand a chance against it. He looked up at the brightly glowing rift in the sky, but I intended to kill it right away to claim the big reward. Ryu Min recalled the moment he defeated Briel the Angel because he had the title for killing Briel. The system announced the title. The first to kill the angel. The condition to earn it was to be the first to kill an angel. The effect during battles with divine creatures was that all stats would double. The title first to kill the angel would double all stats when fighting divine creatures. A dazzling angel appeared, spreading its wings wide. And the agent of divine punishment is a divine creature. The agent of divine punishment's imposing presence attracted all eyes, causing the crowd to stir. Is that really the agent of divine punishment? So if we just avoid it, we'll survive? Isn't that too easy? I thought at least some monsters would appear. Youngman relaxed and exhaled a breath. Damn, you scared me just now. The guy nearby raised his hand to look around but couldn't see anything. The bell on the agent of divine punishment's staff gently trembled. The agent of divine punishment took a step forward. The agent glanced at the staff and then raised it high. The staff slammed down on the ground, releasing a powerful stream of magic. The magical energy gradually expanded, shocking everyone. Everyone stared in astonishment at the dazzling light covering the entire space as the system announced, "The agent of divine punishment has established a boundary." The people inside the magical boundary panicked, trying to break free but to no avail. What the hell is this? Boundary area, the system displayed. Unless the one who created the zone lifts it, you are not permitted to leave. The faces of the relic destroyers gradually turned pale, and with worry they asked, "Can't we leave? Are we trapped inside here?" The system responded, "The attributes of those within the boundary have decreased by 50%. Those inside pounded on the magical boundary, calling for help. "Please get us out of here." Ryu Min gazed thoughtfully at them. Nearly 300 people had been captured. One person wondered aloud, "What is that huge orb?" He felt regretful and thought to himself, "It's truly unfortunate, but I can't save those 300 people." The agent of divine punishment looked down silently. In a moment, thousands of swords appeared surrounding the divine being. He turned his head away with a smirk. "So it's starting now." Those caught within the magic circle screamed in pain as countless swords rushed toward them. They shouted and desperately tried to dodge the swift, sharp blades. "Damn it, does it want us to throw these things?" Even to the naked eye, they're hard to see. Countless swords continued to emerge relentlessly from the agent of divine punishment. Cries echoed everywhere as numerous bodies fell under the rain of swords within the limited area. Once trapped inside, avoiding the shafts of light was nearly impossible. The atmosphere grew gloomy, but on the other hand, as long as you could avoid them, nothing else was difficult anymore. Suddenly, Ryu Min slipped away. While everyone was distracted, this was his chance. He cast a calculating glance at the agent of divine punishment. Just as expected when hunting humans, it paid no attention to its back. "The moment it lowers its shield, I will strike." The swords continued to relentlessly attack those inside the magic circle. Ryu Min looked up at the magical barrier and a thought flashed through his mind. This is the moment. He gradually advanced toward the back of the agent of divine punishment, thinking he didn't have to worry about it turning around since it no longer had ears. Ryu Min tightly gripped the scythe in his hand and dashed toward the agent of divine punishment. In his mind, the distance between him and it was 5 meters. A marked rune on the agent, as he vocalized the seal of death. Ryu Min's sharp scythe aimed straight at the agent of divine punishment. "I have to finish it with the very first strike." The agent spun to look back, eyes wide open with astonishment. He swung the scythe at the agent of divine punishment. Now, being cautious was already too late. The agent screamed in pain as streams of water flowed down its head. This move was truly perfect. Ryu Min spun around and slashed once more. "I hit its eye directly." His foot landed on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the agent of divine punishment, wailing pitifully. He thought to himself as he saw the stamina bar above the agent's head thanks to the seal of death. Now it only had 60% stamina left. Just one strike reducing its stamina by 40% wasn't bad at all. Ryu Min immediately ran off without looking back. Surely now it intended to establish a boundary zone to search for him. The agent of divine punishment raised its weapon. The the system displayed that the agent had established a boundary zone. He leapt swiftly out of the magical circle and glanced back, but once it realized the boundary zone could not trap anything, it would destroy the boundary. As fast as lightning, Ryu Min charged straight at the agent of divine punishment. His sharp eyes locked firmly onto the agent since he had already taken one of its eyes. Ryu Min swung the scythe, creating a sharp magical wave that hurtled straight at the agent of divine punishment, so he had to take out the other eye as well. The god cried out in pain, his body increasingly covered with wounds. He gently landed on the ground. The system display of the agent of divine punishment had established a boundary. The stats of players inside that boundary had decreased by 50%. Ryu Min smirked, thinking it didn't really matter. Missing an eye, now it was just a punching bag. The agent of divine punishment roared angrily, generating a series of sharp swords. Frowning, he thought to himself, it seemed the god intended to shoot beams of light in all directions to kill him. The god's swords flew up and Ryu Min stood behind, raising his voice, Knight of Death. Dark magic surged, swallowing the sword. The agent of divine punishment was astonished. Ryu Min leapt up, swinging the scythe into the god. Light cannot conquer darkness because the system of this world was designed that way. His eyes turned bloodshot as he slashed the scythe toward the agent of divine punishment. It was time to end this. Ryu Min decisively swung the scythe at the god's wing. The god screamed pitifully as one wing fell off. The agent of divine punishment spun around to look at him. Ryu Min unleashed another strike on the god. He skillfully dodged the attacks from the agent of divine punishment. Ryu Min swung the scythe again, attacking the other remaining wing. The agent of divine punishment howled as the other wing was taken by him. He gently landed on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the health bar above the agent of divine punishment, thinking its blood level had dropped to about 10%. He watched the agent stand still in one spot before fleeing far away. Now that it's a little farther away, don't rush to kill it. The entire body of the agent of divine punishment shone brightly. The system announced that the conditions had been met and activated the passive skill Final Brilliant Rune of Radiance of the agent of divine punishment. The agent of divine punishment is now in an immortal state. Ryu Min looked at the agent solemnly, thinking, after its blood level falls below 10%, it will enter this phase. If I had severed its head before that, I wouldn't be able to kill it later. The agent of divine punishment roared in anger and raised its staff high, creating multiple magic circles. He followed the magic streams, attacking everywhere with anticipation. Show me your final effort. The agent of divine punishment staff produced countless magics. The system sounded, 50 seconds left of the final brilliant rune of radiance. The agent crazily attacked all around, with the system counting down 30 seconds. The agent of divine punishment slammed its staff to the ground, and the system announced 10 seconds, then 5 seconds. Ryu Min smirked, watching the system's countdown, 1 second. All of the agent of divine punishment's magic was withdrawn. The system displayed that the immortal state was lifted. Immediately, he lunged straight at the agent. Ryu Min coldly raised his scythe with eyes sharp as a blade. He struck decisively at the agent of divine punishment. The system continuously announced that you have defeated the agent of divine punishment. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. Gold increased by 8,200, bonus gold 4,100. Ryu Min calmly watched the agent of divine punishment fall. The system displayed confirmation that you are the first to kill the agent of divine punishment. The system notified that it has awarded the title Challenger of the agent of divine punishment. He watched the body of the agent of divine punishment gradually fall to the ground. The system displayed the title Challenger of the agent of divine punishment. The unlock condition, become the first to kill the agent of divine punishment. Effect, reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%. 2 items appeared in Ryu Min's hand and the system announced, you have been rewarded condensed ether for the first kill of the agent of divine punishment. You have been rewarded a rune of radiance for the first kill of the agent of divine punishment. He clenched the 2 items in the palm of his hand. The system notified that the recently obtained rune automatically imprinted a seal on the player's body. Ryu Min glanced at the attributes in the system panel, thinking, just as he predicted, he had received condensed ether. The system displayed condensed ether item type. Advanced ether that has undergone multiple refinements. It reveals a 7-colored rainbow light depending on the viewing angle. He pondered, this is the only reason for me to kill the agent of divine punishment. He looked at the items in his bag, reflecting that condensed ether is needed to create god-level items. Ryu Min focused intently on the item he just received. He was also rewarded with the Rune of Radiance. The system displayed that the intelligence effect would increase by 1, and the effectiveness of divine skill abilities would increase by 1% per level. Since he was at level 30, his intelligence would increase by 30, and the skill effectiveness would go up by 30%. He smiled slightly. Soon he wouldn't have to worry about intelligence anymore. The system announced that the hidden side quest was completed, rewarding 3,000 gold. Everyone looked at Ryu Min joyfully, relieved that they had survived. Oh my god. They were confused and whispering, their eyes fixed on Ryu Min, who single-handedly used the black scythe to swiftly eliminate the agent of divine punishment. He really is a monster. A voice echoed, causing everyone to turn around in surprise. It was truly unbelievable. Another angel hovered in the air, clasped his hands, looked at Ryu Min and said, defeating the agent of divine punishment alone, this is the first time Oliver here has acknowledged the power of a human. Oliver the angel flew closer to him and asked with interest, should I interview you a little? Black Scythe player, why did you want to kill the agent of divine punishment? Ryu Min exhaled, thinking those questions were ridiculous. He answered indifferently, because I wanted to. Oliver the angel frowned, confused, intently looking at him. Just surviving means you will be rewarded, but you defied everything just because you wanted to? Ryu Min replied, I couldn't just stand by and watch it slaughter all these players. Everyone was stunned to hear him say that. He stood up to help us. I thought someone so strong would be very arrogant, but he's actually so kind. His character is quite commendable. Oliver the angel put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and spoke, stepping up to help those in the same situation. I've heard humans are strange, and it turns out to be true. You can overlook all conflicts and unite together. She lightly waved her hand, her voice full of frustration. I just can't understand. You're just imagining things. What would selfish angels like you understand? Oliver the angel rolled his eyes at the players and said coldly, you have tried hard to survive, but it's still not time to relax. I smirked with a dangerous grin. Remember, whether you get eliminated depends on the overall performance. Let's take a look at the results. The system displays the round 3 results for all areas. Black Scythe Death level 30 has killed 3,631. The Foolish level 13 Mage has killed 982, the Dark Knight level 13 has killed 963. Current area ESX 45-5. Black Scythe Death level 30 has killed 3,631. On Saintial Knight level 11 has killed 687. Co Arin Summoner level 11 has killed 576. Everyone was amazed, their eyes glued to the system board. The Black Scythe alone had killed over 3,600 monsters, while the second place didn't even reach 1,000. Moreover, it showed that he was really level 30. It's crazy, right? Did he get extra experience points or something? Ryu Min pondered quietly, realizing that he must have received extra experience points, but only by topping the leaderboard in all areas would he truly understand. The system announced, congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in all areas. Congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in the current area. Your reward for first place in all areas is a special reward selection voucher. The system sounded again, your reward for first place in the current area is a rare intermediate ring selection ticket. He kept tapping on the system board, thinking, an intermediate ring selection ticket, here it is. The system notified you can choose one of the rings below. Rewards, please touch the reward you select. Ring of Impairment, Ring of Magic Blue, Ring of Resistance. Ryu Min selected an item. Judging by the names alone, it seemed like the weakest, but he chose the Ring of Resistance. The system displayed the properties of the rare Ring of Resistance. Rare level ring, luck +4, resistance 35, durability 454/50, requires normal level or higher. Description: the ring helps resist adverse status effects. Ryu Min focused intently on the item, thinking that no matter how high his stats were, once affected by a detrimental status effect, death would be certain. Resistance does not increase with stats. So taking this now is the best choice. Although at the moment I don't need it much since monsters mainly attack to cause damage rather than applying many negative effects. He continued thinking about the system notification. You may select one of the following rewards. Rewards, please tap the reward you choose. The 50% stat increase applies only to round 4, 4,000 gold information on round 4. Ryu Min still carefully examined each reward. Indeed, there was no buff effect for triple experience points. After all, the purpose of round 4 was not to kill monsters. He reached out and pressed his choice. Then I will choose the second one, gold. Oliver the angel clasped his hands together and spoke slyly. How is it, humans? Have you checked your rankings yet? Those ranked 1225 and below will be cut. Everyone panicked and begged to be spared. Angel, please wait, I think the system miscalculated. Please check again, I have killed tons of monsters, so how could my rank be this low? Her eyes flashed with contempt as she said, what kind of bugs can't make it into the top 1225? Oliver grinned wickedly and snapped his fingers. They will be eliminated right now. They screamed in panic and agony as magical energy engulfed them. Somebody save me. The system announces the end of round 3. All survivor areas 214,007,550. Current area ESCs 45-5. Number of survivors 1,225. Souls will be transferred to bodies in the current spatial dimension. The next round will begin on April 1, 2023. We will meet you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Seo Arin woke up with a start, gasping for breath on her bed. She looked down at her hands and then touched her face with joy, thinking, I'm back. I survived round 3. Seo Arin hurriedly got out of bed. Not only that, I also achieved the summoner profession. She smiled and looked up at the winged creature that had just appeared, summoning the fairy spirit. Seo Arin gently smiled as she looked at the winged creature perched on her shoulder. It always stayed close to her in every round. I was able to complete round 3 safely thanks to these adorable fairy spirits creating shields, and also because my bodyguard distracted the enemy's attention. There is one more thing. Seo Arin stared intently at the system panel in front of her, thinking that she was among the top 3 ranks. She reached out to take an item from the system panel. Seo Arin held the magic stone in her hand, wondering if Black Scythe would like the magic stone she just received as a reward. Youngmin reached out and grabbed the night lamp. He threw the lamp against the wall, shattering it to pieces, then shouted loudly. Youngmin gritted his teeth and roared in rage, damn it, Black Scythe, the system announcement has applied the punishment. All stats have been permanently reduced by 50%. He spun around abruptly and quickly strode toward the bed, scolding himself silently, damn it. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the relic. The ringing phone startled him. Yangmin picked up the phone. His face turned pale as he looked at the phone. I'm doomed. Yangmin nervously stared at the phone, saw Seunghan calling, and thought to himself that he was finished. He answered the call, Seunghan, then the voice on the other end started cursing, hey, are you crazy? Seunghan gritted his teeth as he listened to Yangmin speak, saying, what the hell is wrong with you guys? He angrily yelled at him, don't pretend to be dumb with me. Don't you know that because of you, our group is practically finished? How can you use your authority to boss around your friends and then even dare to call yourself a person? Youngmin loudly defended himself, look, I had no other choice. If I hadn't followed orders, I would have been dealt with by the Black Scythe. Hearing that, Seunghan said, in that case you should have just died. This stunned him. Angrily, he continued to speak harsh words. Instead of hurting your friends, you should just sleep forever. Youngmin indignantly shouted back, you bastard, that's not fair to me at all. Don't these guys see that my stats decreased because I was representing the area? Immediately, Seunghan did not tolerate silently but blamed him, acting as if he was the only one who got reduced. We were also used by our friend. If you hadn't been greedy for the regional representative position from the start, none of this would have happened. You traitorous bastard. His voice over the phone seemed to lose composure, rendering Youngmin silent and speechless. He nervously called Kim Seunghan, but he didn't answer and firmly stated, don't ever call me again, whether in reality or the other world, just pretend you don't know me because if I see your face again, I'm going to lose it and kill you. Looking at the phone in his hand, he sighed helplessly. He then continuously dialed to call others. What did I do wrong to end up like this? I'm a victim too. In his mind, he planned to rally the others to crush that bastard, but the phone notified that the number you dialed is currently unreachable, surprising him. Before the phone finished the notification, Youngmin was so furious he threw it away. Please call again later. He cursed those damn bastards. Then he stood silently, lost in thought. Right, friends, I don't need them. Everyone has their own life. What did that guy say? If he sees me again, he'll kill me. Does he want to fight me or what? Immediately after, anger made him grit his teeth. Next time just try to face me, I'll kill all of you. At a hotel, a voice echoed, "Come in, Unit Commander On." A question rang out, "This time you survived and came back, huh?" On Saint-Chiol bowed his head and replied, "I was lucky." Ma Jionrock sat leisurely at his desk and asked him, "The third round must have been tough, are you okay?" He answered, "Yes, sir, I didn't have too much difficulty, maybe the monsters have grown weaker." Ma Jionrock continued to probe, "What level are you now, have you gotten a class yet?" On Saint-Chiol politely replied, "Sir, I am currently level 11, my class is Dark Knight and Corin is at the same level as me." He added that her class was different, she is a summoner. This surprised Ma Jionrock, a summoner. He remarked, "Amazing, I didn't expect that to be a common class." On Saint-Chiol raised his hand and recounted, "I was quite surprised too. After her class changed, she summoned a fairy spirit to create a shield. Thanks to her, I can hunt safely." Ma Jionrock thought for a moment, then praised him. "Very good." He said with interest, "Keep up your relationship with actress Seo. If you want, you could even date her." Hearing that, he was flustered. "Date her? What do you mean, sir?" The other chuckled lightly and explained, "I just meant that dating makes it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. I don't mean seriously dating her." On Saint-Chiol wondered, "So should I date her, sir?" Seeing him like that, Ma Jionrock laughed happily and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered." He said that if it was too much trouble, it wasn't necessary. Upon receiving that answer, On Saint-Chiol breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, I understand now, after all, Corin doesn't like me anyway." Ma Jionrock was curious. "Why not? You're reliable and manly after all," he replied. "She's still very particular about me, still calls me bodyguard." He said indifferently, "Oh, I see." He pushed that issue aside, crossing his legs and asking, "So then what is the urgent report you want to give me?" He nervously lowered his head. First, I want to apologize to you." He asked why. On Saint-Chiol candidly accepted the blame. "I failed to carry out your order to assist Black Scythe, and I also did not manage to deliver your message to him." Ma Jionrock said casually, "Oh, I see, surely you have a reason." He answered, "Yes, hear what happened." Then the two sat down to listen to On Saint-Chiol's explanation. He silently focused on his story. After hearing everything, he put his hand to his mouth, pondering, "Agent of divine punishment, huh? Sounds like a formidable opponent. So Black Scythe killed it." On Saint-Chiol said, "Yes, sir, he used overwhelming skills to deal with it, as if he already knew how to win." He hesitated to express his impression. "Black Scythe seems like the kind of person who doesn't need anyone's help." Ma Jionrock seriously reflected, "So his stats really surpass what we imagined, strong enough that I feel embarrassed for having thought myself strong with the Dark Knight's rune." His eyes turned yellow with anticipation. "Black Scythe, if there's a chance, I want to meet you." Then he spoke, "You had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible." Meanwhile, On Saint-Chiol kept apologizing repeatedly, I'm sorry." He raised his glass lightly, dismissing the matter. "Enough already, what are the results of tracking down those thugs?" He reported what he knew to him. The first name was Yongman. Even if that's his real name, there are dozens of people with the same name across the country. But if he is in his 20s and living in Seoul, that narrows it down to about 5 people, I guess. Ma Jionrock asked about their locations. He awkwardly said the detective agency said it would take a month to determine their home addresses. He sighed in disappointment. "A month, huh? Then we won't know until after round 4. He held the bottle and poured a drink for him. "Well, there's no rush, so we can take our time." He wondered how much gold he had managed to earn so far. He answered, "About 10,000 gold." Ma Jionrock pondered and reminded him, "That's half the amount. There's a common skill in the shop called tracking, so remember to learn it once you've earned 20,000 gold." On Saint-Chiol wisely agreed, "Understood." Then he suddenly remembered something else and promptly reported, Sir, I was a bit distracted and forgot to tell you that last month a shareholder bought a large number of shares in your company." He was puzzled and asked which company of mine I was referring to. He quickly answered that the Devil Consulting Company was the one you are currently focusing on. Ma Jionrock put the glass of wine down on the table and asked how much stake that person held. On Saint-Chiol revealed, "Please don't be too surprised, it is as much as 31%. He was stunned. "What? Someone bought as much as 31% of the shares?" He confirmed, "Yes, even I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the screen." He thought, Devil Consulting Company's market value is 90 billion, so 31% means that person invested 28 billion. Can one person really have that much money? His eyes turned yellow again as he concentrated. Is this some rich guy I don't know about, or is it done by my own brothers? Then Ma Jionrock reached for his phone. No matter what, he was sure that person invested as much as 31% to be able to participate directly in management. Holding the phone in his hand, he asked Unit Chief on Sangcheol, what is the contact information of this major shareholder? Another person was also holding a phone waiting. That was Ryu Min, eagerly anticipating. It was about time he contacted me. I couldn't call him first. As a major shareholder, I had to save face. Suddenly, Ryu Won rushed in hastily. Brother, which floor are you at? Startling him so much that he dropped his phone on the floor. He sat up in pain, wondering why he was being asked that question out of the blue. Ryu Won hurriedly said that there was this kid who was extremely arrogant and kept bragging that his brother's level was very high. He grumbled, telling how they kept mocking him, and said that his brother was already level 11 and had obtained a profession. Hearing that, Ryu Min sighed helplessly, saying level 11 is higher than yours, so don't worry. Ryu Won was doubtful, asking if that was true and what level he was. He put his hand on his neck, awkwardly thinking about how to tell her, since telling the truth might cause a lot of trouble. After that, he lied that he was level 12. Ryu Won was excited and asked if that was really true and if he also had a profession. He said of course, which made Ryu Won eagerly curious. What is it? What is it? What profession do you have? But Ryu Min decisively pulled the blanket over himself and lay down, keeping it a secret. This made Ryu Won disappointed, saying, come on, we're brothers, how can you have secrets? He coldly replied, of course I have, go outside, I need to sleep a bit more. Ryu Won sulked and stepped out. Fine, he said. He slammed the door shut. At that moment, Ryu Min's phone rang. He held it in his hand and said, it's here. He sat up and answered the call. Hello, a voice from the phone asked, is this Ryu Min? He replied, yes, who is this? The voice on the other end introduced himself. Hello, I am Ma Jionrock, the executive director of Devil Consulting Company. Upon hearing this, he smiled thoughtfully, deciding to play dumb at first. The more he appeared to be an easy mark, the more he could make the other party lower their guard. Ryu Min said, hello. Ma Jionrock cheerfully asked, last month you invested a fortune into our company, right? Are you pretending not to know about it? Yes, what's the matter? He wants to meet you. Since you have become the largest shareholder of the Devil Consulting Company, I want to meet you. I'm planning to treat you to a meal. He said, okay. He was delighted and said, great. He scheduled with him, how about this Friday? Ryu Min opened his calendar and thought, this Friday is very important to obtain the Rune of Inner. He suggested, I already have plans on Friday so I can't. How about Saturday? He immediately agreed, okay, see you then. He folded his arms, a bit curious. Good, I knew Ma Jionrock would call. After all, he founded the Devil Consulting Company to be recognized by his father. He would never treat a major shareholder badly. Ryu Min was excited. Before meeting Ma Jionrock, I should go get the runes I need. In another space, there are many ways to obtain runes. They can be found in certain places in certain rounds, or they can be special rewards. They can also drop from boss monsters after you defeat them, or from regular monsters in extremely rare cases, but it can still happen. But Ryu Min realized there was a way not many knew. You can also obtain runes in real life. He stepped into a large warehouse. Stepping up the stairs, he knew that of course the conditions for the rune to appear were somewhat complicated. He hid in a corner, thinking that Jang Xiaokine would appear here soon. Ryu Min unpleasantly recalled that the nickname Jang Xiaokine was also his real name. I will never forget that name because he was the criminal who kidnapped my younger brother, and I still remember that guy's voice clearly. When he kidnapped Ryu Won, he asked if I wanted to see him and then pressed a knife to my neck, threatening Ryu Min, so there had to be a corresponding price, something like giving me the hidden information that others didn't know. At that time, I tried to explain, what nonsense is this? How could I possibly know any such information? He laughed when he heard that from me. Then he turned and glared at Ryu Min. Don't lie to me, you're a fake time traveler. I was stunned, how could he know that? While I was confused, Jang Xiaokine came closer and said, you're wondering how I knew, right? I have the Rune of Inner, I use it to fake read your brother's thoughts. Of course I also know what you're thinking right now. After that, he lay motionless in a pool of blood on the ground, and I helped Ryu Won up and left. Since that incident, I have been seeking revenge against Jang Xiaokine from the 11th time travel until now. That is why my goal no longer carries any personal grudge at all. But then he put on the mask, his eyes full of determination. I will obtain the rune of inner before that guy. Immediately, the warehouse door was opened and Jang Xiaokine entered carrying a woman with him. It was today, right in this place. He threw her down onto the mattress on the floor, then used his hand to peel the tape off her mouth, saying, "I'll take the tape off so don't scream, understand?" As soon as the tape was removed, she immediately begged in fear, "Please spare me, I beg you." He pointed dismissively and said, "Damn it, I let you open your mouth but you can only say that much, try saying something different." Jang Xiaokine frowned, holding the tape in his hand. "Help me, I have a little child, I'll give you money." "I don't want to hear any of that nonsense." That made the woman tremble with fear. "I'm sorry, I apologize." He threw the tape away and asked, "Sorry for what?" The woman knelt down, clasping her hands together and replied, "Sir, you're doing this because of the way I looked at you disrespectfully the other day, right? I'm truly sorry." Hearing this, he stepped forward and interrogated, "That's right. Why did you do something that makes you feel guilty?" He said, "I was in a bad mood that day, don't you know? 2 nights ago, Jang Xiaokine was wandering the streets. As he walked, he thought, which girl should I choose today? I feel like just one woman can help me relieve all my problems." Then he noticed a girl with a beautiful figure. He turned back to look at her back, then followed her into an alley, glancing around. Seeing no one around, Jang Xiaokine quickened his pace toward the girl. He immediately emitted a light that appeared and blocked the girl's path, leaving her shocked. He used his hand to make her eyes unable to see anything, causing her to panic. "My eyes, I can't see anything at all." Her belongings and buttons fell to the ground amid screams. "Who are you, Chihan?" After doing the bad deed, he left, leaving the girl triumphant. "Truly, it was a pleasure. The current situation makes me want to act freely as much as I want, it's just too good." He used to be in a re-education center. "My previous life was boring as hell, so even if I died, it wouldn't matter." Then one day, he found a rune of radiance that could make the body glow and blind opponents. For him, this was a new joy. This rune was perfect for him to find happiness. He entered a shop. A woman greeted him warmly, welcoming his visit. Jang Xiaokan smiled slyly, she was quite pretty. He approached the counter and ordered, "Give me a large iced Americano." She politely replied, "Yes, your order is 5,001. He handed over the money to pay and then probed, "By the way, are you a part-time worker here? I'm a regular customer at this place, but you're not the staff I usually see here." She forced a smile and answered, "Ah, so you're a regular. I'm really sorry, it's because I didn't know. All the part-time staff have taken time off. You know how it is now, the world has become truly strange." Hearing that, he thought it made sense. They could die any time, so there was no way they would waste time working part-time. Jang Xiaokine started a conversation while she prepared drinks. "Are you the owner of this shop?" She replied that she was. Then he asked, "How old are you? You look quite young." She answered, "Oh, I am 32 years old." Knowing the woman's age, he laughed amusedly and said, "So you're not a player?" She responded, "Yes, I'm relieved too." Then he directly approached and said, "May I have your phone number? I already like you." This made her quite confused. Seeing her awkwardly looking at him, he quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Then he showed a displeased attitude. "Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much?" She was embarrassed and asked, "What?" He shouted loudly, "Are you really disgusted by the spots on my face that much?" Jang Xiaokine angrily slammed his fist on the table and cursed, "This is so annoying. I'm not drinking that cup of coffee, so give me my money back. It's disgusting." Seeing his attitude, the woman cautiously, fearfully handed the money back to him. Here, your refund." Immediately, he rudely snatched the bill back. Jang Xiaokine aggressively stormed out of the shop, cursing the bitch who, just because she was a bit pretty, judged others by their looks and looked down on them. In his anger, he decided, "I will make you pay for looking down on me with that contemptible gaze." Then, as she stepped outside the store, he struck her unconscious with a stick. Back in the present, she could only kneel and plead with him, "I'm sorry, sir." He lectured the woman, "You shouldn't look down on others just because of their appearance, understand?" She obediently listened, "Yes, I won't do that anymore." Suddenly, Jang Xiaokine turned his face away, showing displeasure. "This won't do, you don't seem sincere." Then he pushed the woman down. He grabbed both her hands. "Do you think I don't know? You're just pretending to apologize so you can be released." She kept begging, "Please let me go." A figure appeared in the distance. He raised his hand toward the woman with a sinister smile. "You admit your mistake, right? If you do, then pay the price for your wrongdoing." She struggled and cried out, "I'm sorry, it's my fault, okay?" while he smugly touched her. "That's right, so stay still." The figure was approaching them. A voice rang out, "You stay right there, understood?" Hearing the voice, Jang Xiaoqin was startled and dumbfounded. He was confused and suspicious. "What the heck is this? I thought no one was here. Is he a detective or something?" He quickly turned around and shouted, "Damn it, who is it?" The voice replied calmly, "Don't swear." Ryu Min appeared holding a black scythe in hand, saying, "Anyway, you were going to shout and curse yourself shortly." Jang Xiaoqin stood stunned. "What is that huge scythe and a white mask too?" He sneered and looked at him saying, "You crazy bastard, do you think this is a playground for your little tricks?" Ryu Min raised the scythe. "It seems you still don't fully understand the situation. Do you think this looks like a toy?" He swung the scythe decisively. He started to worry. "Wait a minute," then spoke up to ask, "Is it real? Are you a player?" He mocked him. "How stupid, what do you think?" Then he looked at the woman and said, "You may leave now, miss, this is your only chance." Jang Xiaoqin turned to look at her and shouted, "Who said that?" A sound echoed from the ground. It was Ryu Min, stomping his foot to gain momentum and darting toward him. He grabbed the scythe's handle and stabbed straight into his vulnerable spot. Jang Xiaoqin screamed loudly in agony, collapsing onto his knees and cursing fiercely. He calmly stood before him and said, "I told you you would be cursing a lot." Ryu Min turned to the woman. "Go ahead, leave this guy to me." She gratefully thanked him. "Thank you." As she ran away, he swung the scythe down to the ground and said, "Now it's just the two of us, right?" Ryu Min smiled at Jang Xiaoqin. "Now the real game begins." He angrily grabbed the dagger from the ground, stood up and cursed, "Damn you, I'll kill you, you bastard." He stood still, watching him provoke. "Your attitude's not bad. If you gave up this soon, what fun would there be?" He shouted back, "You bastard, how dare you laugh in my face?" Then Jang Xiaoqin wildly swung his knife to attack, but he dodged all of them. He kept attacking continuously and began to lose strength, feeling bewildered inside. "What the hell is this? Did he dodge all my attacks?" Dodging his attack, he glanced at the dagger. "Unexpectedly, you even brought along a goblin's dagger." Then he decisively swung the scythe to chop at his hand. His severed arm caused Jang Xiaoqin to scream in pain. Seeing him like that, Ryu Min put one hand into his pants pocket and asked, "Does it hurt?" Watching him tremble while clutching his arm, he said, "I haven't even started yet." Then he moved with very high speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed past and cut off Jang Xiaoqin's other arm. Hearing his screams, he coldly said, "Look at your overreaction." At that moment, he trembled all over in fear, thinking that at this rate he would be killed if he wanted to stay alive and escape from here. He looked at him and realized that to find a way out, he had to blind him. Then he used his ability to create a light that blinded others, saying, "Die, brat." Just as he fiercely charged, he suddenly froze. Jang Xiaoqin was bewildered. What was happening? Why was it ineffective? Ryu Min looked at him silently. "Try to shine whatever amount of light you want, it's useless. Night of Death does not allow any source of light to exist." He had planned in advance, knowing that Guy would use this move, so he activated the Seal of Death skill beforehand and smiled. He decided in his mind that even if there was no Night of Death, he would still cut off this guy's wrists and ankles first. Immediately, he swung the scythe. Ryu Min decisively severed both legs of Jang Xiaoqin. He collapsed with a scream of utter terror. With fear and pain, he shed tears and questioned him, "You devil, why are you treating me like this? Why?" He spoke up, "Why?" At the same time, the scythe moved, stabbing straight into his thigh. Ryu Min withdrew the scythe and asked back, "Then why do people exterminate pests?" He answered his own question, "Because letting them live only causes harm." Each word of his was like a stab into the man's body. But Jang Xiaoqin still did not change his attitude and continued to arrogantly curse, "Damn it, you lunatic." Seeing that, he said, "Let's see how long you can keep that attitude." Then there was only the sound of blood and screams flooding the room. Jang Xiaoqin lay face down on the ground with countless stab wounds covering his body. In his mind he wondered, "Damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge do I have against him?" He was frustrated, thinking, "This isn't fair at all, truly unfair." He bit his lip tightly, hesitated, and thought that instead of enduring this, maybe he should just commit suicide. Tears streamed down his face as he squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to bite his tongue to kill himself. "Fine, let's just die already." But then Ryu Min's scythe was pressed against Jang Xiaoqin's neck, startling him. He raised his head and looked at him suspiciously. With cold eyes he looked down and said, "What's wrong, planning to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Do you think I'll just let you go like that?" He declared, "That until you kneel and beg me to set you free, you are not allowed to die." Then the scythe swung down on him once again. And so it kept swinging continuously, striking every part of Jang Xiaoqian's body. His face turned pale from the torture. "I have to make this pain stop." His lips trembled as he said, "Kill me, please." Ryu Min stood looking, asking, "What did you say?" He pleaded with him, "Kill me, please." He wondered, "Are you serious about this?" Jang Xiaoqian was still lying on the ground, begging, "Please kill me." He sighed. He lifted the scythe onto his shoulder and asked him, "You don't know why I have to go this far, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers." Ryu Min revealed to him that they couldn't really be considered complete strangers. Jang Xiaoqian, "Here's the thing, we have met before." He was stunned. How does he know his name? He was curious and said, "Don't tell me you have something to do with that woman." He turned away and answered, "No, I have nothing to do with her." He wondered then why. Ryu Min explained, "You kidnapped my younger brother and threatened me so I would reveal hidden information to you." He didn't know and asked, "Did I really do that?" He calmly replied, "Of course you don't remember since it's a matter of the future that hasn't happened yet." He added, "For me this matter is in the past. If I don't intervene now, you will obtain the rune of inner." Ryu Min told him that a rune is hidden here. "Do you know the condition for it to appear? It's when it hears the true voice of another person." He still looked confused. The true voice. He explained that the voice comes from the heart, sincere and without deceit. He looked at him with disdain. "If I hadn't appeared here, you would have raped and threatened that woman. She would then use her true voice to beg you to spare her, and you would obtain the rune of inner and use it to commit even more crimes." Jang Xiaoqian remained silent before his accusations. "This has been proven many times through my regressions. But even without that, your previous 1 or 2 convictions already show that you are a damn despicable bastard." He pleaded, "If I am worthy of death, please kill me quickly." But he refused. "No, I will not touch you." It shocked him because he could not end the pain right now. He raised the handle of the black scythe. Ryu Min pressed it firmly across Jang Xiaoqian's mouth to silence him. He looked at him with loathing. "What do you think I've been doing all this time? I've been waiting for you to stop breathing on your own." He was in pain but couldn't beg. "I told him to kill me quickly. This pain is unbearable. Didn't you want to have the rune of inner thoughts? Didn't you want to hear the true voice coming from my heart?" He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the pain. "So why did you stop me from speaking? Why didn't I let you speak?" I read his thoughts and answered, "Because I wanted to try the rune of inner thoughts." Jang Xiaoqian widened his eyes. "What?" He said indifferently, "Sorry, but I already got the rune. Don't you remember you sincerely begged me to kill you? Straight from your own heart. When he was in pain from having his limbs cut off, I felt that the rune reacted to your true voice at that moment. At this moment, the system announced that you have caused the target to use their true voice, fulfilling the activation condition. You have discovered the rune of inner thoughts hidden in this place." That rune hovered and shone before him. The system announced that the rune will automatically be engraved into the player's body. The rune of inner thoughts allows you to read the thoughts of the target before you. If you observe the target, you can also glimpse their inner intentions, but only if you are within 30 meters of the target. Then it breaks into pieces and merges into Ryu Min's body. He said indifferently, "I'll check a little to see how it is, and as you can see, the rune is very effective." Hearing that, he couldn't reply, only think inside his head, "You have what you want now, so please just kill me." He answered the questions in his head, "Well, I can't just kill you that easily, that wouldn't be fair to your victims." The last thing Jang Xiaoqian could think of was that damn devil thing. His body was completely motionless. He stood up, looked at the motionless corpse, thought the guy was dead with no witnesses, but he still needed to clean up this mess. So he decided to use the skill he had just learned this time. Ryu Min then used Erase Traces. Its effect appeared. The ordinary skill Erase Traces removes all traces at the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Then everything was covered by a certain blue light. Watching that light gradually make everything disappear, he knew it was effective. Better not leave any mess behind. After achieving his goal, Ryu Min took off his mask and left, ready for the next plan. "Now I have what I want. Tomorrow I should go meet Ma Jionra." Morning in the city center. Seeing Ryu Min dressed handsomely, Ryu Won was surprised. Ryu Won looked at him curiously. "Hey, are you going on a date today?" He denied, putting his hand inside his shirt. How could it be a date? Ryu Won was suspicious. He had never seen him dress so formally before. He replied, "This is an important occasion. I'm about to meet with a business partner." Ryu Won was shocked and stepped forward to probe. "Are you planning to branch out into business?" Ryu Min didn't answer, only nodded and dialed his phone. Seeing this, Ryu Won scratched his head worriedly. Just the other day he had invested all their money in stocks and now going into business. If he failed, he would be very upset. Reading his younger brother's thoughts, he let out a relieved sigh. Instead of worrying about their finances, his brother was worried about him, so endearing. Then he smiled confidently and said, "If this meeting goes well, I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry, you trust your big brother, don't you?" Ryu-1 immediately replied, "Of course I trust you, who else would I trust?" Ryu-min reminded him, "Wait here for me, it's very dangerous outside right now, all because of other players." He awkwardly followed Ryu-1 out of the room. "Yes, I've seen the news. They're using their powers to commit crimes. I also heard that overseas, criminals are having issues using their powers to escape prison." Ryu-min spoke seriously, "That's right. If the age fits, even criminals are given the chance to become players." In his mind, he knew players were becoming stronger and stronger while the population was decreasing every month, so if nothing changed, that would actually be strange. He recalls that later there will be a period when ordinary people are hunted like animals and treated like slaves. That is when the players reach the peak of their power. So, Ryu-min was very determined. Before the world turns into such a chaotic place, he needed to become overwhelmingly strong to dominate everyone and also raise the reputation of the black side. He turned back to remind Ryu-1, generally saying that if she went outside she should be careful. Ryu-1 obediently replied, "Okay, when will you tell me about your business?" But he only told her it was a secret, which made Ryu-1 extremely curious. She was too inquisitive. He raised his hand to pinch Ryu-1's cheek and reminded her carefully, "I will tell you soon, so don't nag anymore. Just wait here and order food on your own. Buy something more expensive than black bean noodles, got it?" Ryu-1 answered, "I know." Ryu-min stood in front of a magnificent hotel, looking around. Just as he expected, the guy had arranged to meet him here, like how the home team has the advantage in football. He stepped inside the place Ma Jeonrak chose for their lunch meeting. Officially, it was a hotel belonging to the Osung Corporation, but in reality it was one of Ma Jeonrak's hotels. Of course, this was top-secret information, probably only he knew this truth. At most, only Ma Jeonrak's relatives knew as well. He had to try using this information to make himself more valuable in Ma Jeonrak's eyes. He pretended to glance around to appear naive. "Before that, I had to act true to my own image first. The more innocent I looked, the better." He tried to appear shy and said, "Hello, I have an appointment here, and I was told to go to the reception desk." The professional female receptionist asked, "Are you talking about an appointment with the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company?" He answered, "Yes, that's right." She stepped out to guide Ryu-min, saying the chairman would be here soon. While waiting, he could sit over there. He bowed his head and smiled, "All right, thank you." Sitting down, he kept glancing around as if everything were unfamiliar. "Perfect. Now I just need to sit still for a bit and pretend to be like those country bumpkins who just arrived in the city." He looked up at the lamp and deliberately said loudly, "That twisted lamp is really cool." Someone approached him and asked, "Are you Ryu-min? I thought you'd finally arrived." Ryu-min hurriedly stood up, "Yes, sir." Seeing him, An Sangcheol looked quite surprised. He reached out with a questioning gesture, "Have we met before at the Galleria Long-Term Hotel?" He acknowledged, "Yes, I think we met when I went to deliver rice cakes after moving in. You were the one who came with Corin." He bowed politely, "Yes, I apologize for behaving impolitely at that time." An Sangcheol was stunned. The guy didn't even look 20, yet this kid was a major shareholder who had invested 28 billion. Looking at his attitude, Ryu-min understood what he was thinking. Surely he was suspicious of him. It's hard to believe someone his age would have that much money, so his reaction was normal, right? He scratched his neck to appear friendly. "It's nothing really, we're not exactly close. I didn't expect the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company to live right above me." An Sangcheol embarrassedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, I'm not the chairman." He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. "Sorry for the delay in introducing myself, I am Unit Head An Sangcheol. The chairman will be arriving a little late, so I came ahead of him." He raised his hand to gesture the way. "Let's go inside and wait." He replied, "All right." Inside the room, An Sangcheol seated him alone at the table and stepped outside, asking him to wait here for a moment. He bowed in greeting and stepped out. Then he took out his phone and sent a message. He texted, "Sir Chairman, I have personally met him and he definitely couldn't have invested that amount on his own. Surely someone instructed him to act in his place, so please be cautious. Ryu Min sat inside feeling smug. He had guessed it exactly. He told On Sangcheol to probe first. For such an important meeting, there's no way someone meticulous like Ma Jeonrak would be accidentally late. Suddenly, footsteps caught his attention as someone entered. Ma Jeonrak stepped in to greet him. "Hello, I am Ma Jeonrak, the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company." He extended his hand for a handshake. He took his hand and introduced himself. "I am Ryu Min. He politely invited you to sit down." I sat down and replied, "Yes, Unit Chief On Sangcheol will sit beside me." He responded, "Yes." Ryu Min sat down and thought to himself that he intended to include On Sangcheol in this meeting without consulting him. It seemed like he planned to take the initiative. Ma Jeonrak spoke up. "Before we discuss anything, let's have lunch first. I've prepared Korean dishes and hope they suit your taste." Then a line of people carried in plates of food. Looking at the gourmet dishes on the table, he tried to appear interested. In such a luxurious hotel, everything tasted excellent. Ryu Min then picked up food and ate while praising, "The food is very delicious." Ma Jeonrak calmly replied, "Knowing you like it reassures me." Observing his manners, he thought the unit chief on Sangcheol was right. He was still too young to invest 28 billion on his own. Even if he had that money, it seemed he lacked the courage to do so. Surely, he was already collaborating with someone else. Ma Jeonrak grew curious about who had sent him here. Was it his own comrades or someone else? He decided he just needed to find out the truth and began probing. "The first time I met you, I was very surprised. Ryu Min, I never expected our major shareholder to be so young. May I ask how old you are?" He answered, "I'm 20 years old." Upon hearing that, his expression showed considerable astonishment. He acted normal, but his face showed a bit of embarrassment. "I'm 20, you're 29, it's really great to meet someone around my age," he replied. "Yes, I'm happy too." He continued to probe, "So how is it that at this age you can make such a large amount of money? Are you the son of a tycoon family?" Ryu Min looked at him. He was straightforward indeed. He waved his hand laughingly. "Not at all, I'm just an ordinary student up until a few months ago." Ma Jeonrak was curious. "Up until a few months ago?" He answered, "That's right. Have you been following the news lately?" he asked, implying. Ryu Min asked him, "Have you seen the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire?" He replied, "I have seen that news." He revealed it was him. "That's me. I'm the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row." The other man was stunned. "What?" Then incredulously he asked doubtfully, "Is it true? Are you the lottery winner who appeared in the news a few months ago?" He admitted, "Yes." Noticing something unusual, he wondered. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion won. "How did you make 280 billion? He explained, "I invested a bit in Bitcoin." The answer made Ma Jeonrak somewhat skeptical. "Bitcoin, that's all," he said. He replied politely, "Yes." He continued to ask, "You really are unbelievable. What made you invest 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could do that." On Sangcheol looked at Ryu Min. "Looks like you're very lucky." He answered, "It's not luck." On Sangcheol recalled, "That's right, I remember there was an article stating that you said the numbers on the lottery ticket came from a dream you had. If so, how could that not be luck?" He calmly said, "I didn't dream of it." This only made them more curious, so how then? He turned to look at Ma Jeonrak, thinking this was the only way he could gain his acceptance and make him side with him. He tried to appear mysterious. "This is the first time I'm revealing this to anyone, but I have a rune that lets me see the future." This left them incredulous and confused. Ryu Min continued to reveal that this rune helps me see events a few years ahead. In other words, I am a prophet who can foresee the future. On Sangcheol and Ma Jeonrak looked at him in bewilderment. He wondered if he had just heard what he thought he did. On Sangcheol also sat stiffly, thinking, "Prophet, what nonsense is this kid talking about?" He asked again, "Are you serious?" He placed both hands firmly on the table. "Why would I lie to you?" Hearing this, he quickly asked, "So are you saying that your winning the lottery was because you used a rune to foresee the future?" He happily explained, "Yes, that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get richer. Because I could see the future, I was confident to invest all my money into it." He looked at him with disbelief and said, "If you don't mind, can you prove it to me? If you can, then predict what I will do in a moment." He paused for a moment to think. Guessing what he would do next was easy because I could read his mind, but to prevent any trouble it was best to set limits on my ability beforehand. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "I'm really sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It will activate unexpectedly and beyond my control." I thought silently, it's understandable that runes which allow foresight into the future come with such limitations. He picked up his glass of water, ready to drink. Suddenly Ma Jionrak recalled something. He called to me, "This Ryu Min about your investment of 28 billion in our company." I replied, "Yes, I know that the Devil Consulting Company will grow very strongly in the future, so I invested in it." He asked curiously, "How strong is this growth you're talking about?" Ryu Min immediately explained, "Within half a year, it can enter the Kospi list without any issues." Upon hearing that, he was immediately pleased. His eyes lit up brightly. He controlled himself and thought silently, if that happens, how great it would be, not only recognized by my father, but I could also sit in the chairman's seat. I seem a bit too excited already just because of information I haven't even verified. I'm smiling like that. While picking up some food, I continued, "But if you want to succeed, you have to completely change the business model." An Sangchial heard this and asked blankly, "What do you mean by business model?" He slammed his hand on the table in anger, demanding that the request was outrageous. "At a time like this, are you telling us to change our business? You might as well tell us to change the company's name." Seeing him lose his temper, An stopped him. "Unit Chief An." Although like that, he remained very calm as he picked up his food. "Since the type of business will change, of course the name must also change." He teased him like that, making him even angrier. "Are you serious?" He showed a somewhat displeased expression. "At this point, you still think I'm joking? Both of you are players, so you must understand. Revealing your rune to others is very damaging and disadvantageous to yourself." His words left the two of them speechless. They calmed down and listened to him. "I've considered that issue but still decided to reveal my rune to you as a major shareholder and business partner who will be working together in the future, because I want to help the company develop." He looked directly at him. "Otherwise, why would I invest 28 billion here? If you want the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me." An Sangchial looked at his chairman with some fear. "Mr. Chairman, you don't believe what he said, do you?" He sighed. "It seems you don't trust my ability." He looked at him unpleasantly and said bluntly, "Honestly, I don't believe it." He still said calmly, "Unit Chief An, have you ever wondered why I moved to live right below the penthouse apartment? Don't tell me you think that's just a coincidence." It made him agitated, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ma Jionrak turned to An Sangchial. "Wait, the apartment below the penthouse? Hey Unit Chief An, what does he mean, is the apartment beneath yours?" He said awkwardly, "Sir Chairman, just about 2 months ago, Ryu Min moved to live on the floor beneath Co Aran's penthouse apartment." He continued, "Yes, that was a few days after I obtained the rune to foresee the future." He was displeased and spoke harshly, "Unit Chief An, why am I only hearing about this information now?" He immediately explained, "Until today I thought this was nothing important." He straightened up, worry etched on his face as he thought, if that was in January, then it was before he invested in Bitcoin. He looked at him eating and thought, yet he moved to live near someone connected to the company he was going to invest in. Unless he foresaw the future, he couldn't have done that. He quietly reasoned, maybe he knew he was supporting COR. He silently concluded, "That's right, but even that alone isn't enough." He sneered, "Looks like you still don't believe me, so how about this?" He stopped eating and spoke seriously. "The hotel we are staying at is your property, isn't it, Chairman Ma Jionrak? As for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Osung conglomerate. The Devil Consulting Company was secretly established to seek your father's recognition. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, An Sangchial stood up and shouted in his face, "Hey you, who are you? How do you have access to information that only his relatives know?" Before he could finish, someone stopped him and said, "Calm down, Unit Chief An." He took a deep breath to calm himself and apologized. His face showed displeasure and his hands revealed anxiety. "That's right, everything you said is accurate." He was serious, yet he said, "However, if you claim to have learned these things by looking into the future, that alone is not enough to convince me. As Unit Chief An said, anyone among my relatives knows this information." He looked directly at him and said, "Actually, I suspect you are a third party sent here to trap me. And in this situation, you still expect me to trust you and change my business." He spoke with a rather calm tone. "Even if I don't say it clearly, you know my answer, don't you? All of this seems utterly absurd." Ma Jionrak smiled lightly. "I also want to believe that your rune of looking into the future exists so it can help the company grow. Who wouldn't want to believe that? He even used his hands to describe his words so I could understand better, but what you're telling me sounds very hard to believe. Ryu Min, thank you for investing in our company, but I need to call a shareholders meeting to review this proposal. He said with a confident tone, of course, you will be the one to convince them. Then he stood up, bowed to me, apologizing that he couldn't help me and said he would leave now. I frowned and said, wait a moment, Mr. Chairman. He sat down, looked at me and asked, do you have anything else you want to say? I lowered my head and thought, is this really the only way? Then I decided, how about this? I will tell you information about round 4. He asked curiously, round 4. I had successfully excited him. You even have information about round 4. I replied happily, yes, the rune that looks into the future has already helped me see everything. I know what tragedy will happen. This information should be enough to prove my capability, right? An Sangcheol bowed his head to him, saying, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Earlier I was too agitated and shouted in front of you. He was holding a phone, waved his hand and said cheerfully, it's okay, you did that because you care about me. He stammered and said, then I just remembered something else, can I tell you? He replied, whatever you want to say, just say it. He spoke all his thoughts honestly. I was quite skeptical about Ryu Min. He could see the future. If he truly had such an ability, he could just keep quiet and enjoy a comfortable life. Why would he want to help us? He began to show a displeased expression. Didn't he say he wanted to grow together with the company? It seems like he wants to earn even more money. He put his hand on his chin and said, what's his reason for doing that? If he had 28 billion, that would already be a huge sum. He could relax and wouldn't need to work for his entire life. An Sangcheol was trying to convince him, surely that still wasn't enough for him. Human greed is bottomless. Even so, it's still extremely dangerous, and whether such an unbelievable rune truly exists remains a suspicion. He replied slowly, I agree with that, but he placed his hand on his chest and said, if he really is a prophet who can foresee the future, then we need to make him an ally. He stood up and said, just think about it, if we always have information about the next round and can prepare in advance, how useful would that be? And if, during that time, it also helps the company develop, then it can be considered a benefit. He wanted to ask further, but whether he truly is a prophet, he asked back about that, He smiled happily, we just need to wait and see, right? Ryu Min went outside. He walked while thinking about something. He looked around and thought to himself, after round 4 ends, he will surely know that I am the prophet. I tangled myself up, but I didn't reveal to him any important information, such as side quests or how to climb the leaderboard. He pictured the 3 of them sitting at the dining table earlier. The task of round 4 wasn't to kill monsters, instead, there would be a massacre among the players. He couldn't let his guard down for even a moment. Ryu Min put his hands in his pockets and thought seriously. That should be enough to prove that he is the prophet. He reasoned smartly, then their attitude toward him would change. They would treat him well and try to protect him because he is the prophet. He thought while staring into the distance, having the prophet on your side is always better than siding with others. Ryu Min picked up his phone. Now that I've played the role of the prophet, should I just perform it fully in the future? Then he started typing something on the keyboard. So first, who should I contact? On the pedestrian street, Julie was running desperately, thinking that at this rate she would be late. The traffic light turned red. She was afraid of being late for her appointment, so she said silently, come on, change to green. She wondered as she looked at the red car. What is that car doing? It's blocking the shop's frontage. What kind of careless person is that? The window of that car slowly rolled down. He called out loudly to Julie. She saw it and panicked. Ryu Min. The traffic light had already turned green. She quickly walked past him. She moved closer to the car. Is this your car? He cheerfully said. Sorry for stopping right in front of the store. Please go ahead inside. While you're in there, we'll take a quick drive around. Julie was still surprised but agreed. The car started moving, looking really cool on the outside. She timidly said to him, this is my first time sitting in a car like this. He smiled in response. Oh really? Same here, I just bought this car recently, so you understand. So that's how it is. She looked at him and asked, how much does a car like this cost? He focused on driving and said, not too much, about 900 million. She was shocked and repeated, 900 million, not too much, please come on. Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? He spoke as if it was nothing to him. Compared to the money I won from the lottery, this isn't really much. Then she thought to herself, that's true, Ryu Min has become rich, he has 6 billion after all, I just feel like we live in two different worlds. Suddenly she blushed, feeling like she was on a date, which made her quite shy. While she was thinking this, he said something that startled her. To be honest, I have something to confess to you. She blushed and started sweating, stammering, confess. He quickly explained, it's nothing strange, so please don't misunderstand. She forced a smile and said, it's a misunderstanding, no way I did that. She thought to herself that she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. She waved her hand and asked again, so what do you want to confess? He said absent-mindedly, earlier I mentioned that the lottery results appeared in my dream, right? She promptly replied, that's right. He explained, actually that's not the case, which surprised her. He looked at her and said, in fact, I obtained the information through runes that foresee the future, not from dreams. Those runes helped me learn about future events, which is why my profession is a seer. She asked him, a seer? She clapped excitedly, that's so cool, isn't that a special profession? He scratched his neck awkwardly, probably so. She looked at him with satisfaction, that's great then, runes that foresee the future sound amazing. Thank you for telling me the truth. Even among friends, it must be hard to share this kind of secret. Ryu Min smiled softly, it's nothing. You told me about your profession, so that's support, which makes it fair. She looked at him happily and said, fair? That's not possible. I never told you about my rune. By the way, should I tell you about my rune? He quickly replied, no need. But she didn't pay much attention to his words. She pointed and said, in the first round I had rune protection. Within a radius of 10 meters around me for every person there would be that many thin protective layers covering me. Suppose there are 5 people, I would be covered by 5 layers of protection. Julie burst out laughing, saying she finally said it and felt so relieved, which made him happy too, right? She asked him, but why did you suddenly tell me about the rune? He honestly told her that keeping secrets made him feel a bit uneasy, and besides, he thought if he didn't confess the truth, she wouldn't believe what he was about to say. She didn't understand and immediately asked, what do you want to say? His red car continued driving along the road. She shouted in panic, that's a 4-star mission. He calmly said, so remember to be careful, Julie. Ryu Min seriously warned her, you must always stay alert because you never know what other players around you might do. She listened to him and said, okay, I remember. She happily looked out the car window and thought, anyway, I still feel very grateful because he cares about me enough to tell me, and he even called me first. She secretly glanced at him, blushing a little, and thought, could it be that he has a tiny bit of feeling for me? I hope so. The sky began to show sunset. He sat on the bed in the room thinking, can't believe Julie has liked me all that time and I had no idea. His face showed a bit of regret, no wonder she wanted to treat me well. He glanced and thought, although it's a bit awkward, this will probably be better. He put down the phone and pondered, it would also be easier to make her become an ally. His hands free, he cleaned his pillow, she would also trust his prophecies more. Then he neatly covered himself with the blanket, closed his eyes and felt that one matter was settled. Just a bit of rest now, after all, he didn't have much to do this month. It was already night under the city's twinkling lights. On March 31st at 11:55 p.m. The simple clock hung in his house also indicated that time. He sat on the bed looking at the system. Before entering another world, he had bought an epic item from today's inventory. The system displayed a pair of shadow gloves of darkness, epic grade gloves. Effects: strength +5, agility +4, weapons become semi-transparent, only effective at night. Restriction: usable from normal grade and above. Description: these gloves are enveloped by darkness and can become invisible. The weapon in use will become semi-transparent. He carefully considered their stats were high. Moreover, the ability to make weapons semi-transparent was useful too. If combined with the Knight of Death skill, the effect would be even greater. Suddenly, Ryu Min heard a knock at the door. It turned out to be Ryu Won. It's time, he said. Ryu Won entered the room and asked, are you confident you'll conquer this round? Ryu Min glanced over and replied, you won't know until you try. Ryu Won showed some worry. Hey, are you a prophet? You said you have information about round 4. Ryu Min replied, having information is one thing but how to act on it is another. Ryu Won anxiously said, how could you be like that? Ryu Won came closer, you have to survive and return, understand? Honestly, Ryu Min was angry. Pointing at my head, he said, don't open that black crow mouth of yours that just spells doom. He lay on the bed, his face somber as he thought, the 4th round could very well be the round of death, but Elsewhere, Yangmin ruffled his hair, thinking his mother was at it again. The status window. The system panel appeared, showing that punishments had been applied. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. He angrily thought to himself, damn it, I can't believe this is the result of betrayal. I don't even have 10 command rights left. How am I supposed to get through the 4th round? His mind was very upset. He gritted his teeth, walking and thinking that those wanting to steal the regional representative spot might be targeting him, or some old friends might come back to take revenge. Suddenly he looked up at the sky and then realized, besides, where exactly is this place? He fidgeted, looking around. What kind of mission starts in a damn place like this? All this white stuff around makes me feel like a lab rat. When he saw Ryu Min, he immediately thought, damn, that evil devil surely knew everything would turn out like this. Yang Min bitterly recalled how he manipulated others to destroy relics. Ryu Min said both the 10 command rights were wrong and the relics were ruined. Looking back at that, he had no qualms about killing the agent of Divine Punishment's avatar. It was just too suspicious. His face darkened. He stood behind Ryu Min, thinking that if he were strong enough, he would have smashed that bastard's face to pieces already. Although angry, he couldn't do anything. It was really frustrating to see, but he had no choice. If he at least wanted to save his own life, he had to team up with that devil. Calm down and walk over here. Black Scythe. Ryu Min turned and said, what is it? His face was strained. Our previous deal should still be valid, right? He asked with doubt. Deal? Didn't you say that if I became your subordinate you would protect me? He gave a wry smile. I no longer need a subordinate like you. He didn't believe what he just said. What? He stood with arms crossed, saying, you have no more command rights to use. What's the point of holding onto being a regional representative without command rights? Not to mention most players already have professions now. Even if you have command rights, they don't really matter much. He spoke at length, leaving him stunned, but he smiled lightly. You have no value left, you're just a moving target practice. He was angry, silently thinking, moving target practice. Just as he was in a state of fear, he suddenly heard someone's voice and immediately turned around. Ryu Min crossed his arms with a confident look. Don't worry too much, you're only a moving target in name. There won't be many who actually want to kill you. He was flustered, walking over to you. Won't they target me? You then explained, as you know the fate of players who hold the role of regional representative, everyone already understands clearly that being a regional representative is no easy privilege. Ryu Min spoke seriously to him, and the more levels a person gains, the fewer people they can command with their authority. Compared to the risks, it's simply not worth it. Yang Min hesitated in thought. The Black Scythe's words were correct. If possible, he too would want to give up this command right. Ziorin gently approached him. Seeing this, Yang Min blushed, thinking, why are those people here? Ziorin cheerfully exclaimed, hello Black Scythe. An Sangqial's expression was similar to hers, greeting him. Do you still remember us? He replied, of course. Yang Min froze for a moment. What's going on? His face looked somewhat mocking. You once saved us from the thug standing right here. We wanted to thank you once again. Yang Min angrily said, what thug? Ryu Min timely stopped him. He wore an unhappy look. One thank you is enough, no need to look for me again. An Sangqial replied, we still feel grateful to you, and our company's president also wants to express thanks for saving us. He was about to say something more, then stopped abruptly, saying, as for our president, let's drop it. I don't care, so stop there. Ziorin saw him and quickly took the initiative to say, Black Scythe, this is a small token of my gratitude for saving us. She held up a beautiful, sparkling purple stone and said, please accept this. He thought to himself that it was the lowest rank purple magic stone, truly an unexpected bargain. She was flustered, thinking that just saying thank you wouldn't be enough, so Ryu Min took the stone from her hand, thinking that it was good of her, and thanked her. Looking at the stone, he thought, since she gave me such a magnificent item, I can't refuse. When I return, I must try to create a low-rank magic stone myself. She looked at his face anxiously, wondering if he liked it. She looked at him shyly, worried that he might think she gave him a worthless stone and get angry. He thought to himself, just as I thought, she doesn't know the value of magic stones. Well, if she did, she wouldn't have given it to me. Yang Min looked at him and whispered that he also had something similar. Hearing that, he thought, so he has magic stones too. He put his hand on his cheek, thinking it might be called a black diamond. Ryu Min was a bit surprised. What, black diamond? Ryu Min analyzed it. A black diamond is an item that drops from monsters at a very low rate. It's even harder to obtain than a magic stone, and at this point, trying to actively acquire one is impossible. He thought smugly that now he knew this guy had such a valuable item. Is this luck or misfortune? Corin stammered, "You're the Black Scythe, do you need a protective shield?" He asked again. "A shield?" She hesitated slightly. "I've been promoted to summoner." She explained to him with a cheerful face, "I can summon a fairy spirit to create a shield for you if you need." Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her. "Thank you for your offer to help, but I must decline. I don't think it's necessary." Corin felt even more embarrassed. "I understand." She bowed her head and politely greeted him. "Well, we'll be going now. I wish you all the best in this round." He replied to her, "Good luck to you too." When he turned around, he saw Yongmin was about to leave. Ryu Min immediately called out loudly to him, "Wait." Ryu Min looked at him and warned, "At this rate, you're going to regret it." He asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" Ryu Min responded, "I've already told you you're a moving target." Yongmin turned away in disbelief, but he also said, "No one will target me anyway." He explained, "I said there wouldn't be many, not that there wouldn't be any. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared yet." Ryu Min walked away with an indifferent expression. Although most people have reached level 10 and have professions, there are still a few who haven't. That means there are still targets to exercise command over. Yongmin looked puzzled and Ryu Min posed a question. "Think about it. Do you really believe that out of thousands of players, no one is targeting you?" He asked Ryu Min, "So what should I do?" He cheerfully continued, "I'll help you so that you won't become an easy target in danger." He was utterly astonished now. "Really?" Before he could finish thanking me, I immediately interrupted. "I never said I would do it for free. To compensate me for helping you, you saw the stone Corin gave me just now, right? If you have something like that, just give it to me." He was somewhat embarrassed. "I also have a stone like that." He promptly handed that stone to Ryu Min. The information about it is that it is a black diamond, an item described as a solid black stone with a smooth surface and a shiny layer. He felt satisfied and said, "All right, any other items?" He refused bluntly. "No, whatever I could give you, I've already given. Please don't take my equipment." He sighed. "Don't worry, even if you want to give, I won't take it." He immediately countered, "I have already given you the item, now can you help me?" Ryu Min turned his back. "I will keep my promise after all." The angel appeared cheerfully and said, "O humans, today you have gathered here again, though the number has decreased." The people below wondered. The number has decreased, so someone must have fought in real life. He stood with arms crossed and thought to himself, after a whole month with no players caught in trouble, that would have been the real surprise. The angel excitedly announced, well, it seems everyone is here, so I declare the mission for round 4. This information is about round 4, the main task, mutual slaughter within 3 hours. Across all areas, the total number of participants is 181,906,418. The number of players who have completed it is 0 out of 90,953,209. The current area is ESC's 45-5, with a total of 1,042 participants, and 0 out of 521 players have completed. Everyone exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Killing each other." The angel's tone shifted to disdain. "You humans really are slow to understand, just as I said." She smiled cunningly. "You just need to stab, slash, and kill the players next to you. Simple, right?" Everyone was somewhat confused. Kill them, players killing each other. The angel confidently raised a finger to explain further. "Let me clarify a bit more for you. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, this time there will be no monsters at all." Everyone suspiciously raised questions. "No monsters, but I need to level up and become stronger." A tall young man said, "Sir Angel, if half of us survive, then each person only needs to kill one other, right?" The angel put a finger to her lips with a smile. "That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be?" Ryu Min below thought irritably to himself. She only received orders not to reveal anything from her superiors. He was unhappy now, standing and observing while cursing. The angels are merely a means to convey information to us in this damned survival game. There is another game master, and the fact that she is hiding a specific rule means she has received orders from the overseer. The angel crossed its arms and warned, "Killing players alone is not enough for you to complete the mission. Only the top 521 ranks will survive, and the criteria of that ranking board is a secret." She put on a cunning expression, saying that even the first person to kill is not allowed to take first place. The angel manipulated everyone and said, "All right, that concludes the explanation. Now start slaughtering each other." Time remaining until the round ends, 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Everyone was panicking. What should I do? So all I have to do is kill someone, kill them and the others too. Ryu Min had no conflicts with them at all. This crazy cycle. Youngmin stood smugly with his arms crossed and said with delight, "Kill other players, great, I want to kill a few bastards too." Ryu Min speculated, "I guessed right, he's thinking about killing his friends." He smiled maliciously and slyly said, "Wait, now that I think about it, wouldn't it be better for me if the other players hesitate and don't strike? That way, I become the champion." Youngmin was furious, scheming intensely in his mind. "Those dogs, I don't know where you all are, but I will kill every last one of you." He turned around and saw Ryu Min standing beside him, which startled him. "You really scared me." He immediately felt uneasy. "Black Scythe, what's going on?" He spoke as he walked. "I told you I would help you avoid becoming a target, didn't I? Well, now I'm fulfilling that promise." He immediately reached out and combined his power. Seeing this, Yangmin didn't have time to think about anything. He began a step backward, but it seemed too late when Ryu Min adjusted and did something. Ryu Min made a swift move that caused him to lose his balance and fall down. A sudden notification appeared, "Side mission. Round 4, side mission, eliminate the regional representative within a set time. Completing the mission rewards you with a lowest rank mana stone draw token." The system announced, "You have completed the side mission and have been awarded the lowest rank mana stone draw token." The lowest rank mana stone draw token is a rare grade item that randomly provides between 1 and 5 lowest rank mana stones. It is restricted for use until the next round for participants of apprentice rank or higher. Description: a limited time item that randomly grants you mana stones. When you reach the next round, this item will automatically disappear, and it is affected by your luck stat. He was quietly pleased. "Good, I got the reward I wanted. I killed Yangmin to get the side mission reward, although that wasn't the only reason." The blonde young man shouted, "Someone's dead. I saw it. Black Scythe killed him." He cast a displeased glance. Not long ago, they were the ones aiming for the regional representative position and wanted to kill him. Truly a bunch of hypocrites, and now they pretend to be decent. Everyone looked at him and shouted, "Hey Black Scythe, you can't just go around killing people like that. Don't you have any humanity at all? Murderer, you're a murderer." Ryu Min thought to himself, "They're not wrong to call me a murderer. I killed Zhang Xiaokain. Not only that, I will continue killing countless others until round 20. He stood there silently for a moment. "I've never killed anyone without reason, especially in this round. I have no choice but to kill to get through it, whether I like it or not." The announcement for round 4 came in. Main mission: kill each other within 3 hours. All regions combined, total participants 181,906,418. Players who completed 0909532009. Your region asks 45-5, total participants 1,042. Players who completed 0521. He silently speculated that even though they knew this would happen, they still criticized him. A young man with black hair said, "If things go well, maybe I could urge everyone to kill Black Scythe." The hooded youth thought similarly. "I have to use this chance to ruin Black Scythe's reputation." A tall man full of determination said, "If we attack as a group, Black Scythe won't stand a chance." That young man thought, "We can't let Ryu Min become the regional representative. We have to accuse him of something new. They think they've found a good opportunity. It really is a joke." The young man shouted, "Do you think this is funny?" The girl beside him added, "You're crazy. After what you did, how dare you?" The system displayed a notification. Player Ryu Min has become the new district representative of the ESC's 45-5 area. The young man was shocked. "So Ryu Min is now the district representative?" The black-haired guy next to him was worried. "At this rate, it's like a tiger growing wings. What should we do?" Ryu Min spoke confidently. "What's going on? Why aren't you yelling anymore? Or is it because I'm the district representative now that you're scared?" He crossed his arms, looking even more arrogant. "If you're afraid of command authority, then you probably haven't changed your profession yet," the blonde man exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" The tall young man shouted, "Look over there." He shouted loudly, "The name of the Black Scythe has changed color." Everyone here was stirred up. He's right, the name really did change color. Why is he the only one whose name changed? Anne calmly thought, maybe it shifted from bright yellow to red. Ryu Min somewhat understood this. In these rounds, once you have killed someone, your nickname turns red. The more people you kill, the darker the red becomes. The man looked utterly savage. The changing color of the nickname is to distinguish those who have taken the lives of others. Everyone around gathered on one side to attack Ryu Min. The primitive hunting rifle has already killed, murderer die. He felt a bit of sympathy. Instead of targeting innocent players, people would choose to kill the murderers. In any case, that way their conscience would be much less troubled. To some extent, he also realized that those who had killed murderers had themselves become murderers. He was the person who understood that more than anyone else. And the result was that they encouraged each other to go on killing the people around them. Ryu Min thought to himself, right now they might still hesitate and not want to kill anyone, but this would be the reason behind many deaths. He seriously asked, "What are you people doing? I'm sure you don't have time to stand there and dawdle." Two of them retorted, "Hey, you stop right there, that's right, you murderer." He raised his hand to explain, "You act like I'm the only one who wants to kill the representative of that area, but what about those who rushed toward Josik in the previous round? Do you want to give him a kiss or something?" The man stammered. "Well, He continued, "Kill or be killed. Don't tell me you survivors still don't know this simple rule." He asserted loudly to everyone around, "Stop being hypocrites and face the reality. If your life is in danger, there's no way you wouldn't point your spear at the one threatening you." He rolled his eyes fiercely. "Now is not the time to just sit and do nothing. If you all are so worried, then argue it out just like we voted the last time." He told himself and left. "Even if I don't say these things, they'll start fighting anyway." Ryu Min guessed that by then it would already be too late. If at least I didn't say this, they would keep wasting time. He turned around, looking at everyone while thinking, if that happens, the number of people who pass this round might not be 521. Even if it means making them fight, encouraging them to perform the mission is also a way for more people to survive. A woman with a strong appearance tried hard to persuade, "I think now we shouldn't just stand here like Black Scythe said. Shouldn't we do something?" The man beside her raised the issue, "So, do you have any suggestions on what we should do to talk about it?" She retorted, "What right do you have to mock me like that? I'm just discussing what we should do." That guy challenged her, "How about a one-on-one duel to be fair?" The platinum-haired boy, seeing that, immediately wanted to stop it. "Fighting to kill each other, how is that fair? And a duel, do you think this is a game?" He urged, "We don't even have enough time now." The other man shouted angrily, "What did you just say?" And so, everyone kept arguing with each other nonstop. Co Aaron hesitated and asked, "Hey bodyguard, what should we do? Is it really true that we have to kill someone as Black Scythe said?" An Sanchiel looked at her and replied kindly, "Of course it is. Otherwise we ourselves would be killed. Why would we care about the lives of strangers we don't even know?" He silently advised, "I completely agree with Black Scythe's words, Aaron. You should also make up your mind because killing someone is not a pleasant experience." She looked at him and worriedly said, "You talk as if you've killed someone before." He frowned, "No, not at all, I'm just guessing." She looked around awkwardly and asked, "So who should we kill?" He replied, "Let's just see how things go. Right now everyone is arguing loudly. Stop behaving like this. We need to decide who to kill and get it over with." "Then tell me, who would you kill?" "Those who have already killed are perfect targets. Focus on those whose nicknames have turned red." "Who gave you the right to decide that?" The long-haired man expressed his opinion. "You mean we should kill Black Scythe, huh?" The black-haired man said smugly, "Black Scythe is clearly crazy. How could you kill someone who's already reached level 30? The blonde young man pondered, "I bet even if we all attacked him at once, we wouldn't be able to kill him." The brown-haired man was more cautious. "Be quiet, what if he hears us?" Ryu Min was extremely frustrated and powerless, thinking, "I can hear everything." They were arguing when suddenly they froze. The gray-haired man shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone." The man wearing a hat added, "This guy is right. If we kill someone, we ourselves will become murderers just like him." The young man argued back, "So what do you want us to do? Someone has to die before I can continue living, right?" The nearby man stopped him, saying, "Stop arguing. Let's just agree to kill some criminals, okay?" The strong-willed girl spoke up, "How can we tell who is a criminal? Are you going to ask those with a criminal record to raise their hands? They won't resist voluntarily turning themselves in." The long-haired man shouted angrily, "Who the hell do you think you are, looking down on others like that? Why don't you offer your own opinion?" She immediately insulted him, "How dare you curse at me, you bastard? Should I just kill you right now?" He was unafraid, replying, "What, you bastard? If you're so good, try it, you bitch." A young man among them tried to fan the flames. "You two stop talking and just fight." He became increasingly irritated. "Who the hell do you think you are, provoking us?" She pointed directly at him. "You guys hiding behind others and provoking people are the worst, you despicable bastard. He used his magic and you just said something. Damn it, these bastards, I will kill all of you." And she was also preparing an attack. Ryu Min shook his head in frustration. It was really chaotic. They kept talking endlessly but couldn't do anything yet. He calmly observed that there was nothing to worry about. Soon enough they would just start killing each other. The young man, appearing mature, expressed his opinion. "Hey everyone, stop shouting and start thinking realistically." Immediately his face showed panic. Yangmin was sitting there yawning repeatedly. He wondered to himself, isn't that damn impossible? Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed, having learned all the rules. This was the hidden rule of this round. After dying for 10 minutes, players would be resurrected. Yangmin was stunned to realize everyone was staring at him. Why was everyone staring so intently? And it wasn't just staring, it was as if they were seeing a corpse. He stood up and looked at everyone in confusion. This was strange. Clearly he was talking to the Black Scythe. What was going on? The black-haired man shouted, "He's alive again, like a god reincarnated." "What are you saying? It's the resurrection system for him." The long-haired young man reasoned, "So that means the dead in this round will be resurrected." The woman beside him had a resentful expression and said, "Then killing them doesn't really matter, does it?" The young man held up a knife with a dangerous expression. "If they were to come back to life, then surely it would be fine." The woman with her hair tied up high walked over to stop them, saying, "Everyone calm down." She tried to prevent it, saying that we're not even sure if they can be resurrected, so don't rush. Suddenly, she was unexpectedly attacked from behind by someone. That guy used a sharp wolf hand weapon to stab her repeatedly, then shouted loudly, "How about you sleep first, you bastard, die." He stopped, staring at the blood-covered dagger and breathing hard for a moment. He didn't stop, continuing to shout, "Come back to life, I still have to fight you again." The people outside watching all felt a chill and disgust looking at him. In front of the crowd surrounding him lay a head with disheveled hair motionless on the ground. Everyone around was sweating in astonishment. Those standing outside discussed eagerly, "But she wasn't coming back to life. We should wait a bit. Surely she won't revive immediately." The two men, one with brown hair and the other with moss-green hair, shouted loudly. Looking back, it took that guy 10 minutes to come back to life. "Hey everyone, why don't we wait for her to revive?" Everyone around agreed. "I agree, me too." After 10 minutes had passed, the girl lying motionless on the ground began to glow. The very deep and severe wounds started shining, showing signs of healing. Later, those large wounds closed up completely. She was now fully intact, without a single injury, able to stand steadily. The brown-haired girl woke up, stretched comfortably, feeling very relaxed. Suddenly she realized something and let out a loud "ah." The brown-haired girl pointed at the people standing around and shouted loudly, "Which one of you bastards was it who ambushed me?" The person wielding the fake wolf claw weapon suddenly appeared behind her with a terrifying smile, loudly saying, "It's me, you bastard." This time was different from before. As he prepared to attack, the tall, strong man behind him chopped him in half. He collapsed silently to the ground and the big fellow pointed at him, repeating the action the man had done earlier. "So they come back to life after 10 minutes, huh?" Everyone standing outside had turned pale, some held their heads, others covered their mouths. No one dared to make a sound. Ryu Min stood at a distance, silently thinking. Although they had proven the ability to resurrect, they would still find killing unpleasant, but the people outside also began to respond, killing each other as he had suspected. Humans are often influenced by circumstances and reveal their own madness. The cold words spoken, disregard for humanity on one side, combined with a series of lethal slashes at each other. Whatever, let it be. One person attacks another from behind. "Damn it, whatever, I don't care anymore." Then even raising a sword against teammates, "All are people like me. Go die, you're all crazy." Suddenly there was a scuffle among the lunatics. "Hey, you bastard, sorry, I hold no grudge against you." The silver-haired man wielding a sword swung it angrily toward the brown-haired man beside him. "Why don't you try out your own tricks?" The brown-haired man blocked and said, "Please just die already, stop resisting. After all, you'll resurrect anyway." Those two were arguing loudly, but the outcome was finally decided midway. "If you're so tough, why don't you just go die? In this area, right here and now, fierce battles are tearing each other apart, with constant attacks exchanged one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. Ryu Min stood at a distance, silently assessing. About 1,000 players were savagely slaughtering one another. Essentially, this was a battlefield. He activated magic, and a stream of red light appeared from his palm. Ryu Min confidently strode forward. Well, I guess it's time for me to make a move too. One of those engaged in the chaotic battle noticed Ryu Min, the black scythe. Suddenly a streak of red light flashed forth. He swung the scythe, spinning it once. Those in front struck by the blow were all sent flying. Ryu Min easily took care of those few, and around him the players lay motionless on the ground. Others saw this and exchanged signals. They all simultaneously charged forward. This is our chance, kill him. Before the captain of that group could finish his sentence, rapid popping sounds echoed, and moments later all three were flat on the ground. I'm alert, so you can't take me by surprise. Behind Ryu Min, the black dragon perched on his right hand was continuously attacking the backs of weak players lying prone. Die, he glanced backward. Ah, that one too. He laughed heartily, attacking continuously and then showing satisfaction. He pondered that calling the fourth loop the one reserved for the black fire dragon wasn't an exaggeration. With the absorption rune in hand, this situation was like a feast for him. Ryu Min watched him fight from one person to another. Judging by how intense his name's color was, he must have killed about 10 people already. That name would need to eat several resurrection times. The black scythe looked at his own info board, laughing heartily with delight as he thought, unexpectedly, every time I kill a player, my stats increase. This is truly a bargain. He happily felt the bargain, thinking, I knew my stats would rise when killing monsters, but I didn't realize killing players would have the same effect. That info board was advancing the absorption rune's progress bar. The absorption rune's effect. The progress bar increases every time you kill an enemy. Once the bar fills, you receive a random stat. Your enemy's level corresponds to how much the progress bar increases. The black scythe frantically murdered without mercy, using every possible method. He even wore a bright, delighted smile as he shouted loudly, die, die, die. The absorption rune's progress bar was steadily increasing quite a lot. Could it be because of their level? The black scythe turned to look with a big grin. He was at the same level as me, yet his progress bar grew so much. He looked delighted, eyes wide open, thinking about the possibility of defeating the black scythe. If I kill the black scythe, how much will the progress bar increase? It will probably fill up immediately and then I'll receive a stat. After considering the benefits, the black dragon turned to look for Ryu Min. But then he thought better of it and decided to drop it. If I provoke that influential guy, who knows what disaster might befall me. Changing his target, he looked at the small, low-level group and thought that he should deal with those trash and level up more. True to his word, the black dragon smiled and sneaked up to attack one of them. Sorry, I hold no grudges against you. He pulled out his cudgel and swung it, thinking that this was definitely a stress reliever. The black dragon continued targeting others with powerful cudgel swings. Because of that thug, I can't even hunt properly. He didn't notice that behind him someone was creeping up to launch a sneak attack. This round is definitely mine. The attacker lunged forward to stab, but the black dragon easily dodged to the side. The others gained nothing from killing players. He smiled brightly with a terrifying face, swinging his cudgel down while my stat increased and I became stronger. The absorption rune's progress bar continued to rise. The people who were killed have now begun to revive. Some are motionless, some are slumped over holding their heads. The black dragon was extremely pleased, above all, that his prey kept resurrecting and offering themselves up. He aimed at those people and then helped them back to gain momentum. What better opportunity could there be? The sounds of slashing and killing rang out as another group of people fell. The black dragon wiped this side clean and turned toward the other chaotic battles. How many people have I killed already? I must kill as many as possible so I can climb to the top of the rankings. Or should I head that way now? Suddenly, from afar, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard near him. Ryu Min confidently took deliberate steps forward, causing him to exclaim, Black Scythe. The black dragon looked around in panic as Ryu Min approached and spoke briefly of the Night of Death. The others who were slashing and killing all stopped, looking around in confusion and surprise. What's going on? What's happening? Why has it suddenly gotten dark? The black dragon broke into a sweat and silently looked at Ryu Min. His scythe had become semi-transparent now, No matter what it was, I have to be extremely careful. A familiar red slash appeared. From the black dragon's perspective, he saw that he could look up and see Ryu Min looking down from above. Later he realized that being beheaded by Ryu Min's single slash meant he was already dead, truly deserving the name Black Scythe. I should have avoided encountering him. The scene shifted slightly as the clashing of swords rang out. The melee battle showed no sign of ending. All the players were trying to kill each other. Die, die you bastard, just die for me. Yangmin had just been resurrected and looked around in confusion. He saw a girl who had just resurrected along with him yawning sleepily. Has she been resurrected? Is it really true that everyone will come back to life after 10 minutes? Yangmin entertained a wicked thought, continuing to smile brightly like before. Well done. He clenched his fists thinking, they've created this circle to make us kill each other. This is my chance to take revenge on those bastards who stabbed me in the back. I will kill all of you. Yangmin stepped into the arena, glancing around. Seunghin, where are you? Where is he? He smiled cheerfully. There he is. In front of Yangmin, Seunghin was trembling, drawing his bow. The fool looked so scared just because of the minor penalty lowering his stats. He ran over smiling. Seunghin turned around to look back. Yangmin greeted him with a straight punch to the face. Nice to see you, you dead dog. Seunghin was knocked far away, arrows scattered on the ground. He painfully trembled, holding his face. Yangmin's voice rang out. Hey Seunghin, you devil. Seunghin's face was bruised, nose bleeding from the punch. He was even lifted by his collar by Yangmin, who said, didn't you say if we met again you'd kill me? Yangmin laughed terrifyingly, raising his fist with a pitiful scream. Then why don't you try killing me and see? He dropped Seunghin down, finally done, feeling so refreshed. Yangmin glanced back and asked, where are the other bastards? The brawl now seemed to just be starting. It was growing more intense and crueler by the moment. If hell does exist, is this what it would look like? The strong bullying the weak, you wield a powerful weapon to slaughter those without proper combat gear, die. Seo Arin stood curled up in a small corner, tightly gripping her sword in a place full of violence where people only knew hatred for one another. An Saintchiol beside her asked with concern, are you okay, Aaron? Seo Arin tried to calm herself and forced a smile. I'm fine, I'm not tired, but my spirit is still somewhat affected. He turned his head, thinking that he could endure it to some extent, but Seo Arin would probably have a hard time. If this affects her mentality and hinders her work, he would have no face to meet the chairman anymore. Suddenly, An Saintchiol's gaze turned to observe her. A hand appeared from somewhere, reaching towards Seo Arin. That hand was not gentle at all. It grabbed her hair tightly. The man raised a knife, gripping Seo Arin tightly, shouting, go die. An Saintchiol swiftly dashed from afar to rescue her. Don't even dream of it. He raised his sword and sliced away the weapon from the man's hand. An Saintchiol nimbly and skillfully switched his grip. With a series of flowing moves, he stabbed the man right in the shoulder. An Saintchiol could easily bring him down with a single strike. Meanwhile, Seo Arin stood trembling, sweat dripping as she looked at the bloodied sword before her. She clenched her teeth with determination, intently staring at the sword. Seo Arin charged forward. She ran straight toward the trembling man kneeling on the ground and stabbed him. The scenery changed. The sky seemed darker than before. Seo Arin was trembling, covering her mouth as she knelt on the ground. An Saintchiol stood beside her, glancing sideways and thinking that if he told her what to do, she would still obey. She stood up, turned to him and asked, how much longer do we have to fight like this, bodyguard? An Saintchiol immediately replied, at least another hour to go. Seo Arin's face darkened to a pale purple. I can't even bear to watch them die. I don't understand how people can kill like this. An Saintchiol gritted his teeth, staring at Seo Arin with some anger. Too weak, she's too fragile, it seems she has been overly protected. He tried not to reveal his true feelings and asked with concern, if you're tired, please rest. Haven't you killed about 50 people already? Seo Arin couldn't remember clearly, but it seemed so. An Saintchiol turned away and told her that should be enough to rank on the leaderboard, leave the rest to me. Seo Arin looked up at him, very grateful. Thank you very much. He turned around with a smile on his face, feeling as if a burden had been lifted. I should be the one thanking you. I don't need to hand them over for you to kill anymore. An Saintchiol began his hunt. He attacked whoever he encountered. Now I can focus on my own score. The scoreboard for this round appeared. The remaining time until the round ends is 10 minutes and 21 seconds. We encounter the familiar Black Scythe again on that red slash path. Ryu Min calmly fights each opponent. Whoever comes, he fights back. There are still about 10 minutes left. round 4 always takes a lot out of you. He sensed someone right behind and turned with a cold glare, swinging the scythe, but he stared at his opponent like a wild beast hunting its prey, swinging the scythe toward him. I can't let the first place prize across all zones slip away. I have to use every possible way to get stronger and reach round 20. After dealing with that person, Ryu Min rushed off to find others. Anyone who met him ran off with a pale, bruised face. I have no idea how strong the final boss will be. Ryu Min easily caught up and captured everyone, so I have to become as strong as possible. He was always in a ready stance, holding the scythe up and staring intently at his prey. The guy being chased by Ryu Min panicked, tears streaming down his face in fear. Black scythe. Ryu Min ran behind him, weaving through the circle to the front and kept running forward. That guy plopped down, unable to believe he survived the death trap. I'm alive. While running, Ryu Min thought about choosing his opponents. Those he had already killed didn't need to be killed again. He killed strange people he met but didn't kill everyone he encountered. Ranking in round 4 isn't based solely on killing as many people as possible. You need to kill as many different people as you can. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as one kill. Ryu Min glanced back attentively. Behind him was his acquaintance, Yang Min, punching others repeatedly. Ryu Min looked slightly annoyed, thinking that meant he couldn't kill that guy over there. He was still enthusiastically landing continuous punches on his opponent's face. Die, die you bastard. Yang Min on the other side smiled brightly, pleased and satisfied. Ryu Min silently evaluated him. All this time he had been repeatedly killing 3 of his friends. Those guys would have a hard time surviving this round. Suddenly someone revived behind him. Yang Min turned his attention around. He immediately slapped Seunghan. Ryu Min thought to himself, if you keep dying as soon as you revive like that, there won't be any chance to earn points for yourself. The game's announcement continued displaying. Preparation time countdown, 1 minute remaining until the round ends. Ryu Min dashed forward, quickly glancing around. Only 1 minute left, not much time remaining. I have to achieve the highest score possible. He looked toward the silver-haired guy grinning widely across the way. I've already killed that one. Next was the brown-haired guy crying while holding a girl in his arms. That one too. Ryu Min shifted his gaze to the light brown-haired guy holding a knife. I don't remember that name. This will be the first time. Finally, he decided on his target. The other person, unaware, glanced back. There was no more time, so he would resolve this with a single strike. Just one slash to his back and he was gone forever. Ryu Min's final slash was also the moment the match ended. The scenery shifted as a golden aurora appeared in the sky, and all the players found themselves surrounded by a protective shield. An angel appeared from the heavens, asking, does killing each other seem enjoyable? Those below looked very displeased, glaring angrily at her. Ryu Min glanced at the angel, thinking silently, how could killing others be fun? The angel bent down, Heen too smiled and said, look at that dirty pool of blood. This clean space has been completely thrown into chaos. She laughed mockingly and said, after all, you have all done very well in the task of slaying each other. Before seeing the results, let's resurrect those who have died before you. Ryu Min didn't pay much attention, thinking to himself that she spoke as if she was the one resurrecting them. In reality, it was the system's ability. Suddenly, a player who had his arm cut off watched as it gradually grew back. Other players experienced the same. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, they were all healed. Seunghan was no exception. Yangmin's friends, once healed, all angrily scolded him, shouting, Yangmin, you bastard, damn you, I will kill you. Yangmin smiled brightly, glancing as he heard those words. Damn it, you only lose to Josik. What the hell are you guys talking about? Clean up that bunch of bastards, the angel cut in silently. She glared with irritation as a warning. From now on, if any human dares to speak, I'll make their head bloom. Everyone below didn't dare to utter a single word. The angel flipped her expression with joy. Now things are a bit calm. If everyone has revived, let's take a look at the results. She began to explain. But before that, we need to know what the side mission for this round is, right? Everyone was confused and curious. Is there also a star for this side mission? The angel snapped her fingers, smiling as she said, of course there is. Do you think there's no side mission? Are you stupid or what? The round info board appeared. Round 4 side mission is to eliminate the regional representatives within a certain time frame. Completing the task rewards a lowest rank mana stone draw token. Everyone had a board in front of them. None had eliminated the regional representatives yet. Is that the side mission? She explained, adding mockery. That's right, foolish humans, only one person in this area has completed the side mission. The name called was Ryu Min, known as Black Scythe. The crowd turned to look at him. Black Scythe. Now thinking back, wasn't he the one who killed Yongmin at first? Yongmin's face darkened, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, so becoming the regional representative this round is a good thing. He frowned and turned to look at the board without saying anything. The people outside all glanced at Yongmin, thinking to themselves that if they had known this would happen, they would have killed Yongmin already. His face turned dark purple as he thought, am I dead? Dead at the hands of the Black Scythe. On the announcement board appeared the phrase, skill temporarily unavailable. Yongmin panicked. There's nothing left. His temporary command power was gone. He recalled what Ryu Min had said, I will help you so you won't become an easy target. Yongmin was somewhat puzzled. He said he would help me avoid becoming a target, but then he took the representative position from me. An angel's voice rang out, now let's see the final result. She opened her eyes slightly, a smile forming. That's right, you're all curious about how the results are calculated, aren't you? Everyone was unsettled when the announcement was made. Some sighed deeply and slumped in regret. Rankings are based on the number of different people you have killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it only counts as one kill. People were shocked by the emphasis on different individuals. Doesn't that mean you just have to kill as many distinct people as possible? The angel laughed scornfully, you simple-minded fools. Do you really think it's that easy? She snapped her fingers and said, here are the results. The summary information table appeared, summarizing the results of round 4 across all regions. Black Scythe of Death level 30, 722 kills. Foolish Devil Mage level 13, 521 kills. Dark Fiendish Cavalier level 13, 433 kills. The current region ESCs 45-5. Black Scythe of Death level 30, 722 kills. Cute Little Bird Warrior level 11, 211 kills. On Saint-Chial Cavalier level 11, 209 kills. She seemed surprised and let out an "oh." This time Black Scythe also took first place. Ryu Min showed no emotion, no expression, just looked at her with cold, sharp eyes. Everyone who heard the announcement after was stunned, shocked beyond belief that he had killed more than 700 people. Is humanly possible to do that? Aren't there about 1,000 people in total when we all combine? So he alone killed 70% of the people here. Truly insane. The angel laughed joyfully. Just you alone killed as many as 722 people. You're very skilled. In that case, you deserve a reward, right? Next, the announcement board also appeared. Congratulations, you have ranked first in this mission in your region. Congratulations for ranking first in this mission across all regions. The reward for first place in your region is a mid-level rare armor selection token. The reward for first place across all regions is a mid-level special reward selection token. Ryu Min read through and seemed pleased. The mid-level armor selection token is very good. It's time for me to change my armor. The system continues to transfer and you can choose one of the rare armors below. Select the reward you want: polished bronze armor, blood red assassin's suit, robe of darkness. Ryu Min selects. I will choose the second one, the blood red assassin's suit. The information panel of the blood red assassin's suit appears. Blood red assassin's suit, a rare armor type, defense 60, agility +4, attack speed +5%. Speed +5%, durability 600, usage restricted to normal level or above. Description: a blood-colored suit worn by some assassin. Sometimes it will be soaked with the scent of blood. He turns to the side and looks at the system panel. Next is the special reward. The system appears for him to choose. You can select one of the special rewards below. Choice rewards. Desire 1 is a buff that increases stats by 50%, limited to round 5. 2 is 5,000 gold. 3 is information about round 5. Ryu Min thinks the side mission rewards for round 5 are very good, but the difficulty is a bit high. He immediately makes a decision and selects. Considering the difficulty, increasing stats will help him a lot. Returning to the angel who continues speaking, have you all seen your rankings? Let me tell you, in our area there are 30 people tied at rank 521. All who are lower will be eliminated. She smiles slyly. Now let's begin the elimination process. Those who do not meet the standard are gradually fading away. No. They scream in panic. Wait a moment, Angel, are we really going to die this time? One by one they vanished, Yongmin's friends among them. I don't want to die. Angel, please help us, give me a chance, help me. He smiled in astonishment. I made it through just barely. On Seo Arin's side, she trembled, covering her ears tightly. An Sangcheol still wore a cold expression, watching them disappear. Please help me, I don't want to die. Ryu Min closed his eyes and listened solemnly to the cries of despair. The elimination phase ended the silence, and he looked up. The summary board for Round 4 appeared. Round 4 ends all regions, survivors, 90,953,209. Your region ESCS 45-5 has 521 survivors after a moment. Your soul will be transferred to a body in the current dimensional space. Round 5 will begin at midnight on May 1, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. The scene changed to before a hotel as night fell. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps ran through the night. An Sangcheol panicked and flung the door open. Sir. Ma Jeonrak, lying asleep on the bed, stirred at the loud noise. He was handsome as he woke. Unit leader An Sangcheol. Ma Jeonrak sat up in confusion. What are you doing here? I don't recall calling you. An Sangcheol gasped hurriedly. I couldn't contact you, so I took the liberty of barging in. I thought something bad might have happened to you. He winked and smiled confidently. Not at all. Did you think I'd die in round 4? Didn't you see the results? An Sangcheol scratched his ear nervously, sweating. I did see your name on the ranking board, but I still feel worried. After all, the last round was truly insane, wasn't it? Ma Jeonrak was still a bit dazed, holding his face. So as soon as I got back, I immediately passed out on the bed. My spirit is just so exhausted. An Sangcheol said seriously, that's right, 433 people have died. He suddenly got serious, his eyes turning cold and sharp. If you count the repeated deaths, there might be even more. I've gotten that strong already. What kind of monster is Black Scythe? Is he even human? He speculated with some curiosity. Do you think he's still an active soldier in special forces? Someone with such skills and courage in Korea? I keep thinking about that. Ma Jeonrak silently thought about Black Scythe. The more he thought, the more he admired him. No matter what his true identity was, if he could cooperate with him, it would make me feel very reassured. He did not know Ryu Min's other identity in the real world, so later he would have to ask that fairy about Black Scythe. An Sangcheol added worriedly, but sir, the 4th round went exactly as that fairy said, which is truly astonishing. Honestly, until I saw it with my own eyes, I doubted that guy. Ma Jeonrak agreed, me too. He recalled the words of the real-world fairy Ryu Min. The mission of round 4 was not monster hunting, it was a massacre among the players. Ma Jeonrak was somewhat confused. Massacre. At that time, Ryu Min seriously analyzed the situation. Indeed, it was a disaster and the players needed to kill each other. He had to stay vigilant. An Sangcheol requested an audience. Now what should we do, sir? Ma Jeonrak hadn't formed a clear plan yet. What do you mean? He asked him. Regarding the prophet Ryu Min, do you really want to make him a business partner? Ma Jeonrak firmly held up his jacket. Of course, he is the major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What rights do I have? In reality, the company is basically in Ryu Min's hands now. An Sangcheol raised his hand in confusion. So you're going to follow his advice and switch to another industry? Ma Jeonrak put on his jacket and stepped out onto the balcony. Talking won't change anything. In that case, the company can develop further. As he walked out, he said, besides that, we need to win him over to our side. Don't underestimate him or feel arrogant just because he's young. Ma Jeonrak gazed thoughtfully at the scenery. Even if you dislike his attitude, you must flatter him and follow all his instructions. That's the only way. He turned around and smiled at An Sangcheol. Only then can we reap all the sweet benefits from the honey jar named the prophet. Do you understand? He bowed respectfully, signaling understanding. Yes, sir, from now on I will be more careful when dealing with Ryu Min. The sky was gradually lightening and their conversation was nearing an end. Very well, call him immediately. What should I say to him? Ma Jeonrak suggested that to celebrate our survival, we should throw a party tonight and told him to bring any family members along if he has any. Should I invite Miss Seo to the party as well? An Sangcheol seems to have some bias against her. What about Seo Arin? He is incredibly handsome and gentle in the early morning sunlight. Moments like these call for having someone famous join in our celebration, don't you think? The scenery changed beside the coffee shop. Ryu Min had been standing here waiting for some time. He smiled and waved, calling out, over here. Julie stepped forward to greet him. Ryu Min, you look well. He smiled in return, you too. She asked with concern, are you okay? Suddenly inviting me out like this. Ryu-min replied casually. I'm fine, I just thought we should go out to eat and celebrate successfully passing this round. Don't worry, it's on me, Julie teased. Then I'll make good use of having a wealthy friend, of course, if you don't mind. The red car started moving down the road. She laughed and said, thank you, Lord Fairy, thanks to you I can prepare for round 4. Ryu-min wondered, don't you think I'm lying? Julie trusted him completely, but you would never do that. What would you gain by lying to me? Ryu-min responded cheerfully, thanks for trusting me. She felt a bit awkward. Thank you. Come on, I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me I needed to kill at least 30 people, I would have been dead by now. Thank you. Inside, Julie thought to herself that he really had no reason to be grateful to her at all. He thought that even if he hadn't revealed anything, she would have survived thanks to the protective rune. She was also quite talented. More than that, compared to Seoarin, who was like a flower protected in a greenhouse, she was more like the weeds growing outside. They arrived first at a Western-style restaurant with a slight Japanese fusion. They sat down at the table that Ryu-min had reserved. Let's eat, thanks, enjoy your meal. Julie thought, looking at him. This was how many times he had thanked her already. She seemed flustered and awkward, sweating. Julie was silent, frowning. Should a killer like me be doing these things? I only came here because Ryu-min called. But having a peaceful meal like this is really. Ryu-min noticed her unusual appearance and asked, Julie, why aren't you eating? He guessed she was still feeling guilty. She gave a quick excuse and moved past the subject. I don't feel very well. He got straight to the point. Is it because you killed someone? Ryu-min comforted her, telling her not to overthink or blame herself. You have to survive. Julie still had a hard time letting go, that's true, but he said gently, and besides, it's not only you, I and the other players can't avoid it either. She still couldn't escape that trembling shadow. Even so, I killed him. Ryu-min interrupted. That's enough. He seriously explained to her. So what? If similar things happen in the future, will we just let it be? What if I don't wake up? What will happen to my family here? He recalled his adorable little brother. We have a family waiting for us, don't we? Julie hesitated and mumbled, my family. She remembered the scene where her father burst into tears and hugged her. If I don't wake up, Dad will be very sad. Julie clenched her hand, showing determination. You're right. I forgot about my family and didn't realize they were the reason I was able to hold on for so long. She looked up at him. Thank you for comforting me. Ryu-min cheerfully picked up his chopsticks and gently reminded her to eat more. It's nothing. Enjoy the delicious food here to ease your sorrow, Julie happily returned. Okay. Only now did they really start eating. It's really good. It felt like the fatigue from the 4th round was completely washed away. Hearing you say that, I'm very happy. The sky was changing color, slowly waiting for nightfall. Thank you for treating me, Min. Ryu-min noticed. This is the first time you called me without using my full name. She didn't mind much and asked, is that so? If you don't mind, can I call you that from now on? He happily agreed, of course. Ryu-min thought delicately to himself, it seems his mood has improved. Should I bring up the main topic now? He straightened his face and addressed the main issue. Julie, I called you here today to share information about round 5 with you. Julie suddenly froze. Round 5, are you predicting the future already? He got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Round 5 will be the toughest round so far and different regions will be combined. She didn't quite understand and found it hard to imagine. Ryu-min summarized it for her to make it easier. Basically, the divided regions will merge into one. Julie sprang up in astonishment. So does that mean you and I might be able to meet? He calmly took a sip of tea. That's right, but not during round 5. In Ryu-min's mind, actually we will meet in round 5, but if I tell you we're in the same region, you will want to meet me. He set down his teacup and continued, I have to meet you while remaining anonymous. To accomplish that, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Ryu-min suggested to her as I revealed, round 5 will be even harder. You might not pass through, but there is a way, Julie eagerly asked, what is it? He mentioned a familiar name and instructed her on how to pass the challenge, Black Scythe. Go see him and ask for his help. Julie was suddenly surprised, Black Scythe. Julie wanted to confirm her thought. The Black Scythe you mentioned, is that the person, the one ranked first across all regions? Ryu-min, it must be him. She awkwardly pointed at me, looking embarrassed. So you want me to ask the Black Scythe for help in round 5? He advised her that instead of asking for his help, it would be more appropriate to say cooperating with him. Ryu-min gave her the best option. You need to temporarily form an alliance with him. Only then can you survive. Julie pointed at me and said, but he is a level 30 black scythe. Do you think he would be willing to cooperate with me? She felt somewhat apprehensive hearing him speak. You have your own skills, after all. Surely the black scythe needs you too. Their relationship will be symbiotic. Julie thought if she could safely get through this round with his help, that would be great. She sighed anxiously. Honestly, I'm still worried. I don't know if the black scythe will follow me just because of my small buff. Ryu Min smiled at her thoughtfully. That's not just a small buff, your skill is amazing. Ryu Min reassured her, don't worry, the black scythe will try to cooperate with you not only in this round but also the next. I've already seen that scene in the future, so you don't need to worry. She sincerely hoped for that, really. She also felt somewhat reassured. Thanks for telling me such important information. Naturally, Ryu Min said, we're friends after all. This is just what I should do. Julie suddenly remembered and asked him, can you reach out your hand a little? She concentrated and a blue light spread out. I should give you something to repay your kindness, right? A blue glow illuminated around Ryu Min's body, radiating all around. He smiled brightly, thanking her. Thank you, Julie. In Ryu Min's mind, he seemed to have anticipated this. He guessed that she would buff him because he knew her nature. She didn't like owing others. Julie blushed with embarrassment. On this side, he finally achieved his goal. Now he can go home and use that. The system information panel appeared. All stats had increased by 50% thanks to the effect of the bless skill. A white pouch was thrown onto the table by someone. The current kill count was 100. All stats had increased by 50% due to the effect of the Rune of Slaughter. Ryu Min had arrived home and sat in a chair deep in thought, empowered by the bless effect from Julie and the additional stats from the Rune of Slaughter after killing 100 worms. He observed the information panel before him, silently judging that his stats had probably increased quite a lot. Status window. Status window of Ryu Min, nickname Black Scythe, common rank level 30, Grim Reaper profession, title time traveler hidden. First to kill angel hidden, punishment god challenger hidden, strength plus 93, intelligence plus 111, agility plus 105, luck plus 84 stat points. The thing Ryu Min noticed most was that luck was at 84 stars. He drew a random card. It seemed that with such high luck he could expect to draw something good. What he drew was the lowest rank mana stone draw token, a rare tier item. Its effect is to randomly grant from 1 to 5 lowest rank mana stones. Use is restricted until the next round from apprentice rank upwards. It is described as a limited-time item that randomly provides you with mana stones. If you don't use it by the next round, the item will automatically disappear. Its effectiveness is influenced by the luck stat. Ryu Min held it carefully, observing and thinking about how to use it. If I were an ordinary person, I'd probably pray to the gods to receive a better item. He smirked quietly to himself, but forget about praying to that damn so-called deity. Ryu Min recalled what the angel once said. Now we will start playing a game and we will play 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, human souls are sent to another dimension to play this game. He imagined a scene where God hurled a bunch of swords at the people and speculated, I don't know who that is, but this situation must have been caused by a god. Who else could capture 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? Whoever is behind all this must be a god who's mocking humanity. Ryu Min frowned seriously. If after passing the final round I can turn one of my wishes into reality, I will wish that the damn deity who created this gruesome game dies a fitting death. The ticket in his hand disappeared and seemed to transform into a rectangular shape. He had used the lowest rank mana stone draw token. The system announced congratulations. Congratulations, you have drawn 5 lowest rank mana stones. Items obtained. 2 lowest rank red mana stones, 1 lowest rank yellow mana stone, 1 lowest rank green mana stone, and 1 lowest rank purple mana stone. He looked a bit surprised. 5 stones, 5 is already the maximum quantity. Ryu Min smiled brightly. I got the best result thanks to cursing, not praying to the gods. I was lucky too. Now comes the main part. He pressed the button. Alright, let's start combining. First, I'll put 2 lowest rank red mana stones together and press combine. The system displayed combination successful. You have created a low rank red mana stone. Ryu Min received the result in hand. When combining mana stones of the same color and rank like this, you can get a higher rank mana stone along with the stones you already have, from CORN and the stones drawn from the tokens. Notification sounds kept appearing. Combination successful, you have created a low-rank purple mana stone. He thought of a new approach. Next, if I combine mana stones with a combination item, the success rate is extremely high. Combination successful, the assassin's hood has had its damage increased by 2%. Good, now let's combine the next few stones. Ryu Min sequentially tries on various items. The dark gloves add 2% to all stats. The resistance ring has been enhanced with an additional 2 luck. Next, he changes to the long boots of wisdom, which have been enhanced with an additional 2 agility. He looks at the breakdown table and thinks to himself, I'll remove the blue mana stone from the hunter's leather armor. The system notifies that the blood-red assassin's suit has been further enhanced with 1% damage reduction. Ryu Min smiles, about to reap the rewards, so I've used up all the mana stones I had. Using the information to trade for that buff is definitely worth it. Dusk gradually falls, the sky darkens near the large apartment complex. Now it's time to prepare to meet Ma Jionra. Ryu-1 appears with a bewildered and astonished expression. Then, he looks somewhat flustered and awkward. The chairman of the company he invested in is the heir to the Osung conglomerate. Ryu Min confirms that he was invited to the party as their business partner and that they will collaborate in the future. He trembles fearfully, his face pale and eyes shining as he looks at him. Can you really go to a place like that? Ryu Min carefully tightens his tie. He says he can bring family along, so there's no need to worry. Your tie is crooked. The doorbell rings, Ryu-1 stiffens in shock. They're here, Ryu Min says, let's go. The two of them go to open the door, Ryu Min calm and composed as usual, while Ryu-1 is tense and uneasy. Ryu-1 is surprised, his eyes wide open. An Sangchial stood at the door and bowed. Hello, I am here to accompany you. Ryu-1 wiped sweat and clung tightly to him. That's the person we met before. An Sangchial asked. This is Ryu Min, raising his hand to introduce. He's my younger brother. He handed an invitation card to Ryu-1. Sorry for not introducing myself to you sooner. I am An Sangchial. We have met before, haven't we? Here's my business card. He reached out to accept it. Yes. An Sangchial appeared apologetic. Although I have already admitted my fault to your older brother, I sincerely apologize for treating you rudely before. Seeing this, Ryu-1 did not harbor strong resentment against him. An Sangchial raised his hand and bowed, inviting them to proceed. Just consider this party as an apology, so I hope you won't mind. Let's go now. The car is waiting for you too. The sky had grown completely dark. The lights of Ma Jionrak's hotel shined brightly, illuminating a dark corner. The two brothers were led by An Sangchial, who showed them the way inside. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere caught their attention. Shareholder Ryu Min. Ma Jionrak smiled as he came down the stairs to greet them. I'm glad to see you are still alive. Ryu Min smiled in return. Me too. Ma Jionrak noticed the person standing next to him. Is this your relative? He introduced. Yes, this is my younger brother Ryu-1. He smiled warmly and shook hands. Nice to meet you. I am Ma Jionrak from the Devil Consulting Company. You have to use your right hand to shake. Ryu-1 stiffened but extended his hand. Hello. Ma Jionrak asked curiously, is your younger brother also a player? Ryu-1 shook his head. No, he's not a player. Ryu Min looked at his younger brother with a smile. He's only 14 years old now. Ma Jionrak looked at Ryu-1 and said, it really is lucky. If you were just 1 year older, you wouldn't have been able to avoid this deadly game. I'm quite envious of you. Ryu Min showed no expression, but in his mind, he despised the notion envious really. He led everyone inside, inviting them to take this way. Although somewhat simple, we carefully prepared this feast. In one room, the banquet table was fully set, and the dishes were served with 2 attendants standing ready beside it. The food was beautifully arranged and looked incredibly delicious. Standing next to the table were the waitress and the private chef, performing and preparing the dishes. Ryu-1 stared in astonishment, eyes sparkling at everything before him. Ma Jionrak raised his hand, inviting everyone to feel at ease. You must be hungry. We didn't prepare much, but surely it's enough to fill your stomach. Ryu-1 was dizzy and confused, thinking, is he joking with me? He smiled warmly and began the meal. Please enjoy the food first. Suddenly the room's door shifted. Ryu Min, alert, turned around immediately. He looked back with bewildered surprise. Seo Arin, dressed elegantly and exuding charisma, stepped inside. Was Seo Arin invited as well? She glanced to the side, looking over. Ma Jionrak stood up from his chair and said, finally you have arrived, Miss Seo Arin. She hurriedly apologized to him first. Sorry sir, I had to attend the funeral of a fellow actor, so I'm late. He also showed a friendly gesture, forgiving her. You don't need to worry, we understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company I told you about. She habitually tucked her hair back to introduce herself. Hello, I am actress Seorin. Ryu Min gently pulled Ryu Won, who was still wide-eyed. Weren't you two the ones who brought rice cakes when you first moved here? He replied on his behalf. Yes, that's right. She then appeared cheerful with them, but inside she was suspicious. So I'm the neighbor of the major shareholder, how wonderful. He looks even younger than me but has already become a major shareholder of the company. Is the chairman joking with me? Ryu Won turned to ask his brother nervously. Hey brother, that person is Seo Arin, right? His attitude made Ryu Min realize one thing. Ryu Won still didn't know about the relationship between Ma Jeonrak and Seo Arin. Seeing her suddenly appear like this must have surprised his younger brother a lot. He looked at his younger brother's flushed face and thought, but more importantly, which person wouldn't naturally react like this after seeing her appearance? To avoid suspicion, he also told himself that he should pretend to be somewhat interested as well. Ma Jeonrak noticed them and slightly curled his lips in a quiet smile. The boy was indeed still young. Turns out the fairy isn't so different from anyone else after all. Calling Seo Arin here was a wise decision. He immediately wore his signature smile and extended his hand in invitation. You must all be hungry by now, please enjoy the meal without any worries. Everyone sat down together at the table to savor the lavish feast. Ryu Won was extremely excited every time he sampled a dish. Brother, the meat is so tender it melts in my mouth. He was pleased too and laughed, saying, really? Then eat plenty. Ma Jeonrak waited until they had eaten a while before starting to probe. Big shareholder, does the food suit your taste? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes. He was still serving food to his younger brother when he suddenly turned to reply, it's delicious. Then he shifted the conversation to someone else. And you, Ryu Won, is the food to your liking? He nervously blurted out, yes, this is the first time I've eaten dishes like these. He was satisfied immediately. Hearing that makes me very glad. Luckily, I had quite high demands for the chef. They continued their meal at a leisurely pace while Ma Jeonrak kept asking questions. I see you didn't bring any other family members. Why is it only you? Ryu Min's face suddenly showed displeasure. My brother is my only family. My parents have passed away. Ma Jeonrak felt awkward from his reaction. I see, my apologies, damn it. He silently gritted his teeth, wondering why he had asked that question. The harmonious atmosphere between them was completely ruined. Only now did he clearly see Ryu Won's face about to cry and curse it inwardly. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut until the mood improved. Not long after, the plates and bowls were cleared away to be replaced with dessert. Ma Jeonrak drank his tea with extreme discomfort. Someone needed to improve this atmosphere. He tried looking at the person next to him and attempted to signal. Seo Arin, look over here for a moment, Seo Arin. But his words failed and the new chairman, having lost patience, set his teacup down. He stood up in the middle of the meal and suggested to Seo Arin, could we talk for a moment? She still looked confused as she followed. All right. They went outside together, moving quite far from the room. While walking, Ma Jeonrak finally began to speak. Listen, Seo Arin, the girl behind replied reflexively, yes, chairman. Then he paused to steady his words. An implicit question was posed by the chairman. Was the food good? Seo Arin smiled brightly. Very good, sir. It was precisely her naivety that caused him to fall back into a gloomy mood. The chairman's face darkened as if about to choke someone. Do you think I called you here just so you could enjoy eating? He looked down at her with reproach. I called you here to help make the atmosphere more cheerful. Why are you so slow to understand? Seo Arin quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I thought you only invited me to the party. He sighed in frustration. If not, then why else would I invite you to dinner like this? Ma Jeonrak rubbed his forehead to steady his thoughts. Hasn't the unit leader told you who that person is yet? Seo Arin nervously shared what she knew. Isn't he the major shareholder? The president immediately added to her words, he is not only the major shareholder but also a prophet. The young actress was startled. A prophet? He emphasized it even more. That's right, he is a prophet. Just as the title suggests, his profession is very special. He can see the future. His fingers gently swayed. Do you understand now? We have to keep him happy. Imagine how great the advantage would be if we knew the information of the next game round in advance. Ma Jeonrak's following words terrified Seo Arin. So you need to use that beautiful face of yours to go along with everything he says and smile at him. He clenched his hands tightly, full of ambition. Along with his cunning smile, Ma Jionrok pressured her with an invisible force and did everything to capture the heart of that prophet. Seo Arin broke out in a cold sweat. Forgive me for asking directly, but I don't think doing that will. He cut her off without listening. As the chairman, I have given you the opportunity to succeed in your acting career. Isn't it time you repay that debt? Seo Arin listened to his requests with concern. She didn't need to hesitate. Whatever tricks she used didn't matter as long as she made shareholder Ryu Min happy. Ma Jionrok raised his eyebrows and asked again, "Why didn't you answer me?" At this, the vulnerable girl quickly blurted out, "I understand now." They paused their discussion when he decided to return to the party. "I will observe to see if you make a serious effort. Now let's go," Seo Arin replied to him with a gloomy tone. Yes. Inside the party, the atmosphere remained awkward as only An Sangcheol silently watched the two brothers. Ma Jionrok opened the door and entered with Seo Arin in a cheerful tone. "Has everyone been waiting long? We had to discuss some business and got back a little late." He intentionally glanced at her to signal. "It seems you've finished eating, so let's move to another location." Ryu Min and Ryu Won stood up and walked toward the door, awaited by the two of them. Ma Jionrok grew even more impatient seeing Seo Arin nervously glance at the two guests. He thought, "I've already told her everything she needs to do, so why is she still hesitating like that?" Luckily, Ryu Won took the initiative to start a conversation with her first. "Ah, Sister Seo Arin," she immediately answered him, "yes." The young man's face flushed bright red from embarrassment. "I'm a fan of yours," he said. "You're even more beautiful than in the photos." Seo Arin lightly concealed her smile very politely. "Thank you. Also," Ryu Won continued to express his hope, "if possible, I hope you could spare a moment later to take a photo with me." They continued to chat happily as she agreed to the request. "Oh, of course." Ma Jionrok immediately thought, "Is the younger brother showing more interest than that guy? We need to change our plan." Seo Arin's phone suddenly vibrated repeatedly in her hand. She lifted the phone to check it. A message from the chairman appeared right before her eyes. "Change the target. Befriend the younger brother first." Seo Arin's face clearly showed discomfort. He was a fan with very pure intentions, but she had to deceive him. Ryu Min, who walked ahead, also glanced toward her direction. Ma Jionrok was very pleased with his plan at this moment. "If we can pull the younger brother to our side, the older brother will have no choice but to join us automatically. That way, we can easily obtain information about the next round." He raised his hand to direct their gaze toward the inner room. This was a private room prepared for VIP guests. Of course, here you can order as many drinks and snacks as you like along with music. The room was decorated in red lighting. The furnishings were simple but exuded an air of distinguished elegance befitting esteemed guests. Ryu Won suddenly wondered, "Oh, about the drinks, if it's alcoholic beverages, I'm only a high school student." He immediately waved his hand and made another suggestion. "It's okay, you can have other kinds of drinks." He then ordered on Sangcheol, the unit chief beside them, to bring a special VIP dish here and a non-alcoholic drink for the student Ryu Won as well. He immediately nodded. "Yes, Mr. Chairman." The room door gently closed very softly. At this moment, Ryu Min sighed and spoke up. "Chairman Ma Jionrok, I also can't drink alcohol." He was surprised but replied, "Oh, I see. If you're already of age, you should take this opportunity to try it." After hearing his answer, he turned to Seo Arin and said, "Hey, Miss Seo Arin, could you go outside and take a photo with my younger brother?" The gentle girl immediately agreed. "Ah, sure." Both of them nodded in greeting and went out together. After confirming that everyone had left, Ryu Min clenched his fist and called Ma Jionrok. "Mr. Chairman," he wondered, "what's the matter?" The calm face from earlier completely changed into a more angry expression. "Do you think I am lenient?" Ma Jionrok still didn't understand his intention. "What do you mean?" Min crossed his arms and clarified to him. "Have you forgotten that my profession is a black scythe? I can see the future. Do you really think I don't know about the conversation between you and Seo Arin?" He was so shocked by your words that he couldn't say anything. "How can we possibly cooperate in business like this?" "Mr. Chairman, you shouldn't be hiding anything from me." Ma Jionrok was immensely surprised. "He knew about the conversation between me and Seo Arin. How is that possible? Can he also see the future like that?" They were in a private room face to face. "You told Seo Arin to win my favor. The chairman quickly apologized to you. If that made you uncomfortable, I'm truly sorry. I just wanted her to become your friend. Ryu Min didn't care at all because what made him angry was something else. But he even wants to take advantage of my younger brother. That's crossing the line. He throbbed sharply, hit in a vulnerable spot. He even knows about this too. Although his ego was very high, he still bowed his head and said, I'm truly sorry. I made a foolish decision. Sir Tyne Kai, I will fix all the things that upset you. Ryu Min didn't make it difficult for him and accepted immediately. Since he apologized sincerely, I will let this slide this time. The words you said to Corin, I will pretend I never heard them. Then he raised his face and said, thank you for giving me another chance. At that moment, An Saint-Chiel also arrived just in time. Mr. Chairman, I'm back. But this time Ma Jionrock seemed awkward and ordered him, you go outside. He was surprised. What? Ma Jionrock cleared his throat softly to signal him. I have something to discuss with this VIP guest. An Saint-Chiel understood the hint and immediately left. I got it. He gently closed the door of the room. Now with only the two of them looking at each other, he felt even more tense. Damn it, I intended to use Corin to ease the atmosphere but ended up making things worse. Ryu Min suddenly asked him, do you want information about the next round? Ma Jionrock was startled and replied, of course, you even know about this. The person facing him continued, the reason I accepted your invitation to the party was to give you the information about round 5. He shrugged, clearly showing his discomfort. But if you keep treating me this way, whether giving you information or cooperating with you will be very difficult. Ma Jionrock gently persuaded him, I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive this mistake of mine. With his firm attitude, he directly reminded him, Mr. Chairman, don't hide anything from me. In the future, please trust me unconditionally. Because he was asserting the right to speak, he continued to issue orders. I hope you also stop questioning how the company operates, and please convince the other shareholders at the shareholder meeting. The chairman must comply. I will do everything to control the other shareholders. Considering everything settled more smoothly, Ryu Min smiled again. That's good, he must do his best to help the company grow. At this point, he began to mention what Ma Jionrock needed. I will tell you the information you want to know about the 5th round. But even just starting, it already made him tense again. The difficulty of the 5th round is the highest compared to all the rounds we've ever experienced. Seeing his reaction, he reassured him further. There's no need to worry, if it were me, I wouldn't face any big problems. He was eager to hear more. So, what is the mission of the 5th round? Ryu Min held up 3 fingers. The task was to kill 300 orcs, but it wasn't that simple. And there was one more important thing, he needed to remind him that the zones would be merged. Ma Jionrock opened his eyes wide in surprise. The zones. The reason for this was carefully explained by him. Because the number of players had significantly decreased, the separated zones would start to merge into one. He asked with some anticipation, so we can meet players from other zones like Black Scythe, for example. But Ryu Min shook his head and firmly stated that he would not be in the same area as the player named Black Scythe. Ma Jionrock didn't probe further but asked aside, I see. Do you know Black Scythe's identity? He chuckled silently and answered as usual, I don't know who he is, but you'll soon meet him. Yet in his heart he thought, we are already meeting, aren't we? Ryu Min's eyes turned serious once again, and there was one more thing. To increase his credibility, he said things the other didn't expect. You are chasing someone, right? The one named Yongmin. Ma Jionrock was stunned. You knew about that too. He calmly folded his arms and repeated what he said before. I've told you it's useless to try to hide anything from me. At this point, the chairman completely trusted him. Just as I thought, the rune that peers into the future surpasses imagination. You are a seer, if only you knew who that person really is. Then a harsh word was spoken. Don't investigate any further. Ma Jionrock was curious, is there a reason for that? Ryu Min turned away and hinted at him. If you touch that guy, you will suffer great losses. The chairman wanted to hear more clearly. May I know exactly why, but he tactfully refused. I can only tell you that much. Ma Jionrock fell into deep thought to consider this. Seeing him working so hard, he secretly laughed inwardly. Actually, I keep that guy alive because he is still useful. Ma Jionrock was also very clear-headed and agreed immediately. I understand, we will stop investigating Yongmin. Then he left first. Let's start the party again. This time let's not drink alcohol. To keep the atmosphere harmonious, let me call the others back here. Ryu Min nodded. All right. After leaving the conversation, Ma Jionrok sighed with his icy cold gaze. Phew, tonight I have to go unwind to clear my mind. Outside, heavy rain was pouring, making the road slippery, when a strange man hurried out of an alley. One side of his shirt was already soaked with blood, but he kept running frantically in the rain. His mouth was wide open, gasping desperately for breath due to losing blood. Looking closely now, his hand was missing, and all around him was a dead end. He stood watching the lightning flash, turning the whole sky above him white. A steady footstep echoed amidst the roaring sound of the rain. The man turned around in horror and was about to scream out loud. A cold blade swung high, then it slashed down deeply across his legs in 2 places. Now even his legs were severed, causing him to stagger. His whole body trembled before collapsing flat on the ground. A terrified scream rang out, but someone covered his mouth, silencing him. Soaked, Ma Jionrok ordered the man, if he didn't want his tongue cut out. The man crawled on the ground in fear. "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" The cold chairman spun his sword back and questioned him in return. "A child rapist like you still tries to deny it, don't you really know?" That man cried desperately, raising one hand to shield himself. "Wait a minute, that happened a long time ago. Why are you attacking me now? My prison time is over, I am now free. I'm just an old man." Without listening to that person's excuses, the sword was swung down again. Ma Jionrok mercilessly stabbed straight into the man's shoulder. His face darkened as he continued to warn him. "If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, stop talking and keep your mouth shut. If you cause more witnesses because of you, the number of bodies will increase." The other man, overcome with pain and fear, quickly fell silent under his command. A dark power radiated from Ma Jionrok's body. "Exactly, even though he's an old man, his ears aren't deaf yet. It's no good for scum like him to still be alive, is it?" It coiled around the sword that was stabbing into the man's flesh. Then that powerful energy grew stronger and stronger, gathering around where the sword was embedded. The man's tears streamed in terror. "What is this?" Then the magical force tightly clamped his mouth and face, preventing him from speaking. Gradually, those strange things engulfed every part of the unlucky man's body. His arms stretched out, desperately seeking help. Countless venomous snakes gnawed at every fragment of the old man's soul, causing him to groan in agony. Ma Jionrok watched that scene with discomfort in his heart. If it weren't for his own dark mana needing replenishment, he would have killed trash like him immediately. He gently lowered his sword to let mana flow into it. There was no other way to use the dark scythe, he needed dark mana. Ma Jionrok raised his sword high once again, knowing that to replenish dark mana, he had to take the lives of others. With just a swing of his hand, the slash cut through the slimy mess on the ground. Now that guy could finally die. The bloodied arm also collapsed and lost its vitality, and as he killed the person, the body was not very intact. The wounds torn open allowed him to absorb more dark mana than killing monsters. Ma Jionrok thought to himself with pleasure from the beginning, as he was someone who liked killing criminals. He brushed his still wet hair back and laughed heartily. Isn't being a dark knight such a perfect profession? Then his sword was brought close to the corpse again. Cleaning this trash down here really helped relieve some of his tension. He silently commanded in his mind for the absorption rune to slowly emit and devour. But after waiting for a while, the flow of magic only circled around the dead body with no other movement. He felt a little disappointed, just as he thought it couldn't swallow the corpse. The dark scythe only devours the life force of living targets. The trash bin behind him suddenly shook. His eyes opened wide and then darted sharply backward. A calico cat hurried through the rain. Perhaps it was the cause of the noise earlier. Ma Jionrok let out a sigh of relief. There could be no witnesses. The situation in the dark alley was deliberately created by him. He had dragged the man into a dead end to avoid others' eyes. And it was still dawn. No, there must be someone there. Then he suddenly remembered someone, the prophet Ryu Min. He could see this scene through runes that glimpsed the future. His body was still drenched by the pouring rain, but Ma Jionrok had only one concern. If that's the case, then the boy already knew he was a serial killer and still approached him. He silently curled his lips into a mocking smile. Interesting. Out of habit, he picked up the phone to call his right-hand unit leader on Sangcheol. "Come here and help me deal with some trash." Time flew, and 2 weeks had passed since the party with Ma Jionrok. Ryu Min sat on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone. He didn't have anything specific to do, so he mostly stayed home, constantly thinking about the future. He needed a break like this. The screen displayed player news about changing the world and stuff like that, but today marked the end of the rest period. He pressed the red button on the screen. It was time for him to act. A gleam sparked in Ryu Min's eyes. Now let's go get one of the 5 runes that can be found in the real world, the rune of cloning. On the hot headline of the article is the tragic news about the game. 1.8 billion people were pulled into the other world, dropping to only 90 million within 3 months. The economy is in danger due to the loss of the younger generation. Schools nationwide are closing. Endless sorrow. Parents and siblings all over the world are immersed in grief. That fat guy sat on the chair and clicked his tongue. It's only the 4th round and already a bunch of people have died, truly useless bunch. Then he sneered with delight as he continued scrolling through the news. The number of deaths caused by players suddenly soared after the 4th round. 45 minutes ago, thousands of surveillance cameras were destroyed. The city became lawless at night. 55 minutes ago, players opposing the government had established an online community. 2 hours ago, the public's anxiety grew steadily. The emergency solution was issued 3 hours ago. Criminal psychology experts believe people lose the motivation to work because it's truly a mess. If they were players, they would do the same. He picked up his axe and muttered, "What's wrong with wanting to do anything before dying? Damn foolish fools, that's precisely why they shouldn't always force us into a mold. Don't do this, don't do that, it's all because of restrictions and rules." Black scythe in hand, he swung his axe. He shouted loudly in anger as he struck the floor with a strong blow. That's precisely why all of us are now breaking out. Then his face became dazed as he looked up. Well, it doesn't matter anymore, no one can stop me now. He smirked, laughing until wrinkles formed around his brows. After all, I'm a player superior to all of them. Around him lay scattered corpses in pools of blood. Now, who should I kill next? The black scythe in his hand looked at his palm and wondered why he felt nothing despite having just killed someone in real life. Could it be because he had already been through hell in the 4th round? He complained indifferently after creating this mess. But only 1 point per person, so stingy is it because they're civilians. Thinking back to himself in the previous round excited him even more. The 4th round was truly amazing, even more enjoyable than killing monsters. On his system board it was recorded. Absorption rune effect. The accumulation stat increases when you kill enemies. When the score is full, you will receive a random statistic. The amount of accumulation you gain is proportional to the level of the enemy. Thinking this, he pushed open the classroom door again to look for someone else. I want to kill players instead of civilians because I get more points from them. While scrolling through his phone, black scythe in hand accidentally came across a notable piece of information. Could it be that there was an online community forum for players? Players rebelling against the government had formed an online community 2 hours ago. This was exactly what he had been hoping for, so an idea popped into his mind. Could he join the forum and meet other players to kill people? That way, he would earn many more points. Upon clicking it, countless questions appeared. Joining the forum described it as the nation's first online forum aimed at helping players. Players change the world. Welcome to BCW, yes or no? The BCW Guide is conducting interviews to accept new members to ensure that only players join the community. Yes or no, please honestly answer all the following questions. There will be consequences if you do not comply. 1. Please enter your name, address, and phone number. 2. Please enter your level, class in the other world, and your username. 3. Please enter your region. 4. Please enter your rings. 5. Please type I agree if you consent to participate in the interview. Black scythe in hand silently clicked his tongue. What, they wanted all his personal information and an interview too? What a hassle. Nevertheless, he quickly filled in his information, reasoning that he had to get in here to be able to meet other players. While he was still sitting at the keyboard typing, his bizarre thoughts grew even more smug. Other players would never imagine there could be a player out there killing others. After completing the procedures, he went to a shop nestled amidst lush greenery. Is this really the place? The screen clearly displayed a message from the interviewer. Please come to the Welcome Cafe in Wabu, Namyang before noon. You may wear anything you want. Looking up at the sign in front, he knew he had arrived at the right place. This was it. But the black scythe in his hand flared with a hint of irritation. Damn it, they called me out to this godforsaken place where not even a bus passes. In such an uneasy mood, he opened the door and stepped inside. He vowed to kill that damned interviewer if provoked. The interior was clean and elegant, which made him a bit uneasy. What, the decor was more modern than he expected. The man in his 30s sitting at the table soon noticed the newcomer. Were the other two the only guests? He quickly stood up and asked, "Are you the person we have the interview appointment with?" The black scythe in his hand stopped moving and he replied, "Yes." The man intentionally stepped closer and spoke warmly, "What's your username?" He answered immediately, "Black Scythe." 30 shook hands with him, "Pleased to meet you. I am the interviewer, my username is 30. The black scythe in hand was wide-eyed with amazement. "Are you a player?" His reaction was not unexpected to him. "I know I don't look it much, but I'm already 30 years old. This way, please." He pointed at the person wearing a pink coat sitting on the chair and introduced, "This is Little Cockle. He also came for an interview." "Cockle, this is the black scythe in hand. You two might become teammates, so go ahead and greet each other." He pulled out a chair with a disdainful thought. "This punk who looks like a sardine is also a player. He looks so weak. Hello." The person beside him also nodded politely. "Hello." Once seated, he began to wonder. "I guess the business isn't doing very well, no customers, and I don't see any part-time staff either." 30 smiled slightly and explained, "It's quite far from the city, so it's understandable. That's why we rent this place for interviews." The black scythe in hand still asked innocently, "So you rent this place, but shouldn't the owner still be here?" "I don't see anyone," he replied enthusiastically. "The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a coffee shop, but they also serve meals." He still focused on the strange scenery around the coffee shop. "I see." The place he was looking at was the corner of the wall. "There isn't even a camera here." Then the black dragon fire in his hand glanced over to the person in pink beside him. "If I kill these two and run away, no one would know." However, he reassured himself, "Not only must I kill the two of them, I cannot miss this opportunity." "Aren't we interviewing?" 30 said cheerfully. "We are waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives." He heard that and asked again to be sure. "One more person, so there are 3 of us." He answered while looking out the window and suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, the appointment time is a bit late, so let's wait a little longer. He's coming now." The cafe door gently opened, and the welcoming bell rang. 30 courteously welcomed that player himself. "You're here for the interview?" he asked. "Yes," was the reply. Then he asked, "What is your username?" An unexpected name was spoken that made him quickly cover his mouth in shock. Black Scythe. Time rewound to a few days earlier during an online meeting in front of a computer screen. "Welcome Jammy, nice to meet you." "Welcome Poppering." The chairman clasped his hands together and smiled to begin. "Everyone is here except Jam made of honey. Now let's start the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Lost Yark, you speak first." The person called out immediately responded, "Yes." The chairman asked him how many people participated in the forum this week. Lost Yark seriously reported, "About 2,000. The chairman remarked, "More than last week," and he agreed with that observation. The number of players is gradually decreasing month by month, but the number of forum participants is increasing every week. Lost Yark voiced his own speculation, "I think the article about us attracted them." The chairman immediately wondered who hired the journalist. Jammy raised his hand to take responsibility. "It's me, Chairman." He looked surprised. "I understand now. I didn't expect you to have connections in this field." She then smiled amusedly and explained further, "It's a new connection." The chairman continued to maintain a smile and said, "Wonderful, I couldn't ask for more from a long-time member." "So Lost Yark, out of 2,000 people, how many actually have skills?" He immediately replied, "If we exclude players without a class and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people." A fairly large number for the chairman to ponder. So how many are truly useful? Lost Yark then put on his glasses and picked up the tablet. "I will talk about that." He scrolled through the lines of information on the device and began to read. "A notable player is Black Scythe Hoa Trong Tae from the ESC's 45-5 region. He is a normal level 10 warrior but earned 3rd place in his area." The chairman tried to consider that. 3rd place, he must have a good rune for his level, either that or he's lying. Lost Yark expressed his satisfaction again, "But I think he's skilled enough to be selected as a candidate for the executive position." The reporting continues. "That's right, anyone else?" He scrolls some more and then stops. "Another person is Little Cockle. He comes from the ESC 122-7 region, always ranking between 4th and 10th. Lost Yark also reports another encouraging figure. Beyond those two, 50 players are in the top 100 of their region. The chairman's eyes light up. "That's quite a number. It seems I will be busy interviewing everyone." Suddenly, the conversation shifts to someone else. "Is it you, my 30-year-old self?" He quickly wakes up from his nap. "Sorry." The chairman's face immediately turns stern. Were you dozing off? What were you doing last night that has you sleepy now? The 30-year-old starts to say something but is cut off by his superior. I won't hear any excuses. Finish the 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you don't finish on time, another senior candidate might replace you. Due to his mistake, he nods in agreement. Understood, please leave it to me. The chairman turns to ask another question. Anyway, has Lowe's H made contact yet? He checks his phone and replies, if he had, I would have reported it immediately. Hearing this, he sighs, perhaps you're right, I will grant him an executive position immediately if he joins. What a pity. Then he continued to give instructions to the operators. Jamie, can you ask that journalist to write an additional article? We might need more promotional strategies to attract Black Scythe to participate. She smiled with eyes squeezed shut and gestured with her hand. Of course, as long as there's money. He was very generous and immediately agreed. Don't worry about that, I will reward you for your dedication. Jamie happily beamed, thank you, Chairman. He was about to say something else, but then we moved on to the next topic. However, Lost Yark suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wait, Chairman, a renowned figure has just requested to join the forum. The chairman immediately paused with curiosity. Who is it? His subordinate's hands trembled as he hastily gave the name. Black Scythe. All the operators snapped to attention upon hearing of the presence of the top server. Back then, at this moment, the 30-year-old awkwardly shook hands with the person in front of him. Very pleased to meet you, it wasn't too difficult getting here, was it? He coolly brushed off that remark. It was difficult. He quickly rubbed the back of his neck and forced a smile. Sorry about that, this is the best place for us to maintain privacy. Then they walked together into the meeting place. By the way, you're really handsome, the girls must like you a lot, this way please. The guest sat down on the chair beside the 30-year-old who invited him with a warm welcome. These two had come for interviews just like you. The black dragon fire in his hands opened his eyes wide in amazement. Hello. The introverted young man softly spoke as well. Hello. Sitting in front of them was a stranger who claimed his identity. I am Black Scythe. Ryu Min revealed his sly smile from beneath his hat. I am Little Cockle, that bastard sure is funny. Black Fire Dragon was sweating profusely. Was that person Black Scythe, the one who had killed me 5 times? I really wanted to ask him if we had ever met in real life because why would he be so fond of killing me? The 30-year-old reminded him, what's with Black Fire Dragon, aren't you going to introduce yourself? He quickly lowered his head and whispered, hello, I am Black Fire Dragon. The fake Black Scythe nodded as if he had heard. His reaction made Black Fire Dragon grit his teeth in greater fear. What? He didn't even respond? I thought he would recognize me if I said the player's name. Or could it be that he couldn't remember my name despite having killed me 5 times? Ryu Min beside them sipped his drink while silently observing their every move. Had I really behaved so arrogantly? I was also impersonating, but this guy was a real con artist. He actually already knew the identity of the person in front of him. His player name was Rubingbong. He was a professional swindler who used all sorts of tricks and schemes to make money. This alias in the future has the potential to create another copy. Currently, he isn't exactly a big problem, but later he will acquire the rune of cloning and become famous, more accurately, infamous, because he uses the rune of cloning to carry out all kinds of crimes. He carefully calculated in his mind, this is the bitter reality that even criminals can gain power from the other world. But it's good that I met him as planned. I will take advantage of him to obtain the rune of cloning. The 30-year-old took out his computer and began, have introductions finished? Then I will start by confirming personal information. Let's begin with Little Cockle. Ryu Min feigned extreme shyness as he said, my name is Kim Seunghyun, I'm 20 years old, I just graduated from graduate school so I currently do not have a job. The 30-year-old operator recorded the information very carefully. It says here you are a level 13 assassin, is that correct? He promptly replied yes. Then he asked further, you are also ranked 4th in your regional rankings, correct? Although he outwardly appeared embarrassed, inside Ryu Min silently cursed, absolutely not, it's all lies. Of course, except for the player's name. During a gathering with the crowd, he saw a player with that name and decided to steal it. Little Cockle really is a name that exists. In other words, I am also impersonating someone else, but I have to do this to meet the condition to obtain the rune of cloning. As far as he could remember, In Hong had personally stabbed a girl in the stomach. The rune of cloning requires the recipient to kill someone at the place where the rune is hidden while impersonating another. The other remained very calm to make himself look as cold as Ryu Min. In the past, that bastard had killed someone while pretending to be Ryu Min and had obtained the rune of cloning. Then 30 looked at Hyangtek. "All right, next is the Black Scythe Fire," he immediately answered. "My name is Sim Hyangtek. I am 16 years old and currently a high school student." The man exclaimed in surprise but had opposite thoughts in his head. "You are the youngest here. This fat pig is a high school student, huh? That's terribly filthy." 30 looked at the person in front of him and wondered if he could still look down on him like that, knowing Sim Hyangtek had killed his classmate. That was not something an ordinary high school student could do. He also repeated the same question. "You are a level 10 warrior and were ranked 3rd in your region before, right?" Black Scythe Fire slammed his hand on the table. "So what, you think I'm lying?" He shrugged and explained, "It's just part of the process. Sorry if you feel offended." Then at 30 began the interview with the final person. "It's your turn. Black Scythe, your name is In Hong." Glancing at him then said, "Kim In Hong, 28 years old. I am a fund manager. I have never fallen out of the top ranks in my area and I am currently at level 30. Surely you know my profession is Knight of Death, right? Is there anything else you want me to confirm?" The operator naturally did not dare to argue back and only forced a smile. "Nothing else, thank you." Ryu Min kept eating the strawberries in the glass but was very dissatisfied. "A fund manager, my ass, he should be a manager of some swindlers. Then he would use the name Black Scythe to borrow money from other players." 30 put down his computer and became serious again. "That's all I need you to confirm about your identities. Now let's start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join BCW. You go first, little cockle." Ryu Min twirled the straw to show his awkwardness. "For me, currently the world is very dangerous. Going outside alone is scary and there are many other reasons. I think living with other players would be better." He turned to the person next to him. "Okay, next, Black Dragon Fire. Hyangtek, think carefully. You can't say you came here to kill other players." Then he casually borrowed the previous person's reason. "I'm similar to Little Cockle. I can't go to school anymore and I'm also worried about the next round of play." When he turned to In Hong, the 30-year-old showed a bit of enthusiasm. "Is that so? What about you?" The Black Scythe raised his eyebrow and replied, "I only registered because I saw there was a forum. It sparked my interest." The 30-year-old forced a smile. "So that's it." Meanwhile, Ryu Min stared intently at him, knowing he would surely pass the test, no matter what he said, because he was the Black Scythe. He adjusted his posture seriously, then smiled. "All right, everyone's answers are quite satisfactory. Next is the final part of the interview." As he spoke these words, the 30-year-old's attitude grew very excited. "Killing someone, you must kill another person to pass this final part of the interview." Ryu Min was shocked. "Kill someone, but why?" He calmly said again, "You probably don't understand. All right, let me help enlighten you." His eyes widened with discomfort. "You must have seen the posts. The government has started cracking down on our players and turning their backs on us. They fear us because we are stronger than them." The 30-year-old's hands clenched with ambition. "However, our players will soon dominate the world. That world will become a much quicker reality if we all cooperate." A broad smile blossomed on his face. "So we have no reason to be hindered by the law. We need to show the government that players are now the law by defying the rules set by the government." Ryu Min was still very confused and covered his mouth. "Is that the reason we have to kill someone?" 30-year-old emphasized further. "Yes, that's how we show the government our resolve." Even Hyangtek froze in shock, while Kim In Hong remained calm to show them that we are not controlled by the law. 30-year-old finished speaking and returned to his gentle smile. "Do you understand now?" Little Cockle replied very softly, "Yes." He raised a finger and reminded them of one thing. "If any of you do not want to complete this final part of the interview, you may leave right now. However, leaving also means you will no longer be able to request our help later." He wiped the cream off his mouth, not very surprised. His point was that anyone who leaves will be blacklisted. They do this to pressure us into killing people, making it difficult for us to ever leave this community afterwards. Black Scythe Hayahand and Kim In Hong Jai both pondered silently for a moment, but did not object. 30-year-old clapped his hands satisfiedly. "It seemed like you all were ready. Good, then I will take that as everyone's agreement. We will begin the final part now." Hyangtek asked, "What do you mean by begin?" begin killing, but there is no one here to kill. He immediately replied, you don't need to worry about that. 30-year-old smirked and spoke cryptically, I've prepared everything already. Outside, heavy rain was pouring, black clouds covered the sky, adding to the chill in the atmosphere. The interview part is also done, so at 30 he finally took the initiative to stand up. Shall we go now? All right. At that moment, a petite girl stepped out from the shop's door. Have you guys left already? You can stay longer if you want since you've rented the whole place anyway. He cheerfully chatted with her. No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? The girl enthusiastically pointed out, it's over in that corner. At 30 responded while rummaging in his pocket. Thanks, by the way, can I ask you a favor while you're at it? She was curious. What is it? Then he took out his key and handed it to her. Could you please take the car out of the parking lot for me? I'm in a hurry right now. The girl innocently took it and agreed immediately. Of course, don't worry. After that, she took her red umbrella and stepped outside into the rain. The car was slowly unlocked as she approached nearer inside. Then she folded her umbrella and prepared to get behind the wheel. The heavy rain made her unaware of a rough hand reaching toward her ear. Then all 10 fingers clenched tightly around the little girl's neck, causing her to scream in terror. The man kept squeezing her neck tightly as she helplessly struggled. The girl's small hand trembled violently, and her screams gradually grew faint. At 30 held the unconscious body in his arms, then smirked effortlessly. Ryu Min exclaimed in shock, What did you just do? Hyangtaek was equally surprised. Why her? After placing the girl inside, he calmly urged them, what else are you waiting for? Get in the car. The car door closed, and the arm still dripping with the girl's tears slightly trembled. All 3 interviewees felt equally mixed emotions. Does he mean the coffee shop owner? The car drove along the trail, the green canopy covering both sides of the road. After a while, the wheels gradually stopped in front of a location. In his 30s, he carried the shop owner inside and guided the others. We've arrived. This is where we will conduct the final part of the interview. They opened the warehouse door, which was old and dark inside, just as they intended. The girl's body was placed on the floor along with the question from the moderator. Let's begin. Who will kill her? He was interested in Kim In-hong and immediately proposed, how about you go, Black Scythe? He responded, all right. The man in his 30s chuckled with satisfaction, just as expected from you. Suddenly, another voice interrupted their conversation. Wait. He then focused on the young man in the pink jacket. What is it, little cockle? Ryu Min hesitated as he spoke. Can I do it? That request made him sneer. You want to do it? Interesting. I didn't expect much since you seemed quite shy. Since the outcome was the same, he had no objection. For me, it's fine. Black Scythe can let him do it. Kim In-hong said nothing but nodded in agreement. Then Ryu Min slowly walked toward him while Kim In-hong went in the opposite direction. As they passed each other, the imposter whispered to him, make sure you do well, I just helped you. Ryu Min's cold gaze glanced at him. Thanks, I'll make sure to use the rune of cloning well. Hearing those words, Kim In-hong was surprised and turned around. Runes are you talking about? And at that very moment, 2 arms suddenly shot out right in front of him. Ryu Min decisively twisted in a way that shattered bone and flesh, bringing him down on the spot. Kim In-hong's neck was bent sharply backward, definitely broken. The man in his 30s looked at the scene before him in fear, eyes wide open. The man in his 30s clutched his head, trembling all over. What is this? He panicked and shouted, what did you just do? You dare kill the Black Scythe? Are you crazy? Ryu Min turned back slightly annoyed. Hey, too noisy man. The man in his 30s fell silent, not daring to say a word. That gaze seemed to look at a prey as if something had changed. What had really happened? The system announced, you have killed someone while impersonating another. You have met the hidden condition. You have discovered the rune of cloning, a secret rune located in a predetermined position. The acquired rune automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. A golden yellow light danced around him. Ryu Min happily exclaimed, good, finally, a reward for impersonation. At 30, he stammered, questioning, you at least say something, why did you kill the Black Scythe? Hearing this, he calmly reached out and took off his mask. Why? Ryu Min wore a plain mask and said, because he is a despicable bastard trying to impersonate me. At 30, not understanding what was happening, asked back, impersonate, how so you? Then he pointed to the shop owner. At 30 asked urgently, did you have to kill that woman or why did you kill the Black Scythe? Answer me quickly. Ryu Min, still indifferent, took the black bag beside her. Because he is trash. And I'm trash too. He covered the coffee shop owner's head with that bag. That contemptuous remark stunned at 30. Huh, if you're so good, say it again. He pulled out a weapon, his face twisted with anger. You just said that. Ryu Min remained silent, summoning out a scythe. A blood-red aura enveloped the weapon, surprising at 30. Holding the oversized scythe, he spoke, I said you're trash, so am I wrong? At 30 froze, unable to move. What was that scythe? Could it be his main weapon? Looking at the bizarre scythe, he searched through his memory vault. He had never seen a player wield such a large scythe. No, wait. As if realizing something, at 30's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. A player wielding a giant scythe. The words just spoken by the person in front of him replayed in his head, because he is a despicable bastard trying to impersonate me. Impersonate, wait a minute. Ryu Min looked at the person who seemed to have gradually realized and spoke. Do you understand now who the Black Scythe is? He stammered in response. You are the Black Scythe. Ryu Min looked at that pale face and added, I'm sorry for lying. The man's hand trembled uncontrollably. So it was true. This person was not the little cockle I knew, he was the real Black Scythe. He knelt down pleading, Lord Black Scythe, I deeply apologize for mistaking you, it's just that you acted too well. Please spare me. A stroke swept through, and the 30-year-old's head flew off before he even understood what was happening. His head rolled all the way down to Hyingtek's feet before finally stopping. The 30-year-old died with eyes wide open, his pupils dilated and then constricted. Even though Hyingtek had dealt with a classmate, he couldn't avoid this chilling sensation. He looked at Ryu Min, realizing this was the true Black Scythe. He was on a completely different level. Cold sweat poured down Hyingtek. He couldn't even properly see the motion of the scythe's swing. Suddenly, Ryu Min pointed the scythe directly at Hyingtek's face. Now only you and I remain. What do you think my next move will be? If you have any last denials, say them now. Hyingtek trembled, not sure if it was from habit or nervousness, his voice stammering. I won't say meaningless words like spare my life. There is only one question I've always wanted to ask if I ever got the chance to meet you. Ryu Min already knew that question. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times in round 4, aren't you? He was slightly startled, then hesitantly replied, why yes. Ryu Min did not hesitate to explain calmly. The reason was simple, he wanted to keep him within his control. Hyingtek doubted, how could I be controlled by you? Ryu Min replied indifferently, he seemed to be the most skilled person among those I'd met at the time. I just need to eliminate competition. Seeing his silence, he asked again, anything else? Seeing you still remain utterly silent, he was losing patience. Now he could finally rest in peace. After a long moment, Hyingtek finally spoke, may I ask one last question? What is it? He stammered as if trying to buy time. Why do you want to kill me? Ryu Min did not hide the truth but stated plainly. Because you're trash. And me, what have I done? Isn't it you who came all this way to kill this girl? Hyingtek tried to deny it. But I haven't done anything yet. Ryu Min continued, not done anything, you've just been standing there watching the whole time. The atmosphere was filled only with Ryu Min's cold, contemptuous snort. Finally, he said, fine, unlike those bastards, your only crime is standing by indifferently. I'll give you a chance to live. Upon hearing this, he rejoiced with a visible expression of relief. Really, truly. Ryu Min tapped his black scythe against the floor, the sharp tip striking the ground with a piercing sound. He stated the conditions for Hyingtek's survival. He must now give up everything he has. Though he looked arrogant the moment he was threatened, he laid all his equipment out on the floor. He remarked that this guy actually had many useful things. Looking at all these items, an idea to make money popped into Ryu Min's mind. If I sell all the items he bought at the shop, I could earn about 2,000 gold. Hyingtek scratched his head and said, I even handed you the equipment I use. This really is my entire property, I have nothing else left. Ryu Min picked up 2 amber-colored gemstones. What did I say? Seeing that he didn't take anything more, Hyingtek stood shyly beside him and asked, You aren't taking anything else? I don't need them, you can use those. You just nodded obediently. Yes, sir. Watching Hyingtek busily pack up, Ryu Min thought to himself, anyway, I can't resell those things to the shop. After putting all the items into the space pouch, Hyingtek turned and asked, So you will spare my life as promised, right? Ryu Min nodded, of course I'll let you live. A gentleman keeps his word. Hyingtek was slightly surprised, then immediately bowed sincerely and thanked him. Thank you very much. He stopped, feeling embarrassed, damn it. He kicked the bodies of the other two and said, from now on live properly. Go handle these corpses if you want, yes. He bent down to the shop owner. Ryu Min said again, I will take this girl with me. Hyangtaek offered to help. Ryu Min flatly declined, no need, how could I trust you, get lost. Hyangtaek stood there watching the man slowly leave, supporting the shop owner. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he was going to die like that, but he spared my life. Although I lost some valuable items, nothing is more precious than life. Hyangtaek rolled up his sleeve and wiped the sweat under his chin, silently wondering why he felt such an emptiness inside right now. He stood there asking himself what he had really done wrong. The guy stole his item just because he was standing and watching. Hyangtaek gritted his teeth, the victim mentality rising. This was truly unfair. Recalling the image of Ryu Min leaving without permission, a murderous intent flared up in him for a moment. Isn't it true that he was completely on guard? The black scythe got a strike to the back with a pole and didn't even die. The flame of greed rose quietly, urging Hyangtaek to act. What should I do? If I kill a high-ranking black scythe, my stats will multiply many times over. His pupils contracted, bloodshot with tangled veins. Yes, this was a rare opportunity, a chance he would never get again. Hyangtaek tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. If he didn't seize this chance, he would regret it for his entire life. Then he moved as quietly as possible, silently praying, don't notice me, please don't notice me. The distance grew shorter and shorter. Hyangtaek gently raised the battle pole just a little more. And at the imminent moment, he lunged forward quickly, right now. Hyangtaek raised the pole above his head and with all his might brought it down. Die, you bastard. The strike hit hard, blood splattered out from the open wound. Ryu Min collapsed onto the ground, and the shop owner lady fell down beside him as well. Hyangtaek panted, I actually killed a black scythe that easily. He burst out laughing with delight. Is it really true? A black scythe killed by someone like me, a level 10. Hyangtaek stomped hard on Ryu Min's body lying on the ground, kicking and cursing. You bastard, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your rank is? You're damn stupid. He tightened his grip proudly, extremely excited, thanking for these stats, you fool. But after a while, nothing happened, and the system message was nowhere to be seen. Hyangtaek was puzzled. Why hasn't the stat increase notification appeared yet? Normally, the message should appear immediately, right? As if sensing something he had unconsciously overlooked, his whole body broke out in a cold sweat. What on earth is going on? Ryu Min suddenly stood right behind him with a gloomy tone and said, what do you think? Hyangtaek was startled and turned around in panic. Ryu Min wore a mocking pink jacket. Why are you so scared? Did you see a ghost or what? He trembled fearfully, his face pale. Why, I just killed it. Does it have a resurrection skill or something? Ryu Min slowly stepped forward. Hyangtaek was shocked and turned to look. The shop owner lay there with a plastic bag covering his head, no blood reaching the blue auras radiating from his hand. He stepped forward and said, the thing you killed was my clone. Hyangtaek was stunned and repeated, a clone. At the moment he was ready to chop me, my original self witnessed everything and silently clicked his tongue. The rune of cloning's power allows creating a perfect replica of oneself. He smirked to explain to Hyangtaek. The thing is, it can't fight. The rune of cloning spell creates a replica with the keyword create clone, and the user becomes the soul after 10 seconds. However, the clone cannot engage in combat nor access skills or inventory. The cooldown is 10 minutes. But you were completely fooled by it. I guess even though it can't fight, it's still useful, a very good experiment. Hyangtaek angrily gripped the crutch in his hand. You tricked me. He pointed sarcastically at his own head. So why are you acting like the victim now? I'm the real victim here, you almost killed me. Hyangtaek no longer backed down and retorted. You're the victim, you're the one who threatened me first. His hand summoned the black scythe, and he replied indifferently, whatever then. A strong red aura swung toward Hyangtaek. He stiffened, dazed, and wondered, what's happening? My body can't move. He gripped the scythe tightly and watched the head severed from his body, thinking your words were just a waste of time. Blue auras immediately surrounded Hyangtaek's head, erasing all traces. The entire room was also enveloped by it. He put his hands in his pockets, withdrew the scythe. No one would be able to say this was a crime scene, of course, except for one person. He stepped toward the woman and called out. He put both hands into his jacket pocket, exposing himself. Now you're awake. How long did you plan to pretend to be unconscious? You know, you can't fool a player like me. I can hear that thought of yours. The shop owner slowly sat up but was too scared to remove the plastic bag. I'm sorry. She hesitated and asked him, can I take it off? He crossed his arms and flatly refused. No, keep it on until I leave. Yes. Sunlight streamed in through the window panes. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? Yes, yes. He began to probe. How many customers were there? Can you remember each face? She knelt anxiously on the floor and replied, there were 4 people, one in his mid-40s. I remember his face because I spoke with him. As for the others, he stared, absorbing the information while analyzing. She was telling the truth. Once he had what he needed, he cut her off. All right, that's all, she hesitantly asked. So I'm safe now, right? Is it all over? Before letting her go, he carefully reminded her. Yes, you can go home now, but don't report this to the police. It might backfire. I understand. She could remove the bag after a minute. The shop owner nodded in response, yes. The sound of counting rang out along with heavy breathing. 1, 2, 3. The woman removed the plastic bag from her head as the count approached the final numbers. 58, 59, 60. She looked around bewildered. What just happened? After a while, the shop owner finally regained composure. There's nothing here at all. This can't be a dream, right? The towering skyscraper apartment buildings glittering in the sunset. He stepped into the house and called out loudly, Ryu-1, I'm home. Ryu-1 hurried out to greet him. Hello, sir. He was startled, his attention caught by something. Then he asked curiously, that's my jacket, where have you been? Ryu-min hesitated a little before answering. Well. He avoided the question and went into the house, exhausted, so tired, really tired. He hurried after him and asked, where did you come back from? Have you eaten dinner yet? Ryu-min took off his jacket and replied, not yet. He thought for a moment, then suggested, let's order something. Ryu-min nodded in agreement, yeah, order whatever you want to eat. Looking at the jacket and recalling the violent scenes just now, he couldn't help but sigh, it's spotless but I can't give it back to him. Then he threw the jacket away, which shocked him greatly. Ryu-1 was confused and ran over. Min, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? He calmly replied, it's old, I'll buy a new one for you, you've worn it too long. He looked pitiful as if about to cry, which made him a bit anxious. I'll buy you a better one, okay? He turned his face away with a sigh. No need, school is closed and I can't go outside anyway. He looked at him with a hint of sadness. It must be frustrating to be stuck at home and unable to go to school because of something like high tech. Then he suggested, Gani, do you want to go out and play with me tomorrow? Hearing that, his face immediately brightened. So easy to console. Ryu-min told Rugan that they'd have dinner quickly and go to bed early, and he happily agreed at once. The next day, Ryu-1's face sparkled with delight at all the sights before him. It had been a long time since he last came here. He looked at his excited face and thought quietly that life had been tough lately, so he hadn't been able to take him out. The 2 brothers stood out in the crowd. Is this place still open? These days, there are far more places closed than open. In times like these, hope is an important belief. Suddenly, he noticed a family laughing and chatting happily. His eyes looked at him with deep meaning. Ryu-1 suddenly grabbed his arm and pointed ahead. Mr. Min, you go over there first, hurry up. They both arrived at an exhibition area filled with panda stuffed animals. He shyly clipped a panda hairpin onto his head. How do I look? His eyes sparkled as he took out a few more. You look super cool. So cute, pick that one. He happily looked around. So many cute things here. He held up the shiny black card like a dominant CEO. Yes, whatever you like, just take it. The 2 happily walked and talked. What do you want to do now? We have to do everything there is here. The 2 moved on to ride the roller coaster, then switched to the bumper boats, visited the pandas. Ryu-1 took out his phone and snapped pictures rapidly, praising non-stop. Twin pandas, so cute. He looked at him with silent pride for making the right decision. Yesterday he was so gloomy, taking him out like this was definitely good. Suddenly he turned around worried and asked, but Min, tomorrow is the 1st of May, is it okay if I go out with you like this? Of course, I am happy, but... Ryu-min quickly spoke to reassure, don't worry at all, I'm fine, this time it will be over 10 hours, so even if I sleep a bit long, don't be scared at all. He grabbed his shirt anxiously. 10 hours, it's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safely, okay? He smiled brightly and held out his hand. Don't worry too much. Ryu-min rubbed his head to comfort him. I promised I won't leave you alone. He touched him, soothing his anxiety. That's enough. What should we do now? Let's go visit the zoo. In a towering apartment building on April 30th, 11:50 p.m. He was lying in bed, startled when he heard the phone notification sound. Ryu Min picked up the phone and was surprised to see the name Julie displayed. There was a series of messages. Min, it's almost midnight. I believe this time will be fine too. Do your best. Good luck, see you later. After reading, he silently thought she must be very nervous. Ryu Min looked at the phone and smiled faintly. Don't worry, from now on I will protect you. He placed the phone down on the nearby table. It's time to go. The phone screen was still bright, showing 12 o'clock. Ryu Min quickly appeared in an empty lot with a large crowd of people. They looked around puzzled. Is everyone here already? No way, to me, they just haven't arrived yet. No, in the last round the number of survivors was about 500. They were a bit confused, which made sense, feeling somewhat empty. Ryu Min stood not far away, watching them sigh. It really does feel empty because the first round had nearly 10,000 people, but this feeling of emptiness will soon pass. Oliver Sparkle appeared. She frowned and gritted her teeth, complaining, "Your reactions are too boring." Oliver flew among the crowd muttering, "A total of 442 survivors were summoned. You should have had 521 people, but we lost nearly 80. It seems there has already been conflict in the real world." It's okay, she didn't care about that. What you do in the real world is none of my business. Oliver raised a finger, however, with only a few people, we can't play properly. Her face suddenly turned cunning, so I have prepared something for all of you. Oliver smiled and informed the players about the merging of regions. Someone raised their hand and asked, "May I ask, could you explain in more detail?" She gritted her teeth irritably. "I've already said it, you should understand immediately. How troublesome. As the name suggests, it's the merging of regions." Oliver grew impatient but still explained with interest. "I don't know if you realize, but just within the country you're in there are already hundreds of regions, to be exact, 875 regions." Those below were astonished to hear that. 875 regions, our country alone has that many regions. She laughed loudly and said, "What's so surprising? Compared to other countries, that's actually few." The people below began to ponder Oliver's words. That's right, if each region is allocated 10,000 people, then obviously the more populous the country, the more regions it will have. Exactly. Wait, if each region also has angels then? The crowd below started to buzz. Does that mean there are at least tens of thousands of angels on this earth? Is that right? Are there really that many angels? Oliver sneered. "Just as you guessed, each region has an angel in charge. Are you only realizing this now? How foolish." The person below quickly caught the information and asked again, "Angel, so this survival game wasn't created by you?" Hearing this, she paused for a moment, then coldly asked again, "Why do you think so?" The person dared to answer, "Surely tens of thousands of angels wouldn't cooperate to create this survival game." Oliver flew closer to him. She pointed at his face and threatened, "What if we really did cooperate? Do you plan to praise us? Stop worrying about pointless things. Meddling too much will get you a cracked head one day, human." With such a position, it made him pale and stammer, I'm sorry." Oliver muttered, "It's okay, just human after all." Ryu Min silently observed as if he had anticipated. Seeing her avoid the topic showed she had been hit in the heart, but it was understandable. There must be rules to keep information about the creator secret. Not only he but everyone had gradually become suspicious, further reasoning that moreover, an angel who could be killed by players could not have created such a massive survival game. Oliver flew up and down and said angrily, "From now on, I will no longer answer your pest questions. Bugs, act like bugs if you want to live, why ask so much?" Those below were scared and she continued to grumble in frustration. "You're wasting my time anyway. As announced, I will start unifying the areas. You just need to know that this measure is taken because there are too few players." Oliver warned, "Stop making useless guesses." Suddenly the ground shook, startling everyone. "What is it, an earthquake?" The ground below immediately formed evenly shaped squares, and from there the fire began to surge. Then a large column of light appeared in front of everyone, making those there turn pale with fear, not knowing what terrible thing in this hell was about to happen. After that, the place where they stood also became a square of death. The areas beside them had turned into a sea of fire, so they had no way to escape. Layer upon layer lit up visibly. Each square gradually brightened. Then within their square, it divided into smaller squares. The people standing inside gradually revealed themselves. Each player was bewildered, mixed with panic. Suddenly, the beams of light withdrew, causing everyone to exclaim in astonishment, "Is it over?" At this moment they finally had time to look around. Next to the square, many more people in different outfits appeared. Those people, Oliver announced as he finished, "The region merger has ended." Seeing them confused, a female figure asked, "What's wrong? Since we're all human, why not greet each other a little?" Another purple-haired angel appeared and said, "Indeed, how long do you intend to just stand there like that?" Looking up at the bewildered people below, another angel. Glancing at the estimated number, "Are there 10 angels?" Another angel appeared, but the voice mixed with contempt sounded exactly the same. "Hello, are you humans? Surely you've heard of the angels in charge. Due to the small number of people, the zones have been merged." According to the current announcement, the 10 areas have now been merged into one, with a total of 4,844 people here. The people below panicked, merging 10 areas, nearly 5,000 people. No wonder it felt so crowded. Oliver continued, explaining that other areas are also in the process of being merged. Naturally, since they have merged, the area names will also change. She spoke with interest, saying that the new name of this area is CESKS007, which includes only players from South Korea. The people below stirred, realizing, "Oh, they're all from our country. Thankfully, we can still communicate, otherwise we might have been mixed with players from other countries later on." Ryu Min looked around and thought that the merging of areas obviously wouldn't stop this time. Whenever the number of players drops below 500, further merges with other areas will continue. He still clearly remembered the situation from the previous reset. Eventually, when the number of South Korean players dropped below 500, they would have to compete with players from other nations. Ryu Min looked up, his thoughts running long, but that issue wouldn't happen until round 11. For now, he needed to focus here. Based on the progress of the reset, he was sure that in a moment the angels would organize a side game. Oliver spoke on behalf of everyone. "Before announcing the main mission, we will play a side game to celebrate the merging of the areas today." The angel group began to discuss, isn't there a representative for each region? But now that they have merged, what should be done? Of course, they have to elect a new regional representative. Someone below asked again, "The new representative for this region." Oliver pointed with his finger. "The method is very simple." She smiled with interest. The 10 former regional representatives would come forward and fight each other to the death. The one who wins and survives last will be promoted as the representative of this unified region. There was a stir below. To become the representative of the unified region, they have to kill each other, so cruel yet intriguing. Who will become the representative? Right now, some popcorn would be perfect. An angry man thought, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" A nearby girl also clenched her hands anxiously. Do they really have to kill each other just to choose a representative? Another man bit his hand regretfully, thinking that if he had known this, he wouldn't have become a regional representative. Before the door of life and death, everyone carried their own thoughts. They wondered if those who die this time would come back to life or not. These people also seemed to be representatives of other regions. Although their assessments of the situation differed, they all shared the same thought. Also, can you even give up your regional representative rights? As for Ryu Min, he calmly assessed the situation briefly. Previously, being a regional representative brought no benefits, but from this round onward, things will be different. We absolutely have to win this life or death match and become the new representative. Oliver added, "The regional representatives don't need to worry so much. Although it's a life or death match, it doesn't mean they will actually die. After the game ends, all representatives who have died will be revived." One outspoken person thought to himself with excitement, will he be revived this time too? However, everyone was thoughtful about the vague rules of this new round. Oliver crossed his arms and recounted, judging by these expressions, it seems everyone thinks becoming a representative doesn't bring any benefit, right? The representative can wield dominion rights. He continued before everyone's astonished eyes that this is the authority to command players of lower levels than oneself. Whether or not that person agrees, you can freely control that player within the region, an upgraded version of command rights. Of course, the usage limit is 10 times. Furthermore, if the representative dies, this authority will transfer to someone else. Oliver asked sarcastically, but it's still attractive, isn't it? Being able to influence others like that. Those below still hadn't fully absorbed it. Really, you can freely control anyone, whether or not that person wants to. Oliver quickly declared, "You all must be motivated now, so once you're ready, we will proceed with the side game." Another angel spoke thoughtfully, "Since the areas have been unified, we also need to decide which angel will be the representative." After speaking, all the angels fell silent. Is there any angel willing to volunteer? If so, raise your hand. The one who just asked sighed deeply. I knew it, I just asked a pointless question. If any angel volunteers, that one is quite unusual. The angel next to him calmly added, it's confirmed no angel wants to be the representative, so what should we do? Does anyone have any suggestions? Hearing this, the proposing angel became even more interested. Using dice to randomly select a representative, leaving it to luck, is one way, but it's not very exciting. They began to buzz with discussion. How about deciding the order and taking turns to be the representative? This way isn't very fair, those later in line would have to wait a long time. True, the areas will merge again soon anyway. Oliver asked disappointedly, is there a way that's both fair and interesting? At this moment, Priscilla proposed a new suggestion. How about this? Aren't the area representatives going to compete against each other soon? She looked at Oliver and said, the angel responsible for the realm of the dead first will be penalized by having to act as the representative. Everyone around agreed with this opinion. Interesting, a good idea. I like Priscilla's approach. Do the other angels agree with this method? They all raised their hands in response. I approve, I also approve, I approve as well. One person had a different opinion. Wait a moment, why not do it this way? Oliver spoke up with a suggestion. Instead of the first dead person, the angel in charge of the last survivor would become king. Oliver folded his arms and smiled as he explained, choose the angel responsible for the person who survives until the end to be the representative angel. The angel beside him looked surprised as the representative said, the other angels must absolutely obey the orders of the representative angel. Suppose someone is appointed as the guide, then it is mandatory to comply because that is a royal command. Priscilla lightly touched her chin and asked, so that means if the regional representative wins, then we also win. If that's the case, wouldn't that also make the winning player the representative angel? They continued to chat with great interest. This matter just got even more exciting. Representative, sounds appealing, a unique idea, Oliver. The red-haired angel seemed thoughtful, daring to propose the winner as the representative shows quite a bit of confidence. Oliver turned to look at her and replied, of course I'm confident. She smiled slightly, very confident. But what can you do? My regional representative is no ordinary person. From the start until now, the player has never let go of the top spot in the corresponding region. Oliver laughed provocatively. Oh really, the stupid regional bird stands at the top of the corresponding area and you dare to mock me just for that? She thought of Ryu Min with great pride. If they knew who our regional representative was, they would surely be so shocked they'd fall to the ground. After speaking, Oliver acted as if nothing had happened and asked, so what then? Is that your decision? Naturally, I have no reason to refuse. The other angels also happily joined in. I agree, this idea sounds more interesting. Me too, I'm confident our regional representative is no pushover. One angel looked at Oliver and asked, so it's decided then, shall we begin now? Oliver, you go speak. Understood. Then they looked down at the players filled along the rows below and announced, from now on, we hereby start the exception game to select the unified region representative. All regional representatives, please gather here to receive orders. These words immediately caused some prominent people to break out in cold sweat, tightening their fists. Some others looked up at the angels with full alertness. Ryu Min just silently pondered with a cold expression. After a while, 10 representatives were separated out, including Ryu Min among them. Oliver faintly smiled and waved his hand. The ground beneath them immediately shook violently. Suddenly, flames blazed up, and a circular stone platform with patterns gradually appeared. Gradually, stone pillars grew tall surrounding the stone platform, and the players gathered again. Finally, a completely circular arena was formed right in the middle of the open space. The 10 people inside wore expressions of extreme astonishment mixed with confusion at this scene. Oliver looked down from above and explained once more. From this moment on, within this area, we will proceed with a deathmatch, killing each other until only one survivor remains. If someone dies outside the arena, they cannot be resurrected, so even if you die, do not leave this arena. While everyone was concentrating, the command rang out, then let's begin. The 10 quickly stood apart, remaining highly alert to those around them. Ryu Min also dared not attack hastily, choosing instead to silently observe. A regional representative glanced around the arena, thinking that killing the other 9 here would make him the unified regional champion, right? He looked at a blonde man and 2 girls in front of him who were all sizing each other up. It seemed that none dared to act rashly yet. They were probing each other. That's right, those who had previously secured a spot as regional champions were all capable individuals. He curled his lips arrogantly, thinking that still none were stronger than him. In his mind, he recalled his past battles. Never before had he lost his top position in the corresponding region. The rune we possess is practically like a cheating tool. As long as the dagger pierces the opponent's body, the rune will automatically activate and cleave through the remaining part. Even stabbing someone in the back as if possessed by a devil, the sword moves on its own. Thanks to this, by round 4, I had killed as many as 312 enemies. The angels above asked the same question. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting? Fight quickly, you foolish humans. Noticing their impatience, he thought silently, what's going on? Is there a bet involved? Why such agitation? No need to say I was about to act myself. Confidently, he strode straight ahead. No one was stronger than him anyway. If he seized this chance to make a strong first impression, the others would be scared and dare not attack. To make that happen, suddenly he halted his steps and turned around. The regional representative drew his sword and stood alone facing the others. He took a fighting stance, looking defiant. A sacrificial victim was needed, a victim to be the offering in my performance. The regional representative tightly gripped his sword and sneered. Whoever dares to step forward, I will deal with first. At that exact moment, Ryu Min calmly stepped forward from the group. He wielded a long black scythe, coldly confronting the challenge. The regional representative was still smugly wondering, so the first victim of mine has finally shown up. The man stood still, watching Ryu Min with suspicion. A large, crude scythe, such a weapon was rarely seen. The regional representative, still looking down on the person in front of him, suddenly froze. Although he had seen cases with the scythe as a nickname, the one who actually wielded the scythe was. He stared intently at the blazing golden text above Ryu Min's head, Black Scythe. Cold sweat began pouring down like a stream, his mouth wide open, speechless. Could that really be Black Scythe? Was that the nickname? The regional representative's mind scrambled, but he still tried to calm himself. Could it be a namesake? No, nicknames can't duplicate, right? His sword tip gradually lowered. Then who was that other person? The regional representative looked at Ryu Min coming toward him and screamed madly inside, that truly is Black Scythe. The top of the entire regional rankings, level 30. The angels flying high above looked down, curious why that player had suddenly gone dumbfounded just after eagerly moving forward. Oliver glanced at the red-haired woman anxiously biting her nails and asked mockingly, Priscilla, isn't that guy your regional representative? She didn't answer, but her expression showed extreme agitation. What was that foolish human up to now? She looked at the current situation of the two below and wondered why they were just standing still like that. Suddenly a mocking laugh rang out, cutting through her line of thought. The red-haired angel turned irritably, her face cold with questioning. Oliver, do you find the situation really amusing now? Oliver laughed triumphantly, looking at her. Sorry, but it's just too funny. Oliver pointed down to the guy and explained, look at that human, look at him trembling like a scared dog at the sight of my area's representative, your area's representative. Now paying close attention to Ryu Min, that giant black scythe is indeed very impressive. That massive scythe truly is remarkable. But to see it for the first time and not feel an aura strong enough to cause fear, she thought so and immediately turned to question Oliver. So you mean my area's representative is afraid of yours? Oliver acted as if it was obvious and replied, doesn't it really look that way? The red-haired angel still refused to accept the truth and argued. Don't talk nonsense, Oliver, you must think number one in that area is a joke. My area's representative hasn't lost the top spot since round 1. Oliver gently rubbed his cheek, his eyes full of provocation as he looked at her. That area, number 1, that area is just anyone's to claim. My representative has never missed the top position in the entire area, right? The other angels were also very surprised when they heard this, looking down. The top spot in the entire area, where did that come from? Are you still not realizing it? The angels who often check the rankings only need to look at the nickname to know. Someone recognized him and loudly said, oh, that black scythe, I think I've seen him before. Isn't he the one who always appears whenever the summary results board is displayed? The red-haired angel was trembling like a leaf. That black scythe is Oliver's regional representative. If that person really is the Black Scythe, then our regional representative is simply no match. Another angel suddenly made a surprising sound, causing her to jump in fright. Below, the regional representative was just cut across the neck by a slash, and his head fell down as the battle ended extremely swiftly. Oliver chuckled teasingly. Priscilla had been eliminated right before their eyes. A blonde man who witnessed this also broke out in a sweat when he recognized Ryu Min. The Black Scythe, why is the Black Scythe here? He looked around. Everyone else seemed almost too scared to fight, thinking that even if all of us charged, we couldn't defeat the Black Scythe. I'll die just like that person without even being able to react. At level 30, how could I win? I'm only level 13. Then he saw him walking toward him and became panicked. The blonde man stepped back while forcing a smile to greet him, but his tone was more like begging. Oh, Lord Black Scythe, it's a great honor. I never expected to share a region with the famed Black Scythe. I'm so happy it brings tears to my eyes. Ryu Min came closer and closer and he grew more and more frantic. Now stop, let's speak in our own language. A girl holding a bow quickly withdrew her weapon, showing sincerity to him. See, didn't I already put my weapon away? I told you I had no intention of fighting the Black Scythe. The blonde-haired man hurriedly put down his weapon, looked up at the sky and apologized to the angels. I give up, I beg to give up. Me too, I also beg to give up. Me too, I also beg to give up. One angel sighed in disappointment at the scene. How disgraceful. What is this behavior? Giving up? Did you just say you give up, humans? Another, equally displeased, spoke up. You are ruining the game I've painstakingly prepared. The angels all grew angry at once, their faces filled with fierce killing intent. A warning, from now on, anyone who dares mention giving up again will have their head blown apart. Those below turned even paler with fear upon hearing this. If heads can be blown apart, then don't even think about resurrection, do you understand? The girl with the bow once again drew her weapon. The others quietly followed suit, watching Ryu Min warily. One even tried to reassure, there are 8 of us, who knows, maybe we can win. He saw their expressions and was slightly disappointed, thinking, do you mean those angels are even scarier than me? It seemed they intended to rush forward together. But this only made him more interested and he smirked faintly. No matter how many ants there are, in the end they are still just ants. The group felt their pride was insulted and immediately became irritable, picking flaws. Was that bastard mocking us? We're of high rank, so we're quite at ease, right? We're also well-known figures in this area. The entire group seemed provoked, charging forward without fear of death to attack all at once. Ryu Min quickly leapt forward. His eyes were drenched in bloodlust as he decisively swung his scythe. Ryu Min launched a powerful attack, knocking many enemies aside in an instant, leaving the group astonished. He then rushed swiftly toward each individual, taking them down one by one. The scene became chaotic, with Ryu Min sweeping through the battlefield amidst splashing fresh blood. The angels appeared horrified by the carnage. They began whispering among themselves, unexpectedly ending in such a ridiculous way. Is it over already? Has Black Scythe won? Priscilla seemed to realize something and spoke up. Then the angel in charge of the Death Scythe, Oliver, was mentioned. Someone said that he would be treated like a king for a while. She angrily shouted out, Oliver. Priscilla furiously questioned, You knew how this would end, didn't you? Oliver replied calmly, Of course I knew. Hearing this only made her more furious, indeed. Priscilla pointed directly and called out, Everyone, this bastard deceived us. She made that proposal because she knew she would win. She grew even more resentful upon hearing that. Why do you state the obvious? What did you say? Oliver explained without a hint of shame. Of course this game benefits me, that's why I proposed it, but if it didn't benefit me, why would I suggest it? Then she glanced down contemptuously. Besides, did I force you all to bet? No, everyone agreed to bet because it seemed interesting. So why are you blaming me now? Seeing her opponent growl angrily, she provoked, So want to fight? If you're confident, then go ahead and fight. Oliver raised his voice to remind her. Angels fighting in front of humans lose all their dignity. If the Archangel finds out, no need to guess, you'll be locked in the absorption rune. Priscilla suddenly became tense, muttering absorption rune. That place is truly dreadful. I really hate the absorption rune. She continued taunting, Why don't you dare attack? After all, according to the bet, I'm the king now, right? Priscilla, for the time being, you'll be the representative of this unified region. Priscilla asked in panic, until when? Oliver replied calmly, Until I stop being angry. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to proceed already?" Priscilla left, still complaining to herself about why she ever agreed to such a bet. She flew toward humanity to announce, "As you humans can see, the representative of the unified region has been decided." At this moment, the system displayed that the player Black Scythe had become the new regional representative of CX-007. Temporary skill, Dominion right. The effect allows commanding a player and forcing them to comply. That player must obey the order under any circumstance. Usage limit is total 10 times, 10-10, only one command can be issued to one player. The skill has no effect on players with a higher level than oneself. Sure enough, the Black Scythe will become the representative. Since Black Scythe is level 30, if desired, he can control anyone. It is unwise to anger him. She looked down from above and declared, "All right, since the outcome is decided, I will revive the players who have died." Then the glowing feathered wings shed a few feathers. The souls of those who had just passed away suddenly began to shine. The man who had been knocked out earlier was panting in fear. The group who had just been revived were equally surprised. "What's happening? I clearly remember my body was severed." Priscilla, showing impatience, explained that you were killed by the Death Scythe. The new unified regional representative is the Death Scythe. They finally had a vague realization. Ah, so it ended up like this after all. She continued to announce, "Since there is a new regional representative, I will revoke the representative rights of those who have been revived." The group looked disappointed when they heard Priscilla's words, but don't regret too much. The opportunity to regain the representative position is always available. Priscilla snapped her fingers and instructed, "The mini-game has ended. Now I will guide you on the official mission." Each person has their own information board. New information has been updated for round 5. The main task: each person must eliminate 300 orcs within 10 hours. The side quest: collect 4 balance stones. Success will be rewarded across the entire area. Number of participants: 77,310,228. Number completed: 0193275557. Corresponding zone: CX-007. Number of participants: 4,884. Number completed: 01211. Some skeptics asked, "What's this? Eliminate 300 orcs, then why are so few people completing it, only about a quarter?" Priscilla noticed their doubts and immediately threatened, "Why so much dissatisfaction? Dissatisfied because so few have completed it. Want me to lower it even more?" The crowd reluctantly accepted. She reassured everyone, "Until now I've only given you easy tasks. So this time I already reduced the number of completions required and prepared a harder challenge. But don't lose heart." They gradually regained their spirits, but eliminating 300 orcs is not a difficult task. Orcs in the game are just like small fry. Hearing this, Priscilla rubbed her temples in frustration and said, "You will experience it yourselves and then understand how difficult it is. I won't say more." Earlier, 2 people asked suspiciously, "Angel, what is the side quest? Why is its reward marked with a question mark?" She helplessly explained, "Unlike previous rounds, this time the side quest is public, but as you can see, the reward remains a secret." He was equally dissatisfied, always secrets whenever possible. Ryu Min pondered quietly for a moment. The reward for the side quest in round 5 was the balance rune, one of the 18 essential runes required. Only one person per area could receive this side quest reward. Of course, since it was one per area, other players also had chances to obtain the balance rune, but the difficulty was even higher than that of the main quest. Ryu Min's expression hardened as he thought to himself, moreover, even if someone completed the side quest, how many could meet the conditions required by the balance rune? Priscilla quickly clarified everyone's doubts. The side quest for this round was to collect balance stones. If you collected all 4 stones, you would immediately receive the question mark reward, but only one person could claim it. Their faces twisted unpleasantly upon hearing that because there were only 4 balance stones in the area. Someone asked, "What if no one finds all 4? Does that mean the side quest is basically void?" Priscilla smiled deceitfully, "Exactly, but don't worry, because players can kill others to steal balance stones." They were surprised. "Can you kill to steal? Like being the representative of this area?" She turned back and reminded them, "Yes, of course you cannot steal other items. This only applies to balance stones. Also, unlike previous rounds, killing means no revival. You're dead for good." Priscilla left her final words before the mission began. "So we have announced everything that needed to be announced. You all must do your best. The remaining time until the end of the round is 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Ryu Min looked at her figure leaving and immediately showed disdain. In the end, she disappeared in an annoying way. He began planning. First, I have to quickly eliminate 300 orcs as fast as possible, then set a record. Thinking that, he quickly burst forward and left. Ryu Min ignored the chatter all around. Everyone had to turn their heads to watch his figure glide past. They whispered and murmured, "He just passed by, lucky me." Suddenly coming close gave me a fright. I thought my heart would jump out. Someone suggested, "Where do you think he's going? Let's try following him and see." The hooded man rebutted, "Are you crazy? Follow the black scythe. Do you want to be controlled by him? The Reaper's scythe might enslave you for life." The black-haired guy analyzed, "But isn't it still better than just sitting here? No matter what, the black scythe always acts faster than us. That's why he always leads." The group hesitated for a long time and dared not follow. Someone showed doubt. "What if we get spotted while following?" Then the boy came up with an idea. "We just keep our distance and observe as far away as possible." Some still hesitated, but the black-haired guy said indifferently, "If you don't want to stay here, I'll go alone." Saying that, he turned and walked away. They became hesitant in making decisions. Until finally the group followed. "Whatever, let's go too." "That's right, if it's the black scythe it will know the way." At the small orc village, the orc stared in surprise as Ryu Min stepped out from the foliage. The people hiding in the bushes whispered, "Hey look, there's a village over there. It seems like the black scythe is heading there." Seeing the intruder, the orc growled angrily. He showed no emotion, continuing to charge forward. In an instant, the black scythe reached the orc's neck. Ryu Min decisively delivered the finishing blow. It failed to block the strike and collapsed to its knees. After taking down the first target, he advanced further into the village. Ryu Min carefully observed the orc's activities. The orcs quickly detected the intruder and became more ferocious. They rushed forward to attack. He calmly slashed across with the scythe. They angrily swung a hammer downward. Ryu Min swiftly dodged the counterattack. He raised the scythe high, gathering spiritual energy. Once reaching a power threshold, Ryu Min re-engaged in the battle. Ryu Min glided lightly over the orc corpses and pools of deep red blood. He entered one of the tents that had been set up. Moans of misery echoed inside the hut. Before long, Ryu Min had dealt with all the orcs. The players who were following still stood and watched from start to finish. The crowd instantly brightened up. It turned out it was nothing serious, just orcs after all. They must be about the same level as the gnolls I caught before. Could it be easier because it's the black scythe? Someone spoke up to warn, "Don't be complacent." "That's right, better to be cautious." "Then instead of standing here, let's quickly sweep through an orc village like his." Agreed. The player covered himself carefully, calculating, "In the near future I'll probably have to act with this group. Come on, let's move." Looking at that group, he would surely be useful. "I'll observe from behind a little. If the situation is stable, I'll break off. For now, the more meat shields the better." Another pointed ahead and shouted, "That's another orc village over there." The group couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This one is much bigger, about 3 times the size of the previous village." A large orc stood on the watchtower blowing a flute, signaling that someone had infiltrated. The whistling echoed through the air. In an instant the orcs rushed out. They were excited moments ago, now overwhelmed with fear. What is that? Why does he have a bugle like that? Did he just call other orcs here? Could it be?" A large force rapidly came out to meet them. Each orc child was much bigger and stronger, running over boldly. With overwhelming numbers, the orcs immediately surrounded the group. The group of players froze in place. They couldn't hide their panic as countless eyes stared daggers at them. The group, no longer calm, exclaimed, "Damn it, I thought this orc village looked bigger earlier, but I didn't expect there to be so many, probably more than 50. The black-haired guy replied. The one who was panicked earlier asked, "Hey, what do we do now?" Someone snapped back irritably, "Damn it, what do you mean what do we do? We have to fight for our lives." In an instant the orcs charged forward to challenge. They still tried to reassure each other, "They're just more of them, but these damn orcs aren't that formidable. Kill them." In a flash, 2 weapons clashed together with a clang. He angrily swung the blade he held high in retaliation. They were sweating but still holding on. "What's this? Their skills are terrible and their attacks aren't even that fast." The brown-haired young man, as if fueled with new motivation, charged forward. He showed an arrogant expression. "Fine, they really aren't that formidable." But the brown-haired guy's satisfaction was short-lived. He was stunned to realize his sword wouldn't come out. Immediately, he took a full hit from an orc's strike. Like that, the brown-haired guy collapsed while the others still struggled to fight back. "Damn it, get out of the way, you damn orcs." The group was quickly wiped out by the orcs. Before long, the young leader lay under their blades again, wondering how he ended up dying at the hands of orcs. As the finishing blow was about to be delivered, the black-haired guy shouted loudly, "Help, help." Ryu Min looked behind with suspicion, no longer seeing the players who had followed him earlier. He noticed something unusual but then let it go. With 20 people moving together, it's hard to keep silent. Well, since there were as many as 20 people, he didn't need to worry much, as long as they didn't foolishly engage the orcs from the large village, and it was best not to provoke the orc village with guard posts. Because he knew well that if the orcs on guard sounded the horn, more than 50 of them would quickly gather since there were over 200 orcs living inside the village. Truly, that was an enormous number, with about 10 green-skinned orcs per square meter. He recalled the strength of the orcs when he first entered the village. Ryu Min couldn't help but marvel. Moreover, the muscle density of orcs was distinctly different from humans. It was difficult to pull out a sword once it stabbed in, and they were very tenacious. His footsteps gradually quickened. He launched an attack while thinking to aim for the neck, the orc's most vulnerable spot, and strike decisively. Just as he predicted, the orc was swiftly finished off, fresh blood splattering everywhere. His expression was emotionless as he passed over the massive orcs. Ryu Min reflected, after all, that was only for a regular player. He took step after step forward, then teleported behind the orc and finished it off. Drawing out his weapon, fresh blood spritzed up, and he quietly opened the status window. Then the system displayed the remaining time until the end of the round. 8:59:22. Main quest progress, orcs 300. Total participants in the area, 77,310,228. Completions 1193275557. Area CX007, participants 4,844, completions 11211. He planned and calculated the next move, completing the main task in about an hour. First, he had secured the first position, now it was time to help Julie. Ryu Min remembered her character design and signaled to keep watch. Elsewhere, it seemed a battle had just ended and Mankey hurried over to check. "Are you okay?" Young-ho, breathing heavily, struggled to speak. "This time I almost died for real." Those two were Choi Mankey, a member of the Young Climbers Guild, and Cho Young-ho, the leader of the Young Climbers Guild. Having just finished a prolonged battle, they could finally relax a little and chat. "What kind of orc is this strong?" "Exactly, looking at it you'd think it's just some walking pig, definitely not to be underestimated." Those here were members of the Young Climbers Guild. Young-ho turned to ask Mankey, "So, how many have we killed so far?" He was a little surprised but still answered, "About 50, bro." Young-ho showed concern as he spoke. "In 1 hour, 5 people have only killed 50 creatures. This isn't good at all. At this rate, in 10 hours, forget about 300 will be eliminated." Someone raised their hand to lighten the mood, saying, "Eliminated? No, if we're eliminated this time, we'll be wiped out outright." He grew a bit impatient and reminded, "Everyone, maybe we need to attack a bigger village." Mankey asked suspiciously, "Isn't that too dangerous?" "Exactly, dealing with 3 was already difficult and now we plan to go to a bigger village." Someone added, "I think just sticking to small villages to hunt safely like now is fine." Young-ho showed agreement. "Right, you guys are correct, not wrong at all, so I have nothing to argue with, nor am I forcing anything. But if we keep it like this, none of us will kill the full 300 and we will all end up dying anyway. No matter how difficult, every choice carries risks." Suddenly Young-ho hesitated, but he spoke seriously. "Listen carefully, being on a sinking ship means no future." Footsteps echoed through the space. The forest had long since been stained with blood. When they arrived, Mankey raised his hand forward as a signal. "Over there, that's the village we saw earlier." He was somewhat hesitant. "Wait, it seems there's a guard post at the entrance. Let's go around the side instead." While the orcs weren't paying attention, the group sneaked in. Someone who noticed a gap spoke up, "Look over there, there's a hole in the fence." Mankey went ahead carefully to scout the situation. "Looks like no one is moving around." Inside it was strangely quiet. When they saw it was safe, the group moved in. They quickly searched for any remaining traces. Young-ho was suspicious. "Is everyone inside their houses? At that size there must be about 5 per house, right?" He answered worriedly, More than we thought." Lowering his head, "Idiot, it's hopeless. Someone came up with an idea. We have no choice but to go house to house and raid." Young-ho agreed and urgently gave the order. "All right, since we've made our decision, let's move in." He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, with just 5 of us, we just need to take advantage of the element of surprise to deal with them easily." He carefully reminded them, "Start from this house. When I give the signal, everyone rushes in." The group prepared to take combat positions. unable to hide their tense expressions. Then they resolutely advanced inside. Approaching the door, Young-ho pressed his ear close to listen. Then the group quickly broke down the door and entered. Everyone's faces were filled with panic at that moment. They were startled and shouted loudly, 10 of them. The orcs saw strangers and immediately became aggressive, wielding their maces to counterattack. Someone shouted in fear, "There are too many of them, what should we do?" He calmly reassured them, "First, let's just kill them one by one." Young-ho ordered everyone, "Left side first." They responded, "Yes." The young climbing team moved agilely, supporting each other. Everyone quickly cleared the way for Young-ho to advance forward. An orc was struck down, collapsing to the ground. After diverting the orc's attention, Mankey charged from behind to attack. He seized the opportunity quickly to finish it off, causing the orc to fall lifelessly to the floor. The orcs became furious, roaring angrily. It flew swiftly towards them. The orc stared intensely at Mankey in front of it. In an instant, it clawed and tore Mankey's shoulder. Young-ho saw him collapse and panicked, shouting loudly, "Mankey." He immediately lunged forward with his sword, slashing the orc's neck. "You damn pigs, die." One strike pierced straight through its neck. The massive orc was quickly defeated to the astonishment of everyone present. Seeing their comrades die, they became even more ferocious. He and his teammates surrounded Mankey to protect him. The orc mob stared at them, preparing for the imminent battle. Young-ho silently thought tensely for a moment. Only 8 remained now, but could they handle them with this number? One member spoke up to advise, "Boss, this isn't good, let's retreat." He showed agreement. "I was just thinking the same." Having said that, the group hurriedly fled and withdrew. The fierce orcs chased after them, capturing them. The door was quickly torn open, but just stepping out the door, they were frozen by the scene in front of them. The sound coming from the tent must have been heard by the nearby ones. They all simultaneously stepped out to surround the young climbers. Facing an orc mob, the members of the association were stunned and spoke up. "How many are there?" "At least 10. They gradually sank into despair. "It's over, everything is over. Has it really ended?" Young-ho didn't give up. He calmly ordered, "Raise your weapons." The bloodless group looked awkwardly at their boss. "Now it's really over. The time spent with everyone has truly been enjoyable." Young-ho became as serious as ever. "Does anyone know why they haven't killed us yet?" He then told everyone, "If you want to know, quickly observe the expressions of those orcs." The orcs laughed heartily among themselves, and they couldn't help but tremble before that sight. He pointed at them and said, "These guys are mocking us. We tremble like mice, so they find it amusing." Young-ho loudly provoked, "Are you angry? Being looked down on by orcs and treated like a joke, just like monkeys trapped in a zoo." He quickly lifted everyone's spirits. "Don't give up now. Everyone, grab your weapons and kill just one target, that way, even if we die, we won't be ashamed." Someone immediately grasped their sword and replied, "I understand, big brother." Each of them raised their weapons with determination. "Sorry for showing you this shameful side, big brother. Even if I die, I will stay by your side." The orc group lost their earlier amusement and began to take things seriously. Young-ho whispered to his comrades, "When I give the signal, we will gang up on them one by one, understood?" They replied, "Yes, big brother." After his rallying call, the group charged forward, catching the orcs by surprise. "Then let's rush forward." The orcs suddenly startled, then burst into laughter, as if something very amusing happened. For some unknown reason, they started to retreat. When they looked back, the orcs had vanished without a trace. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on? Why are the orcs acting like this?" The whole group turned their heads upon hearing the shout, "Everyone!" Young-ho was resisting the orcs at the place where the group had just entered their tent. They stood there staring. He maintained a confident expression. "Now only 8 remain, charge." Upon hearing the order, they immediately dashed forward. "Yes, big brother." After a tiring battle, they finally triumphed and cheered. "We defeated all 8 of them again." Everyone enthusiastically turned to praise Young-ho. "Big brother, did we do it? It was big brother who made it happen." "That's right, if not for big brother, we would have given up long ago and been wiped out." He modestly replied, "Don't say that, it was because everyone had the strong will to fight desperately that we succeeded. Otherwise I would have died here as well." Young-ho turned to ask Maki, "Hey Maki, how is your wound?" You replied with effort, "It still hurts, but I can bear it, it's okay." He helped you up and reminded, "First, you need to rest quickly, remember absolutely not to move. Everyone else hide here too, I'll scout to see if there's a way out." Someone anxiously asked again, "Won't it be dangerous?" "Don't worry about me, just stay quietly right here." They saw Young-ho leave, then called out, "Be careful, big brother." He observed the surroundings and couldn't help but doubt. "How strange, why is it so quiet? There's been no sign of anyone until now." Young-ho continued searching for clues. His gaze focused on the scene before him. What is that over there? Young-ho could hardly believe his eyes. He was stunned by the thousands of dead bodies lying before him. Young-ho stepped forward wondering, what exactly is this? He kept doubting the identity of the one behind this atrocity. Who would do such a horrific thing? Young-ho couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the person in front of him. Hey, that person is. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Black Scythe. Ryu-min turned his head to look back. Someone had already arrived at the village. He looked at the information displayed on the man before him, whose nickname was Young-ho. Ryu-min recalled something. Was this guy really Young-ho, the mercenary king? He pondered deeply. Among the melee classes, mercenaries are a kind of angelic class. They can use a variety of weapons and have similar skill sets, but there is one clear difference. That is, they become stronger when signing a pact with others. For this reason, most players with the mercenary profession form groups with acquaintances or sign pacts with the mercenary king. Young-ho was also the person he was thinking of. The mercenary king is the only class that can command mercenaries through a pact. And when mercenaries sign a pact with the mercenary king, they receive additional effects. Therefore, for mercenaries, there is no reason not to sign a pact. Ryu-min held his scythe, silently thinking that the man before him, Young-ho, was indeed that unique class, the mercenary king. Seeing Young-ho flustered made him think they couldn't have expected to meet the mercenary king in a place like this. Noticing Ryu-min's gaze, Young-ho spoke up, hello to you, Black Scythe. Ryu-min asked in surprise, you know me? Young-ho immediately replied, of course, who doesn't know Black Scythe, the one who always tops the ranking charts. Inside him, he was as surprised as a fan who had just met their idol. I didn't expect to meet the #1 ranked player in the entire region here. If I suddenly reach out my hand for a handshake, would he feel uncomfortable? Ryu-min carefully assessed him in his mind. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would stab others in the back. He seemed to sink into his own thoughts. Perhaps that's why he could achieve the professional title of Mercenary King. To become the king of mercenaries, one must have a kind heart and the mindset of a leader. Young-ho stood there muttering, so let's talk a little then. Seeing Ryu-min stand still staring at him, he awkwardly asked, did you kill all the orcs here? He quickly received confirmation, yes, that's right. Although he had somewhat guessed when he heard Ryu-min say so, Young-ho was so surprised that he stammered, that's really hard to believe. Truly, the player who is always ranked #1 is different. Then he bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, thanks to you distracting the orcs, I survived. Ryu-min calmly replied, I didn't even know you were here. Even so, Young-ho was very grateful. I know you didn't mean it, but I still received your help, right? Seeing his insistence, Ryu-min sighed and closed his eyes, replying, all right, if you're done here, you should quickly lead your comrades away. I've killed everyone in the village, so don't worry. Young-ho asked suspiciously, is that so? But how do you know I have comrades? Ryu-min signaled from behind. Young-ho saw this and immediately turned toward Ryu-min's direction. It was his teammates who had all come out. No wonder Ryu-min knew. Young-ho, seeing this scene, was surprised. Why are you guys out here? I told you to wait there. A young man holding a sword nearby teased him, saying, we were just worried you'd leave everyone behind. Young-ho was very sulky upon hearing that, joking, where would I go and leave you guys? Ryu-min glanced at them thoughtfully. At a glance, the 4 others were mercenaries and it seemed they had a covenant-type relationship with Young-ho. Then he looked over at Young-ho. They followed him out of concern. Having such trustworthy teammates this early, he truly is the king of mercenaries. After some teasing, one of them recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, Black Scythe. The guy next to him was equally surprised, Black Scythe, what are you doing here? Ryu-min calmly replied, holding his scythe, nothing much, I just came for some light hunting. The one who asked smiled awkwardly, oh, I see. Another person turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Light hunting means he's already taken care of everything, right? Hundreds of orcs, probably. Seeing them talk too much, he spoke up to chase them off. Once you're done, leave. He silently calculated in his mind that since he had killed all the orcs, the mid-boss would appear soon. It would be very dangerous if they got caught up in it. His words sounded like a command in their ears. Got it. Then see you next time, Black Scythe. It was a pleasure meeting you. The corpses of the orcs began to dissolve. The group hurriedly prepared to leave. But then someone noticed something. Don't you guys hear anything? A nearby teammate immediately replied, hear what? a young man responded. Listen carefully. Young-ho also sensed that something was wrong and asked, "What is that sound?" When he asked, Ryu-min answered, "It's the mid-boss, run quickly." With the vibration growing stronger and Ryu-min's words, Young-ho broke out in a cold sweat, asking again, "What, mid-boss?" Under the deep red moonlight, the silhouette of the boss appeared as if answering his question. The young man holding the sword asked in terror, "Is that a teammate?" He quickly replied, "No, it's an orc." The large orc monster let out a deafening roar. Wherever it passed, it created a shockwave that shattered the earth and rocks into pieces, sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing it, Ryu-min felt no panic and thought, "At last it has appeared, the orc warrior." A shard of crystal appeared in his mind. Even though he had already killed all the orcs in this village earlier, he hadn't left because of this one. To obtain the side quest item, the balance stone, he must kill it. Ryu-min smiled slightly as he thought that by defeating this guy and the bosses of the other 3 villages, he would complete the side quest. Seeing the target standing right before him, the boss immediately charged forward quickly. One of Young-ho's teammates, seeing the monster appear, asked, "Hey team leader, that guy looks angry, right?" He replied in fear, "Yeah, it seems so." Young-ho's face turned pale as he tried to shout, "Run, run." The boss has found its prey. It raised its blade and began the hunt. And the first target it chose was Young-ho. He could only stand frozen in place, so terrified that his limbs trembled and he couldn't run away. Death was closing in as the boss's blade descended toward him. 2 nearby members witnessing the scene shouted loudly, "Team leader." Just when it seemed he had died cold on the spot, somehow Young-ho was still alive and sitting not far from the blade. The near-death experience drained all color from Young-ho's face. His hands and feet trembled silently. Seeing he was still there, Ryu-min suddenly appeared from nowhere and used his scythe to push him aside. Whether it was a rescue or an attack, Young-ho fell heavily to the ground. Ryu-min coldly added, "What are you standing there dazed for?" Young-ho had regained his senses and looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, Black Scythe." With a cold expression, Ryu-min stepped back. "If you still want to live." Young-ho immediately scrambled back as fast as he could while the boss approached the 2 of them, preparing to attack. It growled continuously as it moved, baring sharp teeth stained with blood, looking terrifying. Ryu-min swung his scythe and charged forward. "This is bad." He successfully struck its leg once. Energy continuously poured from the scythe, damaging the boss. Feeling the pain surge through it, the boss let out a piercing, agonized roar. The recent strike had thrown the boss into a frenzy. It raised its blade once again, determined to crush Ryu-min. A blow even more powerful than the previous one landed near Ryu-min, shattering the earth and rocks into pieces. But that still wasn't enough. Ryu-min had timely jumped back, remaining safe. He successfully landed without a scratch. The boss, still enraged, continued swinging its blade. Another slash came down, but the result was the same as before. Ryu-min had used teleportation to vanish. Ryu-min circled behind the boss with contempt. So what if its attack was that powerful? As long as he dodged the strike, it was done. The orc heard the noise, turned around and growled. After continuously moving for a while, Ryu-min's foot suddenly stopped. He pushed off with great force. In an instant, Ryu-min was right in front of the boss. He swung the scythe with all his might and delivered a powerful strike to the orc. The clash between them created a massive shockwave. The boss screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Ryu-min calmly moved away to another spot. Knowing that alone wouldn't be enough to bring it down, he twisted his body and surged forward to close in on it again. The sharp scythe swung up once more. This time he aimed directly at the boss's neck with his strike. The pain shot through it, leaving it in utter misery. Provoked by him, the orc raised its weapon, preparing to retaliate. Using its massive body, it swung with all its might at him, but the move was still too slow. Ryu-min easily dodged. Seeing it go berserk, Ryu-min remained as calm as usual and thought, its neck was too thick, 2 slashes still weren't enough. Having thought that, he used his strength to leap over to it, preparing to try again. The scythe swung once more, but this time there was something very different. It wasn't just simple slashes. The scythe hooked into the orc's head. Ryu-min used the boss's body as a springboard to vault elsewhere. His hand still tightly gripped the scythe as he launched into the air. Under the force of the leap, the scythe plunged deeply into the monster's neck. Ryu-min executed a graceful spin until the orc's head dropped off. The boss was defeated by him and collapsed to the ground along with its own head. Ryu-min stood proudly on its corpse. The system's chimps of experience rang out. The orc warrior had been eliminated, experience increased by 37.73%. Gold increased by 4,000, bonus gold increased by 2,000. The group of Young-ho's people not far away witnessed the whole glorious scene. A blonde guy gaped and asked, "So did you get it down?" Young-ho was so shocked he was frozen in place, unable to speak. That black side. With everything done, Ryu-min slowly stepped down. The scene of Ryu-min standing next to the boss's corpse was truly proud and impressive. The system began calculating rewards for him. The player had defeated the orc warrior. Experience increased by 37.73%. Gold increased by 4,000. Supplementary gold increased by 2,000. Received the ring pommel sword. Received the orc's heart. Received the lowest rank mana stone draw token. Received the balance stone. Progress of the balance stone side quest 1-4. Ryu-min looked at his achievement and thought that indeed hunting scattered monsters wasn't as good as taking down a single boss, especially since it dropped a bunch of valuable items. A new equipment appeared on the screen. Ring pommel sword, weapon category, epic grade, damage 100 effect. Each hit on an enemy grants 5% attack speed, stacking up to 10 times, durability 100, usable from common level and above. Ryu-min was pleased when he saw these stats. In terms of damage, it even surpassed the scythe. He should sell it for a profit later. Another item caught his attention, orc heart. An ordinary person seeing it would probably get goosebumps and throw it away. The item information popped up, orc heart. Item category, description. A hard red stone that looks like a real heart but isn't one. Players can safely use it. The image of the scythe came to his mind, but it would be a pity to discard it, as this is a material used to craft a unique item. Young-ho saw the battle was over and ran over with his comrades. "Black Scythe, thank you for saving us. It's thanks to you that I and the others are still alive. But it seems like you knew in advance that the giant orc would appear, right?" Ryu-min probably found them troublesome and thought he'd just give a cursory answer. "Do what you think," Ryu-min replied. "In other orc villages, after eliminating all the orcs, a mid-sized orc boss will then appear. So that's why Young-ho kept telling us to quickly move to another place. How kind of him." The other members were so touched they were moved to tears. Ryu-min just skimmed through things to finish the matter. Anyway, I'm done with my work here now. I'm leaving now." Upon hearing this, Young-ho's team bowed respectfully. "Yes, thank you once again for saving us. Be careful, Black Scythe." Young-ho called cheerfully, "Come on, let's go, we have to quickly return to hunting." But suddenly, a wounded teammate groaned. Then he couldn't bear it and collapsed. Young-ho urgently asked Mankey, "Are you okay?" He tried his best to say, "Brother, I can't take it anymore, I'm exhausted." Young-ho said worriedly, "What? You said you were fine earlier." Mankey replied with a pale face, "At that time I was afraid you'd worry, so I said that. Now I've reached my limit." Young-ho was a bit panicked, but he had to hold on. He had to endure for the remaining time to survive in real life. But what he got in return was a harsh truth. "You already know if there aren't enough 300 creatures it won't mean anything. Leave me behind, I don't want to be a burden to you and the team." As the team leader, Young-ho couldn't accept that. There had to be some way. "That's right, we'll take down the orcs, you just need to land the final strike, okay?" Mankey's complexion grew worse by the minute. He held his bloodied arm and said, "Like this, you and the others won't be able to hunt anything anymore. Even if there are enough 300 creatures, I can't hold on until the end." Mankey gasped painfully and groaned after speaking. This only made Young-ho more anxious. He was still helpless, not knowing what else to do except call out his name, hoping for a miracle to happen. Mankey. This incident also caught Ryu-min's attention. Watching them, he thought it was surprising someone who would later become the king of mercenaries, standing above hundreds of others, yet feeling so weak just because of a comrade. Ryu-min, seeing their struggle and worry, soon came up with a reason. Well, if they were close brothers, he could understand it. The image of himself and his younger brother appeared in Ryu-min's mind. That stirred him deeply. Ryu-min stopped moving forward. After a moment of thought, he decided to turn back. He too had a younger brother, so he should probably help them. The distance between Ryu-min and the group gradually narrowed as he spoke. "Hey, it seems like you all need some help. Mind if I take a look?" Young-ho, like finding a lifeline, hurriedly asked, "Do you have any way to save him?" Ryu-min replied softly, "Him." He carefully observed Mankey's condition. The injury was severe but not beyond saving. Then Ryu-min stretched out his hand. A stream of deep blue energy radiated from his palm and moved toward Mankey's wound. From that magical energy, a small core of energy infiltrated the wound and began to form. After a while, Mankey's shoulder looked as if it had never been injured, completely healed. Young-ho gaped in astonishment at the miraculous sight. The wound, the young man next to him stammered, the wound has disappeared. The team members, seeing such a scene, hurriedly asked, Black Scythe, how did you do that? Ryu-min replied casually, emergency first aid skill, anyone can buy it at the shop. The brown-haired one seemed enlightened. Ah, I remember now. The blonde also chimed in, that's right, I've seen it in the shop too. I think the skill costs 20,000 gold, I never expected it to be that useful. Hearing them say this, Ryu-min thought to himself, they're mistaken. Emergency first aid is that effective. He looked at the skill he had just used thoughtfully. It only helps you stop bleeding and heal minor wounds. Healing a broken shoulder like this is beyond its capability. A healing skill flashed in his mind, but emergency first aid belongs to the divine skill system, and its effectiveness depends on the intelligence attribute. Ryu-min observed them and thought, my intelligence attribute is currently increased to 123. The screen showed a Radiance Rune item, with effects that increase 1 intelligence point and a 1% boost to divine skill effectiveness per level. Ryu-min's thoughts continued. It is thanks to the Radiance Rune amplifying the effect that this skill could exert such power. He calmly asked Mankey, try moving your shoulder. Even though there's still a scar, moving it shouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Mankey followed the advice and exclaimed in surprise, I can move it normally now. With a cold expression, Ryu-min reminded him, but it's not fully healed yet because this is only emergency first aid. If you overexert yourself, the injury might flare up again. He saw the bewildered look on his face and added, still, hunting orcs shouldn't be a problem. Mankey quickly stood up and bowed gratefully. Thank you so much, Black Scythe, you are the savior who saved my life, I truly thank you. The others saw this and followed suit. Young-ho spoke on behalf of the group, thanking you for saving Mankey. 2 others also took turns speaking. Thank you for saving my teammate, thank you. Young-ho said with a grateful tone, I don't know if this will be of any use, but please accept this. It's a token of my sincere gratitude. The 2 members of the team widened their eyes in surprise at what he offered. It seemed this item was quite valuable. Then one by one they took out equipment as tokens of thanks. Black Scythe, please accept this from me as well, and accept this too, this as well. This item sells for quite a bit of gold at the shop. Within less than a minute, the items surrounded Ryu-min. He calmly thought that out of politeness he should refuse at first, then gently responded, there's no need to do that. The young man holding the spiked club said enthusiastically, it's okay, this is a small token of our sincerity, please accept it. Everyone else chimed in unison, you should just take it. As a result, Ryu-min was dumbfounded holding a pile of stuff while thinking that it was all miscellaneous items, but what 5 people gave was actually quite a bit. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he remembered, but there was a benefit even greater than these items. Young-ho patted his teammate standing in front of Ryu-min and said, thanks to you, Black Scythe, Mankey has hope to keep living. Mankey smiled and replied, besides the small token just now, I will definitely repay this debt later. He watched them happily laughing and chatting and thought, it not only made the mercenary captain feel indebted, but also gained goodwill. Achieving this advantage with just basic skills isn't bad at all. Ryu-min stored the pile of gifts they gave him into the space, then turned around and said, I'm leaving now, see you later. The whole group bowed in unison, be careful on your way. The scene shifted to a nearby forest. A girl sat beneath the tree canopy looking at the system interface and wondering if this approach was okay. It had already been over an hour. The screen displayed the remaining time until the end of the round, 8 hours 55 minutes 15 seconds. Main quest progress, Orc 0300. Julie looked at the current situation in panic. At this rate, forget about 300, she might be wiped out. She kept blaming herself, it was all her fault because she was too cowardly to seize the Black Scythe. Images from before flashed through her mind along with her thoughts. Since round 5 began, finding the Black Scythe was not difficult because among the 10 regional representatives gathered for the submatch there was the Black Scythe, but Julie's face was full of worry. Why is it like this? She recalled a player who was caught off guard by the flash of a scythe and couldn't dodge in time. The head fell, he died without any chance to react. Ryu-min swiftly passed by each person, every time someone fell without the chance to defend themselves. His eyes were sharp and cold, terrifyingly chilling. She caught that gaze and could only stand frozen in fear. Facing the cold Ryu Min, a thought crossed her mind. The sub-match was over, now she had to start a conversation with him, but her legs felt as if they wouldn't move at all. Julie shut her eyes tight, trying to calm herself. Don't be afraid, he won't harm you. She opened one eye, thinking it's unlikely he'd brandish his scythe threateningly the first time they met. But then she looked around dazedly, turning this way and that, searching. Where is he? Julie worried and felt regret. In the end, she had still missed the chance. What should she do now? Then she recalled a conversation in reality. The mission to defeat 300 orcs wasn't easy. Orcs were strong and often traveled in packs. Ryu Min carefully warned her, under no circumstances was she to hunt orcs alone. Once the area merged, she must find Black Scythe first instead of thinking about fighting orcs. Back to the current situation, Julie considered carefully. Even without contact with him, she had to wait at least an hour before moving because Ryu Min had repeatedly told her to stand and wait. She gradually sank into unceasing worry and insecurity. But who could guarantee that Black Scythe would return to the starting point? If things went on like this until the round ended, she might not even get a chance to meet Black Scythe again. After some thought, Julie resolutely stood up and silently made up her mind to go and find him. Julie walked quickly around the forest, carefully scouting. At a glance, it seemed he had gone this way. Then suddenly she saw something. A cluster of small houses built closely together, prompting Julie to boldly guess. A village, perhaps. Observing for a while, she was filled with questions. Could it be the place where the orcs lived? If so, maybe Black Scythe was there too. Julie shook her head restlessly. No, it would be better to keep away now, it could be very dangerous. Behind her, an orc had been standing there all along. It had already targeted Julie. She sensed something was wrong and immediately turned around. If she saw nothing, she would be fine, but seeing it scared her so much she screamed out loud. The orc growled in response. Seeing no way out, Julie drew her sword, ready to take a risky chance. Damn it, she really didn't want to fight an orc. Quickly, she cast the Bless skill, a blessing that reduces all base stats by 50%. Julie carefully assessed the situation, however, there were still two advantages on her side. First, there was only one enemy. She looked at the aggressively charging orc and continued to analyze. Second, she knew that orc's weakness. Julie's mind raced, everywhere else was just too muscular and hard, she had to aim for the neck. The problem was how to hit it. She became cautious, thinking that if she missed and hit somewhere else, it would counterattack. But then she swung her sword, and they say it's very hard to withdraw the blade because of the dense muscle mass. Swift and decisive, the sharp sword tip aimed straight at the orc's neck. It quickly shifted its weight, leaning to the side, resulting in the sword only hitting its forearm. The damage dealt was insufficient to take it down. Seeing this, Julie's face turned pale. Damn it, dodge. She withdrew her sword and quickly stepped back. Looking at her sword, Julie couldn't help feeling lucky. Thank heavens she missed, so the blade wasn't stuck in that layer of muscle and flesh. The orc, having been grazed, went into a frenzy and swung its axe high. It attacked relentlessly, but Julie skillfully dodged. As if sensing the opportunity to counterattack, her eyes were resolute, hands gripping the sword firmly. Julie finally spotted its weak point. Here's the opening. She thrust straight forward and successfully wounded its neck. The pain immediately radiated down its body, causing the orc to roar in agony. She watched the situation and silently rejoiced. Good, her move was effective. Judging by the orc's condition, Julie assessed that just a bit more was needed. Thinking and acting swiftly, she unleashed countless sword strikes, piercing straight into the monster's body. After a while, the orc's neck was riddled with holes from her stabs. It lost the ability to fight and collapsed to the ground. Julie, still holding her sword, thought in disbelief, I did it. Then she grew joyful. She had defeated an orc all by herself. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught Julie's attention. It was Ryu Min, casually holding a scythe and walking confidently, fearless of anyone. She rubbed her eyes, thinking, what is that? Am I seeing things? Julie looked at him, her mind in turmoil. The person right in front of her was truly Black Scythe. The one she had tirelessly pursued all this time had come here on his own. Then Ryu Min brushed past her as if they were strangers. No, was he just passing by? She steadied herself. Damn it, now is not the time to hesitate. Julie whipped around and stammered, sorry, excuse me. Hearing her call, he stopped and asked, what's up? Julie hesitated before suggesting, then, Black Scythe, cooperate with me. Ryu Min looked at the girl before him, suspiciously asking what. She flusteredly explained, to form a team. He replied with a question, why should I form a team with you? Julie was left speechless when she heard that, mumbling, unsure of how to respond. But then she firmly said, I will show you. Julie raised her hand and cast the same type of magic as earlier. Ryu Min seemed somewhat intrigued. This, Julie happily explained, is my enhancement skill, bless, that lasts up to 3 hours. It probably increases all your attributes by 50%. Ryu Min stared intently at the status screen, then turned to her. I've already checked. Sensing hope, Julie quickly added, so does that answer your question? My enhancement skill will truly help you in hunting. Ryu Min continued to ask, so if I want that enhancement skill, do I have to team up with you? She confirmed, yes, more precisely, I want you to help me hunt. He hesitated slightly and replied, I don't know. But then he added, I have the right to command. Currently, I can fully use you as support. Julie felt like she had heard thunder on a clear day, utterly speechless. Ryu Min continued his demand, can you promise you won't betray me? She regained her enthusiasm and nodded immediately. Of course. Ryu Min extended his hand to mark their cooperation. All right, I will trust you. He began to introduce himself. I'm level 32, melee type. Julie responded joyfully, I know, I'm level 13 and my profession is support. Only then did he ask again, you just said you needed help but earlier you handled that orc very well. She replied awkwardly. Actually, that was the first time I ever killed one. That remark surprised Ryu Min. That was your first monster kill in the past 90 minutes? Julie could only give a wry smile. Ah yes, that's right. His voice rang out once more, then you don't have much time left, I'll help you take them down as quickly as possible. Julie knew he was strong but was still surprised to hear that. How? The two walked on like that through the forest. Ryu Min went ahead and Julie followed cautiously. Seeing her standing quite far, he spoke. Come closer and follow right behind me. If you're out of sight, I can't protect you, she replied, all right. Feeling cared for, Julie was somewhat pleased inside. He wasn't as cold as he seemed. I'm glad I listened to Ryu Min. They were walking along smoothly when something caught her eye. It was a group of orcs blocking their path. This time there were 3 of them. Seeing this, Julie fearfully stepped back, and there were as many as 3 of them. Ryu Min held his black scythe and instructed, wait here for a moment. After saying that, he gathered his strength at his feet, preparing for battle. A second later, Ryu Min charged straight at the orcs, his hand gripping the black scythe, ready to sweep away the ones blocking the way. The first slash cut into their legs, locking their movement and ensuring none could escape. Losing some blood, the orcs howled in pain. Before they could react, a figure appeared in front of one of the orcs. Ryu Min descended like the Grim Reaper, preparing to send it back to the Earth Mother. The scythe swung down, severing an arm amid unbearable pain. And then the other arm was neatly dealt with as well. Julie was a little frightened when she saw this scene. After a period of intense battle with the monsters, he finally landed, standing amidst the chaos. His voice became sharp and cutting. Now she was to kill them. Ryu Min saw Julie with no reaction and asked, why are you standing there dazed? She only now came to her senses and replied, sorry. Julie drew her sword, thinking she had to be careful. Then she decisively stabbed straight into the orc's neck, sending it off to join its ancestors. The system immediately announced that you had slain an orc. Experience increased by 2.35%, gold increased by 40. She was surprised to hear the mechanical announcement. This was unbelievably easy. She thought there would at least be some danger. Julie sweated as she looked at Ryu Min, not expecting killing an orc to be so easy. His cold face filled her sight, and she couldn't help but think to herself that black scythe really was strong. Seeing her stare continuously, he turned to urge, if you're done, let's go. She flusteredly replied, there are still 2 more to deal with. After handling the remaining ones, Julie ran to follow him, silently grateful to be teamed with Black Scythe, truly the luckiest moment of her life. A little later, another orc was shredded. Julie praised enthusiastically. The skills of a top-level player are truly impressive. Hunting monsters was unexpectedly easy. He didn't pay attention to that and just asked, how many have we killed so far? She recounted the results, 52 monsters defeated in 30 minutes. That's pretty fast, right? Ryu Min walked while pondering. Compared to other players' standards, it was indeed fast, but for him, it was still not enough. Just as expected, moving everywhere to hunt monsters consumed too much time. He immersed himself in his own thoughts, carefully considering. But if they attacked the entire camp, Julie would be in danger. Even if he went alone, if surrounded by 50 monsters at once, he still couldn't protect her. Then a choice was made. Ultimately, they still had to target the orc shaman. Julie said cheerfully at this rate they could eliminate the full 300 monsters in 3 hours. Before she could finish, he interrupted, 3 hours is too long, it must be shortened to 1 hour. Hearing this, surprise clearly showed on her face. What, 1 hour really? How? He calmly replied, just by exploiting the orc shaman. Julie questioned suspiciously, what exactly is an orc shaman? You don't know? Ryu Min then explained, the orc shaman is a monster capable of summoning orcs. The scene of the orcs appearing and his words aligned. If he keeps summoning orcs continuously, we will save a lot of time running around hunting monsters. She continued to ask questions. So does that mean you're planning not to kill the orc shaman but instead let it keep summoning monsters? Seeing that she understood, Ryu Min nodded. That's right, I'll let it live until we have eliminated 300 creatures. Julie stepped forward to question him further, but how did he come to know information about the orc shaman? This was his first encounter with it after all. He gave a brief explanation. Before meeting you, I had a brief duel with it once. That's how I knew where it appeared. Seeing nothing suspicious, her expression softened, realizing the truth. Ryu Min spoke to reassure her, no need to worry. I will handle all the dangerous stuff. Hearing this, Julie was genuinely surprised. She looked at his figure, moving forward without a word. An involuntary smile spread across Julie's lips. She hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful. Truly, some things you only understand after experiencing them. The scene shifted to another part of the forest. The two had arrived at their destination, this very spot. Standing before the village gate, Julie asked skeptically if there really was a boss in such a small village. He confirmed firmly. Yes, if you rush in thinking it's easy to attack, you'll immediately be surrounded by the orc horde summoned by the orc shaman. Ryu Min's gaze sharpened as he thought about how it was all just a trap to lure players inside. He was lost in his memories, recalling that it was the same in the previous round. Behind this village lay heaps of player corpses killed by the orc shaman. That alone was enough to show that the orc shaman was a cunning and very sly foe. The scene of each player falling one by one appeared. In other words, it is very cowardly. He walked while pondering. It's precisely because he lacks confidence in facing them directly that he has to come up with these tricks. Seeing her standing still, Ryu Min spoke, this way. Julie found it strange and asked why there were no orcs at all. His explanation immediately followed. The houses on the other side are just camouflage to deceive players and make them approach easily. In fact, this village only has one orc shaman living in it. The scythe was picked up, ready to fight a proper battle. Ryu Min pointed directly at the largest house. He's inside digging traps to wait for us to step in. She didn't understand and asked again, traps, what do you mean? He slowly analyzed, the trap is simple. Players who know nothing will enter the house, and as soon as they step on the trap point, the orc shaman waiting there will summon a horde of orcs to rush in. Ryu Min looked at her and added, the number summoned each time is about 10 to 20. If surrounded, it's almost certain they will be wiped out. Hearing this, Julie became worried. So what should we do if they all appear at once? It will be very difficult to keep them barely alive. Quickly he replied, yes, but it's not that there is no way. Suddenly Ryu Min stepped closer, making her blush. He whispered something that surprised Julie. Does it really only take doing that? Would the orc shaman be so easily fooled? Ryu Min reassured her, don't worry, I've already verified it. Julie placed her hand on her chest, her voice firm. Then let me handle that mission. He asked again, are you planning to do it alone? She answered determinedly, yes, no need for both of us to go in. I had always just sat quietly like a fledgling waiting to be fed, and I felt guilty. I can handle this much. Hearing that, Ryu Min was momentarily stunned. Then he agreed, all right, I'll wait outside. Julie followed the plan, slowly approaching the house under Ryu Min's watchful eyes. She slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside, tense. Ahead of Julie stretched a long, bottomless corridor, pitch black, with no end in sight. The sword she held firmly in her hand, she cautiously continued forward. When suddenly something caught her eye. Julie stopped before a spacious room and thought, red carpet. Her gaze hardened, she clenched her fists tightly. This was exactly the trap the Black Scythe had mentioned. From now on, the crucial part began. Julie recalled what Ryu Min had told her. Inside was an orc shaman hiding. If you follow the corridor, you would reach a room with a red carpet. Stepping on it would instantly summon the orc to block the retreat. A perfect plan was devised. We just needed to reach the red carpet and then retreat outside. At that point, the orc shaman, thinking it had just lost its prey, would send a few orc scouts in pursuit. Our job was to deal with those scouts. Ending the recollection, Julie felt even more determined. Yes, it's simple. She brought her foot close to the red carpet, only needing to reveal a slight aura to indicate she had been there before immediately withdrawing. Immediately, Julie witnessed the orc sitting on the throne, emanating a massive gray power. It was waiting for the chance for her to step on the carpet again and get trapped. But Julie turned and ran as planned. She gave her all to sprint toward the exit. The door finally closed behind her. Julie ran outside, breathing a sigh of relief. It was just a small thing, yet her heart pounded wildly. Ryu Min asked thoughtfully if she was okay. She responded cheerfully, of course. I followed the plan, step onto the red carpet then step back. Hearing that, he was reassured. That was enough. Still doubtful, Julie spoke up, wondering if the orc shaman would really send scouts. He replied confidently that they just had to wait and see. The door opened slightly again. Just as Ryu Min had said, countless orc monsters appeared. They were dispatched to scout. From behind a blonde orc came a voice asking, "What are you looking for?" As usual, it was Ryu Min's voice as he gently raised the black scythe. It's here. Naturally, the orcs couldn't withstand the strike and all fell to the ground. Seeing it was safe, Ryu Min called out to leave. Julie hid in a corner and peeked out, replying yes. Time passed again, with the firelight pushing back the dark night. Julie exhaled, done. Ryu Min seemed tireless and still wanted to continue. Then lure it once more. Julie began her questions again, wondering if repeating them so many times would trap it again. The answer to the question was raised. Indeed, it has intelligence but only goldfish level, so it quickly forgets. Ryu Min's face no longer showed coldness but an unusual gentleness. Don't worry. Julie responded to him with a bright smile. Yes. The orc group was almost entirely eliminated, their bodies scattered everywhere. Julie, her face beaming, said, "Black Scythe, I have defeated all 300 of them." He replied softly, "A full hour has passed as well." She tilted her head and smiled gently. "Thanks to you, the hunt was quick and easy. I truly appreciate it." Seeing her smile so brightly, he asked, "How many levels have you gained?" She excitedly replied, "I've reached level 19. He encouraged her, "Just one more level and your profession ranking will increase." He continued to watch her, thinking to himself that when her rank rose, she would learn new skills, her current skills would strengthen, and he would benefit from that. "If we want to set a record against the final boss, I need your stronger buff effects," he said thoughtfully while looking at her. "I'll help you reach level 20. Once you get there, dealing with the orcs will be much easier." Hearing him say that made her blush involuntarily. "Are you doing all this for me?" She shyly stammered, then, "If it's not too much trouble, please help me." Suddenly, a voice from afar sounded, causing both of them to turn their heads. Look over there." One by one, they slowly stepped inside and some recognized him. "Wait a minute, isn't that Black Scythe?" Then they wondered, who is the person standing beside him and what is this group of orc corpses about? A young man stepped forward. "Hello," he replied coldly, "what is this about?" He stammered, We only came here to hunt orcs and didn't expect anyone to arrive first." Even saying that, he couldn't believe it. It was impossible. Looking at the pile of bodies, he was startled. Just 2 people killed all these. Another person thought silently, such a small village having so many orcs was strange indeed. The young man standing beside him stared intently at Julie. Who was the girl standing next to him? A teammate? At this moment, they just couldn't figure out why Black Scythe would be cooperating with teammates. It made no sense. Another young man stood there grinning sinisterly. Maybe he liked her type or something. Looking closely, she was quite pretty. Seeing them just standing there, he grew angry and swung his sickle down sharply. Ryu Min spoke seriously, "Don't bother us, get lost." They jumped back in shock. His gaze gradually shifted, freezing cold to the extreme. "Think what you want, but you've crossed the line. If you have no business here, then leave." They charged forward shouting, "Hey, who are you to speak so bluntly to us? Yeah, meeting for the first time and already talking like that, isn't that rude?" Julie suddenly panicked. Are they crazy? How dare they talk back to Black Scythe? The young man who had just complimented her beauty boldly stepped forward despite still being afraid. "I don't care if you're a top rank, you have no right to look down on us." While he was speaking, Ryu Min lightly swept the crescent blade across his forehead like a breeze. A blurred red scar appeared, causing him to grit his teeth in silence. He growled, repeating, "If you want to keep your life, then get lost." They immediately fled frantically. "Everyone, let's go. Sorry for the trouble and sorry to interrupt." Even though they ran, those people still thought about wanting to know what he was planning. Damn it, does he think we'll just leave like that? Even if we have to follow him, we need to see what the hell he's doing. As for him, he wasn't stupid enough not to realize their intention. Those bastards planned to secretly follow him. A few flies buzzing around couldn't stop him from hunting, but if some fool could steal the boss's credit, then he'd take care of him and claim the reward. He turned to look at Julie, deciding that first he would get Julie to reach level 20. Now that the bugs were gone, let's continue hunting. She nodded excitedly. Following the timeline, the scene also shifted to the people who were scared by him. It seemed they had run quite a distance. Someone spoke up, saying they were probably out of sight now. The teammate was worried. "What do you intend to do?" The one he had wounded said irritably, "Aren't you curious how that black scythe hunts?" Some disagreed while others agreed. "Yeah, me too. I wonder where he found so many orcs." They kept discussing excitedly. "So what now, shall we ambush them from the shadows?" He calmly replied, "We won't be spotted from afar, don't worry. If you're scared, then go die." "Scared? Nonsense, let's go." And then they went back to where he was, hiding behind bushes, watching the two of them. At that moment, more new orcs appeared around him. They saw him standing still without attacking, and immediately charged like a storm. He slowly threw a punch, gently taking down one of them. With just that punch, he sent it flying far away, so strong that the orcs behind couldn't block it in time. One orc accidentally looked up, and he then launched a series of attacks, swinging the black scythe with precision, tearing them apart into hundreds of pieces. The remaining orcs stood dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. The people watching him were all stunned. Truly a top-tier fighter. "We struggled just to kill one." One of them sensed something was off. "What's going on?" It seemed he wasn't finishing it off but was waiting for something. "Why doesn't he just end it?" The girl who was earlier is approaching it now. The restrained orcs struggled nonstop. They saw the girl come forward and immediately realized something. No way could it be she. Is he letting her take the monster's life? At that time, they still didn't understand why. What was the black scythe missing that made her act like that? They kept questioning behind her back. Who was that girl to deserve such special treatment? Damn it, look at how easily she levels up. It's really frustrating. She had already gone inside by then, but they kept babbling on. "We sweat and struggled just to kill one orc." They wouldn't stop even though she was fatting out of sight, while someone just sat there soaking up the experience. By the time she came back to the house, they were still furious, so annoyed they could die. Really. However, one of them noticed something. There's something off. Why is that?" The number of orcs kept increasing. Every time that girl entered or left the house, orcs would pour out behind her. They watched him demonstrate his abilities while wondering, "Isn't it strange how many orcs are in that tiny house?" Wait, you mean the hut is actually an orc respawn point? Probably, otherwise there's no other explanation. Suddenly they realized, damn it, turns out there's a respawn point right here. Those bastards have been grinding madly here this whole time. Now we get it. They told us to scram so they could monopolize the respawn spot. Once they understood, they quickly discussed, "How about we wait until they leave? Once they're gone, that spot is ours." "Yeah, good idea. I'd love to take it by force, but we don't have the strength." Meanwhile, Julie looked happily at the system screen beside him and her. She looked up with eyes full of satisfaction and pride. "Black Scythe, I've reached level 20 and I've even learned a new skill," he softly said. "Congratulations." She excitedly ran over and said, "My buff, Bless of Bamboo, increased from 50% to 60%. He replied silently, "Can you use it right now?" She felt a bit rushed. "Of course." She raised her hand into the air, and a green light emitted from her palm, gathering into a marvelous source of energy. A truly beautiful energy surrounded them both. This is called the skill Bless of Bamboo, increasing all attributes by 60%. The buff duration is 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Her clear blue eyes shone with confidence and enthusiasm. A glowing green magic emblem appeared. It was the enhanced Bless of Bamboo. "Next, here's the new buff I learned." That gentle green aura lightly extended to the crescent blade in his hand, then down to his feet, and finally enveloped his entire body. The system continued to notify. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% due to the effect of the haste skill. Remaining time for haste skill, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. He looked at the system panel, his face showing no change. Attack and movement speed improved. Not bad," she replied. "Right, I can use it for you every half hour." He grinned teasingly. "I really appreciate that," she pouted. "I'm sincere." He turned his back. "That's enough, let's go hunt the orc sorcerer." She hesitated. "Do you need any help?" He walked on leisurely. "Just stay out of the way." Suddenly he glanced aside. "In the place where those guys have been watching all this time, surely those bastards are happily badmouthing us behind our backs." She smiles brightly, unaware of anything. "Fine, then there's no need to worry about that." Beneath the red hue he shows a hint of contempt. "Let's see what they do with this matter." The scene shifts back to the house once more. She hides behind a corner nearby, while the others continue to watch them. What's going on? This time the black scythe has entered the house again. The thick wooden door is steadily struck down by sharp slashes. He breaks down the door and bursts outside. Behind him follows a group of fierce orcs. They charge forward like hungry tigers, and his gaze is as sharp as knives, matching their ferocity. While standing, Julie senses that something is amiss. She sees him rushing forward wielding a weapon full of questions. Why is the black scythe running away? Why is that? Not far away, a group of people also observe the scene. What is that? The black scythe is being chased by orcs. Another person adds, impossible, is that the black scythe? A pair of large feet appear, accompanied by the sound of a staff hitting the ground. It's the orc sitting on the throne. He raises his staff, emitting a swirling black aura. He lifts the staff, aiming straight at Ryu Min. A stream of chilling energy bursts from the staff, targeting him, but Ryu Min easily steps back to evade. From the ground, under the effect of the recent skill, several orcs emerge from beneath. Ryu Min finds himself caught in a pincer move, with newly surfaced orcs in front and more orcs behind him. A young man pointed towards the orc and asked, "Who is that masked figure behind?" Another person chimed in, "He looks much larger than the other orcs." They carefully examined the orc, thinking that if he was the only one that large, he might be the leader, the boss. A perceptive individual realized that these were not resurrected orcs, but ones summoned. Julie stood in a corner, fearfully thinking that the black scythe was surrounded by orcs and wondered what she should do should she intervene to help. But then something calmed her down. She carefully observed Ryu Min's demeanor. That look in his eyes, he was not panicked at all. Seeing that he was unafraid, the boss raised his staff and continued summoning another group of orcs. The young man who had just nearly panicked saw 10 more orcs appear. Ryu Min was completely surrounded but showed no fear. He leapt up, dodging a mace swing from an orc preparing to counterattack. A voice said, "Damn, he dodged them all, he really is a monster." The youths kept discussing. "This is no time to just stand still. That big guy, the one who looks like the boss, no one seems to be guarding him, right?" A nearby person replied, "Huh, that's true." One of them spoke in a sinister tone, "Should we steal him?" They hesitated slightly. "I don't know, what if the black scythe catches us?" But that one quickly reassured them, "He can't catch anyone now, he's busy dealing with the orcs. Even the black scythe would struggle if completely surrounded like this." The white shirt responded as if in agreement, "That's right, and if he asks, just say you thought he was in danger so you rushed in to help." The guy next to him thought it was okay, it sounded reasonable. Then a question was raised while Ryu Min was fighting. "So, do you want to join this theft operation?" Quickly, everyone agreed, "I'm in." "Me too." True to their word, the reckless group began moving toward the house. That scene was captured within Julie's sight from not far away. She looked at that fool and wondered, what are those people doing? Then Julie panicked, thinking of a possibility. Don't tell me that while the black scythe is drawing all the attention, they're trying to kill the orc mage to steal the credit. The scene rewound to shortly before. Julie called out, "Hey, black scythe." She cautiously asked, "I appreciate your help, but am I interfering with your mission?" Ryu Min replied calmly, "Don't worry about that, I've already completed the main mission." The unexpected answer left her visibly shocked. "What?" Ryu Min turned his head and said, "My target was not the main mission but the side mission. I've already obtained a balance stone." Her voice rose in surprise. "You already have one?" The conversation continued. "I got it by killing a boss named Orc Warrior. The other stones probably also drop from bosses." Ignoring Julie's surprise, Ryu Min continued, "All I need to do is kill the bosses, so there's no need to feel guilty." She understood the matter and replied, "All right." Back to the present, she looked at the group and thought, no, that mage belongs to the black scythe. If this goes on, some stranger will steal the credit for killing the orc mage. Julie drew her sword and moved forward. "I have to stop them." The idiots still weren't afraid of death as they held their swords and advanced toward the orc mage. Life is never that easy. Knight of Death skill was unleashed, surprising Julie and the others. The game was elevated as the group trying to steal credit now stood bewildered amid the eerie, chilling atmosphere. The sword-wielding man exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this? but someone quickly came up and covered his mouth in fear. Both terrified, they cautiously raised their heads. Wishing they hadn't looked after seeing it, their hearts nearly stopped. The orc mage slowly turned its head. Its two eyes filled with cold, murderous intent as it let out a piercing, ear-splitting screech. The group got scared and immediately turned their horses. "Damn it, we've been spotted, everyone run." Naturally, the orc wouldn't let its prey escape. It swung its club and unleashed a skill. Its henchmen were summoned to surround the 5 frogs stuck in a well. At this point they were truly panicked. "Damn it, we're done for." The orcs spared no one and began their attack. The first victim was the one with black hair. He was grabbed by them, screaming in terror like a madman. The black-haired figure, once so resolute, was now utterly miserable. He lay on the ground, desperately begging for help. "Please, save me." But then a pair of feet appeared before his eyes. Thinking there was hope, but instead came despair. It wasn't someone coming to save him, but an orc ready to send him off at any moment. He looked at the orc's foot descending as if falling into an abyss, screaming in despair, "No." Then the blood flowed out, and the black hair darkened the sky. The scene shifted to another orc being attacked. It was Ryu Min's position. He used his black scythe to send the orcs on their way for a distance. He stopped to breathe out a long sigh. Perhaps the prolonged fight had worn him down. Then suddenly Ryu Min's gaze shifted elsewhere. It was where the orcs were rushing to deliver the others to the afterlife. He watched that scene and thought he had lured the orc wizard out to see what they would choose. Would they try to seize him while he was in danger? Those who intended to ambush paid a heavy price. Ryu Min looked at them falling on the battlefield with contempt, so that was how it was. Then he advanced toward the boss, growling his warning. After all, they had wasted their time lurking to ambush us. They had failed their mission and were wiped out. Catching the signal from their leader, the orcs all turned around. They charged together, intending to attack Ryu Min. Before even touching a single hair on him, red threads appeared on the orcs' bodies. It turned out to be Ryu Min's slash. It was so fast that they couldn't react in time. He attacked while thinking with delight. His attack speed had definitely increased. With blessing, agility, and an additional 50% attack speed at night. Of course, it was that way. The item information panel for the Night of Death rune appeared, showing scythe damage doubled and a 50% increase in attack speed at night, while the night position significantly reduced the chance of being detected by enemies. Not wasting any more time, Ryu Min accelerated toward the boss, preparing for close combat. The orc wielding a staff aimed straight at him, but Ryu Min quickly circled around to the back. Just as he had done before, the scythe was placed right on the boss's neck. Ryu Min pulled with great strength, and its head fell down along with his words, "Goodbye." The monster lost its head, and without a brain to control its balance, its massive body toppled to the ground. As it received its eternal slumber, the system quickly registered and displayed a notification. "You have defeated Orc Shaman, gained 37.73% exp, 4,000 gold, leveled up." After killing it, the system also collected a new item, adding it to the massive storage. "You have obtained the Orb of Eternal Rest." A series of trophy items received rang out. You received a mysterious wooden spirit statue. You received a lowest rank mana stone draw token. You received a balance stone. Side quest progress balance stone 2-4. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. He looked down at the item in his hands and silently rejoiced. "I have reached level 33 and I have found an insanely powerful item." The system then displayed detailed information about the Orb of Eternal Rest to inform the player. Orb of Eternal Rest, necklace type, epic quality effect. Each time a monster is defeated, gain 1 stack and lose 1 durability. Every 100 stacks convert into 1 attribute point, durability 1000. Requires at least common quality equipment. Description: a necklace with a cloudy gray orb said to seal the souls of those who were murdered. Looking at the orb's information panel, he couldn't help but contemplate the attributes it possessed. The Orb of Eternal Rest gives 1 attribute point for every 100 stacks accumulated. It is similar to the absorption rune that the Black Scythe once used. However, Ryu Min did not only focus on the advantages, he suddenly recalled a critical drawback. There was a downside. Durability 0.1000. The more stacks accumulated, the more durability is consumed. This is a consumable piece of equipment. An image of another golden spirit stone appeared in his mind. However, if used together with the endurance absorption rune from the 8th ring, and if a blacksmith assists, I can restore its durability. After analyzing the item he just received, he swiftly finalized his decision. That means I can increase attributes without limit. Suddenly, Ryu Min's train of thought was interrupted by a cry. Black Scythe, where are you? He lightly turned his head to look behind, then realized it seemed the effect of the Night of Death rune was making him hard to detect. Seeing Julie searching behind, he turned to observe the people lying motionless on the ground and thought of a plan. Before dispelling the Night of Death, I should. Using my absorption rune, the bodies of the men gradually faded into nothingness. Ryu Min softly said, "Erase all traces." He chanted the spell to dispel the Night of Death. The rune also disappeared accordingly. The residual effect left by the Night of Death rune after vanishing made Julie notice something strange. Why did the place keep flickering between light and dark? Then suddenly, she darted her eyes to another side and discovered something. Ryu Min appeared right beside her. He walked closer to Julie, and upon recognizing him, she cheerfully struck up a conversation. "There you are, I've been looking everywhere for you." Black Scythe glanced at the monster he had just defeated and replied coldly, "As you can see, I've been very busy." Julie received the information and then asked, "So you finally got it, but did you see anyone else around here?" Some tried to steal the name of the orc mage. Ryu Min took his scythe and rested it on his shoulder. He gently replied, "No, I didn't see anyone." Julie nodded to indicate she understood, but she still couldn't help but wonder. "That's strange, I could have sworn I heard shouting." The innocent girl turned to another side, thinking about what had happened to her, making Black Scythe feel guilty. After all, revealing the corpse brought no benefit. Cutting through the air, he turned away, shouting, "Hurry up, we still have to take down the next boss." Julie followed his words and walked on. Yes. They arrived at a village and defeated each monster dwelling there. The monsters' corpses fell right where they had fought. The orcs lay motionless, witnessing the noise Ryu Min was making. On one side, an orc who seemed to be the leader of this place was fighting Ryu Min. With the skills of a hunter, the orc posed no challenge to him. As fast as lightning, the death scythe blade moved toward the lower body of the orc. The leader's arm was severed by the death scythe blade. It didn't even have time to react. Next to the arm, his next target was the orc's torso. Its body was cut apart by the attack. Blood inside burst out into the air from the severed wound. The death scythe had ended another monster's life. After the leader fell, the system immediately displayed praise. "You have defeated the orc archer, X plus 3773%, gold plus 4000. You received agile archer's boots, you received a rusty arrowhead, you received a low-rank mana stone. You received a balance stone, side quest progress balance stone 3-4. Ryu Min drew the scythe behind his back. He stepped forward, looked at the system panel, then gave the order to check which item. The panel displayed detailed information about the item. Agile archer's boots, type of boots, epic quality. Defense 60, agility effect plus 10, durability 1000. Requirement, common quality or above. Description, boots said to belong to an agile archer enhancing agility. Looking at the boots collected shown on the system panel, Ryu Min glanced down at the boots he was currently wearing and silently analyzed. They were much better than the ones he had on now. High-top agile boots, common quality, defense 15, agility effect plus 4, movement speed plus 5%. There was no reason not to switch. He entered the adjustment panel, placed the collected boots on the control bar alongside forging with another mana stone. Ryu Min analyzed its use himself. If he combined it with the blue mana stone he had just obtained, the effect would be even better. After finishing the combination, he pressed the black scythe to the combine butt to confirm with the system. Receiving the new setup, mechanical sounds rang out announcing the successful combination. Immediately after changing his gear, the system provided new information to the player about this choice. Agility plus 4 was added to the agile archer's boots. Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction with what he had just done. "Perfect, now I've taken care of all the side bosses." Without letting himself rest, in his mind appeared the image of the final orc boss. Ryu Min set a new goal, only the high-level orc final boss remained. Unlike the others, the high-level orc had an attack rule based on time. The timer reset perfectly to 0. Black Scythe was determined to defeat it as quickly as possible. He tried to analyze, the faster the strategy, the greater the reward. The best record from the previous round was 43 seconds. Then, he immediately went with Julie to the position of the final boss. "All right, let's go." She smiled happily in response, yes. Seeing her humanoid form, Ryu Min didn't pay much attention and focused solely on defeating the target. Julie had already buffed him, this time he would surely break the record. They left the chaotic scene they had just caused. Black Scythe kept calculating in his mind, but he still wanted to shorten the time even more if possible. First, he had to reach the maximum level and then use the Orb of Eternal Rest to enhance his stats. The defeated orcs left behind were also gradually being dealt with. The system notified again, remaining time until the round ends 30 minutes 41 seconds. The monsters gradually vanished into the air, transforming into new items before Black Scythe's eyes. Ryu Min put his weapon aside, thinking in his head, it's time to act, only one more level to reach 40 but I'm out of time. The item worn around the neck suddenly glowed, clearly revealing that Ryu Min no longer regretted his decision. However, he did not feel sorrow, he had accomplished his set goal. After reclaiming the orcs' corpses, the system announced again, noting fluctuations inside the storage, adding 9 attribute points, durability 11000. Julie came up from behind and called out, Black Scythe, aren't you going to continue hunting? Ryu Min turned to reply, I think that's enough. She couldn't help but wonder, so now will you go defeat the final boss? Ryu Min coldly raised his hand to the side to say goodbye, let's part ways here. Thank you for accompanying me. Julie could only shake his hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Was it really over? Alongside her words, she felt regret in her heart. Now that they were about to part, she felt a little sad. She had intended to ask if she could stay with him until he defeated the final boss. Realizing her thought was foolish, she quickly dismissed it. No, if I stay I would only be a hindrance, it's best if we part ways here. Julie couldn't hide her gloominess in front of him, which made him pause and think. It seemed she had become attached in this short time, but high-level orcs were very dangerous and she didn't need to accompany him. Julie raised her hand radiating power as a parting gift and said, Black Scythe, let me buff you one last time. Julie was executing a technique while bidding farewell to Ryu Min. The Black Scythe once again thanked him for helping me hunt monsters. It would have been very difficult on my own. She wiped a drop of sweat and pressed the option inside the newly appeared system panel. It wasn't much, but here it is. Julie took from her storage a bright blue item glowing with beautiful colors. She explained, I received this item when you guided me. I don't know if you need it, but please accept it. Ryu Min didn't let her suffer any more losses. He didn't hesitate to refuse. You should keep it. Julie shook her hand politely but still wanted to give him the item. That's not allowed, just accepting the experience is already more than enough for me. After saying that, she thought for a moment. Actually, she had two but needed to give one to Ryu Min, so. Ryu Min looked at Julie with gentle eyes. He knew she was worried about him without realizing that he was the one she cared for, and she thought she owed the Black Scythe a favor. And then the Black Scythe had no choice but to give in. He took the item from Julie's hand and said, but I also received help, so let's call it even. Then the Black Scythe turned and walked forward, not forgetting to say a word of promise. I will accept it then. If fate allows, we will meet again. Julie put her hand on her chest, anxiously watching the Black Scythe walking away. Elsewhere, Ryu Min was performing a rapid movement technique, sending a magical arrow speeding forward. The Black Scythe also followed the path it indicated. After confirming the location where he was about to set foot, the system spoke up, confirming the position of the high-level orc boss monster. The distance to the target was 1121 meters. Ryu Min, deep in thought, fixed his gaze on the guiding arrow. It was still trackable, meaning no one had defeated it yet. He recalled the history of defeating orcs and realized that no one had ever managed to kill a high-level orc in the previous rounds. The image of the 3 orcs he had just slain appeared, with the shadow of the final boss looming behind them. The Grim Reaper's scythe knew that among the 4 bosses in round 5, the high-level orc was so powerful that the other 3 were merely considered sub-bosses. Ryu Min imagined in his mind an orc capable of matching the strength of many warriors. He conceived that perhaps it would take 100 level 20 players charging wildly to bring it down. A normal player would never be able to defeat it. Black Scythe advanced deeper into the green forest, re-evaluating the final boss. Even he had to die 4 times before winning. That was how he set the current record of 43 seconds. The system's sound echoed simultaneously. It was the noise of movement on the ground, with the distance to the target now 321 meters. Ryu Min jumped onto a tree and used the branches as leverage to propel himself forward. Black Scythe muttered to himself, this time he would break that record. Sounds arose from the branches as he arrived, and then quickly departed from the trees. Black Scythe rushed forward and caught sight of the boss's shadow. The system again announced the distance to the target, 160 meters. Ryu Min suddenly felt surprised when he observed the scene before him. It was the image of a warrior being crushed. he was gradually losing his life to the final boss. The strongest orc was facing ordinary warriors alone in front of Ryu Min. A giant orc appeared. In its hand was the body of the unfortunate human. Jun Seok sat down in fear, his limbs trembling and unable to move. What was happening at this moment? How did things turn out this way? There had been no problems before. Going back to the previous time, Jun Seok was standing talking with a group of people. The orcs act together, why don't we do the same? Join our team. He rested his sword on his shoulder, confidently introducing himself. First, let me introduce myself. I am Jun Seok, a level 12 warrior. The blonde young man beside him continued, I'm also level 12, nice to meet you, I'm Barity Pit, a hunter. The young man wearing a robe shyly introduced himself, I am a level 13 warrior named WHWH. The name is due to a broken keyboard. They all formed a small group and began to eliminate the orcs. At first, we joined the group for mutual benefit, but everything gradually improved and everyone became more open. Barity Pit shouted to Jun Seok, trick them into helping me. All right, leave it to me. Jun Seok shouted loudly at an orc holding a chain. Hey you there, look at me. Thanks to team spirit, we easily dealt with a small orc village. The girl holding the trident jumped on its back and pinned it to the ground. Barity Pit, kill it. The short-haired girl, seeing the orc ready to attack, immediately warned WHWH behind. After eliminating all the orcs, everyone gathered happily to chat. I've collected enough 300. Me too. Congratulations, we all did it. Jun Seok felt very happy to complete the mission. We have completed the main task. Suddenly, feeling a bit bored going alone, he suggested to the group, it's a bit sad to split up, should we hunt a little more? Sure, I want to reach level 20. The archer and the swordsman joined forces to take down the orc, so we continued hunting. Continuously defeating it, everyone's ranks gradually rose. You have leveled up, you have reached level 20, you have been promoted from apprentice to regular. The combo feature has been unlocked. From there, they could collect many other types of skills. We reached level 20 and learned new skills as a result. The three in the group surrounded the corpse of a dead orc and mocked them. Orcs are too easy now, it's funny how we struggled so hard with them before. Gradually, they acquired many different skills and became stronger. WHWH turned to suggest to Jun Seok to go somewhere else, but he was drawn by something. So let's try the bigger village then. Wait, what is that? A giant orc with two heads and a long tongue passed by. Both Jun Seok and Barity Pit looked in its direction, wondering it looked quite like an orc, something they hadn't seen before. Could it be the boss? The boss. The girl holding a trident raised a suggestion to everyone. Should we try fighting it? I feel like the five of us can do it. Shall we try? The reward must be great. He turned to ask Barity Pit and he immediately agreed. Then let's split the reward evenly after we kill it. Agreed. The high-level orc was walking when it suddenly stopped. It unexpectedly turned back and let out a roar. The sudden event caught everyone off guard, or we thought we had become stronger. The high-level orc roared louder and louder. It even stuck out its long tongue. The ground began to show deep dents. It took momentum and jumped very high into the sky. The high-level orc landed right in front of everyone, causing a strong shockwave. It aggressively raised its sharp claws. The black-haired girl was the first target of the high-level orc. After killing the first girl, it turned back and aimed at the orange-haired girl. The scared girl couldn't do anything, only crouching down. The high-level orc struck down with great force, blood splattered everywhere. It turned away, targeting Barity Pit, who was standing nearby. The enemy was not the prey. The high-level orc quickly grabbed him, lifting him up. It squeezed Barity Pit with great force, crushing his body. The whole group was quickly overwhelmed and pushed back. Jun Seok witnessed the scene, his face darkening completely, and that was death itself. Seeing the danger, WHWH stood in front of him, but was then wrapped up by its tail and lifted up as well. The high-level orc used its tail to smash his head harshly against the ground, leaving only pleas for help. After dealing with nearly all of them, it turned to look at Jun Seok. He looked at it with terrified eyes, repeating in his mind, I will die, I will die, I will die, I will surely die. The high-level orc advanced closer and closer. Jun Seok shouted, don't come near me. His face turned purple, trembling with fear. It raised its hand to finish him off, when suddenly he appeared from behind it. The black side slashed decisively, with such force that one head of the high-level orc was severed from its neck. The other head turned to look at him, and it also received a horizontal slash across its neck from him. Finally, it was destroyed by the black scythe, collapsing to the ground. Jun Seok looked up in great surprise. It was, his legs appearing at eye level. Ryu Min slowly landed before the astonished Jun Seok, the Black Scythe. The Black Scythe looked at the high-level orc's body, then was attracted by something. Unexpectedly it died from just one strike. System notifications appeared rapidly. You have defeated the high-level orc. You have leveled up, reaching level 40. You advanced from regular to expert. The negotiation feature has been unlocked. The man with the black scythe on his shoulder continued to watch notifications, showing increased damage for the Death Seal skill from 120% to 140%. The range of the Knight of Death skill increased from 500 m to 1000 m. You have learned the Moonlight Destruction skill, a special skill of the Reaper. The next skill will unlock at level 60. Suddenly the Black Scythe smiled joyfully, finally obtaining it. Moonlight Destruction, a Reaper's attack skill. An absolute power skill appeared on the screen. The exclusive Moonlight Destruction skill effect. Channel energy for 1 second and unleash an attack with 1200% damage, increased by 1.5 times at night, has a 10-minute cooldown and is usable only with the scythe weapon. He only needed one swing of the scythe to cleave many orcs in two. When relying on a single attack skill, missing would be very risky. But since Moonlight Destruction is an area attack, it is very hard to miss. The Black Scythe's slashes would even cut through a brain, making it increasingly useful when combining both magical and physical attacks. That means it would be effective even against those with physical resistance. He silently rejoiced inside because he had gained such an excellent skill. Now killing monsters is easy for him, but later there will be powerful monsters, so this skill is really useful. Now Ryu Min will check the next reward. The notification continued to appear as Black Scythe acquired the skill just now. You obtained the gloves of an orc. You obtained the fang of a high-level orc. You obtained a low-level purple absorption rune. You obtained a balance stone. The side quest is in progress. Balance stone 4-4. In his hand now lay a stone shining with a blue gleam. You have completed the side quest. You obtained a balance stone. This is exactly what I wanted this time. Black Scythe clutched the stone tightly, causing its energy to radiate around. The rune just obtained automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. The screen displayed the power stats of that stone. Balance stone effect. All stats will double when the difference between the highest and lowest stats is no greater than 10. He observed for a long while and thought, this one only has an effect if I increase all stats equally. Black Scythe looked at the stats on the screen, calculating silently. I knew I would get this stone, so I increased the stats without too much discrepancy. He tapped the screen to view the current stats. Now that it's engraved into my body, let's see how much my stats have increased. Black Scythe was very surprised to see his stats increase dramatically. Even he did not expect all his stats to rise by more than 300. He was astonished at how his power had surged like that. All his stats, power 374, intelligence 614, agility 518, luck 374, and stat points 0, were all over 300 star. Black Scythe was so amazed that he was left speechless. Even though it was thanks to the round buff and bless, the numbers still far exceeded what he had imagined. He stood on the carcass of a high-level orc, thinking, indeed, nothing beats a balance rune to strengthen oneself quickly, so this must be the time trial challenge reward after all. A series of other notifications appeared on the screen. You have defeated the level 5 orc boss in just 1 second. This boss follows the time challenge rule. Gold rewards will be given based on the record. Because you defeated it in under 10 seconds, you receive the highest reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. He smiled happily upon receiving a large sum of gold. Last time it took 43 seconds and he only got 23,250 gold. Wonderful, he thought he had to use this gold to learn all the common skills he hadn't learned yet. Because Ryu Min set an unprecedented record, the system wants to register him in the book. You have set an unprecedented record in the history of the time trial challenge. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Library. He was surprised to see the system announce the reward was a choice of a unique item. What is that about? A ticket appeared with a dazzling light. Setting a record deserves a special reward, huh? Black Scythe looked at the screen, pondering carefully. He could also choose a unique item. Could it be that he can pick any item at all? He tapped the card that had just appeared on the screen. A series of categories appeared after Black Scythe tapped it. You can choose one of the following unique items. Reward, First, tap the type of item you want: 1 weapon, 2 shield, 3 hat, 4 armor, 5 boots, 6 gloves, 7 necklace, 8 ring. He looked at a range of weapons and thought carefully. Can he really choose anything at all? If so, the unique weapon I plan to make after returning is no longer needed. As for the rest, after a moment of thought, Black Scythe chose item number 3. This one seemed reasonable, a hat. Jun Seok trembled as he stood up, looking up at him standing on the back of the high-level orc. He wiped his runny nose with his hand and looked at Black Scythe in amazement. No way that monster was taken down with just one strike. Jun Seok looked down at the bodies of his companions lying scattered on the ground. That strong again? How could he have defeated that alone, something even 5 level 20 players couldn't accomplish? Putting aside that sorrow, he wanted to say a few words to him. No, not now, now I should be the one to thank him. Black Scythe turned to look at Jun Seok, then spun around and walked away, leaving him completely confused. Jun Seok froze in place, not even managing to say goodbye. Priscilla appeared in the blazing red sky, surrounded by radiant halos. So how is it going? Have you completed the task well? She looked down at the surviving players below and mocked them. In just 10 hours, the number of people has decreased so much. Priscilla sneered at those players. Could it be they died because of those weak orcs, or did they quarrel over monsters? She snapped her fingers to check the results. Well then, let's see how the results turn out. The leaderboard clearly showed the top 3 ranks. A compilation of the 5th round results across the entire region: Black Scythe level 40 Knight of Death, the Fools level 25 Mages, Heavenly Demon level 24 Dark Knights. The related region: CSK007, first Black Scythe level 40 Knight of Death, second Democracy level 21 Support, third Napinage level 23 Dark Mage. Those below were astonished when they saw the results. Oh my god, level 40 already, the record is truly insane. Everyone focused their eyes on him, whispering and discussing. Defeating 3 orcs in just 1 hour, is that even possible? Black Scythe just stood there, crossing his arms and sighing helplessly. It would be great to receive the reward quickly. A series of notifications appeared in front of him as the results were announced. Congratulations, you have completed the task as the number 1 in this region. Congratulations, you have completed the task as the top ranker of the entire region. The number 1 regional reward and the choice of a rare necklace. The number 1 reward for the whole region is a special reward selection box. Black Scythe happily looked at the screen as everything went quite smoothly. Confirmation that you are the first player to achieve first place across the entire region for 5 consecutive rounds. You have achieved an unimaginable feat and received the title of the leader. It's done, just as planned. I have obtained the title. Upon receiving the title, he began to devise another plan. The title of the leader, condition to obtain: achieve first place across the entire region for the first 5 consecutive rounds. Effect: increases all experience gained by 1.5 times. Because of this title, I never missed first place in the entire region. I can't afford to miss the chance to grow 1.5 times faster. Black Scythe raised his hand and tapped on the golden chest on the screen. Now that the desired title is obtained, let's choose the first place reward. When he tapped it, a series of necklaces appeared. You can choose one of the following rare necklaces as a reward. Please tap on the reward you want: the Skull Knight's necklace, the Java necklace, the necklace of resilience. Black Scythe thought very carefully before selecting the item. Ordinary people might just choose randomly like a multiple choice test, but I have already tried them all over many playthroughs. After a moment of hesitation, he chose the second item. What I need is the Java necklace. When the Black Scythe pressed it, a series of stats appeared. The Necklace of Java, a rare grade necklace, effective all stats +3, effect resistance +35%, durability 1000. Use level requirement of common rank or above. The description said it was a necklace that the alien race Java always wore. The necklace itself contained magical power. He looked at it and then thought about something. What he needed to strengthen right now wasn't power or stats, but resistance to adverse state. A ring and a necklace appeared, each with sparkling gems. Moreover, items with effect resistance are very rare, so if he didn't need them later, they could also be sold at a high price. The system continued to display the second reward. Next, you can choose one of the following special rewards. Reward: please tap the reward you want. 1. Triple experience buff for just 6 hours. 2. 6,000 gold. 3. Information about the 6th ring. This time he didn't hesitate or ponder but decided immediately. Without thinking, he definitely chose the experience buff. Suddenly, Priscilla clapped her hands, the sound instantly attracting the attention of the players. She asked if all the players had checked their rankings yet. Everyone had already checked their rank via message, hadn't they? Priscilla's eyes flashed with contempt. By the way, the number of people who completed the task was exactly 1,588. As soon as her words ended, those ranked low began to be burned. Anyone ranked 12-11 and below would be mercilessly eliminated. No, wait, Angel, please have mercy. They all cried out painfully in the flames, wailing miserably, please spare me. Priscilla raised her hand to cover her mouth and sneered, how shameful to have to beg for your life like that. Humans really are no better than insects. He looked at her and also laughed scornfully, do you think you're any different? Priscilla glanced at the ranking board. I guess you won't be able to finish it either. She sneered at the black scythe standing below. Side mission of the first round 5. Priscilla was quite surprised to see him. It's over now. With a dazzling flash, she said goodbye to him and then disappeared. Then humans, take a rest and see you in the next round. After Priscilla vanished, the system appeared to notify all surviving players. Round 5 finished. Entire area survivors, 19,327,557. Related area CSK-007 survivors, 1,211. Souls will be returned to their original spatial dimension bodies after a few minutes. Round 6 will begin at midnight on June 1, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. He returned to his apartment. Ryu Min's entire body tensed up. He had to raise his hand to stretch a bit. Ryu Min leaned back against the chair, urging himself on. Meal's done, now let's get started. Black Scythe opened the system and started upgrading the new weapon. The combination window appeared, with the main material being the Reaper's scythe blade. The secondary materials included the heart of an orc and a wooden deity statue. Next, he added the items he had acquired, a rusty arrowhead and the fangs of 2 orcs. It seemed that Black Scythe was hesitating a bit about combining the weapon. If he pressed the combine button now, the weapon would be enhanced into a rare item suitable for his level. After some hesitation and recalling, he remembered that he had a black diamond taken from Yongmin. Finally, Black Scythe decided to combine that stone as well and pressed the button. Combining with the black diamond would no longer make it rare but upgrade it to a unique item. Combine. A unique scythe carrying a mysterious black energy. Combination successful, you have created the Reaper's Scythe. After the combination finished, the system displayed the weapon's stats. Reaper's Scythe, weapon type, unique quality, level 300, all stats plus 10, skill damage plus 10%, durability 3000, usage requirement, expert level or above. Description: the scythe once favored by the Reaper. It is said that darkness always follows the death scythe. He laughed heartily, startling Ryu 1, finally free from the Reaper's scythe. Ryu Min used his last money to further supplement his skills. Now, with the remaining money, he'll learn some general skills. Store all equipment, materials, consumables, general skills. Explore surroundings, 20,000. The eyes and the skill used to display the navigation map. First, exploring the surroundings will help display it like a mini-map. The second skill helps the eyes see farther, enhancing vision to surpass human limit. And the last 2 skills are used to create a shield and aim accurately at targets. Basic resistance will increase resistance to negative statuses by 15%. Dexterity will increase the skill hit rate by 20%. So all the common skills have been learned. Although all skills have been unlocked, he still has a lot of money. After learning all the skills, he still has 140,000 gold left. Besides a few rare items that won't be available for a few more days, there's nothing worth buying right now. Ryu Min sat up abruptly and decided to stop here. Let's leave this matter as it is. He used his thoughts to open the system and view his stats. The status window. The status window named Ryu Min Expert Level, Level 40, Profession Death Knight. Nickname Black Scythe. Titles: Last Hidden Time Rebel, First Hidden Assassin Angel, Hidden Opposer of Divine Punishment, Hidden Leader. Stats: Strength 106, Intelligence 150, Agility 106, Luck 136. Stat points 0. Skills: General skills: Tracking, Sensing Presence, Erasing Traces, First Aid, Surrounding Exploration, Vision Enhancement, Basic Resistance, Dexterity. Specialized skills: Death Seal, Night of Death, Moonlight Destruction, Rune of Slaughter, Radiance Rune, Rune of Cloning, Rune of Death, Internal Rune, Balance Rune. Additional features: Shop items can be purchased. Combination items can be combined. Trading items or gold can be traded. Unlocks at level 60, unlocks at level 99. Ryu Min looked at the screen and smiled with satisfaction. With just the buff from the balance rune, it's already like this. If I add the rune of slaughter, my power will double. While he was thinking and the system slowly disappeared, excellent, now I'm as strong as I can be. It's time to start doing business with Ma Jionrock. After finishing that deal, I'll take advantage of Yongmin. Suddenly, something occurred to Ryu Min. Wait, thinking back, what's happened to that guy now? I wonder if he survived as planned. He opened a skill and began searching for someone, tracking Yongmin. Ryu Min smiled happily upon finding Yongmin's location. Being able to trace him meant he was still alive. Great, he could still be exploited further. With eyes as cold as ice when thinking of him, smiling scornfully, he was determined to make him fail. But this time would be the last time he used Yongmin. After using him in this real world, he'd be discarded. The scene shifted to a large building inside the city. Inside a lavish cafe, Julie sat there alone. She looked up somewhat puzzled at the outside. Why did Ryu Min want to see her again? In her mind, she pictured the next scene. Don't say it was just her imagination. Ryu Min gently approaching. Julie, I miss you. Thinking this made Julie extremely embarrassed, she tried to keep calm. What a silly thought. Stay calm, absolutely no outward signs. She was still lost in the chaos when the door swung open. Ryu Min entered with the aura of a handsome prince, turning his head to search for her figure. Noticing her sitting in a corner, he smiled and greeted her. You're here, have you been waiting long? She quickly stood up to explain. No, I just got here too. Feeling a bit shy, Julie said she would go order drinks. What do you want to drink? Today it's on me, pick anything you like. This made him quite happy. Really? Then I'll have an Americano with an extra shot. She nodded in agreement. Okay, wait a moment. After sitting down in the chair, Ryu Min's face became strangely friendly. Thanks for the glass of water, Julie. Julie felt that something was off and began to ponder. Why does the atmosphere feel so tense today? Probably because I was overthinking earlier. Before she could say anything, she thought again about the close scene between the 2 moments ago. This time, Ryu Min gently spoke. So, how is your 5th ring? He seemed quite embarrassed as he looked at her face. You've encountered the Black Scythe, right? She nodded in agreement. Ah, just as you said, I met him and went hunting together. Julie brightened up and announced. Honestly, I had my doubts. The number 1 ranked person agreed to team up with me, but when I showed him my buff, he immediately nodded. It seemed this was part of Ryu Min's plan. I told you just by looking at your buff, even the Black Scythe would need it. She nodded, laughing in understanding. Thanks to that, hunting became extremely easy. He helped a lot. It was the first time I ranked 2nd in the whole region. This made Ryu Min look surprised and stare ahead. Rank 2, amazing. What did you get? Her eyes became extremely eager, want to see. Julie summoned the necklace in her hand. Her face glowed sparkling because this item was a rare mid-level necklace that increased agility stats. So, does it look good? Ryu Min looked at the necklace in her hand and had to marvel in surprise. So beautiful, she immediately held it out to him. Here, take it. This made him quite awkward. Why would he give it to me? She quickly urged. Just take it, I got it because you guessed right. It seemed he was still too shy about these things. No, I can't, this is your achievement. But Julie's eyes were very determined. That's not it, the Black Scythe carries me so the hunt feels light as if nothing. Ryu Min could only force a smile, then take him away. She sighed in surprise. Why would he need such a low-rank item? He also had his own thoughts. Of course not, he doesn't need it. Seeing the situation, Ryu Min hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Thanks, but I don't need it. I haven't reached the regular rank yet. She felt a bit puzzled. You haven't reached regular rank, so what level are you now? He sighed and lowered his head sadly. Level 19, I've only killed 300 orcs in 10 hours. Seeing his attitude, Julie could only put away the necklace in her hand. The Prophet class isn't really suited for close combat. Sensing something was off, she became curious. How does the Prophet class fight anyway? Ryu Min laughed, scratching his head, not knowing how to explain. I have a few magic skills, but performing them is a bit awkward. This made her hesitate and think. Then there's no need for the agile archer's boots either, since magic is based on intelligence, right? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly. She also pondered something. Then, a new item appeared in Julie's hand again. I'll give you this instead of the necklace. She also smiled sincerely and explained. I picked it up while hunting, so just take it. I don't know if it's any good, but it's the thought that counts, so please don't look down on it. Seeing her treat him so kindly, Ryu Min was somewhat touched. He gently reached out to take the item from her hand. thank you for thinking of me. This contact made Julie blush with embarrassment. It's not like I'm thinking anything, alright? You keep giving me information all the time, it makes me shy too. Ryu Min pondered for a moment, then immediately proposed an idea. In that case, I want to give you something too. She was quite surprised. Julie, for me, what is it? He continued to announce. What else? The information about round 6, right? These words made her freeze instantly. She forced a strained smile. I would be extremely grateful if you told me. Ryu Min paid no mind and spoke up. Fine, the mission for round 6 is. The two of them chatted together for a lively and extended period. After a while, Julie's expression showed she seemed to understand something more. I should hunt with Black Scythe. Ryu Min confidently reassured her. He probably won't refuse either. You've already proven your worth in round 5. At this moment she became thoughtful. Form a team with him as well. Seeing this, he immediately grew concerned. So you're happy about that, right? Julie laughed and spoke her thoughts. Of course, Black Scythe is extremely good for me. Ryu Min seemed quite surprised hearing this reply. Good. Speaking up to this point, she focused on recounting with sparkling eyes. He behaved more thoughtfully than she had thought, not as scary as his appearance, a little arrogant, but being ranked number 1 is allowed. These words stirred Ryu Min's mind like a knife stabbing his head. He didn't know what to say. Is that so? After a period of reflection, she announced again. Besides, he seemed to have many insights. Ryu Min felt a bit confused. Insights? She spoke according to her thoughts. It's hard to explain, but it's like being able to read others' minds. Hearing that, he calmed down. That was thanks to the soul seal. In his mind, he already had his own thoughts. I'm not perfect at all. I've failed 99 times. Have I been tricked? The final round requires 5 people to enter the boss room. Unintentionally, he recalled the system announcements from that day. The boss room requires 1-5 to enter the boss room, at least 5 players are needed. Thinking of this, Ryu Min looked decisively ahead, determined not to make mistakes. No matter what, I'm out of chances. I have to reach the final round at all costs, both Julie and that American pastor as well. Seeing him so thoughtful, Julie felt a bit puzzled. Min, what are you thinking about? He hurriedly shook his head to explain. Nothing, don't worry. She was quite curious. Are you worried about the next round? Ryu Min nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm not very strong. She sighed with regret. If the areas were merged, I could still help you. He felt quite surprised. Help for free, She nodded to confirm once again, of course. She sighed as she explained. It's always me receiving help that makes me feel guilty. I wasn't able to help you at all. Seeing her look so guilty, Ryu Min calmly had his own thoughts. You helped a lot, Julie. Thanks to you, I took down the high-level orc in just a second. He gently comforted her. Don't stress too much. Sooner or later we'll meet again in another world. This finally made Julie lift her head and smile a little. Really? She gave a bright, encouraging smile. Then let's do our best together. He just raised his hand and nodded, although he had his own calculations in mind. If she finds out that he is the Black Scythe, he doesn't know how she would react, and that was his biggest worry. Time quickly shifted to the late afternoon at the Devil Corporation. Ryu Min stepped inside. The secretary bowed his head and announced, Sir, principal shareholder Ryu Min has arrived. Seeing him appear made Ma Jeonrock excitedly stand up and greet him. Welcome, esteemed shareholder. He quickly pointed to a chair and then signaled to the secretary. Please have a seat here, sir. Manager On, bring us 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. The secretary also nodded understandingly. Yes, sir. After taking his seat, Ma Jeonrock immediately got straight to the main topic. The main shareholder, the prophet, how was your trip? Ryu Min smiled and replied, very good, the driver you sent was very polite. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, if anyone bothers you just tell me, I will handle it immediately and take appropriate action. He then reasoned. Ma Jeonrock, the man who kills a criminal every week, talking about appropriate action. Suddenly he called out, ah right, a plan formed in his mind, it's best not to say anything reckless. Ma Jeonrock looked outside and then suggested, have you eaten yet? If not, we can eat together. Seeing this, Ryu Min laughed and replied, there is something more important than eating. This made Ma Jeonrock extremely excited as he stood up. Could it be? His face was full of anticipation. You came to provide information about the next round. Seeing the expression on his face, this made Ryu Min very pleased. He was desperate. He spoke up with a proposal. Of course, I will share information about round 6. Seeing that, he responded happily. Really, I am very grateful. Just as he finished speaking, Ryu Min interrupted. In return, I want you to convene an urgent meeting of the shareholders. He calmly voiced his thoughts. It's time to discuss business. We will have to change our business line and even the company name. Ma Jionrok immediately changed the expression on his face. What do you want me to do? Ryu Min was not to be outdone and went straight to the main topic. At the meeting, I want you to support the project I am about to propose. His voice continuously echoed inside the office. As I said before, don't object unreasonably, that means you must persuade the other shareholders. Ma Jionrok remained silent after hearing these words. From what I foresee, they will not be pleased about this. Sensing something was amiss, Ma Jionrok hesitated, confused and about to react. What kind of business is this, after all? All his reactions were directed at Ryu Min. He had his own calculations. Judging by his expression, he was dying to know, and understandably so. Hear me say he's switching industries yet still bringing success. This time, he spoke slowly. The business I'm about to launch is creating an exclusive social network platform specifically for gamers. Ryu Min confidently announced it's about creating an open exclusive platform dedicated to players. This made Ma Jionrok feel confused. You mean a website? He nodded to confirm this. Exactly. The difference between a normal site and this one is that it is only for players to use, and it is used for buying and selling items instead of everyday goods. Ma Jionrok looked at him skeptically. Can items really be bought and sold with cash? Still hesitating, he patiently explained, we will let the sellers decide whether they want to trade or receive compensation for their items while they are being sold on the website. This also made Ma Jionrok quite uneasy. I understand the trading part, but do players actually need cash? Ryu Min calmly speculated. Some of them will need it. He continued to summarize the initial plan. Currently there is no other way. Ma Jionrok found it somewhat hard to believe, so it's like this for now. What about later? Looking at Ma Jionrok's attitude, Ryu Min was impressed and thoughtful. He was quite intelligent. However, he had predicted all these things. He calmly revealed the plan he had made beforehand. Yes, I looked into the future and saw someone above level 40 trading with gold instead of cash. It was the first time you heard this plan, gold, huh? He introduced the plan more clearly that he had set in his mind. When you reach level 40, you will unlock the negotiation feature. Using that feature, you can transfer gold person to person. We just need to create a system on the site to exchange gold safely when the time comes. His face showed a hint of pride. Of course, we will charge fees in money or gold. After hearing that, Ma Jionrok sat in deep thought for a long while. A social network marketplace for players, huh? That's a great idea, especially since no one has done it yet. If it succeeds, we will have a monopoly. He looked up and asked again, so who will use it? He responded as if nothing had happened. Players have many items stored from previous rounds. Ryu Min had researched these matters thoroughly in advance. As you know, you cannot sell monster drops in the shop, so I am sure they are figuring out ways to get rid of them. His voice kept echoing inside the room. Moreover, now that they are above level 20, they must be trying many item combinations. Ma Jionrok silently listened. If there was a website that allowed them to easily buy items. After listening, this time he gradually changed his idea. There will be many users, he nodded to confirm. This is the best opportunity to create the website. Ma Jionrok needed time to think. He sat quietly focusing on planning the next step. Just as he said, if done well it will definitely be very successful. We can post a series of advertisements. Various thoughts appeared in his mind. Maybe we should also make an app for easier use. Perhaps even add an auction system if we don't charge fees initially. While you were still hesitating about what to do, a smug smile spread across Ryu Min's lips. It seems he really liked the idea because he knows he is a prophet. It seems he already had his own calculations in this plan. Indeed, it benefits him as well if I monopolize the materials for item synthesis that others don't know the uses of. I will be able to create unique, legendary, and even divine-level items. While he was still lost in thought, Ma Jionrok made a decision. Let's decide on that for now. What about the company name? Ryu Min glanced at you. Do you have any ideas? Your face became more confident as you gave your opinion. Just do it your way. You are the largest shareholder after all. Ryu Min became serious again. He continued to propose, how about player place, to emphasize that we are for the players. Ma Jionrok silently agreed to these things. It sounds good and can be abbreviated as PP2. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, so how long will it take to develop? You pondered and calculated carefully, then announced at least 1 month. He nodded silently, thinking, which means after round 6. Remembering something important, Ryu Min quickly declared, by the way, let me talk about round 6 as well. This information also surprised Ma Jionrock and the secretary beside him. After a long discussion, Ma Jionrock sat there calmly contemplating. So team spirit is very important in round 6. This time he stood up, thanking for everything. Ryu Min shook his head as if nothing had happened. It's nothing. Ma Jionrock was extremely happy and made plans for the future. Keeping him was a wise decision. Thanks to him, everything went smoothly both in the real world and the other world. He looked up and smiled. So we will launch the business as you described. I will organize a shareholders meeting as soon as possible to approve this idea. His face brightened with excitement. Will you attend the meeting to present the idea? Ryu Min nodded at this idea. Okay, he quickly placed his trust in him. That's good, I will call you as soon as the date is fixed. Feeling that everything had happened quickly, Ma Jionrock instructed manager On, please take him home, and by the way, tell CEO everything. On Sanchiel nodded in understanding. I understand. After secretary On Sanchiel left, Ma Jionrock turned towards the door, then goodbye. Time passed until a few days later. Ryu Min woke up. The first thing he did was pick up his phone. Today he would sell the epic grade item. He opened the store screen, store today's items. His fingers swiftly operated the controls. Looking at the cloak right before his eyes, Ryu Min felt a bit delighted. Here it is. The Vagabond's Raggedy Clothing, an item of the day. The system displayed information about this cloak. Vagabond's Raggedy Clothing, Armor Type Epic Grade, Defense 1, Durability 1000. Restricted use, official player only. Described as dirty and tattered clothing, however it has 1 strength, valued at 20,000 gold. Remaining time 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Ryu Min felt somewhat regretful. Defense is weak, but it greatly increases movement speed and attack. Even so, he still reached out to confirm. An epic item worth 20,000 gold is indeed rare. Looking at the screen, gradually confirming success, Ryu Min pondered strangely. Soon he would no longer need to rely on the store. He would be able to buy everything he needed on the social network market. In front of him appeared a scroll just purchased. When the time comes, blueprint plans will sell at high prices if one had blueprints guiding the creation of a specific item. Ryu Min looked closely to see if anything changed. There would be no need to blindly combine items. It was clear a perfect plan had been set in Ryu Min's mind. Furthermore, players could resell blueprints, making them very popular goods. If this advantage was well exploited, the market would develop further. Thinking this, he felt a bit tired and collapsed on the bed. But first, at the shareholder meeting tomorrow. The near time shifted to the next day at the Black Scythe Consulting Company. Whenever the president stepped in, Secretary On Sanchiol would immediately hand them a set of documents. This was the set of documents inviting him to sit down. Things were gradually getting better. The shareholder meeting went smoothly. Ryu Min stood on the podium to present his ideas to everyone. However, things never came that easily. There were still people opposing his opinions as expected. Someone objected to my idea, but because I answered every question fluently, they gradually questioned less. Ryu Min was not afraid but calmly explained the plan. This also made Ma Jionrock beside him feel impressed. Finally, everyone agreed. After the press conference was over, Ma Jionrock happily stepped forward to praise. You did well, you didn't look nervous at all. Ryu Min replied calmly, maybe thanks to practicing at home. This also surprised Ma Jionrock a bit, really. He placed his hand on his chest, then voiced his current thought. From now on I will take care of the rest. You just need to focus on surviving the next round. Hearing him say that, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Ryu Min's mouth. He must be worried I'm going to die. Knowing things were getting better, Ma Jionrock quickly suggested, are you hungry? Haven't eaten yet, let's go eat together. He happily nodded, okay. Finally he breathed a deep sigh of relief. Today's business was done. He slowly walked forward thinking about the next plan. Now only one thing was left. He had to use Yongmin. A moment later, Jammy's face appeared on the screen as well. Hello, this is PCW, the regular Sunday meeting. Poppering's expression was a little strange. He quickly responded, hello Jammy. She immediately sensed something was wrong. Why does everyone seem so heavy-hearted? Is something the matter? Poppering asked seriously, haven't you heard the news yet? Jammy happened to not know what had happened. What news? The following words stunned her right there. We still haven't received any news from my 30s and the marmalade made from honey. judging by the inability to contact them since round 5, I don't think they are still alive. This time her expression was completely serious. She glanced at everyone's behavior around, so that was why everyone hung their heads, but surprisingly were they really sad about that death. We only met through video calls after all. Thinking this, Jamie suddenly realized something important, probably pretending to look good. She had barely thought of the president's face before hesitating to reflect. The founder of PCW is the most influential person here. Of course they have to pretend to be close to flatter him. He always feigns sorrow whenever someone dies. Thinking this further, Jamie became even more determined. All right, I'll pretend along with them. She immediately switched to performance mode, crying pitifully. No, not those two. Seeing her so pitiful, everyone cried along. Don't cry because you are crying, I'm crying too. Seeing everyone was copying me, Jamie's mouth curved with pride as he thought about them, each one imitating me. People are really predictable. Suddenly, the system displayed a new notification. The chairman had joined the PCW call. Looking at everyone's attitude, the chairman became anxious. What's going on? Why is everyone crying? Seeing this, Lost Yark could only sigh deeply and recounted the whole story to the chairman. After hearing all this, the chairman also pondered strangely. I understand, but I am still very glad you are all alive. He closed his eyes tightly, sadly expressing his thoughts. Not a single round has gone smoothly. Now we are left with only 6 people. This time one of them asked in surprise, Chairman, can't we choose a new operator? The chairman hesitated, then replied, I want to, but no one is capable. The candidates who applied last time cannot be contacted. He looked up at the employee sitting opposite. Lost Yark, how are those 3 doing? He shook his head in response. I've called them many times but no one answered. This also disappointed the chairman. Probably all 3 died in round 5. Lost Yark announced somewhat seriously, I am not sure about the other 2 but Black Scythe is still alive. The chairman focused on listening to Lost Yark state his reason. Surely everyone has already seen the results of round 5, right? Such a strong person would be completely safe both in the game and in real life. Recalling the round 5 leaderboard when he was at the top, the chairman had another question. So why is it the Black Scythe? Why has he been hiding until now, although he has submitted an application to join? Lost Yark and another person on the screen were also puzzled about this. I don't know either. I am asking whether he is trying to deceive us. Poppering suddenly seemed to realize something and said, wasn't the opponent not Ryu Min from the start? The reason I cannot contact him now is because he died in round 5. The chairman agreed with this point. It made sense because he was the imposter. Another member in the group, Myeokbang, looking rather sluggish, suddenly spoke up. Well, there's no way a big shot like the Black Scythe would want to join a place like this kind of cafe. Myeokbang quickly realized his slip of the tongue and immediately shut his mouth. However, the chairman's expression suddenly turned cold in an unexpected way. At the same time, Lost Yark and Jamie showed signs of concern. The chairman's voice rose afterward. Hey Myeokbang, did you just say this kind of cafe? Is there something wrong with our cafe? Myeokbang's voice was flustered. Well, that. The chairman's reprimand along with the growing coldness enveloped the entire meeting. Our coffee shop plays a pioneering role in this new era by bringing players together through cooperation. It seems there is something that makes you dissatisfied, isn't there? At this point, Myeokbang realized his mistake and stood up waving his hand. I apologize, Chairman. I did not mean that. Every mistake is unforgivable. The chairman immediately made his decision. From this moment on, Myeokbang, I hereby relieve you of your executive position. No, you will be permanently expelled from the coffee shop. Myeokbang was shocked, while the chairman continued, cooperating to survive in a situation where even our combined power is not enough. We cannot accept someone who belittles our coffee shop. Myeokbang tried to salvage the situation, but it seemed too late. From now on, Myeokbang, you will be on our blacklist, so adapt as a new era arrives. At this point, Myeokbang's screen went off along with a message in the group. The chat window manager showed Myeokbang had been kicked out of the conversation, removing a member without hesitation. The chairman returned to his cheerful self, addressing the remaining members. Now that we have removed the troublemaker, shall we continue the meeting? The faces of the remaining executives were tense. Once again, they realized that in this place the chairman's word was law. Yes. At that moment, Lost Yark let out an awe and showed obvious confusion. The chairman asked, Lost Yark, what is it? Lost Yark focused intently observing the screen information furthermore and replied, Oh, some player just submitted an application, but the nickname of that player is Black Scythe. The chairman and everyone looked at him with astonishment. Black Scythe used again. Hearing the chairman ask, he began to analyze further. Yes, sir, chairman, but the real name is different from the previous Black Scythe. The applicant this time is Yongman. After thinking for a moment, the chairman made a decision. Go visit his house. We cannot be sure if this is Ryu Min, but we have no other choice but to meet and find out, right? A follow-up question: but what if he is not? What should we do, sir chairman? The chairman said coldly, then he will have to pay for daring to mess with us. Moving to another place, there was a player sitting in an internet cafe. This person was none other than Ryu Min. He sat there in contemplation. Someone had planted the mysterious Black Scythe faction, and the PCW leaders could not just sit still. His big plan was to use Yongman as bait to lure the PCW executives. They could use this interview as an excuse to visit his house. The address was written in detail for Yongman, then he left the seat. They recruit members by forcing players to kill people, and their way of alienating and enslaving civilians is wrong. Such wrongful actions only divide players and civilians, and ultimately they will lead to destruction. That is why I cannot just stand by and watch. It is better if I eradicate the root cause of the problem, the executives, and use the organization myself. One day, BCW will develop into a great force with more than 30% of domestic players as members. Therefore, instead of destroying the group, it is more beneficial to use it to control the number of players. That is why I registered to participate in PCW right from the start. Once I use Yongman to overthrow the executives, I will seize that chairman's seat. He opened the door and stepped out of there. Moving to a new place, a sharp bell rang as someone opened the door and entered. A person with a somewhat large black bag approached the counter where the shop owner was engrossed in reading the newspaper. Hearing footsteps getting closer, the shop owner paid attention. Hello, just as the large bag slammed hard on the table. The person appearing was a bank robber, a stranger wearing a mask concealing his identity. With a sudden agile move, his voice mixed with sharp coldness, "Put all the cash you have into this bag if you don't want trouble." The shop owner hesitated, confusion clearly showing the player. He looked at the shop owner, and when he didn't act, he narrowed his eyes. And in response, his fist slammed hard on the counter. Although the punch seemed ordinary, it sounded like a hammer blow, leaving a lasting impact. Damn it, what are you hesitating for? Do you think this is a joke? Only then did the shop owner realize the truth. He then trembled as he took the bag to the cashier, his tone urgent again. Hurry up, do you want your skull crushed? I will do it right away. The owner quickly took money from the cash register and handed the bag over, worry clearly showing in his eyes. Here, an amount of money immediately appeared in the bag held out by the owner. He seemed dissatisfied. Is this all you have? The owner hurriedly explained, business hasn't been good lately, ticket sales were suspended. You see, I sell many items just like a convenience store. But his income suddenly approached with a flash. I'm not asking about that, I know you still have something safe inside. His fist pointed straight at the owner, shouting, now pull it out immediately. Facing the raised fist, the owner reluctantly ran to get the money from the safe. I'll get it right away. After a while, the money bag was nearly full of bundles of bills still wrapped in paper. Seeing this, he also approved and made a motion to pull the bag close, thinking about 10 million. This seems enough. Satisfied, he turned to leave but suddenly turned back, just trying to report this. I will escape prison and kill him with my own hands. The boss was completely silent about what happened. In the darkness, he stepped out of the robbed shop. Quickly, he chose a corner and ran swiftly afterwards, minimizing the chance of being discovered. And then, having found a spot, he began to place his hand on something covering his face. Pulled it off, and this person was none other than Yongman. He checked the contents of his bag. A spontaneous smile spread across his face. Hey, today was quite effective. This money is enough for me to eat for a month. But suddenly he stopped with another worry. The thought took over. In the real world I can manage, but what about the other world? Can I endure survival in the next round? His fists clenched tightly in silent anger, all because of that Black Scythe bastard. Because of him I lost a friend and my stats decreased. He shouted in the alley as if unable to contain this anger. It was all that bastard's fault. But then he was startled when a cat suddenly jumped on his back. As he walked forward, the thought continued, death god, that damned thing, if I meet you in real life, I will chop you in half right there. Arriving at a certain building, Yangmin was now rushing up the stairs, panting heavily. However, unexpectedly someone holding a phone stood calmly in front of his room door. Yangmin's reaction was shock. Just approaching, Yangmin asked, Who are you? This person who appeared was Lost Yark. Lost Yark also noticed and immediately asked, Are you Yangmin? Yangmin looked at the stranger cautiously, not answering. Lost Yark then put away his phone. I think my guess was right judging by his reaction, but Yangmin pulled back the bag to interrupt. Who are you? Are you a police officer? Lost Yark was stunned. Police officer. A friendly smile as if understanding. Haha, what? Have you committed a crime already? Without hesitation, Lost Yark introduced himself. I am Lost Yark, the interviewer from PCW. You applied to be a member this morning, right? Yangmin's face was blank, not understanding. Is this bastard trying to sell me something? What nonsense is this? Caught something? Lost Yark asked. Aren't you the black side? And what the hell is PCW? Lost Yark was startled, but then sighed and realized his mistake. I apologize for this confusion. I will take my leave immediately. But Yangmin continued shouting, What the hell is this? At least tell me what on earth is going on. Not in a hurry to leave, Lost Yark explained. It seems someone knew your information and decided to bother you because your name and address both match. Yangmin was once again surprised. What? Which bastard did this? An answer came very quickly. It was me. Both Yangmin and Lost Yark turned around when they heard the sudden voice. In the corridor stood a man wearing a mask with a white painted face, fully equipped. I used your name, Yangmin. The coldness locked both of them. Yangmin looked at the suddenly appearing opponent, feeling more superior. Hey, what the hell is this? Who is this crazy guy standing in front of me? Do you know me? Ryu Min, I know, a confusing matter. Yangmin questioned, Who the hell are you? Instead of answering, Ryu Min took the death scythe from his belongings. Are you asking me who I am? Witnessing the huge weapon, both Lost Yark and Yangmin were stunned into silence. He interrupted to give the other party further confirmation. Does this answer everyone's question? Players using scythes are not common, especially a huge and fierce-looking scythe like this. If there's a player carrying such a scythe, there is only one person. Lost Yark imagined those issues and linked to that ridiculously huge scythe. Is that the black scythe? But with that appearance, he is too short, not even reaching 170 cm tall, and has a small build either. It is completely different from the image of the black scythe that I had imagined. Rather, it seems quite easy to deal with. But Yangmin, who had truly encountered the black scythe before, felt that fear rush back. It was the black scythe, really the black scythe. Today was truly terrible. The figure was different, but the words and the atmosphere were completely the same. And above all, those eyes, the gaze visible through the mask, were unforgettable. Unconsciously, he stepped back one step. It was real. The real person had appeared. The black scythe had appeared and approached right in front of him in reality. With a level difference more than double, Yangmin's pale face grew even paler. Countless questions continued to form in his mind. But why was he here? No, more importantly, why was he using his own identity? There was no longer any reason for the two to work together, right? In any case, appearing with a weapon in hand was not a good sign. Not sure whether it was his hands sweating or to ease the tension, Yangmin kept clenching and unclenching his fists. With such strange behavior, Lost Yark looked at Yangmin once more and thought, was he trembling because the opponent was really the black scythe? He turned to look at him, but his thoughts remained there. He had never met him in real life. But what if he really was the black scythe? A drop of sweat fell as he bit his lip. He was only level 20, so he couldn't possibly be a match for him. Not letting the opponent think of a way, Ryu Min then shifted his gaze to Lost Yark. He was suddenly discovered. Lost Yark was startled. Ryu Min added a question. You didn't come here alone, right? Tell the others to step outside. I know they're already here. Lost Yark was immediately shocked by this. He even knew there were other executive directors here. Before Lost Yark could speak, the two men hiding on the stairwell appeared. Oh God, we're caught. How do you know we're here? Unaware of ordinary presence detection skills, they both tried to approach Ryu Min, but he raised his black scythe toward them as a warning. Don't come any closer if you don't want to die. Seeing this action, Kyukuru mocked, Hey, is that a big talk coming from such a small body? But Poppering raised his hand to hold him back. Hey, are you the black scythe? In response to Poppering's question, Ryu Min swung his scythe. Looking at this, you should all be able to figure it out, right? Although knowing what it was, Poppering bravely continued, I've heard he uses the scythe as his main weapon, but we've never seen the black scythe with our own eyes, so I don't think just looking at the scythe is convincing. You objected. If you don't believe it, why ask? But we still want to hear it from you yourself. After reconsidering, there is only one way to confirm identity, he said coldly as the answer to the others. Very well, I am the Black Scythe, is that enough? When he admitted he was Black Scythe, Poppering's expression changed along with a status board appearing. The target you are looking at is currently telling the truth. Rune of truth, yet he admits that is true. Kyukuru, the person standing beside him, turned to Poppering and asked what it was saying. It said that is the truth. Hearing Poppering's words, the executive director of Lost Yark looked at Black Scythe with surprise. I didn't want to believe it, and indeed it was so. Kyukuru was the only one of the three directors trembling because he had been arrogant when talking to Ryu Min a minute ago. Darn it. Party over. My big mouth has ruined everything. What should I do now? Should I apologize for my mistake? Ah no, wait, maybe he didn't hear it. He is still just standing silently there, right? With numb legs, Kyukuru, who was observing the situation, was the first to raise his hand to greet him, but still a bit trembling. Black Scythe is very pleased to meet you, but he declined. Now is not the time for greetings. The Black Scythe pointed once again at the opponent. You said you want to confirm whether I am Black Scythe or not, right? Then let's use skills to confirm. Kyukuru was stunned. Challenging a level 20 player is just child's play, very clear intention. He heard that, damn it, he already heard it. There is no way to escape this situation, no matter what I have to say. Sorry. I immediately bowed to him. I am truly sorry for my previous rudeness, sir. Black Scythe does not retract its blade because of that. You apologize? Don't you need to verify whether I am really the Black Scythe? The situation is not good. Poppering intervened by raising his hand to ask for permission. No need to show skills, the verification is already complete. He interrupted immediately. I just said the name, didn't I? Seeing him retract the weapon by his side, Poppering explained, I have a rune related to that, alright, but I cannot overlook this matter. If he can block my attack, I will consider that rude behavior never happened. Kyukuru shivered more upon hearing this. His face turned pale, trying to say a few more words while raising a finger. Please, Black Scythe, sir, just this once, please let me go. But he gave the sign, then I will begin, okay? Before he could apologize for his mistake, that happened. Snap, with a cold sound, Kyukuru's head fell to the ground. When the colleague's head rolled at their feet, both were shocked. Lost Yark seemed like he wanted to shout, damn it, what happened to this freak? He took a few more steps forward. At a clear distance, Poppering now carried that same chilling feeling down his spine. I didn't even see him swing the scythe. Frustrated by the sacrifice of a colleague, Lost Yark could no longer hold back his emotions and shouted at him, Black Scythe, what are you doing? He turned to look at the other for an answer. What are you thinking? I'm proving that I truly am the Black Scythe by my own skills. Lost Yark clenched his fists tightly and ground his teeth. I already said there's no need to show off your skills. Worry was immediately replaced by some new thoughts. Surely we came here to recruit him, but are we supposed to accept a madman who kills without warning as an executive? Poppering also began with a jumble of thoughts. It's too dangerous to make the Black Scythe an allied member. If we cannot recruit him to our side, we need to kill him right here and now. Both converged on the same calculation, but he is currently level 40. That won't be easy. We must pretend to surrender, make him lower his guard and ambush him. But their thoughts stopped when he breathed out a long breath and spoke. How ridiculous. You all are really showing killing intent. Do you think I wouldn't notice something like that? Poppering was caught off guard and startled, but then corrected his own words. Huh? What are you saying? Ryu Min immediately voiced the other's plan. Are you plotting to kill me? Poppering stammered, trying to justify. No way, how could we possibly think about killing you? The Black Scythe, Ryu Min coldly spoke out the thoughts previously held by the other side. You just need to bow your head and pretend to surrender like this. His gaze shifted to Lost Yark and then ambushed me. Am I right? Both were left speechless when struck at their core. His inner thoughts had been clearly read. Then he turned to look more at Youngman. Do you know why I used Youngman's name and address to apply? I want to lead the executives outside. Lost Yark felt uneasy upon hearing this confirmation. What are you planning to do? Raising the Black Scythe, he let the other side know. It's very simple, all will die by my hand. Poppering in the back corner still hadn't changed his expression, especially in such urgent situations. Thinking again, let's try to persuade him first. Convince him and buy some time, that's the only way. Although Ryu Min killed unexpectedly, perhaps they could still talk things over to resolve. That was their hope, but just as Poppering was about to express that thought, he blurted out unintentionally, because Lost Yark had also become a corpse right before his eyes. Another chill ran down the spine. The remaining Poppering clearly understood the matter. From the start, he had tried to lure us here just to kill us, hadn't he? Fear filled Poppering's eyes as he faced harsh reality. Why did he bear such a grudge against us? Are you asking me why then? The black scythe of Ryu Min touched Poppering's neck. Ask me if I hold any grudge when innocent people are killed as part of a recruitment test trick? Hearing him say that so casually, Poppering could no longer trust him. How would he even know that? He suddenly added, especially the executive interviews where they forced themselves to deal personally with innocent civilians. Poppering hastily began justifying those matters. They weren't innocent. They weren't innocent civilians. They uttered words that despised and belittled players. They secretly envied our abilities. Such duplicitous people deserved to die, didn't they? But he coldly cut off that excuse. What about you, then? While treating others harshly, you are lenient with yourself. Isn't that a double standard? Poppering doubted deeply about this. He was really troublesome. He didn't even know who I was. His eyes turned white as he looked at the other and forced himself to say those words and reflect. Why wouldn't I know? I can see through everything with my rune, my truth. Following that thought, he immediately cut the other into two parts. Blood stained his mask heavily. The thought continued. Only scum would kill innocent people. His gaze shifted to the other person in this space. Yangmin was trembling, looking frightened. He stood there and added a final sentence that caused the other great fear. There is no need to be afraid. I will take you to your friends right away. When Ryu Min glanced over, he could see Yangmin trembling from fear. As he stepped directly toward him, Yangmin took a step back and pressed seriously against the wall. How do you know my friends? Ryu Min replied coldly, with those footsteps. Why wouldn't I? Haven't we played together before? Or rather, more accurately, I was dragged everywhere by your group. Ryu Min still looked at Yangmin, who looked at him as if wanting to ask what nonsense he was talking about. His body covered with many bloodstains from those he just killed. Ryu Min slowly removed his white mask. Don't you know who I am? To surprise the other so he couldn't say a word, a familiar face appeared, but instead with a smile that had no hint of killing intent. It's me, Ryu Min, the one you used to bully. Reactions when something unbelievable happens vary greatly. Some people's faces may become as hard as stone, and Yangmin did just that. What? It's Ryu Min. Two scenes flashed in his mind as if overlapping. One was Ryu Min curling up like a turtle and being kicked by Yangmin himself. Bastard, didn't I already tell you to bring the money? The other that appeared was the black scythe, causing everyone to fear as its black blade cut off people's limbs with overwhelming force. That loser. Is Ryu Min actually the black scythe? Yangmin lifted his head once more. Even after rubbing his eyes, he could clearly recognize that the person who removed the mask right before him was Ryu Min. Are they the same person? No way. Seeing the other trembling because of what he had done earlier, he added a probing question. You don't believe in these things, right? That I'm the black scythe. Closing his eyes and putting the mask away, Ryu Min recounted an old story. I understand. It was only last year when I was the one you beat to pulp. The more Yangmin faced reality, the less he wanted to believe it had happened. His face turning purple and his voice gradually unable to keep calm. You what? Have you been joking with me all this time? Why would you act like a foolish loser? He was a bit surprised by what the other said. Ryu Min questioned back. What are you talking about? Since when have I been acting like a fool? However, it was still the black scythe. Ryu Min spun once and slashed across one arm. The bag along with countless bills met the same fate, cut and scattered outside. The pain spread all over his body and Yangmin collapsed to his knees in the hallway after the impact. He stood still holding the scythe forward to explain. Hearing someone like him call me a foolish loser really pissed me off. Yangmin's groans echoed throughout the area, but he didn't want him to do that. Be silent unless you want your tongue cut. Yangmin tried to hold back tears and endure the pain. Blood oozed from the horizontal cut. But he did not want the opponent to die so easily. All right, be good, I'll give you first aid. Ryu Min raised his hand and applied first aid. The rows of jade runes immediately moved toward Yangmin. Go ahead. The bleeding had stopped and the cut was restored to like new. Although Yangmin did not understand what he intended to do, the answer came immediately. What? Your arm is already severed. But it doesn't really matter anyway, you will soon die. The shock along with everything becoming too surprising, Yangmin tried to suppress the trembling in his body and voiced his doubt. Are you really the Ryu Min I once knew? Ryu Min shook his head slightly and looked with cold eyes. No, the Ryu Min you knew has disappeared. Then he slowly raised his black scythe, like an executioner about to gently ask for the head of a prisoner goodbye. In a critical moment, Yangmin shouted with urgency, "Wait, Min, I've bullied you a lot, haven't I? I was wrong, I truly regret it. Please don't kill me." The black scythe stopped moving in midair because of that. He coldly kept his eyes on Yangmin. Are you sure? As Ryu Min listened, Yangmin seemed to see hope. If I speak well, I might save my life. With that thought, Yangmin chose his words more carefully. It's true, killing me wouldn't bring you any benefit, right? Instead, why not use me as a substitute? Withdrawing the black scythe, he asked, use me? How so? Yangmin hastily tried to continue. Well, I can be your exclusive servant. If I have to crawl, I'll crawl. If I have to run, I'll run. I'll do anything you ask, doing errands to lure prey while hunting or anything else you want. Upon hearing this, Ryu Min raised his hand to his chin as if preparing to contemplate. Yangmin's eyes brimmed with anticipation, but only for a brief moment he shattered the other's dream. No, it's still not good enough. Are you still thinking about whether stabbing me in the back is right? The whole story about the servant was just to buy time to kill me. Yangmin was sweating continuously. What are you saying? Why should I have that thought? Yangmin looked surprised, but inside he couldn't help but be horrified. Damn it. Who the hell is this bastard? How does he know? Is he just guessing? It would be Yangmin himself who would never know that he was the one whose thoughts were being read. Ryu Min's slow voice rang out, a mongrel dog trying to bite its owner. I can't allow something like that near me. Once more he raised his black scythe high. His usefulness ended here. The unfavorable situation returned, urgency clearly showing on Yangmin's face. Wait, please give me a reason. Swish, his scythe sliced cleanly across Yangmin's neck. The words officially ended here. His body no longer controllable, Yangmin collapsed to one side. The previously scattered bills continued to flutter along the hallway. Looking at this trivial and meaningless death, Ryu Min felt a bit regretful. I really did give him a chance before in the previous regression cycle. When I had no rune in my heart, I was cleverly deceived by Yangmin's trident and let him live. And what was the result? A stab in the back. Of course, back then I was an easy target. This marked the end of a special relationship. He looked at the opponent's corpse and spoke a few final words. Farewell, bastard. His eyes narrowed a little more. Our long and terrible relationship ends here. This is the last time I have to see his cursed face. He sighed softly, then brushed his hand. First I need to clean this place, erase the traces. Yangmin's body was covered first, and he also did not forget the remaining 3 corpses. All 4 bodies completely disappeared by trace erasing skill. No witnesses and no one noticed their presence. Putting away the scythe and skill, he smiled gently, so beautiful and clean. Should I go to his house now? Ryu Min quickly disappeared into the darkness. The situation changed. Some message appeared. Jamie joined the PCW chat room. An unusual meeting took place and Jamie appeared on the screen, raising her hand to greet everyone. Nice to meet you, President. Seeing she was present, the director greeted her back. Oh, Jamie, you're here. Looking at the screen with only 3 people appearing, Jamie felt a bit uneasy. I guess the interview with the Black Scythe has ended. But where are our other executives? The president sighed before answering. The executives are dead. They went to interview the opponent and were killed. Jamie was startled looking back at the screen. He could have done that terrible thing. Immediately she remembered someone in panic. Could it be? Tiwin, leaning his arm against his chin, nodded and had already guessed it was true. Black Scythe. He was hunting down members of PWC. Jamie brushed his hand aside, his voice gradually becoming more urgent. So Kukuru, Lost Yark, and Poppering, do you mean that all of them had died at the hand of the same person? Tiwin confirmed this, but why? What had they done wrong? The chairman answered this question immediately. Does a murderer need a reason? Perhaps simply because he wanted to satisfy himself. Or maybe he hated that we were increasing our influence. After hearing the chairman speak, Jamie partially understood. There are always people with evil natures trying to steal others' bread. If it seems bigger, could it be because jealousy and envy drove him to act? Jamie completely changed his image of Black Scythe. If that is the case, then we have to kill Black Scythe. Her finger then tapped the table once, so the request to join PWC was just a trap to lure the executives. The result was confirmed once again by the chairman. Exactly. Jamie began to pull his hair out over this. I even hoped to meet Black Scythe, but it turns out he is a psychopath hostile to us. Luckily I haven't admitted him into our ranks yet, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Mentioning this, the chairman was also vague. Really, maybe my own head would be taken by that black scythe. The chairman's expression was not good, perhaps because too many executive directors had been lost and new orders had also been added. Now Black Scythe is our enemy, we must find him and avenge the fallen members. Although that was said, Jamie still felt that something wasn't quite right, but are we sure that it is not an imposter but Black Scythe himself? The chairman then gave a reason. There was a witness. Please explain it to Jamie as well. Lost Yark appeared miraculously on the screen after being killed by him before. Yes, Chairman. The meeting was left with 3 people and Lost Yark explained the situation facing Black Scythe. Time passed and the chairman began to conclude, then see you at the next regular meeting. Both replied in turn, yes chairman, goodbye sir, goodbye chairman. A message appeared in the chat. The chairman had left the chat room. After the chairman left, Lost Yark also said farewell to the remaining person. See you later, Jamie. She then showed more worry. Yes, today you must have had difficulties because of the unfortunate incident. So take care of yourself and rest. Nodding slightly, Lost Yark gently replied, yes, thank you. He then typed continuously on the keyboard, okay. After finishing that conversation, Lost Yark left the screen. The screen turned off. On that black screen, Lost Yark showed his thoughts. Fortunately, it seemed they did not notice, so he removed his helmet. Then the face trembled like waves and returned to its original form. It was not the previously tanned skin, but actually Ryu Min. Transforming himself into something cute, he continued, just as I thought, acting really suits me. Going back to a slightly earlier time, he was smiling while looking at the system board in front of him thinking. Within 5 rounds, the assassin mask was chosen as the limited combat reward. If there was a unique prize that I needed right now, this was the best item. Detailed information added. Assassin mask, a unique type of helmet, defense 1. An effect that mimics the appearance of a player you killed by remembering from the start. The disguise, face, skin color, voice, and even the figure all completely change. Durability 3000. Limited usage, expert level and above. Description of a thin mask, transparent, favored by assassins with a success rate of up to 99%. It is said that no one knows his true face, although this item has nearly 0 defensive power. But being able to change the appearance of the player you killed is a huge advantage. No assassination is easier than betrayal from an ally. He turned to the side with a new idea. Honestly, I wanted to kill the chairman and become the opponent, but the assassin mask had no effect on him. Because the chairman is not a player and the head of the players group is also not a player, isn't that an irony? He left and walked away immediately. Besides that, there is a crafty player named Jamie who is very close to him. With my current level, I have no way to counter her skills. Until I find a way to deal with it, I will avoid contact with the executives in the next phase. I will faithfully perform my role as Lost Yark through video chat and monitoring the situation. The door opened. He promptly left this place. After that, they probably will not try to find Lost Yark until the next meeting. Meanwhile, I should probably restore the durability of this marble of eternal slumber. Looking back at that distant place, he came up with a new plan for himself. I think I should travel abroad then. Move to a wooden house in a forest in England. Someone is continuously swinging a hammer for their blacksmithing work. After completing the impurity beating, the iron bar is soaked in water for quick cooling. Just taken out of the water, it immediately revealed the shape of a long dagger. The sizzling sound along with the steam smoke rising when the blade's condition was confirmed to be good, this person proceeded to grind the blade with a machine. Russell Daniel held up the piece he had created to admire it, smiled brightly, all done. Although he created a satisfactory work, he sighed with a hint of unhappiness. Just placing that dagger on the table, he immediately stated the reason. What's the use if it's made? It might not even sell. Ever since those damn angels appeared, my customer base has significantly decreased. Lifting the dagger to admire it once again, he grew more worried for himself. I have tried to manage and get through, but now I have truly reached my limit. The balance in my account has also run dry. Should I start looking for another job right now? My dream is to continue the blacksmithing craft for as long as possible. Is there any way to make that happen? Just at that moment, he seemed to remember something and smiled brightly at once. Thinking back now, they said they would grant me a wish when I reach round 20 to nurture that dream of mine. He immediately made himself look cute by pounding both hands hard on the table with a new idea. Yes, I simply cannot give up blacksmithing. What is the best thing about being young? It is that a man must have passion. he decided to cast aside that sadness and move forward. I will get through the final round and realize my dream. Even in another world, I was granted the blacksmith's profession as if it were fate itself. Although the blacksmith profession is not suitable for combat, at present I can still manage. The weapon's attack power is increased by 150% due to the weapon polishing effect, because I acquired the weapon polishing skill when reaching level 20. Thanks to that, I easily defeated an orc. The super big determination was immediately created by myself. Let's try to reach round 20. The more confident I was, the more disappointed I became afterward. That's one thing, but money is still money. I don't even have money to buy materials right now. My eyes looked far away, I couldn't do anything else. I will rest for a while to save enough money to buy materials. So when I have money, I will return to the hut and start again. As one of my hobbies, I stood there arranging everything. First, I should look for a job after descending the mountain. At that moment, the familiar figure of Ryu Min suddenly appeared outside the house. Daniel inside seemed to detect someone else here through the sound of footsteps, so he turned around. Ryu Min, handsome, carried a big bag and casually put one hand inside his pocket, naturally stepping in. Daniel started to note that he was an Asian youth. It is really rare for anyone to come to this place. Seeing him stop at the door, Daniel immediately asked two questions in a row. What's going on? Are you lost? Without answering those two questions, Ryu Min smiled and extended an arm forward in place of words. Rustled Daniel, right? You're famous as a young black steel powder smith. Hearing that you can speak fluent English along with knowing my name, Daniel was startled for a moment, then straightened up and asked once more, who are you? Ryu Min got his confirmation. Judging by his reaction, I must have come to the right place. Fooling around to sift through his memories to see if I was in there, the suspicion grew even more now. Where did you hear about me? I didn't hear it anywhere, I saw it. Ryu Min placed his hand on his chest. A reason to further convince the other party. I am a prophet, I can see the future. Daniel was somewhat confused about this. A prophet, that was a nonsensical thing to say at the first meeting, right? But he suddenly interrupted. Level 21, profession is smith, area name is C-008, right? Instead of answering, Daniel stood frozen once again. The thought quickly locked onto his mind. Even if he could guess the level and profession correctly, yet he could also say the name of the area. Ah, he really can. Daniel began to gradually believe it. Fists clenched tightly and a quick exchange was established between the two. You really can see the future? Yes, I have never heard of a profession called prophet before. Ryu Min smiled and explained that. It's rare, so that can be understood. You might not know, but it's a unique type. Only one person can have it. The prophet is one of those types. After those words, Daniel's suspicion grew even more. Why would such an extraordinary person come here? Hearing the other party seemed to have no good impression of him, Ryu Min forced a smile and said, calm down Daniel. I came here because I want to make a deal with you. Just repair an item using your repair skills, and if you do that, I will provide you with useful information. Useful information? Daniel asked cautiously. Perhaps out of curiosity, he confidently spoke so the other party wouldn't overthink it. That is information about the 6th round. Daniel's face suddenly widened because of that. The 6th round, you say? Because he is a businessman, Daniel was always cautious and carefully observed the other party's words. This time he couldn't help but be wary of these words either. If I could know the next round in advance, that would definitely help me get through it. But repairing an item to learn about the 6th round, isn't that reward too great? Daniel decided to ask again to confirm once more. Are you really going to tell me information about the 6th round just so I can restore the durability of the item? Don't you want anything else? Ryu Min looked at the puzzled expression on Daniel's face, and a thought also crept in afterward that was so like Daniel. If he accepted it easily, I would be disappointed in him. When in doubt, don't deceive. First you need to expand your thinking and proceed by a proper method. Ryu Min smiled as he began the next story, speaking frankly, I want to get closer to you. Smelling something dangerous, Daniel froze again, his voice stammered accordingly. What are you saying? Once more he interrupted, bringing Daniel back from his daze. I have seen a future where you have reached the pinnacle as a blacksmith and survived until the 15th round without anyone's help. Whether Daniel believed it or not, Ryu Min saddened further and continued, but that is where it ends. There is no future for you beyond that. It is a tragic thing. But a smile appeared right after. But I can help you. If you join me, not only will you grow faster but also surpass the 15th round. And continue with the blacksmith profession, your lifelong dream. Daniel truly could not believe it. Even Ryu Min knew his greatest secret. After sensing even his desires were guessed, Daniel's feelings began to change significantly. What do you want from me? He calmly replied. It's nothing big, just that we can help each other. Knowing Daniel was facing hesitation, Ryu Min gave him time to decide while adding some new thoughts himself. Daniel was the only blacksmith who could survive until round 15. Being able to maintain a good relationship with talents like him would help greatly in many aspects. He looked confused and hesitant. It seemed he had a lot on his mind. Do you want me to help you make a decision? Ryu Min had studied English repeatedly for cases like this. He smiled and spoke fluently. My request is not much. He just needs to repair my equipment when necessary and use a few skills with me. In return, I will provide him information about the upcoming rounds. If he can do that, he can gain advantages he often missed and develop strongly and quickly. The increasingly better offer made Daniel a bit skeptical. It was an offer that I didn't even need to think about, but can I trust a person like this? Based on what he said, he seems honest, but it's still best to be cautious. After all those thoughts, Daniel slowly took off his gloves and reached a compromise. I appreciate that you value me, but I'm still not sure. So I will decide whether to continue the deal after seeing the results of round 6. Ryu Min smiled confidently at that decision. Just do whatever makes you comfortable. I'm not asking you to sign any contract either. Just like Ma Jionrock, once you confirm the prophecy with your own eyes, you have no choice but to choose to participate in it. Then let me fix your item first. Afterward I can get information about the 6th ring from you. Got it. Initial deal secured. Ryu Min immediately took the soul stone out of his inventory. Its information was materialized once again. The Marble of Eternal Slumber, a necklace type, level for corpse handler, effect gain 1 stack point each time a monster is killed, lose 1 durability per kill. Every 100 stack points convert to a status point, durability 11000, requires normal level or higher. Description: the necklace has a cloudy gray bead. It is said this bead traps the soul of the... Ryu Min knew the item only had 1 durability left, so it was really difficult. But with Daniel's help he was sure this wouldn't be hard at all here. After receiving the necklace, Daniel immediately cast the skill without needing to check the item's information. In the short time that followed, Daniel held the item up before him, and everything was repaired. Ryu Min received the item and observed, then began to recheck the information. Durability had reached 1000. All other information remained as before. Holding that item in his hand, Ryu Min observed it without looking away, feeling more confident. Good, now I can stack them up. Sharing a similar expression with him, Daniel formed a new judgment. I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it looks quite nice and pretty good. It seems like he's trying to keep using it even while improving its durability. But this thought was unexpectedly read by Ryu Min. He looked back and paid more attention to the other person. From what he said, it seemed he knew nothing about that item. I considered it his privacy and didn't intentionally read it. Retrieving the item back into his system, the two then exchanged more with one another. Thank you, thanks to you the durability has been fully restored. Now you can tell me the information about the 6th ring, right? Of course, the mission of the 6th ring is... Ryu Min disclosed many advanced details to the other party. Reflecting on those words, Daniel began folding his arms with confusion and the need to act. If what you just said is true, then I'd better gather strong allies. Ryu Min also agreed with that decision. That's right, I guess that will help. Because after all, those monsters are very strong. Having got the information I needed, Daniel felt it was over here. He immediately raised a question back at him. So our deal ends here? Ryu Min was silent for a moment but then broke it at once. Maybe you could sell me an item. It is black steel powder, you have it, don't you? Daniel had always been skeptical, but this time he was left astonished again. He could even guess what he possessed all along. The fact that the other party could know what I own was completely unbelievable. But he was not the only one surprised. Ryu Min once again asked for his opinion. So what about selling me that black steel powder? I guess you're trying to find a job to cover material costs. I will pay you handsomely. This is not a prophecy, but Ryu Min had read the other's mind. Daniel stood there dumbfounded. Did he even know that I planned to get a job to make ends meet? For a moment of daze, Daniel returned with his negotiating words. Truly amazing. Now I believe you are a prophet. Honestly, I suspected maybe you were using some trick. I sincerely apologize. Ryu Min smiled and waved his hand as if not caring about those words. There is no need to say those apologies. I just speak about the future as I have seen it, and whether you believe it or not depends on you. According to these words, it seems Daniel has had significant hesitation in trusting me more, though after some deep reflection he has made his new decision. I will give you that black steel powder. Ryu Min was stunned right there. Huh, and the explanation was added by Daniel. I feel like I've received far more from you than what I've done. He took out a black pyramid-shaped bag from outside. I'm not shameless or heartless, take it. The information was specified once again. Black steel powder item category description is black steel powder with a slight magical power aura that can be felt from it. Without even verifying, the other party just gave it to me. Ryu Min was stunned for quite a while. He gave me this rare item for free. Black steel powder is the ingredient used in crafting divine tier items, and he apparently doesn't know it's very hard to find until reaching round 11. Thinking of this, I knew I had to feel ashamed before such kindness. I am the one who should be thanking him. Although I know what I need to do and must do, Ryu Min wanted to ask again for the other's intention. Are you sure you can give this to me? Daniel scratched his head and quickly answered that. I'm fine. To be honest, I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, the prophet, can know its true value. Beyond being talented and intelligent before, Daniel now has a deep understanding and he has embedded that into his thoughts. If you look at the exact requirement, it must be something quite important, but I won't be curious about that. I have already received help. It would be very greedy if I asked for something new. Daniel has gathered all the important and necessary factors, previously lacking only luck. But now he has it as Ryu Min officially sets foot here, adding a beaming smile as well. He has a good character. Seeing Ryu Min smile so dangerously, Daniel clearly shows more suspicious question marks than before as originally planned to come here. Ryu Min then threw his rather large black bag toward Daniel in front. Here, open it. Suddenly something was thrown at him. Daniel instinctively took it and froze for a moment. As requested, he opened the bag and inside were countless stacks of money bearing the image of Queen Elizabeth. Handing over another bundle, Ryu Min explained to him what it was, a total of 20,000 pounds. I would feel uneasy accepting that goods for free. That should cover a lot more of your expenses, shouldn't it? Daniel replied without hesitation, of course it would. If we estimate at the current rate, 20,000 British pounds is equivalent to more than 37 million won. Landlord Ryu Min accordingly succeeded in gaining a new member, and Daniel was on the verge of tears. With this amount, I won't need to worry about finding another job anymore. However, there's no such thing as a giant pile of money falling from the sky naturally, so the two then gauged their own cuteness and Daniel tightened the drawstring of his bag. Setting aside all coldness and seriousness, Daniel nervously voiced his concern, but can I really get that much money? Ryu Min confidently explained that since the other party faced reality too late, it was worth that much so he could take it without any worries. And of course, it's not like I'm giving it to you to obtain any materials or anything. Daniel, have you run out of things to think about now? Then, we can't let the other party guess on their own. Ryu Min turned serious again and extended a hand forward in invitation. Open a foreign stock account, invest about half of the money I gave you in Korean stocks. The two began to delve deeper into this matter. Korean stocks, the company's name is Player Place. I'm not forcing you to do this, but it's a company that will soon explode. If you invest, you'll never have to worry about raw material costs again, and the rest depends on whether you trust me or not. That's up to your decision. Daniel no longer hesitated as before. He immediately presented his choice with confidence because it was the prophet's advice. I will believe in that. Moreover, it was money I earned without effort. From outside the window looking in, the two shook hands for their upcoming new plans. So I wish you luck in the next round. Oh, can I leave my number with you? Of course. Daniel took out his phone to save the number but forgot something. He looked up and directly asked Ryu Min, "Oh, I forgot to ask your name since you appeared until now. What is your name?" Ryu Min put both hands in his pockets and smiled briefly, answering, "Just call me Mr. Ryu." Time could not stop and that day arrived as usual, June 1st at midnight. A place like a desert would be the next location to face. Ryu Min, wearing slightly nice vagabond's raggedy clothing but with a somewhat torn cloak, summoned once again into the game world. Other players then also started to appear around him in groups. Seeing oneself not summoned to a familiar location, the color shifted from fresh green to a special yellow. Chatter continued among everyone. After this round of all dust and sand, are we summoned to a wasteland now? What kind of damned mission could bring us to such a place? Turning on my tracking skill, Ryu Min added some new thoughts. The sixth round is the cooperation round. I need to find someone to work with me. The first person I need to find is Julie. To be honest, besides Julie, I really don't need anyone else, but I need 3 more people to form a 5-person team. Just then he suddenly looked to the side when someone called his nickname Black Side. Julie had spotted his position and immediately waved and ran over smiling. As she approached him, Julie kept that smile and asked him right away, "It's great to see you here. How have you been lately?" First he greeted back, "Has it really been that long since we last met?" The present Julie was beaming and she was no longer afraid like before. So it's been a month since we last met. However, their conversation accidentally caught everyone's attention, and thoughts kept adding up. Who is that woman who could be so comfortable talking to the one currently ranked first in the world? It's Julie. Is she a high-ranking person suitable for Black Side? Thinking back on it, I believe she placed second in the results of the previous final round. I'm a bit jealous. There's another high-ranking person in line. Not paying attention to everyone's expressions or actions, the two of them walked together and exchanged a few brief words. In the previous round, you were the one who defeated the final boss, right? He replied coldly, "That's right." Although knowing he was very strong, Julie still had her doubts. There was little time, yet he could finish it so quickly. "Is it true that you managed to collect all the balance stones as well?" Knowing what she was about to ask, he interrupted, "Yes, I did that, but I'm not going to tell you what the reward was." Julie pouted at those words. "How do you know I was going to ask?" He answered briefly, "Just by looking, you can tell immediately." Although wanting to ask more, Julie replaced her curiosity with her feelings. "I have sensed this for a long time, Black Scythe. You really have a profound gaze." He stopped and looked at Julie, and it seemed he couldn't say another word. Standing beside him feeling it, he stopped and stared at her in bewilderment. After saying those words, Julie's face reddened and her heart started racing. "Hey Julie, why did you say something so strange suddenly, so embarrassing?" Not wanting the atmosphere to get worse, Julie decided to take a step back, bowed quickly and spoke loudly, "Too shy, sorry for that." Ryu Min didn't mind, "It's nothing to apologize for." Julie realized this. Oh, he's right. To make up for those words, he gave a smile. "After all, I should be thankful for the compliment." He smiled along, the new idea had already come to mind. At first he was attentive, then sometimes cold and dignified. He really is an interesting person. And then she started the conversation again, "But Black Scythe, you..." However, the conversation had to stop. Because Seo Arin and An Sangchial, who were standing nearby, saw both of them. "Who are Black Scythe and that woman?" Immediately the two of them approached the position where Ryu Min was standing. An Sangchial sent his greetings. "Ah, long time no see, Black Scythe." Meanwhile Seo Arin was a bit embarrassed. "Hello, Black Scythe." Unable to hide her curiosity any longer, Seo Arin asked him a new question, "Is this person your companion?" Hearing the other person's words as if implying herself, Julie paid attention. However, Ryu Min looked over and replied coldly, "I have no reason to answer that question, right?" Seeing him so cold to her, Seo Arin was sweating a little. "Yes, that's right." But then got embarrassed recalling his previous smile. Just now he was smiling so comfortably, but with me. Cutting off her thought, he then asked the question back. "Anyway, what brings you people looking for me?" Asked so quickly, Seo Arin still hadn't calmed down to answer him actually. Ryu Min over here knew the reason but pretended not to and thought she must have come here because I predicted that she would join the team with them, right? But then this awkward issue of Seo Arin was immediately taken over by An Sangchial after some consideration. "Yes, Black Scythe, honestly speaking, we want to form a team with you." With the face of an assassin, he slightly narrowed his eyes, questioning back, "Form a team, you all with me?" Hearing his words, Ryu Min immediately made An Sangchial as flustered as Seo Arin had been earlier. "I know, we are just obstacles in the way. However, we will do our best to avoid causing you any more trouble." In their expectation, Ryu Min rubbed his chin, thinking he should pretend to be a little worried. Honestly, these two are just filling the number of people needed for a team. But what if I put these two in my team instead of others? Ma Jionrock might have a more favorable view of Black Scythe, seeing Ryu Min show clear confusion. An Sangchial became more impatient and began to present his proposal. "I won't ask you to join us for free. I currently have information about this 6th round. If you can let us join the same team, I would be glad to share that information with you." His eyes narrowed a bit more at that determination from the other side. "What information? Exchange that information with me." I guess I need to see what it is first. Ryu Min crossed his arms and replied curtly with 3 basic words. No need, just with this. On Sangcheol, who could not possibly know that he was the one who revealed that information, looked at him with confusion. No need. Wouldn't knowing the information about the 6th round beforehand be more useful? Ryu Min immediately gave his reason for the other to understand. I can handle everything in my own way. I have no intention of relying on any unreliable information. On Sangcheol was confused, but however, Ryu Min didn't give the other time to think, and questions kept adding on continuously. Where did you get that information from? Who provided this source? Questioned so abruptly like that, On Sangcheol was startled and could not give a clear answer. That is. This hesitation from the other caused him to add a few more questions. Can't say. Even if I allow you to join the same team. Facing these consecutive issues, On Sangcheol, who had been confused before, bowed his head deeply and apologized. Half satisfied with this result created by the other, Ryu Min unconsciously gave himself a new thought. Not telling me about the prophet. He seems more secretive than I thought. Not bad. On the contrary, On Sangcheol appeared sad. Then maybe I. However, his words were suddenly cut off. I will let both of you join my team. On Sangcheol quickly switched his mood to surprise, as if he could not believe those words. What? He smiled, still folding his arms as he explained once more to the other party about this new decision. Because he did not reveal the source of the information that made me think it was reliable. I do not like people who cannot keep their mouths shut. Julie added her own surprise at his behavior. On Sangcheol took a breath, a sudden thought flashing through, silently grateful for the wise decision just made. Thank heaven, if I had mentioned the prophet just now, it would have turned into a negative judgment and drawn attention from the other party. The quick reaction to this issue was probably better handled by Seo Arin. She bowed her body. Thank you, Black Scythe. That was why On Sangcheol was able to react and bow even deeper. Thank you for accepting that we are on the same team. Knowing everyone might still be curious about Julie, he immediately introduced her to the other party. This is the buffer that I signed a contract with to join the team together. Unclear about his way of introduction. Both were stunned and questioned themselves in their minds. A contract, and what is a buffer? How did they meet each other? Although that's what I thought, we still need to introduce ourselves. Seo Arin stepped closer and extended one arm to introduce herself. Hello, I am Seo Arin, nice to meet you. Julie then responded similarly. Yes, I am Julie. However, Julie blushed slightly and seemed to have remembered this name, then unconsciously added after, wait a moment, you're not really the actress Sin, are you? You just changed your face to look like hers, right? Faced with this quick question, Seo Arin handled it easily and responded quickly, no, this is my real face. Upon getting a result, Julie jumped up and grabbed Seo Arin's hands. I really like it. Oh, this is truly my destiny. This is a favorite drama of my father's and you are his favorite actress in that show. Praised like this, Seo Arin felt slightly awkward. Really? Thank you for liking me. While the two seemed to have grown closer, on this side On Sangcheol paid more attention to him and said, so you're really okay if I don't provide information about that 6th round. Still with that indifferent look, he said, I don't need that, don't bother me with it, I don't want to owe anyone anything. On Sangcheol felt somewhat disappointed by this. If you say so, then forget it. On Sangcheol felt even more disappointed when he had drawn a line like a knife. I just want to repay you by providing information. If there's ever an action that goes against the strategy, then at that point I'll hint to him a little. Feeling still unfamiliar with the recent lack of knowledge, On Sangcheol then approached Julie and started a conversation. Hey Julie, your profession is a buffer, what does that mean? At this question, Julie immediately explained the doubt. It's a class that creates buffs to enhance other people's stats. And I will apply them to everyone later. Seeing Julie smile along with that answer, Seo Arin, following the mood, placed her hand on her chest and added, I also have something similar to a buffer. I can perform a summoning command. It's a fairy spirit that can add a protective shield. Julie's eyes lit up. What a cool spirit. Seo Arin smiled in reply, I'll show it to you later. Feeling useless and ignored without anything, On Sangcheol stood there stunned. Not wanting to feel out of place, On Sangcheol intervened, bowing towards Julie. My name is On Sangcheol. Internally he thought, at least I should introduce myself. Julie looked surprised and said, nice to meet you. Immediately after, the conversation shifted to Ryu Min, who was standing looking somewhere else. I noticed it seems like you've known Black Scythe a long time, On Sangcheol said, recalling an old matter. Ah yes, Black Scythe has saved both of our lives before. Looking back at him once more, Julie's fondness for him increased. Saving someone in danger as expected, his gaze to people is truly accurate. Just then, golden feathers appeared falling from the sky. Angel Priscilla appeared following a flash of light, directing her smile towards everyone. She began to speak to all. Hello everyone, have you all rested enough over the past month? Observing and counting the number of people present, Priscilla was pleased with the analysis. This round has 10 participants, truly a perfect number. Then her wings spread further, so we will get straight to the point. To everyone's surprise, a notification window slowly appeared before their eyes. The information was detailed and specific. Round 6 main task. Defeat a boss within 6 hours across all areas. Participants 16,120,590. Achievement 0860295295. Applicable area CX007. Participants 1010. Achievement 0505. More confusion arose as new information appeared. He looked up and listened as people continuously inserted their words into the conversation. What? Defeat a boss? Has a boss finally appeared? How can we possibly defeat that boss by ourselves? Priscilla, hearing the murmurs, quickly formed a satisfied smile. You all wouldn't expect us to do that with a solo battle, right? Don't worry, after all, you can't accomplish that by yourselves. Everyone had further questions. Cannot be defeated. So what should we do? Priscilla immediately answered that question. Of course you have to do it together. That is why we need to prepare some things. A finger was slightly raised along with that familiar smile. A team system. A team is a system that allows people to form groups and cooperate with each other. You need to have 5 people to form a team, and once you are in a team, each of you will be recognized as allies and cannot cause any damage to each other. Everyone below thus gained a new perspective. Ah, so fighting is no longer possible. I don't need to worry about being stabbed in the back while fighting the boss anymore. Seeing how quickly they understood, Priscilla added new satisfaction. Of course, attacks from other teams or monsters still have effect. Only members within the same team cannot deal damage to each other. When in a team, experience and gold will be evenly shared among members, regardless of who lands the finishing blow, but if they are more than 100 meters apart, they will not receive rewards. Similarly, whenever there is a new idea, everyone discusses it further. Experience and gold are shared evenly. What about items? Crossing her hands horizontally, Priscilla once again explained in detail. Items drop according to contribution ratio. For example, if 2 people contribute 70% and 30% during the hunt, they will receive items proportionally. A new issue was immediately raised by a player, so even if you contribute little, as long as you are lucky, you can receive items. Priscilla answered precisely. Even with 1% chance, you can get an item if lucky, though the probability is very low. Snapping her fingers, Priscilla seemed to remember something else. Oh, and also, the contribution ratio is calculated by the system based on all factors. Dealing high damage counts more. But not only based on damage, even players who only use buffs will be counted as contributing. He glanced at a nearby player who was crossing his arms in surprise. A buff-type player can do the same. That's great, if only I were that type. He understood this rule clearly. His eyes glowed redder. Thanks to that, players who cannot participate directly in combat can still earn high contribution points. Recalling Priscilla's words, if you are not in a team, you cannot complete this mission. If you have formed a team, you will immediately pass this qualifying round if you kill the boss. This applies to all team members. The girl was surprised. The whole year always like that. Looking around at everyone here, note once again there is a total of 101 bosses, meaning only 505 people participating in boss hunting will pass this round. The hand raised again and a few new feathers fell down. The explanation about the team ended here. See, the task isn't difficult at all, just kill one boss, it's that simple. He stood below with his arms crossed and commented inwardly as usual. For them, everything was simple. Light flashed once more and Priscilla gradually finished the instructions. Now everyone give your all to kill that boss. Oh, and there are no side quests this round. Though detailed enough to perform the task, a few showed clear dissatisfaction. Damn it, and they say it's easy. A boss is a boss for a reason. It certainly can't be easy, but there's no other way. Everyone's first job is to form a team. Information boards appeared in succession. To form a team, everyone must hold hands and call out together to establish the team. If you are not in a team, the task progress won't count, remember that. The remaining time for this round until the end is 5 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Form your teams right now. Ryu Min's group currently has 4 members, both surprised and worried. On Sangcheol pondered, just as the prophet said, round 6 requires a mandatory team of 5. Fortunately, I heeded the prophet's words and followed the Black Scythe early on. Say what's on your mind instead of keeping it inside. Black Scythe, can we form a team now? He suddenly interrupted, wait a moment, a team needs 5 people, we're still missing one. Seo, Aaron and Julie were both confused at once, so who will be the last person? An Sangcheol, knowing he didn't need to worry about this, said, let's let the strongest person on our team, Black Scythe, decide. He slowly fell silent as if waiting for someone to appear here. It would be nice if that person were nearby. Raising his hand to his chin, Ryu Min continued his previous thought. If that's the case, I can pretend to choose randomly and quietly slip him in. While he was lost in thought for himself, the others were already concerned with finding teammates. First, I have to form a team. If I'm not in a team, even if I kill the boss, it won't count, so it must be 5 people in one team. Among them, some found teammates to join. Sorry, would you like to form a team with me? What's your rank? Another person directly raised his hand and said loudly, Warrior level 20. Anyone wants to form a team. But there were also some who stared at Ryu Min's back and harbored their own desires. If I join a team, it has to be Black Scythe's team. Just like that, one person gathered the courage to approach behind him, slightly bowing. This person then smiled and spoke, hello Black Scythe, would you consider joining our team? He was cold, no need to look back, and answered briefly, no. The embarrassment came immediately, oh yes. They quietly turned back with sad faces, but above all those words directly created a feeling of shame for everyone. He told us to get lost without even pretending to think. So humiliating, damn it. There's no way to freeload off the Black Scythe anymore. The idea was conveyed, but Ryu Min did not care about those fools. In the past, I would accept anyone to fill the numbers. But this round I have to recruit people who have the potential to grow with me. Anyway, it seems like every round I attract a bunch of strangers. Some others still hadn't given up hope as they approached him, however, the others received the same result. Don't bother me, get lost. Because I am a girl, another player smiled and said right after, can I join your team? He closed his eyes and stood still there, uninterested. The first hopeful ones now felt a sense of disgust towards him. What? Is it really so hard to include just one person in the team? Damn it, so stingy, at least listen to me finish talking. The 2-person team before suddenly paid attention to the others around him. Are those standing next to the Black Scythe now in the team? Lucky for them, it's almost certain survival. Not only did the others look puzzled, but An Sangcheol's team also looked at him intently, not knowing who he would choose for the last position. Looking in another direction, my thoughts grew deeper. If only Chairman Ma Jeonrak were here, then I would nominate him to the team. Julie had also considered someone. If Ryu Min were here, he would definitely fight for the last spot. What a pity. At the moment when everyone did not know what to do next, a person with a familiar voice approached everyone, Black Scythe. Although this person approached somewhat familiarly, An Sangcheol compared him to the ones before. Who is it again? What unknown guys now? However, this time Ryu Min unexpectedly noticed him. When he realized it was Youngho, he completely changed while Youngho smiled and raised an arm toward him. Glad to see you again, Black Scythe. With a smile returned, Ryu Min caught the raised hand. That's great, you're still safe. I thought you had been eliminated in round 5. Youngho laughed loudly at that. Don't underestimate me too much. The smile gradually became more complete and brighter. Watching you fight back then motivated me to quickly finish my hunt. Is that so? Anyway, thank you. Thanks to you this friend also survived. Youngho turned to find someone and loudly called Mankey. Like a dazzling flash, Mankey immediately appeared beside Youngho and bowed deeply toward Ryu Min, saying, Black Scythe, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. Thanks to you I was able to extend my life. Feeling that sincerity clearly, he immediately asked a question to lighten the atmosphere. Could you really kill 300 beasts with a body like that? Mankey was startled, bowed again and replied, it's all thanks to the Black Scythe, you are my lifesaver. Stopping to greet here, Youngho suddenly received another question. Black Scythe, are you looking for a team? Knowing he was a bit blunt and caused a strange expression, Youngho quickly waved his hand to explain in more detail. "Ah, don't worry, we didn't come to ask to join, we already formed a team." Ryu Min maintained his usual expression and confirmed that thought in his mind. "I know they already have a team." On everyone's wrist there was a golden chain, a symbol of the bond. Matching his thought, he directly brought up the matter. "I'm not overthinking it either, but why did you come to see me?" Young-ho smiled and responded, "Ah, partly to greet you and partly to make a proposal, a proposal." Young-ho was excited and did not hide anything. "What if our team and yours cooperated together? We are not aiming for experience or items. If a boss appears, we will let you have it first." Everyone on Young-ho's team was very much looking forward to it. However, Ryu Min did not say a word about this, which caused confusion in Young-ho. "We just want to lend a hand, you don't need to be so wary, really." Ryu Min could read the other's thoughts and knew the truth. He immediately made his decision. "I refuse." Young-ho immediately became awkward, then kept stammering and asked him back, why? Because we would be hindering you, right?" He shook his head in protest and said, "No, I just don't like unnecessary troubles. Thanks for the offer, but I'm fine." Ryu Min misunderstood, but Young-ho quickly said, "I want to help though." He cut off that bad feeling. "If I really need help, I will ask immediately." Young-ho regained his confidence. "Are you serious?" One side happy, the other confused, both casually responded back and forth. "So promise us that if you need help you will call." "All right, promise," I said. "I know already." Not sure why, but the group bowed deeply once again. Young-ho added, "So we ask permission to leave. If you need help just call us anytime." When they had left, On Sang-cheol gave a small reminder aimed at him. "Black Scythe, it's time for you to decide. Who will you choose for the last position?" Ryu Min suddenly turned to one side with a cold gaze saying, "I've already decided." His finger did not hesitate but pointed straight in one direction. Everyone was startled, looking towards the direction he pointed. According to the direction he pointed, a person covered head to toe was turning their back to everyone and jolted when he spoke. "Hey, person wearing the cloak, immediately come forward and identify yourself here." This person then turned around, still covered but revealing black hair, a small frame, hunched shoulders, a young man who was not strong at all. When he got to a reasonable distance, Ryu Min directly questioned, "You have been watching me for a while, haven't you?" Stammering before his coldness, "Yes." He asked again why, still confused. This person lacked confidence. He himself bowed his head and spoke slowly, giving his hasty answer, "Because I want to join the team with you, Black Side." He immediately proceeded with the usual questions, level and class. "Level 23, Dark Mage." The answer was given. He pretended to ponder, whatever. Turning back to look at the teammates behind him, his decision was made. He will be the last one. Quickly, the boy was flustered by such a swift result. Julie along with Seo Arin and An Sang-cheol were astonished. Eyes slightly squinting, the previous bewilderment merged into their own thoughts, refusing everyone else only to choose such a weakling. Once again, everyone focused on their new member, who was trembling slightly. He then gave a dark smile. His nickname was Napinage. No pain means nothing at all. One day, this guy will found a cult that worships Black Scythe as a deity. His hand reached out, he will become his fervent follower. Building bonds early on will be very beneficial later. The guy shook hands and Ryu Min directed everyone, "Then let's form the team like this. Everyone put your hands together." As soon as everyone placed their hands down, a linked golden light was born. The team was formed. A ring was engraved with the golden light mentioned earlier on everyone's wrist. The time was not long. The golden link kept forming a perfect connection. However, the new guy in the team had some expression that seemed off. "Impossible, the Black Scythe already chose me." "Hey, what kind of expression is that? Is that something coming with thinness? This is not good." Just as the joy was barely felt, a tragic past overwhelmed me. The fifth member of the team, the one everyone had turned their back on. Since the first year of high school, I had become what was called a puppet of bullying violence. A group of 3 tall guys surrounded him. "Damn it, what are you looking at sneaking around like that?" "Ah, I wasn't looking. This damn guy is really scary. My heart feels like it's pounding hard. There's no reason to bully at all. I just seem lenient with them." From mockery, they shifted to threats. "Friends should know how to live in harmony, right? Don't forget to bring the money. A kid like you, did you hear what we said? Seems like you have no weight at all." His face turned pale as if severely sleep-deprived, his body trembling and stammering. "Sorry, I live with my grandmother so I have no money to give." They immediately sneered. "What? Whether you steal or do anything else you must bring money. Fool, if you don't have it you'll get it from us." Because of you, all of us have become beggars with no money left. When your grandmother dies, do you want to be buried with her? Once his self-pride was touched, Heotesiok seemed to lose his reason. He jumped up with all his strength, swinging his fist ready to strike his opponents. You bastards, you damn scoundrels. An obvious fact, the result was disastrous. Heotesiok was beaten badly, lying there groaning, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. His body trembling, tears flowing nonstop, his mouth smeared with blood. I want to die. I thought that would be easier. But if I leave, what will happen to my grandmother? My grandmother has endured a lot because of me. I promised to earn a lot of money to give her a more comfortable life. That's right, I must endure. I must try to endure with the sole purpose of repaying my grandmother. I tried my best over the next 3 years and finally had the result right before my eyes. Bangwon High School students achieved excellent results in the exam. We will cheer for everyone. But with the arrival of the angel, a new great disaster occurred. It is hard to find a decent part-time job, let alone provide a more luxurious lodging. And then around the second round of the competition, he opened the door and entered his house as usual. I'm home. However, an unfriendly voice suddenly echoed in the room. Oh, our Heotesiok is back already. The trio bullying you this time also attacked your grandmother. They even displayed a provocative smile. Didn't I already tell you? I will bury you along with your grandmother. Heotesiok froze right there, but once again he gradually lost his reason. Grandmother. 2 packets of instant noodles immediately fell onto the floor. Purple energy mixed with black formed around Heotesiok, accompanied by the sudden appearance of weapons. Black scythe. 2 consecutive attacks pierced through one side of the red-shirted man's face and the shoulder of the blue-shirted man. The red-shirted man clawed at his eye, foaming at the mouth, and suddenly shouted, "Oh no, what the hell is this? The spot where the arrow was lodged is rotting." The remaining yellow-shirted man took out his sword weapon, pale and trembling with fear. Damn it, don't touch this damn guy. Have you changed your profession? In a moment, he had eliminated all 3. He knelt there, covering his grandmother with a blanket as if she no longer had a breath. Perhaps from that moment, I built a wall of separation between myself and everyone else and became stammering when speaking. And I decided to advance to the finals and use the wish to save my grandmother. A summary info board appeared. I had also achieved that in this round. Since that profession change, I have never lost the number 1 position in my area. However, there is always a higher mountain. After the first regional merging, Ryu Min directly intervened and eliminated all the representatives. Eyes wide open as if unable to believe what was happening before them, defeating all 9 regional representatives in the blink of an eye. If only I could do that too, I could have saved her. I wondered how he could become so strong so quickly. I want to meet him at least once. Back to reality, Ryu Min, speaking on behalf of all the team members, spoke first. Napena. Tesiok replied unconsciously, yes. Then he made a request. Since we have formed a team, introduce yourselves. Tesiok was a bit dazed. He pulled back one side of his hood and the self-introduction began. I am a level 23 dark mage. My skills are black scythe and dark chains. Tesiok was surprised at himself. I usually stutter a lot when talking in front of others, but strangely now I don't feel nervous. Is it because I feel confident in front of the black scythe? Or is it because I want to leave a good impression on him? Ryu Min looked over at Julie and said, let's go hunting then. Julie smiled and waved, I will buff everyone. A green rune immediately appeared on Sanctual first. Blessing skill, all stats increased by 60%. Blessing skill duration is 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Next was the turquoise one for Corin. Speed skill, attack and movement speed increased by 60%. Speed skill duration is 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Immediately, all 3 stood stunned in place. What is this? My stats have increased by 60%. Attack speed and movement speed have also increased by 60%. Is this a system error? At this moment, Sanctual had to look at Julie with different eyes, so that's why the black scythe goes with Julie. She's amazing. The supporter was praised and Julie beamed proudly. It's nothing. Meanwhile, Corin was a little flustered but then realized she also had skills. I will use summoning to buff everyone too. When activated, 2 cute fairies appeared before everyone, flying around surrounded by light. Julie and Tesiok took turns expressing their amazement. So these are the spirits, they're so cute. Holding them close, Corin smiled and explained in detail. Before they only knew how to create shields and had no combat ability. But as soon as they reached level 20, I could summon too, and they started using magic attacks. Seo Arin's hands condensed something more and could also summon a golem when reaching level 20. Julie looked at the large lump of earth with wide admiring eyes. So amazing. Seo Arin smiled again and said the golem has no buffs, but it will attract the monster's attention. Julie was still full of admiration. A supporter and a tanker, truly wonderful. However, Seo Arin wanted to receive direct praise from Ryu Min more. What do you think, Black Scythe? I am useful too. Ryu Min acted as if it was completely normal, everything was done, let's go. Ryu Min led everyone away, Seo Arin sighed helplessly walking beside them. Meanwhile, Tseok had a new thought, a buffer, a summoner, I also have to contribute. Starting the mission, both Ryu Min and Tseok led the reconnaissance. At that moment, both suddenly sensed a loud sound coming from a fixed direction. Without hesitation, Tseok ran to that location. Just beyond the tall stone pillars, Tseok reached a wider area, where a group of players were fighting a yellow centaur-like monster wielding a spear. A bright smile appeared on the team members' faces, finding the boss that easily attack immediately. With their motto, both charged straight at the monster in front of them, die. However, the monster suddenly swung its spear and a player's sword was knocked away. On the offensive, both had to retreat. This one is strong, no joke, split up and attack. A female player beside the monster's rear side asked, how do we defeat it? The player in a pink cloak swung her sword and replied, if we attack from behind it. But it seemed Ryu Min was not satisfied with this. Tseok standing nearby also sensed something. The player in the pink cloak was kicked straight in the stomach by the monster's hind leg. Inertia threw her body, flipping several times before landing. Once stopped, a teammate ran over shouting, Pink Princess. He on this side had done a bit of analysis on the recent issue. Attacking the horse's back, really foolish. Unable to stop the assault, the female player immediately swung her short swords forward. The archers here also coordinated with the arrows. Weapons were successively plunged into the creature's chest, causing it to scream miserably. Both waited outside as the group ahead shouted, it's time, die you bastards. Tseok was stunned, what is this? After a series of attacks, the big monster in front was flipped over. The group then cheered excitedly, we won, we're first place, we finally completed the mission with first place. Tseok stood beside him, face pale, thinking, no way, the first place has been snatched away. At this moment up front, the joyful voices of the players still echoed. Finally, we completed the mission at number 1. This round was easier than I thought. Tseok was dazed, amazed beyond escape, while he was distracted, and before he could realize anything, could it be that he really lost the number 1 spot? Those eyes glanced at him, he felt very disappointed for not securing first place. Why is he unusually calm like that? Just as he didn't understand what was happening, a member of the front team raised a big doubt. Hey, did everyone receive the mission completion message except me? Another identical person jolted, hurriedly checked the message. No, why didn't it appear on my side? Don't tell me that. Ryu Min here crossed his arms, looking over their helplessness. So finally someone has realized. The centaur we just killed is not the final boss. The real final boss is the bull-headed minotaur. To be able to defeat the minotaur, you need at least 20 players at level 20. That means at least 4 teams of 5 players have a chance to win it. That is the trap of this round. It is designed so that everyone may mistakenly believe it looks like a group of 5 people can defeat a boss. The problem in that Angel's statement was revealed once inside the group. As long as the final boss of this round can be defeated, the team members will pass immediately. But she never said 5 people could actually defeat the boss. Those damn angels know how to fake it to make things look different. I also can't wander around to talk more about this outside, so now I just need to stand and watch, that's fine. Looking at Tseok depressed in regret, he stood there helplessly without explaining to the other party except for Tseok, who knew nothing about the prophecy. Everyone else appeared very calm, but he said was the confusion of the 3. Breaking this slightly awkward atmosphere, he cleared his throat to signal, perhaps I really need to put on a bit of acting now, the handsome look paired with a thoughtful expression. Judging by the reactions of the other teams, what just happened wasn't the final boss. The real final boss is somewhere else out there, so let me tell everyone about our plan from now on. We will temporarily put aside killing the final boss and focus on farming the centaurs around to level up until the time gradually reaches its limit and ends. Everyone seemed surprised by this decision of his. With his overly thoughtful nature, Tseok spoke what everyone needs right now. Why? His eyes narrowed to explain. It takes 5 players at level 20 to defeat one centaur, and that's just a regular monster. So to be able to fight the final boss, at least 3 or 4 teams are needed to have a chance to defeat it. We don't know how strong it is, so rushing headlong to fight the boss is an unwise decision. There may also be many other traps lurking and waiting for us there. What if we kill the final boss early and get trapped inside a pillar of light? Then we'd waste the remaining time in vain. Hunting monsters first and observing the situation is definitely a better choice. Starting from the very first meeting until now, An Sangcheol has been continually amazed by his accurate predictions. To be able to find a strategy on his own without even needing to listen to prophecies, I really wouldn't have thought that Black Scythe could have such deep insight. However, Tseok standing beside him still hasn't been able to readjust his mindset well, stubbornly holding on to that obsession. But if he waits like that to fight the boss, he might lose the first position. Do you feel okay about that? Ryu Min gave the other a satisfactory answer. It's no problem, even if we don't get the reward for first place, the experience we gain in 6 hours of hunting is enough to compensate. Moreover, the first position may not even be measured by who kills it first. At this point, An Sangcheol was speechless. How could he find the right path without prophecy? What An Sangcheol thought was just like escaping a maze on the first try without ever going the wrong way. That said, the 2 girls in the group still each had their own worries. Well then, let's go hunting together. Shouldn't we come up with a simple strategy first? But he denied that. No, that's not necessary. I will be the only one to kill the monster. The whole group froze at that decision and immediately said in unison, "Huh." Seo Arin thought she misheard and immediately asked for confirmation. Black Scythe, were you really planning to fight alone? Then she analyzed his recent words again. Even the monsters needed a group of 5 to defeat. Tseok nodded in agreement with his weighty decision. But if it was Black Scythe, probably just him alone would be enough. He confirmed to reassure everyone, that's right, no one needs to do anything, I will be the one to eliminate the monsters. Feeling that staying idle was somehow unreasonable, An Sangcheol asked him for advice. So what should we do? And indeed, he intended for everyone to stay idle. Just follow me and gain experience and gold. Consider it carried for you. Problems arise additionally, but all items dropped according to contribution rate will belong to me. In return, you will be granted gold and no need to take risks. Well, deal. An agreement was immediately proposed by him for everyone to choose. And because this deal was too good, no one refused. If so, I agree. We will follow your will, Black Scythe. When everyone agreed and went along with it, he smiled and took out his black scythe smeared with something red. Good choice. You will not regret it. Next, he turned his back to everyone, so let's go. 3, 2, 1. The position where he just stood was left with only 4 people. And before anyone could realize anything, he had already accelerated far away. The quickest reaction. An Sangcheol immediately commanded everyone, hurry and chase after him. Ryu Min kept rushing straight ahead, without realizing that the other members, even with added rockets, could not catch up, and although everyone was buffed by Julie's effect, the distance did not narrow at all. At this moment, both Seo Arin and Julie were deeply puzzled, wondering how he could move so fast, what his agility stat must have reached. And Tseok, who thought he was relatively fast, but at this level was no different than a cat compared to a leopard. Just as that thought ended, Tseok fixed his gaze in one direction, pointed his finger and marked it for everyone, over there. At this time, Ryu Min also changed his position, directly confronting the first centaur of the new mission. Blink strike, he vanished from his moving spot. Within the next 0.3 seconds, he landed elsewhere, leaving a familiar slash on the centaur's neck that most monsters who fought him bear. And as the centaur collapsed sideways on the spot, everyone behind had caught up in speed. Instead of joy, a dazed feeling overwhelmed their minds. At that moment, they looked at him more like a terrifying monster. What had just happened? No one could have imagined a centaur monster could be defeated after a single strike. Despite all these thoughts, Ryu Min still relentlessly ran straight to the next target. Currently, 2 centaurs were charging towards his position. Upon encountering the first centaur, he stopped, bent his body and swung the black scythe blade backward. A crescent-shaped slash was thrown out, aiming at the front leg of the charging beast. Rotating the scythe blade along the opposite crescent shape from before at the same time, the monster lost momentum, just as the centaur began to attack. And somehow, the monster's head fell perfectly into the position where the scythe blade awaited. The scythe blade passed through, the monster collapsed. The centaur struck only empty air. He immediately charged at the remaining centaur. Unlike before, this time he directly leaped upward, and when he noticed something rushing toward him, the creature would use its two front legs to spring up. He took advantage of this to place his foot on it. A similar scythe blade motion was initiated. With no wasted movement, its neck received a critical hit from him. The monster fell, marking the end of the process, and the system board updated the information. The centaur was defeated. Triple experience was activated. The title effect increased experience by 1.5 times, experience gained by 0.89%, gold gained by 60. Repeating similar actions, the system provided a different result. The number of monsters defeated reached 172 out of 100. The Rune of Slaughter effect, all stats increased by 100%. He temporarily stopped hunting and assessed his satisfaction, 172 in 30 minutes. This speed was not bad. There are a total of 200 centaurs actively operating on the battlefield. At this pace, I might even monopolize the entire field within 6 hours, of course, except for some from other teams who have already been killed. While he stopped here, everyone once again had the chance to catch up with him. The characteristic of being on the same team with him has been clearly painted by everyone, which is feeling exhausted even without doing anything. His face showed no emotion when looking at them in this state. "Ha, I'm dead, haha, ahum ahum." Not wanting to make everyone feel awkward, he smiled and made a suggestion: "If you are tired, you can rest a little." Finally getting a rest, Julie and Tisiak felt completely relieved. "Really, thank you very much." Without waiting any longer, everyone collapsed. Tisiak was worse, lying completely still. Only Sanchial could stand firmly, and his complaints showed. Just running after him was exhausting enough to die. Fanning his arms to let the wind cool him, Arin interjected some analysis. "I thought 100 meters was enough. But it turns out it wasn't." Blushing, Tisiak stammered, "What do you mean?" Not paying attention to them, Julie smiled again and offered a compliment to him. "Black Scythe, you really are incredible. Your hunting speed is unbelievable." In response to this compliment, he immediately asked a mischievous question: "Does that mean you're not satisfied?" Julie's embarrassment was obvious when he asked like that. "No, it's not like that. It's just that if I could follow you and get promoted like that, how could I hate it?" Tisiak stood up, trembling as he gave a thumbs up to him. "The one who works harder than us is you, Black Scythe." Ryu Min folded his arms, confused as he caught the vibe, and responded, looking like they are the ones who suffer more. While everyone was happily chatting with each other, another group of people was approaching. And more precisely, this was a team of more than 5 people. Because of this, everyone's attention simultaneously shifted in that direction. "What is that? Is someone coming towards us?" As everyone stood up, it was also the moment this mysterious group got closer, and among them, a man in a white cloak stepped forward, his face wearing a confident, cheerful smile. He looked straight at Ryu Min, who stood with his arms crossed among his teammates. He spoke first. "Hello, Lord Black Scythe, what a stroke of luck to meet you here, hahaha." Ryu Min remained motionless, the wind lightly ruffling his cloak. His gaze was cold, without a trace of emotion. He replied in a terse, calm voice as if he paid no mind to the newcomer's presence. "Enough, what do you want?" The man in white's mouth twitched slightly, still keeping a friendly air. "Oh, we're just looking for a team to hunt the boss with, would you?" Before he could finish, Ryu Min coldly cut him off. His decisive words rang out in the hush. "No." Silence stretched for a few seconds. The others gaped. The man in white froze, his face stiff with disbelief at the answer. He stammered, "Wi?" Ryu Min's dark red eyes flicked over him, icy as a blade. He didn't bother to explain, remaining silent and leaving the other more flustered. After an awkward moment, the man tried to regain his composure and continued, speaking as if to show he knew more. "Lord Black Scythe, I don't know if you've noticed, the boss here isn't easy." He turned, pointing into the distance. At the edge of the horizon, a gigantic creature came into view in the blinding sunlight, a hulking body with a bull's head, clutching a massive club. A low, guttural roar rolled across, making the ground tremble slightly. "Do you see that monster, sir? It looks like a bull. That's the boss, extremely tough." He tried to look serious while Ryu Min quietly observed. The golden light of the sunset washed over his face, reflecting in his expressionless eyes. Then the man in white's voice dropped, carrying a trace of fear as he recalled. "Another group once tried to fight it and they all died." Images of red blood flooded his memory, the monster swinging its club wildly, blood spraying everywhere, people falling one by one. The whole team was crushed in an instant. He turned back to Ryu Min, trying to sound sincere. I've realized to beat this boss, multiple teams have to join forces. We should coordinate if we want any chance of survival. But Ryu Min simply folded his arms, his tone indifferent as if life and death were not worth discussing. Handle it yourselves, the other man broke out in a cold sweat, nervously explaining. But wouldn't it be better to help each other? We could even let you deliver the finishing blow if you would just reconsider. Ryu Min opened his eyes and looked at him. A red gleam flashed, his voice dropped, so powerful that the air around them seemed to freeze. Don't make me repeat it a third time. He immediately panicked, turned and ran off, calling back, understood, sorry sir. After Ryu Min coldly refused, the others had no choice but to turn back with disappointed looks. The desert sun beat down, making the air feel even more stifling and heavy. The captain in white sighed in frustration. Maybe it's not going to work, a teammate asked, voice full of curiosity. Did you tell him we'd let him have the final blow? He frowned and scratched his head helplessly, of course, but he still refused outright. Everyone exchanged puzzled, irritated looks. A girl in the group crossed her arms, her tone skeptical. Why, he has to kill the boss to get past the level, doesn't he? The man beside her replied, his face a little tense. Or is he afraid? The girl exhaled, her eyes heavy. I guess we'll have to do it ourselves. A few others chimed in, forcing a show of confidence. That's right, let's try it together. While they were debating, the ground in the distance began to tremble, dust swirled, and then the gigantic silhouette of the Minotaur, the tower-sized, bull-headed monster, slowly emerged. Its blood-red eyes flared, and its oppressive presence made the very air seem to solidify. The captain swallowed hard, forcing a calm tone as he whispered to his comrades, "Whoa, it's even bigger up close." The man beside him stammered in reply, "We can do this, right?" He tried to look brave, nodding perfunctorily, of course. The whole group stood in formation, their gazes fixed on the monster slowly turning its head. The captain tightened his grip on his weapon, muttering calculations. We have 20 people, that should be enough. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the Minotaur let out a terrifying roar. The shockwave rippled everywhere, forcing everyone to cover their ears. The sound rolled like thunder, making the entire squad tremble. The captain shouted in panic, "Damn it, it's charging this way." The cry of attack echoed across the desert. The group surged toward the Minotaur in unison, magic light mingling with swords, spears, and arrows in a dazzling display. Dust billowed, and the ground trembled with every footfall. From afar, Ryu Min stood atop a high rock, his black cloak billowing in the wind, his gaze still cold as if he were watching a meaningless play. I wonder how long it'll take them to realize. Below, the Minotaur roared fiercely, its muscles bulged, veins red and pronounced, its eyes blazing like fire. The giant beast swung its club in a wide arc, forcing many players to leap aside. Gruo! Ryumin continued to watch silently from afar, a calm thought echoed through his mind. Actually, this Minotaur isn't as difficult as they think. Each of its strikes was powerful but slow. Once you caught the rhythm, dodging was completely possible. He squinted down and continued to comment calmly. Its attacks are very predictable, it's just they're not fast enough to take advantage of that. Below, several warriors shouted, "Charge, cut its legs." Swords flashed, but when they hit they only produced a chilling metallic clink. No blood flowed, only faint scratches remained on its thick hide. One man hissed in despair, "Impossible, its hide is too thick." Another answered, sweat beading on his brow, "My sword can't get through it either." They kept attacking, but the Minotaur's steel-like hide showed no damage at all. Ryu Min remained indifferent atop the heights, cold deductions ringing in his mind. Even if its hide is hard to penetrate, with continuous strikes they'll find a weak point. Arrows and spells rained down relentlessly, fireballs exploded around the creature's body, light and dust blending into a chaotic scene. "Griua!" the Minotaur roared, furiously smashing its hand into the ground and creating a shockwave that hurled several people away. But Ryu Min didn't budge. He simply tilted his head slightly, his voice even as if counting down time. "It will take some time, though." Below, the captain panted, sweat streaming down his face. He grit his teeth as he looked at the monster still standing tall before them, its whole body showing no sign of weakening. This thing, it's too tough to handle." "Focus, dodge the blow," someone yelled, their voice hoarse amid the smoke and dust. A warrior with a glowing blue axe gritted his teeth, his whole body taut like a bowstring. He roared in fury, "Die, you damned monster." With all his remaining strength he leapt up. The axe flared brilliantly and came down, whoosh. The blade sliced through the air, driving straight into the creature's chest. "Goo-woo!" The Minotaur's roar thundered as red blood spurted out. The deep slash across its chest made it stagger back a step, its massive hands thrashing in madness. I did it! I hit its chest! Someone cried excitedly, keep attacking, don't let it recover. The captain shouted. The group immediately surged forward, swords and spears raining down, light and blood streaked crimson through the dust storm. A swordsman leapt high, swinging his sword in a diagonal across the Minotaur's shoulder. He landed a cut right across its arm. Leaving a deep gash, blood sprayed, and the creature roared in fury, grew. The Minotaur went berserk, snatching an unlucky player out of the air. Its red eyes flashed with rage. The captured player thrashed desperately, screaming, "Help! Someone help me!" The Minotaur roared as its massive hand tightened. The sound of bones cracking echoed. The scene turned a blazing red, blood and light merged. The Minotaur's hand engulfed his entire body, leaving only a crushed black silhouette within the crimson glow. A sound echoed through the air. Crack! The player's body exploded, blood spraying like mist. From afar, two wizards panicked and raised their staves. Fireballs materialized around them. One shouted, "Fireball! Quick!" At that moment the corpse was flung into the air, flying over them. The fireball struck the Minotaur's chest directly, each boom, boom, reverberating across the battlefield. Flames flared violently, engulfing the monster. It's hit! It's on fire! Someone yelled excitedly. The flames swallowed the Minotaur, its massive body letting out a pitiful roar. Goohhh! Charred patches of skin peeled away as smoke billowed into the sky. The team watched, breathing hard, clinging to the faint hope that it had truly died. The creature dropped to its knees and then collapsed with a thud, the ground trembling in waves. Everyone erupted. "We did it! Really? We're the first team to win!" Cheers rang out everywhere as people raised their weapons in celebration. A towering column of golden light suddenly flared up in the sky, bathing the entire team in radiant brilliance. The survivors looked at one another, their eyes full of joy mixed with doubt. "Have we really completed the mission?" someone whispered. The entire battlefield gradually lit up with a series of similar pillars of light. Different groups of people shouted in delight. "Our group got it too. The quest window says it's complete. How this is awesome." Another group watched from a distance. He frowned, rubbing his forehead. "Do we have to kill them again, damn it?" The girl beside him tilted her head, observing the pillars of light, then replied. "It seems that whenever a quest is completed, a pillar of light appears to mark that group." A man stood inside a blazing pillar of golden light, scratching his head in exasperation. "So now we just stand here and wait for the time to run out." A teammate plopped down and propped his chin on his hand, answering, "Yeah, looks like it." He let out a soft sigh and murmured, "It's nice to get off early, but why do I feel like I've missed something?" Silence hung in the air. The man in white sighed, then said, "Then I guess I should go find another group." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flickered, as if he'd suddenly realized something. On the top of the rock, a figure appeared, light streamed down and his black hair stirred gently in the breeze. "Lord Blackscythe," he cried out in astonishment. Before them stood Ryu Min, composed, his dark cloak waving lightly in the desert wind. The man stammered, Our group is." Ryu Min looked around, his expression calm as if he'd expected the outcome. The other teams, dejected, said, "Don't bother asking, you can tell just by looking." He exhaled wearily and turned away. Blackscythe jumped down, landed, and said, "Luckily, if we'd killed the boss earlier, we'd have wasted all the remaining time." Julie, seeing this, replied, "Yeah, just as you predicted." Ryu Min led the team, his voice low and calm. "Let's go, don't waste time." Everyone immediately followed him, and the formation quickly fell into place. "Understood," the group answered in unison. A strong wind swept through as Ryu Min dashed ahead like a bolt of lightning, his cloak billowing and teammates close behind. He murmured, eyes sharp, "Track!" A stream of blue magical energy appeared, Centaur. Golden light filled the sky, columns of brilliant radiance stretching down from above. The entire desert was bathed in that sacred light, as if declaring, "The match is over." Groups of players lay scattered within the beams of light, all utterly exhausted. Some sat down hard, others could only breathe a sigh of relief. "So, it's really over?" "Seems so. Look, everyone's been teleported into the safe zone." The air was lightened, though tinged with fatigue. A man holding the interface board frowned. "Hey, where's our ranking? Nothing's showing." A teammate looked up and asked, "What rank are we?" "Don't know, it doesn't say." Another man chuckled softly and waved his hand. "Why care? Surviving is enough, I just want to lie down. He leaned back onto the sand and sighed with relief. Now who won or lost doesn't matter anymore. A blond man squinted into the distance, his voice surprised. Huh, look over there, the person beside him asked. What? In the distance, the centaur was charging at full speed, spear thrust forward. A dark figure dove down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. It was Ryu Min. Wind whistled past, his cloak billowing. He spun in midair, the black scythe gleaming brilliantly. Slash! A streak of bright red blood ripped through the air. The centaur's body was cut in two in an instant. Sand flew up, blood spraying like rain. Ryu Min landed lightly, his gaze cold as steel. Black Scythe? Someone in the lit area shouted in astonishment. The girl beside him widened her eyes. Did he just kill that monster with a single blow? The man lying nearby chuckled. Ha, that's what a level 40 is like, terrifying power indeed. The curly-haired woman folded her arms, puzzled. But why did he go kill the centaur instead of the boss? Wouldn't it be faster to take down the boss and then rest? The blonde man answered calmly, no, if he fights the boss now, he still won't make the top ranks. He shrugged and gave a faint smile. Maybe he's just farming to get some extra exp after all, he's already lost the top spot. He offered a faint smile as he watched the pillar of light in the sky slowly fade. Sigh, what a pity, I thought he'd take first place again. He curled his lips slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Anyway, Black Scythe can't hold the top spot forever. The person beside him nodded, eyes following Ryu Min as he rampaged through the herd of centaurs. But you have to admit he's clever, he's farming over there. In the frame, Ryu Min spun in midair, the red glowing crescent slicing through a centaur's body, blood spraying like a crimson curtain in the sunlight. On the notification board, the line appeared. Unable to identify target, centaur. Kills 1920/100. Time remaining 00:20:43. Ryu Min gently lowered the scythe, his gaze ice cold. He thought to himself, looks like this time I've wiped them all out. Behind them, the teammates were almost exhausted, panting without stop. Mr. Black Scythe, Julie said between gasps, can we take a short break? Everyone bent over, sweat pouring off them like a shower. Ryu Min glanced at them, his voice calm but decisive. No need, the hunt is over. He tightened his grip on the scythe's haft, a golden light reflecting in his eyes. Now it's time for the boss. Julie widened her eyes in surprise, scarcely able to believe her ears. It's over really. Ryu Min nodded, his cold gaze stretched into the distance. That's right, based on my tracking skill, there are no centaurs left in this area. Julie murmured, so that's it. While everyone was still coming to their senses, An Sanchiel checked his status board and a golden light flashed before him. Huh, he quickly shouted out. Everyone check your level. Everyone simultaneously opened their status panels, golden light shining brilliantly. Level increased. No way this many. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise mixed with excitement. Ryu Min looked over at An Sanchiel, who was gaping at his brightly lit status panel. How many? He asked tersely. An Sanchiel swallowed, his eyes not leaving the number in front of him. I was level 20 and now I'm 34. Corin quickly opened her interface as well, her eyes lit up. Me too, level 34 already. Julie next to her shouted in disbelief. I went from 21 to 35. The atmosphere was full of excitement and astonishment. Hiotisiak's voice trembled. I went from level 23 to 36. He said it while staring at his hands as if he couldn't believe it, sweat still not yet dry. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes, a low voice echoing in his head. Everyone increased by 13 to 14 levels. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. And I too went from level 40 to 54. The status panel opened. Name Ryu Min. Nickname Black Scythe. Level 54. Class Grim Reaper. Titles. Last time Regressor hidden. First ever Angel Slayer hidden. Opposer of Divine Punishment hidden. Ryu Min checked the spoils in his inventory. 19 mana cores, 9 normal pieces of equipment and... His eyes suddenly lit up. The final material I need for divine grade synthesis. An item window appeared before him. Shining Horsetail. A shining horsetail containing faint magical energy. Ryu Min smirked slightly. Finally I have it. Julie cried out with joy, I have way more gold now. her face lit up as if she'd just won the lottery. Corin, same here, Hio Tseok shouted in astonishment. 115,000 gold, is that for real? Ryu Min simply watched them in silence, his gaze unperturbed. An Sangcheol scratched his chin, pondering, that's strange, suddenly having this much money. He looked at the glittering pile of gold before him and embarrassed said, so now what are we supposed to do with all this? Ryu Min straightened in the desert sunlight, his eyes flashing a cold red. Buy the basic skills in the shop, he said clearly. Presence detection, enhanced vision, and magic resistance, those are mandatory. Also buy the items in the today's item section, Ryu Min continued calmly. The teammate beside him muttered while looking at the board, presence detection and what else? Ryu Min urged them to make the purchases. He turned, the desert wind whipping his cloak, his eyes blazing in the evening light. Let's go. This time the target is the final boss.